For 3 years, I woke up every day expecting to turn on the system, but nothing happened. Monsters are rampant in this world, and humans rely on their professions to fight against them. After the job change, humans are divided into combat, auxiliary, and life types, and only the combat type stands at the top of the pyramid. It wasn't until I turned 18 that the job change ceremony officially began. The students took the stage one by one. A swordsman and a martial artist successfully changed their jobs, causing the whole audience to boil. But soon, more than a dozen students were from the Department of Life Studies, and the atmosphere gradually became dull, until the host's voice came from the podium. Class 5, Grade 9, Qin Hao. I glanced at Zhu Yu and walked straight to the podium. The light of the job transfer ceremony was like a dream. I stood on the platform, and the job transfer crystal stone above my head released a pure white beam of light, rushing straight into my body. After a brief silence, the white light suddenly exploded, and the golden lines spread out like ripples, swallowing up the white light and rushing towards the sky. Hidden profession? Qin Hao was the first to react, and his expression was as if he had won the lottery. His excitement was beyond words. In this year's college entrance examination, number 3 middle school will finally have a chance to stand out. Obviously, the emergence of hidden professions is a long-awaited victory for number 3 middle school. However, golden light began to converge towards me, eventually condensing into a golden wrench that hovered above my head. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The host job transfer is detected to be completed, and the mechanic system has been successfully bound. I was stunned for a moment and confirmed several times before I was sure that I had heard it correctly. Prompts continued to come to my mind. Passive skill Blueprint Forger has been activated. The chance of mechanical blueprints dropping has been greatly increased. After defeating the dungeon boss, this chance will be increased to 100%. The golden light gradually faded, and the students watching were talking about it. It's a mechanic? This is a rare profession. I looked at those eyes that were either surprised or regretful, and my heart was filled with mixed emotions. After 3 years of forbearance, it seemed that I had finally waited for a turning point. The lottery system is activated. Do you want to use it? The system's voice sounded again. I almost didn't hesitate and clicked use. The turntable in front of him spun rapidly and finally stopped. Ding! Obtained the gold-level blueprint, lightweight power arm. Before he had time to check the system storage space, Qin Hao had already walked over with a look of disappointment on his face. He patted my shoulder, as if looking at a poor wretch whose fate was sealed. Mechanic. This profession has long been obsolete. The drop rate of blueprints is almost zero. Alas. Zhu Yu on the other side showed a relieved expression. So you're a mechanic, you scared me. You still have time to follow me. When I am doing dungeon and gaining experience, I can occasionally share some of the leftovers with you. His tone was full of superiority. I sneered at him, my tone calm but piercing. Didn't anyone tell you not to play shooters in this version? Zhu Yu was speechless for a moment, and the smug look on his face froze. I returned to the queue without looking back. Some people around me laughed in a low voice. Hidden profession? Mechanic? The legendary profession that relies on mental power to create blueprints? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid this is a joke. I was too lazy to pay attention to these sarcasms and opened the system interface to check my attribute panel. Level 10, Occupation. Mechanic, Strength. 40, Spirit. 80, Physical. 58, Mana. 200. Skills. Mark of the Mechanic. Forged items are harmless to you, and you have ultimate control over them. Blueprint Forger. The drop rate of mechanical blueprints is increased. After the boss is defeated, the blueprint will be dropped and the quality will be automatically upgraded. These data comforted me a little, especially the value of mental power, which was close to the second level. This also meant that my ability to learn skills and comprehension was much higher than that of my peers. After the job transfer ceremony, many parents of students in the life professions comforted their children. It's okay, it's better than that mechanic. I ignored the comments and left the square quietly. The following week is the final time for the entrance examination. I must use this rare opportunity to completely change my destiny. I was still a ways from home when I saw Lin Tong coming out of the drugstore. She had her hair tied up, and her apron couldn't cover her figure. She frowned and stared at me as if she was worried about something. Sister, I'm back. I waved at her. She turned around and saw me, and a smile suddenly lit up her face. You're back. The meal is ready. Come in. Ever since I came to this world, she has been running this pharmacy alone. Although we have different surnames, she always calls herself my sister. During these years when I was in school, she took care of my food and clothing like a real sister. While we were eating, she kept stealing glances at me and finally couldn't help asking, "Is the job transfer ceremony over?" What was the result? Mechanic. I replied indifferently while gnawing on a chicken leg. The smile on Lin Tong's face froze instantly, and his eyes were filled with worry. Mechanic. She frowned and lowered her voice. Everyone knows how miserable the mechanic is nowadays. It is clearly a hidden profession, but it is difficult to upgrade, and the blueprints are extremely rare. Ordinary families simply cannot afford it. She pursed her lips, her eyes a little red, as if she felt sorry for me. I was stunned for a moment before I realized that she didn't know I had a system. Sister, don't worry, the mechanic is actually very strong. I put down the chicken leg and smiled at her. I didn't expect her tears to fall all of a sudden. I guess she thought I was a little crazy because of the blow, but she was able to comfort myself. Don't be discouraged. The annual income from our pharmacy is enough. All you need is to be healthy. She wiped the corners of her eyes and continued to eat with her head down. After dinner, she was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, and I quietly slipped back to the room and anxiously opened the system panel. Detected that the host has obtained mechanical drawings and materials, automatically learning basic knowledge. Basic assembly, basic mechanical engineering. The system is really awesome. Usually, I have to either figure out the basic knowledge of a mechanic bit by bit on my own or by skill books to study them slowly. Now, all the knowledge is directly instilled into my brain, which saves me a lot of trouble. As soon as I thought about it, an assembly workbench suddenly appeared in front of me, with wrenches, hammers, welding machines, and everything else. I put the lightweight power arm blueprint on it, and my body instantly formed some kind of strange connection with the blueprint. My fingers trembled slightly, as if I was born to do this. Wrenches and hammers were flying, sparks were flying before my eyes, and all the assembly steps were smooth and natural, like breathing. Easy to install, the power arm done. I couldn't help but put my hand in. The power arm fit perfectly. With the hook of my fingertips, the joint hinge made a slight sound, and the power engine roared. As a man, how can you resist the sound of such a mechanical roar? Just as I was immersed in a sense of accomplishment, I heard Lin Tong's voice from downstairs. "Qin Hao, come down and help." Coming. I immediately took off the power arm and ran downstairs. There was a truck parked in front of the pharmacy, with boxes piled high. "I'm going to deliver the medicine. Please help me unload the goods. We can sort them out together when you come back later." She reminded him while pushing the bicycle. "Okay, go ahead and leave it to me." After she rode away on her bike, I immediately put on the power arm and lifted a large box with one hand. The power engine started to roar softly, and things that usually took two people a lot of effort to move now became as light as a plastic bag for me. In less than 10 minutes, all the boxes were neatly stacked in the warehouse. When Lin Tong came back, the truck was gone. "Huh? Where's the truck? Haven't you moved the goods yet?" "We've moved them." I pointed to the warehouse. She walked in and saw that the boxes were packed full. She was stunned for a few seconds, then looked up and asked, "Have you paid the moving fee?" "No, I moved it myself." I smiled and leaned against the door. "From now on, sister, it's my turn to take care of you." The next day, I planned to buy materials for forging equipment early in the morning. The Baijinhan building is, to put it nicely, a free trade zone, but to put it bluntly, it is a black market. Although they are not authorized by the government, they have wide channels, abundant materials, and low prices. Every year at this time, they are crowded with students who have just changed jobs. Even the city trading houses have cooperated with them. The next day, I stood in front of the Baijinhan building, opened the fund panel, and took a look. 102,000 gold coins. Then I closed it silently. This amount of money is not even enough for this place. Baijinhan's daily turnover can be piled up into an ocean, and my money is just water vapor. This money was saved by playing games for others when I was in school, but I told Lin Tong it was a scholarship so that she wouldn't worry. When you walk into the building, you can immediately see the nearly 100-meter-high golden dome and the spiral staircase that spirals upwards. At the end of the staircase, shops of various professions are lined up in order. There were several men in black standing on the platform at the door, wearing sunglasses and suits, with knives on their backs and their job tags read appraiser. They specialize in identifying the occupations of guests who come in, and some senior ones can even roughly see the financial resources of the guests in order to arrange more appropriate services. But no matter how loudly my high heels stomped, no one stopped beside me. Following the signs, I came to the mechanic's shopping area on the third floor. The other professions each occupied a floor, and the mechanic had only a small gray room where even the lights were almost off. I stood there for a long time, but no one greeted me. In the security room, a security guard who was watching the surveillance camera suddenly jumped up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Someone is standing at the door of the easternmost room on the third floor? Are you kidding me?" At this moment, the sound of high heels came from the stairwell. The heavily made-up receptionist walked up to me in high heels, with a name tag of the mechanic receptionist on her chest. She glanced at me. She was wearing ordinary clothes, and her rank was not high. It seemed that she was an unlucky person who didn't know her place. This year there's another mechanic who refuses to accept his fate. She muttered, and when she opened the door, a cloud of dust rose up, choking her and making her cough. Come in. Here are the mechanic's drawings. Just take a look at them. You can't afford them anyway. She leaned against the door, looking like she was waiting for me to come out quickly. There were blueprints on the dusty counter in the room. The contents could not be seen from the outside, only the quality and name. Iron level blueprint, fluorescent lighting lamp. Iron level blueprint, mechanical air pump. Iron level blueprint, 5-speed hair dryer. All the drawings of black iron and bronze levels have become the treasures of the museum. It seems that the control of mechanical drawings by various countries has reached its limit. The only things that can be put out for sale are low-end goods for making a living. The prices are ridiculously high, at least 2.5 million gold coins. I took a few glances, turned around and walked out the door, going straight to the 5th floor to buy materials. The elevator was full of people, all lining up with their number badges. The salesperson asked each person about their occupation and needs, and his movements were quick and clear, and it was obvious that there were too many people to handle. When it was my turn, I said calmly, "Mechanic by Black Iron." The salesman smiled and nodded, but the next second his smile froze. "Sir, have you purchased the mechanic's drawings on the 3rd floor?" "I didn't buy it." The smile on her face froze completely. Just as she was about to turn around, I took out the lightweight power arm blueprint from the system. The golden light made her eyes wander. Yellow, gold level blueprint? Her voice was shaking, her hands were on the railing, and her legs were weak. She was just an ordinary salesperson, and seeing something like this was basically like witnessing a miracle. Soon, Chairman by Qin Hao came in a hurry with senior executives and invited me into the VIP room. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Our employee is an intern, and he will be fired immediately." The chairman with a Mediterranean hairstyle nodded and bowed, looking very nervous. I was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and asked directly, "Where is the black iron?" He quickly gave a look, and the receptionist came over immediately, smiling uglier than crying, and bent over to take me to the black iron warehouse. A group of executives were still analyzing in the conference room why I had the gold level drawings, and I was just counting money and black iron in the corner. By the way, I bought some metal, aluminum, and low-level integrated modules. These modules have been unsaleable for many years, so the chairman waved his hand and gave me a box to clear the stock. "How much is it in total?" I asked. 98,000 gold coins. The receptionist bowed deeply, his voice trembling, as if he had done something wrong. I swiped my card, put the materials into the storage space, and left. After buying materials to upgrade my equipment, I prepared to level up. The next morning, I got out of bed. The tickets to Crow Forest were hard to get and very expensive. If I missed the train, I would have to walk there. When we arrived at the station, as expected, it was full of young people, all carrying equipment, and it looked like they had just changed jobs and were preparing to level up. "You're a swordsman? Great, I'm a priest. Let's team up." "Who's going to be the DPS?" "I'm a shield warrior." "I'm a master warrior." "Is there anyone who wants to team up with me?" I looked up and found that the person who was speaking was Ding Junjie, the celebrity in number 1 middle school who had just been transformed into a supreme warrior and was on the news a few days ago. As soon as he opened his mouth, the people in the car almost lifted him up, and the team members surrounded him instantly. The car was noisy all the way, and I dozed off by the window, thinking that these people really had so much free time. After getting off the bus, the entrance to Crow Forest was as lively as a temple fair, with everyone checking their equipment and assigning roles. I was too lazy to join in the fun, so I stretched and walked straight into the forest. "Hey, who is that? Why is he leaving alone?" someone muttered behind. "Qin Hao from number 3 middle school. I heard that he made quite a noise when he awakened. Turns out he's a mechanic." Ding Junjie spoke in a sarcastic tone, fearing that others would forget that he was an unparalleled warrior. "Mechanic? Is he in such a hurry to die? Solo dungeon without forming a team? Are you here to risk your life?" I was too lazy to pay attention and continued to move forward. With the power arm in hand, I knew what I was doing. With the equipment, the theoretical strength value was close to the 3rd level, and there was basically no opponent at the same level. The Crow Forest was too quiet in the early morning, with the sun shining through the trees and birds singing melodiously. As I was enjoying this rare tranquility, the grass next to me moved. Roar! A black shadow pounced out, and a dark wolf pounced directly towards me, revealing its sharp fangs in its mouth. Ding! The host encounters a monster, automatically learning the skill. Primary identification technique. Good. The system gave me another skill. I cast an identification spell, and the panel of the Hades wolf popped up. Hell Wolf, normal monster, level 8 strength, 20 stamina, 12 skills, pounce. Oh, it's a piece of cake. My power arm flashed, and was already equipped on my right arm. I clenched my fist, the engine roared, and as the Hell Wolf pounced in front of me, my fist was already there. The next second, with a crisp sound, the Hades Wolf exploded into a bloody mist in the air, and the experience points flew into my panel obediently. I bent down and picked up the skull of the Hades Wolf. Although it was not valuable, it was better to have it than nothing. Just as I killed one, there was a commotion in the bushes in the distance, and then several Hades wolves came out, their eyes glowing white, staring at me. "Oh, did you ask your family to come over to help?" I licked my lips, feeling excited. Wolf Pack, experience package. The Hades wolves surrounded them in packs. The leader howled to the sky and took the lead in charging. "Come on!" I punched the leading Hades wolf away and took on the rest. The robotic arms danced among the wolves. The wolf howls and engine sounds intertwined like a carnival. 10 minutes later, the wolf pack turned into a pile of experience points, with only wolf corpses and materials left on the ground. Just as I was picking up materials, an exceptionally burly Hades wolf slowly walked out, its fangs gleaming coldly and its eyes grim. I used the identification technique, and it turned out to be the Wolf King. System display. Underworld Wolf Monarch, Elite Monster, Level 14, Strength, 50, Skill, Bloodthirsty Bite. Bite can cause continuous bleeding. There's something. The Hades Wolf Lord accelerated and rushed towards me at an extremely fast speed. I raised my power arm to block the bite, and sparks flew as fangs and metal collided. The engine roared. I flicked my hand lightly, and the Hades Wolf Lord was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. I didn't intend to give it a chance to breathe, so I jumped several meters high, clenched my fists, and rushed down with all my strength. Boom! Dust flew up, and a deep pit appeared where my fist landed. The Lord of the Underworld Wolf had disappeared, leaving only a pile of experience points. Ding! Level increased to level 14. I picked up the sharp fangs of the Underworld Wolf Lord dropped by the Wolf King, stuffed it into my backpack, turned around, and continued walking deeper into the forest. The noise just now was so loud that the whole forest must have heard it. The small group of independent players at the entrance had just been fighting with a few Hades wolves. When they heard this earth-shaking punch, they thought it was the Overlord boss showing up early, so they dropped their equipment and ran away in fear. The deeper you go into the Crow Forest, the more gloomy the environment becomes. The trees were tall, their branches thick, the bushes had grown up to my chest, and only a few rays of sunlight leaked through the gaps between the leaves, making the day feel like evening. There were more monsters along the way, but with the help of the power arm, I could kill them all with one punch. I cleared the monsters along the way and finally stood on a hillside looking down. Several 3-meter-tall Minotaur monsters were wandering slowly at the bottom of the valley, with thick horns on their heads and bulging muscles. System display. Minotaur Guard Super Elite Level. Level 17, Strength. 82, Stamina. 40, Skills. Giant Shield Impact. Charge with the shield upright, causing knockback and brief stun. I counted them. There were 5 in total, scattered in different locations. It was too stupid to fight 1v5 head-on, so I decided to defeat them one by one. I slid down the hillside and approached silently. The bull-headed guard on the far right twitched his ears slightly, and immediately raised his shield and rushed over. 10 meters. I stood still and slowly raised my right arm. 5 meters. The power arm roared to life. Boom! I punched the ground with my fist. The loud noise shook the valley. The bull-headed guard was blown away and rolled over my head. Leaping up, I smashed my fist into its jaw, piercing the bone and ripping the flesh apart. The bull-headed guard fell to the ground with a thud, howling in pain. I went up and punched him twice, sending him to his death. The other Minotaur guards didn't last long either. One launched a giant shield charge, but I took it and knocked it over with one punch. My experience points increased rapidly, and I picked up the Minotaur guard's horn, feeling a little confused. The bull-headed guards had all appeared, so the Overlord boss should be nearby. But the road ahead was a dead end, and there was no way to go further into the valley. Just as I was wondering, the ground shook violently, and large chunks of rock fell from the stone wall. Fuck! I held onto the tree trunk next to me to steady myself, and watched a huge arm emerge from the rock wall. Then came the legs, the body, and the head. Stones fell down, and a 6-meter-tall Minotaur shook off the rock debris on its body and climbed out of the stone wall dragging a huge axe. Minotaur Lord Level Boss. Level 20, Strength, 180, Stamina, 80 Skills, Bull Charge, Giant Axe Chop. The Minotaur Lord roared and rushed over, dragging his huge axe. I was not in a hurry. I moved around in the bushes and rocks to buy time. The Minotaur Lord seemed to have a maximum hatred value. He stared at me, chasing and hacking at me. Wherever he went, he was like a bulldozer, crushing all obstacles. Theoretically, This guy needs at least 3 second-level job changers to take turns to attract hatred. But now, there is only me. I ran to a rock wall, pushed off my feet, climbed up quickly along the rock wall, and turned around to face the Minotaur Lord rushing towards me. He hooked his fingers, and the engine of the power arm roared. He clenched his fists, and a heavy sense of power filled his body. Without hesitation, I punched the Minotaur Lord on the head. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The Minotaur Lord fell heavily, his head tilted, and he struggled to get up. I jumped onto its back, grabbed its horns tightly, and hit its head with my fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch was as heavy as a falling rock. The Bull Lord struggled like crazy and crashed around, but his health dropped rapidly. Soon, he could no longer stand and fell to the ground, turning into blue dots of light all over the sky. Ding, level increased to level 15. I exhaled, picked up the skin of the Minotaur Lord, and was about to leave when I caught a glimpse of a light flashing in the dust. I walked closer and saw that it was a blueprint. Silver level blueprint, a damaged ancient robot. Legend has it that it is a mechanical product from thousands of years ago. It is so dilapidated that no one knows whether it can still be moved. Although it is a silver level blueprint and can be sold for a lot of money, it doesn't mean much to me now. Just as he was about to stuff it into the system space, the system prompt sounded. Mechanical drawings detected, automatically upgrading quality. Upgrade successful. Epic blueprint. And 1 Ranger robot, damn, this luck. The A1 Ranger is a track-driven robot equipped with alloy blades. Just then, Crow Forest mission completed. Legendary skill. Infinite forging learned. Infinite forging. When forging the same item, the system can replicate it based on the forger's actions. The upper limit of the number of replications is determined by mental strength. I clench my fists. This time, I'm sure it'll be a sure thing. I stared at the blueprint of the A1 Ranger robot surrounded by purple air in the system space, and I could feel its heartbeat through the screen. There is indeed an inexplicable connection between mechanics and blueprints. Done, I thought, and the assembly workbench unfolded in front of me, with black iron and low-level integrated modules piled up on the table. The materials were average, but just enough. Forging began. The details on the blueprint flashed in my mind, the position and structure of each part were clear, and my body seemed to be pulled, and all operations were incredibly smooth. Wrenches and welding guns were used one after another, sparks flew, and the machine shell on the table gradually took shape. The machine shell has been cold forged. Low-level line linkage module embedded. Low-level image processing module embedded. Low-level energy module embedded. I stared at the assembly table, my heart beating faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, a dazzling light exploded from the assembly table. When the smoke and dust cleared, a black iron-colored robot with 1 foot on a track stood steadily in front of me, about 1 meter and 5 meters tall, like a silent warrior. A1 Ranger robot, 2 stars, has been added to the system space. I casually opened its property panel and saw the number strength, 100 at a glance. Fuck, this is too powerful. The robot forged from ordinary materials has a strength of over 100. You know, those Minotaur guards were only in their early 80s, and this thing can already crush most elite monsters. Good stuff, I need more. I grinned and activated infinite forging directly. The next second, more than 20 phantoms of me appeared in the system space, repeating the forging action just now. The fire lit up again, and in just over 10 minutes, more than 20 Ranger robots were lined up neatly in the system space, staring at me in unison like a troop on standby at any time. The Mechanical Legion is done. I glanced at the remaining materials and used the last bit of black iron to forge a lightweight power arm left. Looking at the system space filled with robots and equipment, I feel very bad. I can still get home in time for dinner. I clapped my hands and was about to go back. The forest was strangely quiet. Apart from the rustling of fallen leaves under my feet, there were only a few birds singing in the distance. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the depths of the dense forest, and the startled birds fluttered into the sky. I frowned, opened the system space vigilantly, and stared at the direction where the footsteps came from. After a while, a young girl rushed out of the woods, holding a staff in her hand. She was wearing a short waist skirt, and her hair around her ears fluttered as she ran. She looked a little embarrassed. She saw me standing there looking around from afar, and her face changed instantly. "Don't just stand there. Run!" Before I could react, the 3-headed Hades wolf lord jumped out from behind her and chased after her. The girl's legs were cut by thorns and blood was dripping down her calves. But as she ran, she turned back, raised her staff, and threw spell lasers backwards. Unfortunately, the wolves either dodge the attacks or take them head-on, causing minimal damage and almost no effect. Seeing that she was about to cry, I raised my eyebrows and leaned against the tree trunk without moving. "You'd better leave quickly." You can't help much by staying here. The girl gritted her teeth, stood in front of the Dark Wolf Lord, and turned back to shout at me. Seeing that I didn't move, her face became even more desperate. She probably thought that I was just a student who was just trying to get killed. Okay, let me do it. I stretched my neck and said in a relaxed tone, as if I was getting ready for a walk. The three Hades Wolf Lords were immediately attracted to me, and one of them rushed directly towards me. I took a step back and casually threw out a Ranger robot from the system space. Get to work. The Ranger robot's eyes lit up red. The sharp knife on its arm popped out with a click, and its tracks quickly rolled over the ground as it rushed towards the Hades Wolf Lord. The Lord of the Dark Wolf obviously didn't take the lump of iron seriously and rushed forward with his bloody mouth wide open. The next second, a flash of knife light appeared, and a thin blood mark appeared on the neck of the Hades Wolf Lord. He fell to the ground with a bang, without even time to utter a wail. I nodded and was about to say something emotional, but then, the Ranger robot suddenly waved its arms wildly and began to kill the wolf corpse madly. Its movements were so fast that it almost chopped the wolf into a meat paste. The girl stopped walking and stared at the scene in a daze with the remaining two Hades Wolf Lords. After a brief silence, the two Hades Wolf Lords seemed to realize something and turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, no matter how fast you run, you can't be as fast as a robot sword. Swish, 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 swish. In less than a minute, the two Nether Wolf Lords also turned into experienced light spots and flew into my panel. That's awesome. I patted the Ranger robot on the shoulder. You really understand efficiency. In the distance, the girl stood there like a fool, her mouth slightly open, and she even forgot to breathe. She looked at the corpses of the three Hades Wolf Lords stupidly, with an expression as if she had seen a ghost. You. Her lips moved, her voice trembling. How did you do it? I grinned and put the robot away. Good luck. The girl was stunned for a while, then walked up to me, lowered her head, and said shyly, My name is Gao Xiao. Qin Hao. I reached out my hand and shook hers. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest onto her hair, making it sparkle. Where are your teammates? Gao Xiao looked around in confusion. No teammates. I spread my hands. It's just me. Her mouth opened even wider, and the surprise in her eyes was almost written all over her face. You just changed your job and went to solo the Crow Forest? Yes. What's your job? Mechanic. Gao Xiao's eyes widened, and the surprise in her eyes slowly turned into excitement. Mechanic? That's great. I looked at Gao Xiao with a puzzled look on my face. Some people actually think that being a mechanic is good. Since I changed my job, I have not heard a single positive review. There are only pitfall, trash, and funny. It's either rape or money, right? I subconsciously took a half step back, quietly touched the power arm, and wondered whether I should just start hammering. Gao Xiao obviously saw my vigilance and waved her hands quickly. No, don't get me wrong. We have encountered a secret realm. I was stunned for a moment. Secret realms, unlike dungeons, are randomly refreshed space nodes with rich rewards. They can produce top-quality equipment and skill books, and some even drop legendary items directly. But the secret realm is difficult to enter, and the conditions for entering are strange, either limiting the number of people or limiting the profession. Wait, you mean? Yes. The secret realm requires that there must be a mechanic in the team, Gao Xiao said anxiously, and the look in his eyes seemed to drag me over directly. I finally understood. Oh my god, it turned out that I was missing a key. It really is true that scarcity makes things valuable. As they were chatting, a familiar voice suddenly came from the hillside in the distance. Sister Yao, I finally found you. I squinted my eyes and saw a familiar fat man rolling down the hillside, getting up, patting his butt, and rushing towards me with a smile on his face. Zhuyu? Seeing this guy, I felt complicated. Zhuyu obviously saw me too, his eyes widened like bells. Qin Hao. Then, he gave me a bear hug, as if he had seen a savior. Brother, you are a mechanic. Our secret realm is safe. I know, Gao Xiao said calmly. He saved me just now. Zhuyu was stunned for a moment. Save you? He looked at me, then at Gao Xiao, with confusion clearly written on his face. How can a mechanic be so good at fighting? I rolled my eyes, too lazy to explain, and continued to organize the spoils in the system space. Hey, don't be so modest. Zhuyu patted Gao Xiao on the shoulder, looking very familiar. Everyone knows that Sister Yao. You are a radiant mage, a hidden combat profession. You must have saved Qin Hao just now, right? After he said that, he secretly winked at me, signaling me to agree with him quickly. I pretended not to see it. Zhuyu, why didn't you come back to report that you found the young lady? A deep voice suddenly came from the woods. Looking up, I saw a middle-aged man with a long sword on his waist walking towards this side with a few people. Uncle Zhua, I just found it, Zhuyu explained with a wry smile, and then added. There is also good news. The mechanic was found. When the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhu Yu then remembered to introduce me. Qin Hao, let me introduce you. This is my uncle, a third-level swordsman, the Gao family's official bodyguard. I raised my eyebrows. Gao family? No wonder Gao Xiao's name sounded familiar to me when I first heard it. The Gao family is one of the top families in Jinghai City. The head of the family, Gao Hangwei, started out as a fishmonger, but he built his family into the business giant it is today, and is truly a legendary figure. So, this is the eldest daughter of the Gao family, Gao Xiao. Zhu Yu pointed at Gao Xiao. Today my uncle brought us to Crow Forest to level up. Luckily, we came across a secret realm, but we were missing a mechanic. Zhu Yu patted my shoulder excitedly and said, "And you, now is the time to be useful. Come on, accompany us into the secret realm." I looked at him sideways as he kept talking and really wanted to punch him to shut him up. This guy usually sneers at me, but now he's quick to curry favor with me. I was much calmer than Zhu Yu. I took a step forward and said, "Classmate, don't worry. You only need to act as the key for us to enter the secret realm and don't need to participate in the battle. After you come out, the Gao family will give you a generous cash reward and supplies." It sounds nice, but I know exactly what he's thinking. If the mechanic goes in, he will only hinder us, and they will have to work hard to protect me. I feel that since I have said this, I will definitely not refuse. But I shook my head and said, "I can go into the secret realm with you, but I want to share the secret realm rewards." The air suddenly became quiet. Zhu Yu almost jumped up. "Qin Hao, are you going too far? I brought you here just to get a reward, but you're still thinking about the secret realm reward?" I held Zhu Yu down and signaled him to calm down. I shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't get so excited, Zhu Yu. Now you are begging me, not me begging you." I squinted my eyes and thought for a while, but Gao Xiao was the first to speak. "I can give you a share of the profits." Her tone was a little hesitant. Perhaps she was still thinking about my previous behavior. But I shook my head. "No, I participate in the battle and share the rewards according to the damage and participation." "Are you sure?" My expression became a little strange, as if I doubted whether I understood the situation. "Of course." I nodded. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth and wanted to strangle me to death, but seeing my expression, he finally agreed. I could sense that what he was thinking was, this guy is last in the count, so he won't get anything. It doesn't matter. They will soon know that I'm not just here to make up the numbers. Okay, let's go. I raised my sword and led the way towards the secret realm. I followed Gao Xiao and the others for about 20 minutes and finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. We did encounter several waves of monsters along the way, but I and my followers killed them one by one with our swords, so it was never my turn to take action. Gao Xiao was humming a little tune all the way. She had just drunk the advanced physical strength potion I gave her and was in very good spirits. I glanced at the potion and was secretly shocked. Advanced stamina potion sounds like something that a pharmacist can make, but in fact it can only be obtained through special channels, and the price is not cheap. The Gao family is indeed rich. I have started to lead people to check weapons and equipment. The vortex of the secret realm is circling ahead, and the trees near the entrance have been twisted into strange shapes, which makes people feel creepy. Ms. Gao, check your staff and mana. If it's not enough, drink another bottle of mana potion. Zhu Yu, check your bow and arrow again. I arranged everything in an orderly manner. When he saw me, he opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally said, "Student Qin, just follow our lady closely, don't worry about anything else." I nodded, thinking that there was really nothing much for the mechanic to prepare, and I wouldn't need anyone to help or worry about anything if I just carried an assembly table with me. The entrance to the secret realm began to shake, and I stepped in first. After passing through the whirlpool, we successfully entered the secret realm. I looked up and around. There was thick fog, the outlines of the old houses were looming, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. The secret realm information popped up on the panel. Secret realm. Blackwater Village, number of participants. More than 6 people, up to 8 people. Occupational restrictions. There must be a mechanic in the team. Level 30, clearance conditions. Kill all monsters in Blackwater Village. Rewards. Stage rewards 2, clearance rewards 1. Introduction. Heishui Village was attacked by monsters due to a mutation thousands of years ago. The once prosperous village is now dead silent. The Black River flows quietly, shrouded in thick fog, as if it is performing a sacrifice. When I saw the level 30 prompt for adventure difficulty, my face instantly darkened. How could a level 30 secret realm appear in Crow Forest? I frowned, the corners of my mouth twitching slightly. I can understand his feelings. I originally thought it was an ordinary secret realm of level 10. And we could pass it easily with a few rookies, but as soon as we arrived, we were given a level 30 gift package. Gao Xiao just changed his job not long ago. Zhu Yu is a marginal shooter, and I, a mechanic, and basically three burdens in his eyes. The only ones who can really fight in the team are probably me and a few second-level followers. I stood at the entrance, and the final prompt appeared on the panel. Please confirm whether to enter the secret realm. Yes/no. I was just about to observe the situation, but when I turned around, I found that Gao Xiao and Zhu Yu had already nodded yes, and they looked eager to try. Don't you even look at the level of the secret realm? The corners of my mouth twitched, suspecting that they clicked in with their eyes closed. Gao Xiao looked at me with a smile. Uncle, this is a rare opportunity. You don't want me to be bullied in the exam, right? I added casually. Yeah, if you don't clear the secret realm, it's a wasted trip, a waste of time. I sighed and glanced at the entrance to the secret realm. Indeed, now that I'm here, it would be a waste of time if I don't go in. He was silent for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and clicked to confirm. Buzz! The vortex vibrated, and we officially entered the secret realm. Heishui village was eerily quiet. Thick fog blocked the view. The black river in the distance was motionless, as if the entire village was sleeping in the past. I took the lead, and several followers surrounded me. Gao Xiao and Zhu Yu, and advanced slowly like an iron barrel formation. After walking about 200 meters, a dark shadow suddenly flashed by. I reacted extremely quickly, raised my sword and swung it down. The sword energy cut through the thick fog and slashed to the right. Crack! Accompanied by a breaking sound, a dilapidated house appeared in our sight. The walls were covered with mold, and there were several bulging white pustules in the corners of the house, which were beating slightly. Every time they beat, white sticky liquid seeped out. When Gao Xiao saw that thing, her face turned pale instantly, and she quickly turned her head away. The pustules seemed to sense danger, and began to beat more violently. Hiss! The abscess burst, and a black-haired spider the size of a basketball crawled out, making a sharp cry. I just cast an identification spell. Poisonous spider, ordinary monster. Level 24, strength, 60, stamina, 21, skill, poisonous bite. Skill introduction. The fangs of the poisonous spider are extremely poisonous. After being bitten, the target will lose control and fall into a poisoned state, dancing strangely until death. Just after I finished looking at the panel, several spiders crawled out of the abscesses one after another, forming a black mass that made my scalp tingle. Back off! Protect the young lady! I shouted in a low voice, and the followers quickly took up their positions, with Zhu Yu and I being protected in the middle. I didn't rush to do it, but I was thinking in my heart, is he addicted to dancing? Could he be dancing to old people's disco? Chapter 10 Parasite. Facing the poisonous spiders attacking from all directions. Qin Hao raised the sword in his hand and formed an arc with several other followers to protect Gao Xiao behind. Qin Hao swept across and cut in half several poisonous spiders that jumped up and tried to attack. The third-level swordsman is blessed with the bronze-level weapon Zhu Guanjian. Qin Hao is completely at the upper hand against these highly poisonous spiders. It's easy to handle. Several other followers also joined the battle, although they are not as powerful as Qin Hao. However, the second-level combat profession still allows them to demonstrate strong dominance in battle. Zhu Yu took advantage of the favorable situation his uncle had. He pulled out his wooden bow and shot 2 cold arrows from behind. I don't know whether he shot or not, but he immediately turned around and said to Gao Xiao and Qin Hao, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." This made Gao Xiao, who was observing the battle situation, roll her eyes. Qin Hao, on the other hand, didn't react much. He was already familiar with this guy's behavior. Soon, dozens of poisonous spiders were all killed by Qin Hao and his team. But there were no stage rewards. This is not a good thing for Qin Hao and others. The Secret Realm panel just now showed that there are 2 stage rewards. The first wave of monsters has been cleared, but no rewards have been given. It only means that there are still a lot of monsters behind. Qin Hao took a deep breath and signaled the team to continue to maintain formation and move forward. Everyone was in a relatively cheerful mood along the way, full of confidence and anticipation for this journey to the Secret Realm. Everyone had already heard about the generous rewards in the level 30 Secret Realm. If you go further, it will be difficult to see the shadow of the house. In other words, it is difficult to see the shadow of a complete house. Most of them are in such a dilapidated state that only a brick wall is left standing. The dilapidated scene made everyone feel extremely depressed. The water in the small river that flows through the center of the village is as black as ink and emits a foul odor. Gurgle gurgle. When Qin Hao and his men advanced to the vicinity of the river, suddenly, dense bubbles emerged from the river. Then a humanoid monster climbed up the riverbank at lightning speed. His entire body is pitch black, and if you look closely, you can see dents for all over his body. 2 pairs of appendages grew out of its back, and it opened its mouth and growled at Qin Hao and the others. Rather than a mouth, it is actually the spider's mouthparts. Parasite, elite monster. Level, 27. Strength, 120. Spirit, 0. Stamina, 40. Skills, spider web binding. The parasite's mouth can spray out corrosive spider silk. Absolute defense. When receiving damage that reduces your health to less than 20%, your defense is doubled. Monster introduction. Humans parasitized by unknown creatures with extremely strong active aggressiveness. They were once members of this prosperous village. After Qin Hao used identification techniques to obtain the information. The appraiser also told everyone the information about the monster, his voice revealing an unconcealable fear. There was a level 27 monster, and there was only one of them. Qin Hao couldn't help but tighten the hilt of the sword in his hand. If you are not careful, you will be hurt by these monsters, not to mention others. Wang Shi, protect the people behind you, Qin Hao shouted to the burly man next to him. Wang Shi's profession is Giant Shield Guardian, and he plays a defensive counterattack position in the team. After receiving Qin Hao's order, Wang Shi erected a huge 2-meter-high stone shield and stood in front of Qin Hao and the others. After seeing Wang Shi take his position, Qin Hao and other followers rushed forward. Qin Hao jumped and slashed directly to cut off the appendage of the parasite in front of him. The monster roared in pain. A strand of spider silk spurted out of his mouth. Qin Hao reacted quickly and dodged to the side. However, the attack range of the spider silk still exceeded Qin Hao's expectations. His shoulder was scratched by the spider silk that was sprayed out. In an instant, the severe corrosiveness burned a big hole in the clothing at the shoulder, injuring the skin and flesh. The other followers were not in a much better situation, fighting and retreating. Seeing this scene, Qin Hao jokingly asked Zhu Yu, "Are you still not going to attack?" Zhu the great shooter. Zhu Yu waved his hands and quickly indicated that he could do nothing to help. Qin Hao, stop joking at this time, said Gao Xiao next to him. She closed her eyes, straightened her chest, and began to sing softly. The hem of the dress fluttered slightly. When Gao Xiao opened her eyes again, a blood-red light burst out in her pupils. Her staff also changed color at the same time. At the same time, a circular red magic circle slowly unfolded under Qin Hao's feet. With a hum, magical energy surged out from the magic circle. The Zhuguang sword in Qin Hao's hand suddenly burst into flames. He also realized that this magic array was created by Gao Xiao. Then he swung a sword. The fiery sword energy rushed forward and several parasites in front were blasted away. Maybe the damage of the enchanted sword energy is high enough. This in turn directly activated their passive skill Absolute Defense. The double defense power made Qin Hao's subsequent enchanted attacks ineffective. Gao Xiao's mana will soon be exhausted due to his level. The red light in her eyes as she floated in midair had begun to dim. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and struggled forward. It took a lot of effort to kill the 2 parasites that activated Absolute Defense. But this is far from enough. There are still many parasites rushing towards this side. The physical strength of several second-level followers had also dropped significantly, and they were retreating step by step. After this battle, Qin Hao's points have firmly ranked first in the team, and Gao Xiao, who cast spells and assisted, also ranked 5th with his auxiliary points. Even Zhu Yu, who only shot 2 cold arrows, was hit by an arrow by accident and ranked 7th. Only Qin Hao's points still had a big 0. Those who were suffering from the battle also noticed this, and several followers in the team began to complain. I don't understand why the secret realm would require bringing in such a useless mechanic. Isn't this going to cost everyone's life? Qin Hao, don't underestimate my 3 points. The gap between 0 and 3 is an insurmountable gap between you and me. My uncle Zhua is unlucky this time. How can he train a mechanic like you? Zhu Yu said in Qin Hao's ear in a sarcastic tone. Zhu Yu, don't you know your own weight? Gao Xiao said, as she saw Zhu Yu mocking Qin Hao again. Yes, the eldest lady is right. Although Zhu Yu was a bit rude, he was not so rude as to target Gao Xiao. Gao Xiao said this, but she also knew that Qin Hao really couldn't help the team at the moment, so she sighed softly. As the monster's attack became more and more fierce, although there are only 5 or 6 monsters left. But there is no buff bonus from Gao Xiao. Qin Hao was finding it extremely difficult to handle the situation, and his defensive circle was constantly shrinking. Although he was very unwilling, he still spoke and began to solicit everyone's opinions. Whether to retreat. Everyone was silent. In fact, no one wanted to quit. We've gotten this far, and everyone has spent so much energy but gained nothing. It's really hard to accept. Especially for Gao Xiao, the high-level mana recovery potion needed by the mage is difficult to make artificially even by the top holy pharmacist auxiliary profession. It can basically only rely on wild drops, and the drop rate of the dungeon is very low, so the secret realm is the best choice. So even though Gao Xiao knew her current situation, she still kept her head down and said nothing. She wanted the secret realm rewards so badly. At this time, Qin Hao, who had not participated in the discussion, had walked to Qin Hao's side without knowing when. He patted Qin Hao's shoulder with his hand wearing a light power arm and said, "Remember to distribute the rewards according to the points ranking." Chapter 11, The Fighting Power of the Mechanic. Qin Hao, don't stand in front, come back quickly. It's too dangerous. Looking at Qin Hao, who had suddenly rushed to his side without anyone noticing, Gao Xiao shouted anxiously from behind. Even the usually steady Qin Hao became anxious. Are you crazy? Go back quickly. These are monsters close to level 30 with extremely high strength attributes. And you, a mechanic, come to the first array, you. Qin Hao didn't finish his words, and his body froze the next second. He glanced at the power arm installed in Qin Hao's hand. This was clearly a combat weapon and equipment. However, it had been 800 years since the mechanic's drawings had almost disappeared. He has been in the Gao family for so many years, but not only is there very little equipment like this, he even has very few mechanic drawings. The few drawings that were occasionally purchased at high prices were all mechanical drawings related to daily life. One must know that the Gao family is a family that controls the lifeline of the entire Jinghai urban area. Then, a roar came from the mechanical arm on Qin Hao's right hand, followed by a light punch. Puff! The parasite right in front of him exploded like a piece of paper. After Qin Hao built the A1 Ranger robot, its level had reached 16 and its strength had reached 180. Combined with the strength of the right-hand light power arm of 280, the value has reached 460. With this number, not only can he smash the parasite to pieces, he can also easily knock Qin Hao next to him out with one punch. Everyone present was petrified on the spot. The one with the most open eyes was Qin Hao. He had just fought with these monsters for a long time and knew very well that these monsters were not easy to deal with. And because of the existence of their absolute defense skills, they became very difficult to kill. Qin Hao's punch just now killed the parasite instantly, which means that Qin Hao's punch not only reduced the monster's health to below 20%, but also directly defeated the bonus brought by absolute defense, killing the monster. The first attack was an attack that reduced his health to below 20%. Thinking of this, Qin Hao took a breath and looked at him as if he were a monster. Gao Xiao, who had just been shouting for Qin Hao to come back quickly, stood there with her mouth open. It was as if Qin Hao's punch went directly into her mouth. She didn't expect that Qin Hao had other weapons and equipment besides the robot. And the destructive power is even more terrible. With just one strike, the monster that even the third-level swordsman Qin Hao had difficulty dealing with was sent to hell. Qin Hao, what level are you? Gao Xiao asked in a trembling voice. He obviously hasn't recovered from the shock yet. Me? Qin Hao paused. In fact, grade information is not private information. Everyone's grade must be reviewed during the major exams. This is to prevent students with low levels from forcing themselves to take high-level exams and encountering unexpected events. Level 16, Qin Hao said calmly. What? What level? Zhu Yu heard it and directly pulled out from behind the giant shield without caring whether it was a monster or not. Zhu Yu and Gao Xiao had been fighting in the Crow Forest for almost 2 days, and with 2 days' experience, he had barely reached level 12. And Qin Hao, who he had always regarded as a waste, is now already level 16? This upgrade speed is already outrageous, not to mention that Qin Hao is a mechanic. The upgrade speed was fast, and the strength was seriously inconsistent with the level. Qin Hao looked at Qin Hao, who had an expressionless face as if he had just crushed an ant to death, and swallowed his saliva. However, the shot Qin Hao brought to everyone went far beyond this. In the distance, several other parasites appeared in the gap between the crowd's silence. It's already approaching. Qin Hao raised his left arm, and the light power arm, left, appeared out of thin air. Qin Hao clenched his fists, standing quietly in front of everyone. Seeing the parasite rushing towards this side, Qin Hao threw a clean and neat punch, and the powerful thrust of the power arm made Qin Hao's fist hit the parasite in an instant. The parasite's body explodes like a rotten watermelon. After dealing with the parasite, Qin Hao moved quickly. Shoot with both hands. For a moment, the monster's blood splattered everywhere, scaring Gao Xiao behind her so much that her face turned pale. In just a few minutes, everyone went from discussing whether to leave the secret realm to overwhelmingly crushing the monster. The few remaining parasites were wiped out. All the damage that killed these parasites was inflicted by Qin Hao alone. Qin Hao's points also jumped from the last place to first place in the team, more than twice as much as Qin Hao, who was in second place. These 2 or 3 minutes were like Qin Hao's personal performance, and everyone else just stood there in a daze, watching in disbelief. Qin Hao calmly cleaned the stains on the power arm and walked towards the crowd. What? The fight hasn't even ended yet, and you're just standing there. Let's go. Qin Hao said as he looked at the people who were still motionless. Gao Xiao, who finally came to her senses, ran up. He stroked Qin Hao's light power arm, then lifted it up to look at it, and then asked where his little robot was. Everyone gathered around. They had never seen such combat equipment, let alone them. It was hundreds of years ago that mechanical drawings disappeared on a large scale. Their grandfathers had never seen them, and neither had their grandfathers' grandfathers. Qin Hao, this thing of yours is much more useful than a magic wand. Gao Xiao's eyes sparkled. Student Qin, I have heard about the strong people who changed their jobs in various colleges and universities in Qinghai this year, but their abilities are definitely inferior to yours. Qin Hao paused and added, far inferior to you. A mechanic can wear gear that does such incredible damage, and it can level up so quickly. There is only one possibility. He has mechanical blueprints, and they are blueprints of combat equipment of a fairly high grade. Although it is impossible to imagine where Qin Hao got the drawings from. He indeed has them and has demonstrated overwhelming power. Ahem, Qin Hao cleared his throat, waking up everyone who was still in a daze. We're going to move on. I will join the first formation to fight. Is that okay? Qin Hao asked. Of course, no one had any objection. What they should be more worried about now is whether Qin Hao will give them any rewards. Because there are some wild teams that form secret realms. Some people whose strength far exceeds the average strength of the team will force others to give up the rewards after getting them. There is no way to avoid this situation. In this way, Qin Hao officially joined the first array of battles and had a better chance of dealing damage. After the settlement, he could be the first to choose the reward as agreed. Qin Hao just demonstrated his abilities. Qin Hao even felt that if there were no limit on the number of people, he could complete this dungeon by himself. After this battle, Qin Hao's status skyrocketed and he became the leader of the team. Okay, it's settled. From now on, Qin Hao will join the first formation and fight with us. Qin Hao nodded. So, Qin Hao came to the first array and continued to advance forward with Qin Hao and others. Ah, Uncle Zhua and Qin Hao look. Suddenly, Gao Xiao screamed from behind. Qin Hao turned around and looked in the direction Gao Xiao was pointing. A glittering treasure chest came into view. Chapter 12 Giant Spider. This should be the stage reward in the secret realm. Qin Hao walked forward and opened the treasure chest. Item: Low-level adaptive skill scroll. Introduction. Ability to randomly learn a skill based on the holder's occupation category. Items: Advanced Mana Potion, *5. Introduction. After drinking, you can instantly restore a large amount of mana. Weapon: Doran Spear. Introduction. Bronze-level cavalry weapon, which is said to be the weapon equipped by the Assyrian cavalry, the earliest cavalry in the world. As we agreed before, the one with the highest points will choose first. You choose. Qin Hao. Gao Xiao spoke first. Each person can only obtain one stage reward in the secret realm, and the final killer of the boss and the clearance reward can get an extra one. Although Gao Xiao puffed out his chest and looked like a nobleman, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the bottle of high-level mana potion. The rewards in this stage are all rare and good things. As for the Doran Spear, even though Qin Hao is not a knight, if he sells this bronze-level weapon on the market, it will be snatched up and sold at a high price. Qin Hao looked at the rewards in the treasure chest and walked towards the low-level adaptive skill scroll. Qin Hao put the skill scroll into the system space. What? Have you thought about it? Qin Hao? Once you've made up your mind, you can't regret it. Gao Xiao was surprised that Qin Hao didn't choose any other reward. A bottle of advanced mana potion costs about 100,000 gold coins on the market, and Doran Spear is also a powerful bronze-level equipment. Who would give up these rewards to choose a low-level skill scroll with extremely high uncertainty? But at this moment, Qin Hao was thinking, I can make more money selling one Ranger robot than selling 100 of these things. When Gao Xiao saw Qin Hao nod, the shocked expression on her face slowly turned into shyness and excitement. She didn't expect that Qin Hao would voluntarily give up such a generous reward in order to take care of her. It was natural for Qin Hao to give the advanced mana potion to Gao Xiao. The Doran Spear was taken by the third-ranked knight. After some reorganization, everyone continued to move forward. Soon we encountered the next monster. It crawled out of a rock cave. Its huge size frightened Gao Xiao, who didn't like this kind of arthropod, so much that she closed her eyes. Qin Hao cast the identification spell. Giant Spider. Super Elite Monster. Level 30. Strength 260. Spirit 20. Stamina 100. Skills: Spider Silk Punishment, Spider Sense. Skill Introduction: Spider Silk Punishment. The giant spider can launch spider silk like a rain of swords. The spider silk has extremely strong destructive power, and those hit will temporarily lose their combat ability. Spider Sense: Giant spiders enhance their senses, capture the whereabouts of surrounding enemies, sense attack behavior, and predict their next course of action. Qin Hao was standing under the giant spider at this moment, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. The strength of the monsters in each stage is doubling. The parasites in the previous stage have already given him a headache. Even if he can kill this giant spider, it will cost him a huge price. He turned his gaze to Qin Hao, who was standing beside him. I never thought that a third-rank swordsman like me would have to pin my hopes on this student who just changed his job. Now that the exploration of the secret realm has exceeded halfway, the team has lost the final chance to surrender and leave the secret realm. What follows is a life-and-death battle. The giant spider attacked first. The spider silk shot towards everyone like several sharp arrows. Qin Hao rolled over to avoid it, and the spider silk shot towards him hit the ground behind him, making a big hole. But the giant shield guardian Wang Shi and his companions were not so lucky. The stone shield became the most conspicuous target. The spider silk sprayed by the giant spider hit the stone shield madly. Seeing this scene, Qin Hao jumped up from the ground and leaped towards the giant spider. He had to attract the monster's attention to relieve the pressure on the back row. Gao Xiao was not idle at the back either. She chanted and cast a spell again. A blue light lit up in her eyes. The magic circle also unfolded under Qin Hao's feet at the same time. "I slash!" Qin Hao shouted. The sharp sword energy slashed towards the giant spider's appendages. But the next second, the giant spider's huge body flashed away, avoiding the sharp sword energy. He then swung his appendages vigorously and knocked Qin Hao out of the magic circle. Upon seeing this, the other followers rushed forward to block the empty space and used the bonus of the magic circle to attack the giant spider. Most of these attacks were avoided by the giant spider, while those that were not very threatening were taken head-on. The continuous attacks did not hurt the giant spider. The giant spider's defense was not broken, but someone in the team had already broken through. This will not cause any harm to the giant spider at all. It seemed that the stone shield behind could no longer hold on. Qin Hao jumped into the magic circle, and his light power arm, which was stained with magical energy, was attached with blue light. Qin Hao slid and dug himself under the giant spider. The giant spider also sensed Qin Hao at the same time. Then Qin Hao clenched his fists, and the power of ice spread wildly on the power arm. Qin Hao half crouched down and jumped up, using the power of his power arm to soar into the sky, with his fists bursting out vertically. The giant spider felt the attack from below, but its huge body was unable to move at all. The heightened senses now made its entire body numb, and the biological instinctive fear of death struck its body like lightning. Next second, Qin Hao pierced through the giant spider's body and flew out from above. The giant spider collapsed like a puddle of mud. Giant spider dead. Another instant kill? Everyone's cognition was broken again and again. Zhu Yu, who had just mocked Qin Hao not long ago, now looked at Qin Hao with a dazed look in his eyes. Until now, he still couldn't accept that a mechanic could be stronger than his uncle Qin Hao, and with an overwhelming advantage. Qin Hao also walked up. He was now extremely sure that Qin Hao's strength was above his level and above his own. "Student Qin, this time I was able to enter the secret realm thanks to you." Although he was very reluctant to admit that a student who had just changed jobs was better than himself. But the facts are there, and now the team can only rely on Qin Hao. After I leave the secret realm this time, I will apply to the Gao family to share their resources with you, as a way to thank you for helping our young lady. Gao Xiao ran to Qin Hao and interrupted him. "Qin Hao, no need to apply. I'll tell my dad what you want." She patted her chest and promised. In his opinion, Qin Hao deliberately gave her the high-level mana potion just now, and she had been looking for an opportunity to thank Qin Hao. Qin Hao readily accepted Gao Xiao's words. Relying on the Gao family's connections and resources in Jinghai City will not only greatly promote his own development, but also help Lin Tong. "Okay, that's settled, Miss Gao." When Gao Xiao heard Qin Hao accepted it, a bright smile appeared on her face. During the conversation, Zhu Yu had already found the second stage treasure chest and opened it, even though it has nothing to do with him. But he still happily brought the reward to Gao Xiao and Qin Hao. As usual, Qin Hao only chose the physical strength potion that was helpful to him from the reward, and left the other professional equipment and potions to everyone else. After receiving the stage rewards, Qin Hao looked at the secret realm panel. The remaining monster count column shows? Unable to display. This made Qin Hao very confused. Logically speaking, the rewards for the 2 stages of this copy had already been claimed. The boss is at the end. How come it is impossible to read the number of remaining monsters? Chapter 13. The Ranger Corps appears. There were no more houses to be seen further ahead. The ground was covered with rotten bones and pools of unknown black juice. Despite the horrifying scene, there was no sign of monster. Everyone moved forward cautiously, came to the edge of a lake. A fishy smell hit me in the face. Uncle Zhua, what is that?" Gao Xiao looked at the lake in panic. Several rotten arms were floating on the water. Qin Hao endured the stench, pinched his nose, and walked forward to find out what was going on. The scene before him made his stomach churn, and he vomited. The lake was full of human corpses, all of which were highly decomposed. The lake was filled with corpses, and the water kept overflowing. Looking into the distance, I saw a thick pipe inserted into the lake, as if it was constantly absorbing something. This abnormal scene made Qin Hao, who had experienced many battles in secret realms, alert, and he retreated quickly. Across the lake, a woman's head appeared in outline. The head just hung abruptly in the air. The lowered head was covered with wet black hair, and water kept dripping down. Just when everyone thought it was a dead person's head hanging on the tree, she suddenly opened her eyes and roared at everyone, showing her fangs. This woman is not bad looking, Zhu Yu commented seriously, shocking Qin Hao so much that he turned around and kicked him away. Little fatty, you are still joking here. If it weren't for Qin Hao in this secret realm today, you and I would have died here. Cheer up, this should be the boss of the secret realm. After saying that, Qin Hao looked back. There was clearly only one monster, so why couldn't the number be displayed on the secret realm panel? The arrival of the crowd caused the fog here to slowly dissipate. The monster on the other side of the lake also revealed its true appearance. Below a female head is a plump upper body, and looking down further is the huge body of a spider. It looks very creepy from a distance. A huge tube was connected to a mechanical device in her abdomen, and the other end extended into the lake. Qin Hao frowned. No matter how you look at it, this is definitely a product of human beings. Spider Queen Elise, Lord level boss. Level 34. Power 450. Spirit 30. Stamina 128. Skills: Toxic Bite, Web Binding, Absolute Defense, Silk Punishment, Spider Sense. Boss Introduction. Spider Queen Iris seems to be the ultimate culprit of this disaster. The human corpses at the bottom of the lake allow her to absorb endless nutrition. Although the level and strength of this boss far exceed the average combat power of Qin Hao and other followers. But I don't know if it's because he feels that Qin Hao is backing him up. Qin Hao and others took the lead, bypassing the lake and entering the Spider Queen's sight from the side. Qin Hao kept slashing at the Spider Queen's appendages. Zhu Guangzhan, Regicide Thrust, Earth-Shattering Split. The countless moves are dazzling, although the damage may not be high. But it was annoying, and the stinging sensation from being hit occasionally made the Spider Queen retreat again and again. This gave Qin Hao and the others the confidence to pursue, and the opponent was a level 34 Lord-level boss. If they could work together to kill him, they could brag about it for years. Just as they were singing along, the knights in the team were the first to notice something was wrong. The Spider Queen suddenly stopped and did not move, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a snow-white spider crawled out from under the Spider Queen. Then the second one, the third one. Qin Hao looked down. The piles of eggs under the Spider Queen are constantly hatching little spiders. Huh! Qin Hao chopped down. The little spider was chopped and flew away, and white liquid spurted out of its body. It splashed on Qin Hao's hand, and his skin was immediately corroded and festered. More and more small spiders appeared, constantly jumping up and attacking Qin Hao and the others. Qin Hao and others fought and retreated back to the lake. Seeing that everyone was trapped, Gao Xiao quickly raised his staff and chanted. A fireball fell from the sky and hit Qin Hao in front of him, temporarily repelling the dense swarm of little spiders. Qin Hao retreated to the crowd and used the enchanted Zhu Guang's sword to draw a wall of fire on the ground. But it's clear that this is not a long-term solution. All those who retreated had many scars on their bodies. Student Qin, the number of these little spiders is too large. I think even for you, it would be difficult to kill them all before you run out of energy. Qin Hao looked at Qin Hao, and there seemed to be a hint of guilt in his tone when he spoke. He knew that Qin Hao was indeed very strong, but there were a large number of little spiders, and there was also the boss, the Spider Queen. He and his followers were almost at the end of their strength and no longer capable of long-term combat. But if Qin Hao relied on himself, how could he possibly defeat these enemies who were dozens of times more numerous than them? Not to mention that we all rely on Qin Hao to lead us. Now we might all die in this secret realm. Zhu Yu, who was standing by, also saw Qin Hao's dejected look for the first time, and he collapsed to the ground in fear. His eyes were fixed on Qin Hao. Qin Hao smiled and said, "Who said I want to do it myself?" Qin Hao's smile at this moment seemed incompatible with the current situation of the team. Qin Hao's hair stood on end when he saw it. Before everyone could react, a robot about 1.5 meters tall and walking on tracks appeared in front of them. Then the blue light flashed continuously, and one robot after another was taken out from the system space by Qin Hao. Soon, 26 A1 Ranger robots lined up in a row, waiting for Qin Hao's order. Gao Xiao was watching on the side, stunned. There were so many robots that she thought she was dazzled. She always thought that Qin Hao only had one powerful robot like this. And it's hard to imagine how long it would take to produce so many robots. Qin Hao looked at the small spiders that were like a tide in front of him. The kill command was issued. The A1 Ranger robot's eyes lit up with a red light that symbolized killing. The alloy blades in their hands popped out in unison. Then drive the tracks to charge forward. Soon the Ranger robots jumped over Qin Hao's firewall and officially engaged Spider-Man. The blades in their hands were waving wildly. Blood and flesh flew everywhere like cutting melons and vegetables, although the spider's body fluids are extremely corrosive. But after all, the Ranger robots are made of steel, and even if they are injured, it does not affect their crazy killing at all. The Ranger Corps lined up in a row and pushed forward like a bulldozer. Everywhere he went there were spider remains. This scene made the Spider Queen completely furious. He rushed towards the crowd like crazy. Qin Hao once again commanded the Ranger Corps to attack the Spider Queen. The Ranger robots continued to hack and slash at the Spider Queen's body. The dense and rain-like slashing made the spider's sense overwhelmed. Green blood gushed out from the wounds on the body. In a flash, the aggressive Spider Queen had lost her fighting power. Her body was covered with wounds, and her limbs were almost severed, making it impossible for her to stand. He wailed as he watched the corpses of the little spiders falling down in front of him. He kept growling. The Ranger Corps' attack continues. Now they crawled up her sides and onto her back, continuing the attack. As long as Qin Hao's kill order continues, it will be executed until the target dies and is completely destroyed. Until the target unit dies. The Spider Queen's breath is getting weaker and weaker. Qin Hao put on his power arm and prepared to go forward to examine the body and make some final cuts. Everyone experienced life and death in such a short period of time. Even now, looking at the boss who has completely fallen, I still can't breathe. Qin Hao had seen many big scenes, and he was speechless for a moment when someone of Qin Hao's age possessed such terrifying strength. Qin Hao, be careful, she may not be dead yet, Gao Xiao whispered from behind. Obviously she was frightened just now. Not dead yet? Everyone knows that the person who deals the final blow to the monster can choose an additional reward. Want to steal the kill? No way. Thinking of Qin Hao, he continued to move forward. Chapter 14 Mechanic Gift Box. When Qin Hao arrived in front of the Spider Queen, she was already dying. Only when he got closer did Qin Hao discover that the Spider Queen's face was indeed delicate. The Ranger robot's attack continues. The murderous intent in her eyes was gone, and instead there was fear of impending death. Qin Hao stood in front of her, just blocking the only vague light in the sky of Heishui village. But Qin Hao didn't think much about it. He hooked his fingers to pull up the engine of the power arm, and then delivered a fatal punch to her head from top to bottom. With the death of the final boss, the milk-like thick fog in Blackwater Village began to slowly dissipate. The small river flowing through the center of the village also became clear as the fog dissipated. A box glowing with golden light slowly rose from the lake in front of everyone. A prompt appeared on everyone's panel. Successfully cleared the secret realm, Blackwater Village. The rewards for clearing levels are as follows. Mechanic Drawing Gift Box *1. Introduction. The black packaging and the golden spider pattern on the box are full of mystery and luxury. Black iron level blueprint. Rotatable separatory funnel. Introduction. The piston of the separating funnel is equipped with a movable chain gear, which allows it to change the direction of liquid entry at will and has a certain extraction function. Silver level weapon. Domination staff. Introduction. A staff used by Vanguard warriors in the mage team during war. The user's casting time is halved. Black iron level accessories. Resistance necklace. Introduction. It can reduce the upcoming negative effects by 3%. The following are some rewards that are not very important to Qin Hao. Now Qin Hao finally understood why this secret realm requires a mechanic to enter. Qin Hao picked up the mechanic gift box and put it into the system space, then took away the black iron level blueprint, rotatable separating funnel. Qin Hao, you can take that silver level staff, Gao Xiao said hurriedly, worried that Qin Hao would give up a better reward to accommodate her. After all, judging from the strength Qin Hao had just demonstrated, that black iron level blueprint would not be of any help to him. Qin Hao looked at Gao Xiao with a sincere face. He couldn't tell her that he had a system. So Qin Hao patted Gao Xiao on the shoulder and explained, I have a quirk of collecting blueprints. Gao Xiao looked up at Qin Hao's serious expression and nodded as if she understood. Thank you, Qin Hao. Then she quickly turned around and put the staff into her bag, fearing that someone would snatch it away. After Gao Xiao finished her selection, the remaining rewards were distributed by Qin Hao and others. Zhu Yu, who was ranked last, also received several bottles of strength potions and life potions. Zhu Yu, who was lying down while crossing the secret realm, held a few bottles of potion and called everyone Brother Hao. Student Qin, I've already expressed my gratitude many times, so I will not say any more. You are already the savior of my young lady. If you have any problems in the future, please tell the Gao family, and we will definitely help you. Qin Hao saluted with his fists. Qin Hao's attitude has always been respectful, because he knows that no matter whether Qin Hao can become friends with the Gao family in the end, at least he must not be the enemy of the Gao family. After everyone had distributed the rewards for clearing the level, a huge blue vortex unfolded on the lake. The scene in the secret realm also began to collapse. At this time, the disintegration of the secret realm entered the countdown. The secret realm will no longer exist after you clear the level. It will continue to disintegrate in a short period of time and eventually turn into energy and integrate into nature. Besides, no one wanted to stay in this terrifying place for long, so they followed Qin Hao through the vortex and left the secret realm. When I came out, it was already night. The long-lost fresh air made the tired people feel refreshed instantly, and they all laid down on the lawn. Zhu Yu also laid down, gasping for breath, and told Qin Hao that the trauma to his heart was far greater than that to his body. In just a few hours, he had closed his eyes and waited for death several times. Qin Hao, I knew you would become the pride of number 3 middle school. Zhu Yu crawled from Qin Hao's side and lay down next to Qin Hao, but was kicked away by Qin Hao. This made Gao Xiao, who had just sat down and was about to lie down next to Qin Hao and chat with him, stop immediately. She became more and more curious about this young man, and was also very interested in his powerful weapons and equipment. Because no other profession can possess such a variety of combat weapons, and he is just a student who has just changed his profession like himself. Gao Xiao was born into a prominent family and has been an excellent student since childhood. She lived a wealthy life with no worries about food and clothing and has never envied anyone. At this moment, his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Qin Hao. Although everyone except Gao Xiao knew that Qin Hao must have combat machinery blueprints on him, they did not ask more questions. Although combat machinery blueprints have been almost extinct for hundreds of years, they have heard of the status of mechanics thousands of years ago through word of mouth from the elders. A mechanic's drawings are his life. A mechanic without drawings and a mechanic with drawings are completely different professions. As they continued to marvel at Qin Hao's incredibleness and exhaustion, everyone soon fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Hao woke everyone up and prepared to return. Qin Hao, who was half asleep, suddenly jumped up and said, I cheated. I didn't buy the ticket back. Qin Hao's voice echoed in the valley, and to the monsters in Crow Forest, this sentence sounded like the whisper of a devil. Gao Xiao was amused by Qin Hao's expression. Qin Hao, what are you thinking about? We will send you back. After a night's rest, Gao Xiao's face looked much rosier, no longer as pale as it was yesterday when she just came out of the dungeon. When they walked to the exit of Crow Forest, they saw 2 luxury cars already at the door. At the same time, Qin Hao immediately contacted another car to take Qin Hao back. Just waiting for the car to arrive, Gao Xiao and his group were surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. I didn't expect that the eldest lady of the Gao family was also leveling up in Crow Forest yesterday. It's a pity that I didn't meet her. If I could team up with such a beauty to clear dungeons, I would have no regrets in my life. The person who spoke was Ding Junjie from number 1 middle school. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Gao Xiao, and he couldn't move them away. The eldest lady of the Gao family is accompanied by someone special, so why would she team up with strangers like us? Someone nearby said immediately. A passerby? You mean him? What? Qin Hao. Ding Junjie only now noticed Qin Hao's existence. Gao Xiao is now standing next to Qin Hao. Her petite figure makes her look like she is clinging to Qin Hao from a distance. Qin Hao, our Gao family will fulfill our promise to give you the compensation we promised before. It will be delivered to you in the next 2 days. Thank you so much this time. After saying that, Gao Xiao gave Qin Hao a ceremonial hug. Qin Hao's car is here. Please get in first, miss. After Qin Hao said that, he led Qin Hao to the 3rd luxury car. Qin Hao, good luck on the exam. Gao Xiao, who was sitting in the car, rolled down the window and waved at Qin Hao. You should also work hard and do well in the big exam. Qin Hao nodded and replied with a smile. Perhaps because of Qin Hao's response, Gao Xiao smiled even more happily. This scene was undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning striking Ding Junjie's head as he stood far away. He opened his mouth wide but could not utter a word. How could Gao Xiao, a household name in Jinghai City, team up with a mechanic who had no future at all, and they were so close? Ding Junjie was so angry that he almost spit out blood, but he could only grit his teeth and watch as Qin Hao and his group's car slowly drove away from Crow Forest. Chapter 15 Preparation. Upgrade. The Gao family's car stopped in front of Qin Hao's pharmacy. As soon as Qin Hao stepped out of the car, he felt the scorching gazes of his neighbors. Most of the residents on this street are working professionals and have never seen such luxury cars. They all thought that Qin Hao was doing something shameful. Qin Hao stood in front of the door and started calling Lin Tong's name, but no one responded. He pushed the door open and saw the packing boxes on the receiving counter. Lin Tong should be delivering the goods at this time. Qin Hao looked at the clock. So he got up and went upstairs to his room. Qin Hao sat down and began to formally count the gains from his trip to Crow Forest. As soon as he opened the system interface, a prompt popped up. Ding! Detected that the host has cleared the secret realm for the first time. Lucky will chance +1. Qin Hao clicked the lottery button without hesitation. After the turntable turned several circles, the pointer slowly stopped. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the platinum level blueprint, small handheld electromagnetic cannon, and the attached blueprint, armor-piercing projectile. Qin Hao looked at the drawing that was glowing white in front of him. Electromagnetic gun? I had always dreamed of having such a cool weapon in my previous life, and now I actually got it. The excited Qin Hao did not stop what he was doing, but continued to check his reward items. He first opened the gift box of mechanic drawings. After opening the lid, a drawing with purple flames was lying quietly inside the gift box. Epic Blueprint Spider Queen Iris Mechanical Degree 10%. Note, mechanics do not have the ability to fully control it. The degree of physicalization is extremely high and requires the help of biological organisms to manufacture it. Ding! The system has detected dropped blueprints and is automatically upgrading. Upgrade successful. Spider Queen Iris, Cyborg, has been put into the backpack. What fuck? Qin Hao couldn't help but swear. The reward for the secret realm is actually the blueprint of this boss. Although Qin Hao also discovered something wrong in the secret realm, he never thought that this boss could be completely replicated by humans. Qin Hao took another look at the upgraded drawings and felt a little relieved. They were basically some mechanical components. This is another epic blueprint. When combined with the Ranger robot, they are simply two powerful weapons, or two powerful mechanical legions. Then Qin Hao picked up the rotatable separatory funnel. Ding! The system is upgrading the dropped blueprints. Upgrade successful. The gold-level blueprint, Condensation Purifier, has been placed in the backpack. Condensation Purifier? Qin Hao clicked on the drawing page and read the introduction. Condensation Purifier utilizes the principle of thermal radiation to keep the liquid temperature below the boiling point for evaporation. The purifier is equipped with a variety of filtering devices, and then condenses the target steam to obtain high-purity water and high-purity reagents. Nice one. This thing may be of no use to Qin Hao, but it must be a magical weapon to Lin Tong. The main reason why all potions, including life potions, strength potions, mana potions, etc., are divided into high and low levels is their different purity. The higher the purity of the potion, the better its efficacy. However, professional pharmacists only have the most basic pharmaceutical making capabilities. The purity of the potions they produce is extremely low, and the efficacy is also extremely low. Some of them can only have a slight refreshing effect, and cannot even reach a low-level rating. They can often only be sold to drug dealers who resell fake drugs and other job changers who cannot afford good potions. With the help of this condensation purifier, Lin Tong's pharmaceutical level will be greatly improved, and making high-level potions is no longer a dream. How can I open a cheat for myself and not give one to my sister as well? Thinking of this, Qin Hao immediately put away the condensation purifier and planned to wait for Lin Tong to come back and give her a surprise. At this time, Qin Hao picked up the last reward. Low-level adaptive skill scroll has been automatically upgraded to high-level adaptive skill scroll by the system. The user's occupation is detected as a mechanic. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Advanced Mechanical Improvement. Advanced Mechanical Improvement. Learners have powerful mechanical modification technology and can modify and upgrade the machinery they make. After counting all the rewards, Qin Hao closed the system space and took a deep breath. Any of these mechanical drawings would be a killer today. However, due to the lack of materials and modules, Qin Hao does not have the ability to produce many of the drawings. Qin Hao glanced at the time and saw that it was still early, so he immediately set out for the Baijinhan building to purchase materials. After arriving at the Baijinhan building, the appraiser who discovered Qin Hao's arrival immediately reported the situation to the chairman. Qin Hao had already walked quickly to the pawn window. Two Hades wolf skulls. The man with a scar on his face who was standing in front of Qin Hao shouted into the window. It seems that he is a hunter who specializes in this field. Two Hades wolf skulls, 42,000 gold coins. I've transferred it to you. Please check it. As she spoke, the woman sitting in the window cast a coquettish glance at the hunter. The hunter stared at her fiercely and left without looking back. Next one. What do you want to sell, sir? The woman lowered her head and fiddled with her nails without looking at Qin Hao. It was then that Qin Hao realized that this person was the receptionist when he first came here. How did she get demoted to a pawn shop clerk? 53 skulls of Hades wolves, 4 pairs of sharp teeth of Hades wolf monarchs, 5 horns of bull-headed guards, and 1 skin of a bull-headed lord. Qin Hao said as he poured all the materials onto the storage table in front of the window, piling up a small hill. The woman inside stopped what she was doing and looked at the mountain of materials in disbelief. Even if a team of hunters worked nonstop for half a year, they would not be able to obtain so much material. Besides, there are rare materials like the horns of the Minotaur guards and the skin of the Minotaur lords, which cannot be obtained by brushing. Especially the skin of the Minotaur lords. Sometimes the pawn shop can only collect a few of them in a year. At this time, the chairman had already rushed to the scene in a hurry. "Oh, Mr. Qin, why didn't you make an appointment in advance?" As he said this, he also saw the materials next to him and swallowed his saliva. Now he was even more unable to guess Qin Hao's identity. In his mind, the words mechanic and powerful strength simply did not match. "Hurry up and work. If you keep wasting Mr. Qin's time, I will transfer you to be a cleaner," the chairman shouted towards the window, then quickly put on a smiling face and looked at Qin Hao. "Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Qin?" the chairman asked. "Take me to the mechanic mall." So the chairman immediately called 2 receptionists to accompany Qin Hao to the mechanic mall on the 3rd floor. 2 or 3 days have passed since Qin Hao last came. And now the mechanic mall in front of Qin Hao has expanded from 1 room to 3. And the floor space of the room is greatly increased. It is obvious that Baijinin building has taken out all the mechanic items that it had hidden away. The chairman was feeling smug in the back, congratulating himself for expanding the mechanic mall as soon as possible. At this moment, he was still afraid of the gold-level mechanical drawing in Qin Hao's hand, but he didn't know that Qin Hao now had far more than that. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Qin Hao walked into the mechanic mall and officially began to purchase the materials needed to make the machinery. Chapter 16. Prepare. Upgrade. 2. Qin Hao, based on the mechanical knowledge he had already learned. From among the many modules, he selected Intermediate Voltage Stabilized Power Supply Module, Gyroscope, Intermediate Electromagnetic Coil Track Module, Bionic Skin, Bionic Mechanical Heart, Intermediate Pressure Feedback Module, Intermediate Temperature Control Module, Thermal Oscillator, Intermediate Magnetic Module, Intermediate Thermal Circulation Module, and other modules that he thought he would need in the future. All the modules that were previously purchased and needed were replaced with intermediate modules, which are also the most advanced mechanical modules available in the Baijinin building. Because no one had bought these modules and components for many years, most of them were sold at discounted prices. Qin Hao spent more than 300,000 gold coins to buy them all. He also bought the gold-grade material, URU alloy next door, which is also the best material currently available on the market in Jinghai City. The elemental molecular structure of this alloy is relatively static and hardly conducts any energy. Finally, Qin Hao came to the place where knowledge books were sold and bought basic biochemistry and basic electromagnetism, which are also essential knowledge. Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mechanic had fallen. If it was like before, even going through the Crow Forest 10 times would not be enough to buy so many things. Qin Hao came to the front desk and received the remaining 3 million gold coins from the sale of materials, then turned and left the Baijinin building. After returning home, Qin Hao couldn't wait to start assembling the workbench. With the mysterious power that mechanics are born with, he began to make mechanical equipment. Intermediate voltage regulated power supply module has been embedded. Gyroscope already assembled. Intermediate electromagnetic coil track module has been embedded. Cold forging of shell. Production successful. Handheld small electromagnetic gun. 3 stars, added to backpack. Properties panel. Name, handheld small electromagnetic gun. Strength, 920. Introduction. An advanced kinetic weapon made using electromagnetic launch technology. Unlike traditional cannons that use gunpowder gas to act on projectiles, electromagnetic cannons use the ape force generated by the electromagnetic field in the electromagnetic system to accelerate metal shells. Compared with traditional gunpowder launch cannons, electromagnetic cannons have far ahead speed and range. Thermal oscillator equipped. Intermediate thermal cycle module has been embedded. Intermediate magnetic module has been embedded. Intermediate temperature control module has been embedded. Production successful. Condensation purifier has been placed in the backpack. Introduction. Using the principle of thermal radiation, the liquid temperature is kept below the boiling point for evaporation. The purifier is equipped with a variety of filtering devices, and then the target steam is condensed to obtain high-purity water and high-purity reagents, which plays a huge role in refining medicine. The last item is also the most difficult one. Qin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a look at his remaining physical strength, and drank a bottle of high-level physical strength potion. Then he concentrated on forging. The appearance is completed with URU alloy shaping. Intermediate line linkage module has been embedded. Intermediate energy module has been embedded. Bionic skin has been installed. The bionic mechanical heart has been inserted. Forging successful. Spider Queen Elise Cybermechanized has been forged successfully. Properties panel. Base strength, 550. Spirit, 0. Introduction. Spider Queen Elise is not a natural product, but was created during a global catastrophe. The mechanical constraints make her body extremely painful, and the semi-mechanized Spider Queen Elise no longer has the ability to think independently. She can be fully controlled by the mechanic without weakening her own power. Her womb is equivalent to a small manufacturing room that can breed mechanical life. Iris, who was created in the system space, was staring at him with no expression on her face. The spider's body below his upper body is basically made entirely of URU alloy except for some bionic materials, and the tarsal joints are connected with conical screws, which is very different from what he saw in the secret realm. Qin Hao didn't think much and continued to use URU alloy to reforge the light power arm and a ranger robot. Lightweight power arm 5-star. Strength, 430. A. 1 ranger robot Samsung. Strength, 210. Materials have a certain impact on mechanical equipment, and the better the material, the greater the improvement. However, the improvement in materials for equipment of different levels has different upper limits. For example, some low-level blueprints cannot exceed this upper limit even if you use the best materials to forge them. Qin Hao activated infinite forging for the other robots and let them complete the tasks on his behalf, and he also created 25 new ranger robots. I really won't be able to bear it if this continues. After completing all the forging, Qin Hao clicked on his attribute panel again. After completing the secret trial and forging many mechanical blueprints, his level has reached level 20. As expected, the upgrade speed of a mechanic with mechanical blueprints is unmatched by other professions. Qin Hao, Occupation, Mécanique. Level, 20. Strength, 300. Spirit, 140. Stamina, 258. Possessing blueprints. Light power arm, a 1 ranger robot. Handheld small electromagnetic cannon. Condensation purifier. Spider Queen Elise, semi-mechanized. Skills possessed. Seal of the mechanic, blueprint forger, infinite forging, advanced mechanical improvement. Knowledge acquired. Basic assembly, basic mechanical engineering, basic weapons, basic materials. Before Qin Hao finished looking downstairs, he heard the sound of the rolling shuttered door being opened. Qin Hao put away the assembly workbench, jumped out of the bed. Lin Tong! Qin Hao suddenly shouted from upstairs after seeing who was coming. Lin Tong, who had just delivered the goods, was shocked. Qin Hao, you want to scare me to death? You have no respect for your elders. Lin Tong patted his chest hurriedly. When did you come back? I was scared to death when I found out that you went to Crow Forest to level up alone. Lin Tong stared at Qin Hao downstairs, his eyes full of blame. Oh, sister, look, I'm fine, aren't I? As he said that, Qin Hao sat on the escalator handrail and slid down the stairs. He rushed to Lin Tong's side in a flash. And I gain a lot from my trip to Crow Forest this time, sister. If you team up with others and they give you something, you must remember to thank them in the future. If you don't have money, you can ask me for it. Lin Tong felt more scared when he heard Qin Hao say that he had gained a lot. Which mechanic goes to level up by himself and says that he gets a lot of rewards. It's almost the same as getting a lot of rewards from monsters. By the way, I also brought you a gift. Qin Hao ignored Lin Tong's worries. He took out the condensation purifier from the system space and placed it on the counter. Lin Tong tilted her head in confusion as she looked at this thing she had never seen before. What's this? This is something that can subvert your career. Qin Hao continued mysteriously in Lin Tong's ear. Come on and give it a try. Chapter 17, Lin Tong's Shock. Qin Hao moved out the medicinal materials that Lin Tong needed to make medicines in a small warehouse. Let Lin Tong use the previous refining method to refine a dose of physical strength potion. Lin Tong waved his hands hurriedly. What I made can't be called a physical potion. At most, it can restore a little energy. Maybe he felt that Qin Hao needed it. Lin Tong didn't ask any more questions. He put the heart-shaped grass and other herbs needed to make the life potion into the stone mortar, and then pounded it quickly with a copper pestle. Although he is a professional pharmacist, Lin Tong is making potions. There was also a golden glow of talent on his hands. Obviously, ordinary people or other job changers do not have the ability to produce it. This is also the absolute barrier between each profession. Soon Lin Tong skillfully made a bowl of medicine. Qin Hao picked it up and took a sip. The medicine went down my throat and into my body, and I felt a slight sense of comfort all over my body. But when Qin Hao took a look at the attribute panel, he found that his physical strength had not increased. Sure enough, it can't really be considered a stamina potion. In fact, high-level potions are not impossible to forge artificially. The hidden profession of holy pharmacist among the auxiliary professions has such ability. However, it is not easy even for a saint pharmacist to refine high-level potions. Qin Hao, have you consumed too much energy? I guess my potion can't help you. Lin Tong felt a little guilty as she looked at Qin Hao, who had just taken a sip of the potion and was standing there motionless. Sister, you try it too, Qin Hao said as he handed the potion to Lin Tong. Lin Tong thought that the potion he made this time had some strange smell. I quickly picked it up and took a sip. No problem, Qin Hao, Lin Tong said after thinking it over carefully. After saying that, Qin Hao took the potion and poured it into the liquid inlet of the condensation purifier. Then pulled a wrench to start the machine. The sound of the electric heated vaporizer was heard. After 10 minutes, purification is completed and the manual gate automatically resets. Qin Hao took out the buffer tank next to the machine and poured out the medicine from it. Compared to the bowl of potion that Lin Tong had just made, the purified potion had a brighter luster. At first glance, there is no impurity floating inside. Qin Hao picked it up and took a sip. A force instantly penetrated my whole body. All the fatigue is gone. The feeling is almost exactly the same as the high-level stamina potion I drank when I made the mechanical equipment just now. Come. Qin Hao excitedly handed the bowl to Lin Tong. Lin Tong took a sip with doubt. Next second, her eyes widened. The effect of the medicine spreads throughout the body instantly. As a pharmacist, she knew better than anyone what a potion of this purity represented. Qin Hao, what exactly is this machine you just used? Physical strength potion of this purity is already enough to reach a high-level rating, Lin Tong asked in surprise. Qin Hao, tell me honestly, where did you get this machine? Qin Hao was already familiar with Lin Tong's worrying nature. He walked forward and put his arm around Lin Tong's shoulders. This was made by your brother himself, so don't worry. Seeing that Lin Tong wanted to speak more, Qin Hao quickly blocked her mouth. With her, we won't have to worry about our lives anymore, Qin Hao said with a smile as he pushed Lin Tong into the kitchen. I'm hungry, please give me something to eat. Lin Tong knew that what Qin Hao said was still conservative. If the effect of this machine always remains the same as it was this time, she will not only have no worries about food and clothing, but she will also gain a higher social status than many combat-type job changers. Then help me move this machine into the warehouse. Lin Tong knew that Qin Hao would never lie, was sensible, and would not do anything out of line, so he stopped asking questions. Although she kept complaining, she really liked this condensation purifier. Don't let others steal it. After saying that, Lin Tong turned back to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Okay, seeing that Lin Tong finally felt relieved, Qin Hao hurried forward to help. But Lin Tong didn't know that because of the existence of the mechanic's seal, the mechanic's creation could only be used by Lin Tong as long as Qin Hao only wanted to give it to Lin Tong. The other side, after returning home, Qin Hao told Gao Hangwei the whole story of how he took Gao Xiao to the Crow Forest to level up. A mechanic? Gao Hangwei, who was used to seeing big storms, was secretly surprised when he heard that it was a mechanic who led them through the secret realm. Yes, Gao Mayor, he is indeed a mechanic and a student of the No. 3 middle school in the city, Qin Hao replied. The reason why Qin Hao changed Gao Hongwei's name to mayor was because he won with the highest number of votes in the Jinghai municipal government election a few days ago and officially took office as the mayor of Jinghai City. This will bring the Gao family status to a higher level. Xiao, you just told me that you wanted some money to repay this kid, right? Gao Hangwei turned his head and looked at Gao Xiao. Gao Xiao, who was seen through, did not evade the question. Yes, Dad. Qin Hao took a lot of effort to bring us out of the secret realm. With the status of our Gao family, it is impossible not to reward him, right? Gao Xiao's tone was full of exaggeration about how hard Qin Hao worked to lead them out of the secret realm. How scared I was to escape death. Gao Hangwei turned to Qin Hao for confirmation. Qin Hao also nodded in cooperation. Gao Hangwei also knew Gao Xiao's character. She has been arrogant since she was a child and looked down on everything. But as soon as she got home this time, she told herself how great the mechanic she met was. I'm afraid that guy's already won her heart. However, the words mechanic, homemade equipment, and powerful combat power all point to one message. Qin Hao has combat machinery drawings on him. No matter how much Gao Hangwei didn't believe this, Qin Hao and Gao Xiao's descriptions verified this fact. Okay, tomorrow I'll give you a gold card and some high-end materials, and go to his house with you to give them to him. Gao Hangwei waved his hand to signal Qin Hao to go down and prepare. In fact, he also wanted to go and see for himself how capable this young man was who made his daughter talk non-stop as soon as she came back. Thank you, Dad. I'll make you some tea. Gao Xiao offered to make tea for herself for the first time. Gao Hangwei didn't know whether he should be happy or sad for a moment. At night, accompanied by Qin Hao, Lin Tong used his professional abilities to refine several common potions on the market, such as stamina potions, life potions, mana potions, etc. At the same time, A condensation purifier is used to purify these potions. Qin Hao finally put all the processed medicines into small jars and placed them neatly in a box. Qin Hao plans to take these potions to the City Appraisal Center for grading early tomorrow morning. As long as you complete the pharmaceutical grade assessment, you'll have a formal sales license. At that time, Lin Tong will no longer need to stay in this small pharmacy and run around delivering goods so hard every day. After doing all this, Qin Hao said goodnight to Lin Tong and returned to his room. After working hard for a few days, Qin Hao just wants to have a good sleep. Chapter 18 Job Fair. The next morning, when Qin Hao arrived at the Jinghai City Pharmaceutical Identification Center, there was already a long line inside. A steady stream of merchants came in, carrying their own goods. After Qin Hao got the number, he sat in the waiting area and waited for his number to be called. Everyone hopes that their medicines can obtain an official rating certificate from the appraisal center in order to obtain stable sales and prices. Why is it you again? How many times have I told you that your defective products will never get certified no matter how many times you come here? Hurry up and leave. Don't you see so many people behind you? The drug inspector at window number 3 just smelled the bottle of medicine, pinched his nose, and waved his hand to drive people away. Sir, please take another look. This is a medicine that our family has spent a long time refining. Can you please be flexible and give it a lower rating? The old man sitting in front of the window clasped his hands together and looked at the medicine tester at the counter embarrassedly. Security? Where's the security? The drug tester spoke into the intercom without even answering the old man. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, the old man put away the bottle of medicine on the table and left disappointed. Only when the old man turned around did Qin Hao see his appearance clearly. Qin Hao knew this old man. He lived on the same street as his pharmacy and also opened a small pharmacy. The store was even smaller than his own and had poor sales. But sometimes when his family had no business, he would run to Lin Tong to chat with her and help her unload the goods. Qin Hao looked at the old man's lonely back, thinking that Lin Tong must have been here before and had also been treated with such cold eyes. He felt very uncomfortable. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Hao was finally called. No, a 589. Please bring the medicine to window number 3. Qin Hao came to window number 3 carrying a cardboard box. The pharmacist saw that the carton Qin Hao used to pack the medicine was torn and tattered. You should know that when some famous pharmaceutical companies or private groups of holy pharmacists bring medicines for rating, they will use exquisite pure gold boxes to hold the medicine jars. Often, 1 or 2 savings cards will be placed in the box, or some gold coins will be hidden in the secret compartment. Some people even simply use a box forged from Hetian jade to make it easier for their potions to be rated. This is also an unwritten rule. That's why the drug tester looked at Qin Hao coldly and snorted, "Another time waster." The drug tester looked unwilling to help Qin Hao check the goods. Qin Hao reached in and grabbed the walkie-talkie. The medicine has a high-level rating. Counter number 3. After saying that, Qin Hao threw the intercom back in his face. Boy, are you crazy? Do you know what the consequences will be if you use these rubbish to pretend to be high-end potions? The drug tester cried out in pain because the intercom called him directly in the face. Soon, a manager-like person came over and said to the drug tester at counter number 3, "You're the one who just said there is a high-grade potion, right?" "No." "Yes." Qin Hao interrupted the pharmacist and took out various potions from the box. The bright luster instantly attracted the attention of everyone nearby. The quality of the potion with this luster must be high. The manager, who had a serious look on his face, immediately smiled when he saw this. Those who get a rating certificate from the appraisal center will also give the appraisal center a fixed percentage of the commission when selling medicines. The higher the grade of the medicine, the greater the commission. Moreover, if a teller serves a customer with an A-level pharmacy rating, he or she will also receive a generous rebate. I'm the lobby manager here. Boss, can I try these medicines first so I can make a preliminary judgment? The manager bowed slightly to Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded and signaled him to hurry up. With Qin Hao's permission, the lobby manager took out the cotton swab he carried with him, dipped a little medicine on it, and put it into his mouth. The muscles on the lobby manager's face began to twitch excitedly. The taste of this potion is even mellower than that of high-grade potions. As the lobby manager, he tastes at least 80 potions every day, and he would only taste the potions of extremely good quality himself. But the taste of this potion was something he had never experienced before, and it was even purer than higher-grade potions. Write it down. Preliminary diagnosis is high level, he said to the accompanying recorder. The recorder then printed out a golden label and stuck it on the bottle of medicine. The label clearly says high-end. Then he tasted several other bottles of potion in succession. The lobby manager's breathing became unusually rapid and his face turned red. High class. Too high class. He opened his arms as if he was enjoying something. The assistant next to him was quickly sticking on a few more golden labels. Boss, I don't know which pharmaceutical company you are a senior executive of. It is our honor that you bring the medicines to our Qinghai City Pharmaceutical Identification Center for rating, he said as he handed over his business card. But you have too many types of medicines, and they are all initially rated as advanced. Out of caution, we need to conduct a comprehensive indicator evaluation on each medicine, which may take several days. When the lobby manager said this, his tone became obviously more timid. I was afraid that Qin Hao would change his mind and no longer be included in this rating. As soon as possible, Qin Hao didn't want to run around anymore, and thinking that a day or two wouldn't matter, he agreed. Okay, boss. We will work overtime to get the results for you. Once we have the results, we will deliver them to your house personally. The lobby manager signaled the assistant to take the carton. The drug inspector at window number 3, who had been watching the entire process, leaned on the table and patted his chest in regret. The fat meat that was right in my mouth was snatched away by someone else. If there was no one around, his tears would burst out immediately. Qin Hao left his home address and left the appraisal center. On the way home, we passed a park. It was packed with people and very lively. A middle-aged man holding a flyer saw Qin Hao staring at the park and hurried forward. Young man looking for a job? Our company provides jobs specifically for high school graduates who give up on college entrance exams because the jobs available are too bad. It's very reliable, Qin Hao remembered after hearing the middle-aged man's words. Lin Tong had told me before that there would be such a job fair on the eve of the major exams every year, which would provide employment opportunities specifically for students who gave up on the exams. But many of these recruiting agencies are unscrupulous companies that exploit workers. When Lin Tong talked about this with Qin Hao, she asked Qin Hao not to go, saying that she would rather let him run the pharmacy with her. But when Qin Hao looked into the park, he still saw dense crowds of applicants holding their resumes in front of the tents. In fact, if you think about it carefully, being exploited by a shady company is sometimes better than having no job at all. This is also the reason why so many people are scrambling to get into these companies, even though they know that many of them are irregular. Just when Qin Hao felt bored and refused the flyer handed to him by the middle-aged man and was about to get up and leave, a voice called him again. Chapter 19, Recruitment of Zonghengui. Classmate, you are a mechanic, right? A man in a suit and tie blocked Qin Hao's way. Qin Hao also used the identification technique on him to confirm his identity as an appraiser. Our association provides employment services for students who have no hope of passing the college entrance exams, and we serve over 10,000 people each year. Besides, our guild is particularly interested in mechanics. If you come, we will definitely give you a job with a monthly salary of 3,000. The man in the suit said proudly to himself, as if he had offered some huge benefit. Thank you, but I'm not interested in you. Qin Hao waved his hand gently, signaling him not to block the way. 3,000 yuan is not enough to replace 2 screws on my robot. Perhaps he had never thought that Qin Hao would reject him. The man in the suit stood there in a daze. Our guild has always been a place that others have been trying their best to get into. It is always your turn to choose someone. I have never tried to extend an olive branch and then be rejected. Boy, have you never heard of our zoning club? The man in the suit reacted and took a step back and stood in front of Qin Hao again. Qin Hao shook his head. The man in the suit blushed and felt greatly humiliated. We are a subordinate guild of the top international guild, Rebirth. Have you heard of it? Even the new mayor Gao Hangwei has to give us some face when he comes. Qin Hao shook his head again. You're just a mechanic and you still have the right to be picky? It's a lifetime honor for you to join our guild. But you don't know what's good for you. The man in the suit was so angry that 2 buttons on his shirt flew off. What are you yelling about? It's so noisy. A woman walked slowly towards this side. Seeing the person coming, the man in the suit quickly put away his arrogant expression and shrank his whole body. Vice President, this guy is a mechanic. The person the man in the suit called Vice President was a young woman with a graceful figure. The woman looked Qin Hao up and down with an arrogant look. Classmate, I am Li Shangmin, the Vice President of Zongheng Club. Oh, Qin Hao replied with a word expressionless. The woman who originally thought that she could change Qin Hao's attitude by revealing her identity looked at the unmoved Qin Hao and said, when we in Zongheng Club need someone, we only notify them. Although Li Shangmin still had a smile on his face, he was obviously angry. First, I don't need to join any guild. Second, I've already signed up for the exam. Lastly, I'll say it one last time, don't stand in my way anymore. After hearing Qin Hao's words, Li Shangmin's facial expression gradually got out of control. When has she, the vice president of the Zongheng Society, ever been threatened by anyone? You're a mechanic and you still want to take the exam? Don't let others laugh at you. And let me tell you, our guild has combat mechanic blueprints. Without relying on us, you will be a waste your whole life. Do you still want to take the college entrance examination and get into university? Hearing the hoarse voice of Vice President Li Shangmin, several sturdy bodyguards quickly surrounded him. At this time, Qin Hao became interested when he heard Li Shangmin say that he had mechanical drawings. Oh, combat machinery blueprint. That's right, it's the combat machinery drawings. Li Shangmin thought that Qin Hao changed his mind after hearing the tempting conditions. After all, no mechanic would be tempted by mechanical drawings. As he spoke, Li Sangmin asked his bodyguard to carefully take out a silver drawing from a dark safe. Silver level blueprint. Metal charged arm guard. Note, it can be charged using a charging device. After charging is completed, the energy storage module will continue to release energy to the metal shell, giving it a certain degree of defense in a short period of time. Qin Hao had just finished reading the notes on the drawings when his bodyguard, under the instructions of Li Shangmin, quickly put the drawings back into the safe. Looking at Qin Hao's puzzled expression, Li Shangmin was very proud, thinking that Qin Hao felt incredible because he had never seen such mechanical drawings. In fact, Qin Hao's idea was, is it necessary to encrypt such rubbish drawings? What do you think? Although what you said just now angered me, I am a magnanimous person and I will not bear grudges. If you join us now and obey our orders, I will give you this blueprint to use in the future, so that you will have the opportunity to upgrade, Li Shangmin said seriously. I advise you not to challenge my patience again. Although there have been basically no mechanics in recent years, you must know that without powerful combat machinery blueprints, you will never be able to participate in the battle and will always be a waste. Li Shangmin became more and more excited as he looked at Qin Hao, who did not respond. What do you mean by powerful mechanical blueprint? The one you just took out? I feel uncomfortable using it as toilet paper. Qin Hao's double rhetorical question made Li Shangmin feel as if the blood was rushing back into his head. Okay, I've already given you many chances. If you didn't listen, don't blame me for taking action. Li Shangmin reached out and untied the silk ribbon that was originally tied around her neck. Curse Master? A profession name flashed through Qin Hao's mind. This kind of ribbon is usually only tied around the neck by spellcasters for a long time to avoid accidentally casting spells. The spellcaster is one of the hidden professions in the combat department. He can add magical power to his words and impose compulsory commands on the person being cast. Although the effect of the spell weakens as the level and strength gap increases, under normal circumstances the person being cast will be affected by the spell to a certain extent. Vice President, it's not your turn to take action yet. Let's teach him a lesson. The bodyguards next to him were eager to try. No need. I want to do it myself. Kneel down. After rejecting the bodyguard, Li Shangmin cursed Qin Hao directly. Next second, a pair of knees fell heavily to the ground with a bang. However, the person kneeling on the ground was not Qin Hao. Li Shangmin suddenly spurted out a large amount of blood from his mouth, and severe pain came from his throat. But compared to the physical pain, Li Shangmin seemed to have suffered a great mental blow at this moment, and his eyes were blank. She never expected that the curse would backfire on her. Although she is only a second-level spellcaster in her 20s, the spells are not completely restricted by level. This means that there is a possibility of a higher-level challenge. Even a 4th-level strongman cannot remain unaffected by this spell. And just now, the curse backfired on him. The student-looking boy in front of him was safe and sound, and even stood there with a confused look on his face. Li Shangmin tried to open his mouth to speak, but the selfish and lung-wrenching pain came from his throat again. Only then did she feel that her vocal cords seemed to have been broken. After several unsuccessful attempts to speak, Li Shangmin became more certain of this. There is no need to explain what vocal cords mean to a spellcaster. Li Shangmin supported herself on the ground with her hands. The backlash effect of the curse had not yet disappeared, and blood continued to flow out of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with despair. The bodyguards nearby were also frightened by this scene and fell to the ground. In their impression, Li Shangmin has never failed. They had never seen their vice president at a disadvantage, let alone the miserable appearance of him kneeling on the ground and spitting blood. Li Shangmin suppressed the pain and trembled as he raised his finger and pointed at Qin Hao. Even though she couldn't speak anymore, she kept mouthing the words, "Kill him." The bodyguards who received the order recovered from their shock, flew forward and rushed straight towards Qin Hao. He yelled, "How dare you hurt someone? Speak nicely. I didn't do anything." Qin Hao looked at the Zonghengui bodyguards who were getting closer and closer to him, without moving at all. Chapter 20. I was acting in self-defense. Even though Li Shangmin could no longer speak at this time, the bodyguards beside him rushed towards Qin Hao like crazy, as if they had heard a curse. The huge noise just now attracted all the people in the park. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded it several times inside and outside. Isn't this Li Shangmin, the vice president of Zonghengui? Oh my god, why is she like this? Who did this? That boy? He really messed with the wrong person. All of Li Shangmin and his bodyguards are 3rd-level combat-type job changers. It's too easy to kill him. Qin Hao here. The 3rd-level martial artist who was rushing in the front took the lead and punched Qin Hao with a face ready to die. This is the martial artist's signature boxing technique, the 100 ripping fist. A boxing technique that gathers all the strength of the body into one punch and can break the upper limit of one's own strength. Under the 100 ripping fist, the air seemed to be torn apart and made a hissing sound. The powerful punch caused exclamations from the crowd. Qin Hao sighed softly and was forced to fight. He squatted slightly, and a lightly powered arm appeared out of thin air on his right hand. Qin Hao did not dodge or evade, but increased the speed of the built-in engine. He faced the oncoming fist head-on. Boom! The collision of the two forces caused a huge noise. A wave of air spread out, and everyone felt a shock under their feet. Just when the onlookers were still shocked that Qin Hao dared to face him head-on. Only then did he realize that Qin Hao's fist had reached the martial artist's neck. The martial artist's arm collapsed like tofu under Qin Hao's punch. Broken bones pierced through the flesh, and blood came out. The piercing pain made him unable to even scream. His mouth was open, and his lips were trembling constantly. The scene was dead silent. Everyone forgot to breathe at this scene. He faced off against a third-level martial artist. His arm was shattered. What kind of job is he? He looks like a student, but he is a monster with such strength. The Zongheng society has been so arrogant for so long, and now it has finally been dealt a blow. Also petrified in place were the two bodyguards behind who were about to rush forward. He saw that the strongest third-level martial artist among them was defeated like a blade of grass by a full-strength attack, and his arm was like a twisted knot. He instantly lost the courage to fight and collapsed to the ground. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Li Shangmin tried desperately to stand up and escape from this embarrassing situation. But his legs still felt like they were filled with lead, and he knelt firmly in front of Qin Hao. In addition, seeing her three bodyguards collapsed on the ground, her psychological defenses were completely broken. She lay on the ground sobbing, completely losing the proud look she had not long ago. Just at this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. A passage suddenly opened up among the crowd that was originally surrounded by people. A young girl wearing a casual short-sleeved top and tight jeans walked in from the passage made by the crowd. Gao Xiao. Qin Hao recognized the girl at first sight. Although her style is completely different from when we first met, the high ponytail and casual outfit still highlight the girl's sunny temperament. The bodyguard, who had just collapsed on the ground in fear, felt like he had found a life-saving straw when he saw Gao Xiao. He rolled and crawled to Gao Xiao. Miss Gao, you must make the decision for us. This man not only injured our vice president, but also crippled my brother's arm. He pointed at the man who was lying not far away and had fainted from the pain. Gao Xiao also recognized Li Shangmin, who was kneeling not far away. The vice president of this Zongheng association has always had a rude attitude, and it would be more accurate to say that he is poaching people rather than recruiting them. However, due to the special nature of their guild, as long as they don't do anything out of line, the top leaders of Jinghai City will never take the initiative to make things difficult for them. I think what you said needs to be verified, but please move aside now. I'm not here to help you seek justice. Gao Xiao looked coldly at the bodyguard at her feet. Perhaps he heard Gao Xiao's tone. He quickly moved away. Qin Hao. Gao Xiao's expression immediately relaxed when she saw Qin Hao. He trotted up to Qin Hao. I just went to your house to look for you, but you were not at home. Your sister said you should come to the Pharmaceutical Identification Center today, so I came here to find you. Your sister is so young that I thought she was your girlfriend. Gao Xiao's tone sounded a little depressed when she said this. Yes, her name is Lin Tong, my sister, and that pharmacy also belongs to us, Qin Hao replied. Then Gao Xiao leaned close to Qin Hao's ear and said, Qin Hao, did you really hurt these people? After the battle in Crow Forest, Gao Xiao no longer doubted that Qin Hao had such ability. They were the ones who attacked me. This is self-defense, Qin Hao quickly explained. I knew it. This group of people from Zongheng society will never do anything good. Gao Xiao immediately turned around and glared at Li Shangmin fiercely. If it were in the past, Li Shangmin would definitely have dared to glare back. But at this moment, she had completely lost her edge and could only lower her head to avoid Gao Xiao's gaze. At this time, an attendant of the Gao family quickly ran to Gao Xiao and said, Ms. Gao, we have interviewed the witnesses, and it is true that the Zongheng society was the first to take action. Gao Xiao nodded. Gao Hangwei has just taken office as the mayor, and he must let the people know that the Gao family does things in a disciplined manner in order to win their support. After learning the truth, Gao Xiao signaled his men to evacuate the onlookers to prevent the situation from escalating further. Ms. Gao, do you know this person? The Zonghenghui bodyguard who was still lying on the ground asked cautiously. I know him, and I know him very well. Gao Xiao looked at him coldly. Very familiar? Is this our second meeting? Qin Hao glanced at Gao Xiao and sighed that girls nowadays are too casual. You, the Zongheng society, started first. Get out of here before my dad gets here. If you stay here, you'll probably end up in jail for a few months. I heard that he was beaten into a muggle and had to go to jail. The two bodyguards struggled to stand up, quickly pulled Li Shangmin, whose spell effect had weakened, off the ground, and then carried the martial artist on their backs and ran away. Qin Hao, I came to you this time, specifically to give you the reward I promised to give you last time, Gao Xiao said as she handed a gold card to Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao's family was not wealthy, he recognized this valuable gold card at a glance. The gold card is second only to the black card, and the minimum deposit in it is 20 million gold coins. Generally, only some big shots have it. My dad originally said he would come today, but something delayed him, so he asked me to tell you something, asking you to do well in the exam. Qin Hao was secretly surprised to hear that Gao Hangwei originally wanted to come and see him in person. After all, Gao Hangwei is the head of the #1 family in Jinghai City that Qin Hao had heard of when he first came to this world. Now he has been elected as the mayor, a powerful figure who can call the wind and rain. Qin Hao, I didn't see you at home today. I'll come again in a few days and bring the remaining materials to you, Gao Xiao said as she raised her head and chest and rearranged her ponytail. Chapter 21, Gao Xiao's Visit. 3 days later, Qin Hao was awakened early in the morning by knocking on the door downstairs. During these 3 days, Qin Hao was busy forging more than 40 armor-piercing shells for use in small handheld electromagnetic cannons, and all the URU alloy he had just bought was used up. The level also went up to level 21. Qin Hao, exhausted, turned over and continued to sleep. Come here, come here. Strange? Why are there guests so early today? Then came the sound of Lin Tong's footsteps. Lin Tong opened the door of the pharmacy. A little girl with a delicate face stood in front of the door with a smile on her face. Hey, Xiao, it's you again. Did you find our Qin Hao a few days ago? Lin Tong thought that Gao Xiao hadn't met Qin Hao a few days ago, so she came again today and quickly invited her to sit down at home. Thank you, Sister Lin Tong, Gao Xiao replied sweetly, then stepped into the pharmacy. Is Qin Hao not at home today? Gao Xiao asked after looking around and not meeting Qin Hao on the first floor. Yes, he's on the second floor. This guy sleeps late every day. Qin Hao, your friend is looking for you, Lin Tong shouted towards the upstairs. Qin Hao, who was just torn between dreams and reality, was awakened by these words. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that Lin Tong had said a few days ago that he would come to my house to find me. Qin Hao poked his head out from the second floor without even opening his eyes. This made Gao Xiao cover her mouth and smile. Wait a minute, I'll go brush my teeth. After saying that, Qin Hao turned around and walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, Qin Hao appeared in front of the two again with a messy hair. Looking at the two people who were already chatting and seemed to be very familiar with each other, Qin Hao remembered that he seemed to have never introduced Gao Xiao to Lin Tong. Sister, I don't think I've introduced her to you yet, but she should have told you before she came here. She is the only daughter of the Gao family, Gao Xiao. I met her in Crow Forest a few days ago, Qin Hao said and yawned. Lin Tong, who was happily chatting with Gao Xiao with a smile on his face just now, suddenly the smile on his face froze. She quickly approached Qin Hao and whispered, Qin Hao, you are not talking about the Gao family of the new Mayor Gao Hangwei, right? Qin Hao nodded. Lin Tong's body shuddered. She didn't expect that the person she was chatting with enthusiastically just now was Gao Xiao, the only daughter of the Gao family, the first family in Jinghai City. Lin Tong, who had worked in a small pharmacy since childhood, also met such a big shot for the first time. Moreover, this noble girl came to Qin Hao's house again and again. I really don't know how this kid Qin Hao knows such a big shot. Thinking of this, Lin Tong's initial shock changed into looking at Qin Hao with an expression that said, you've grown up. Qin Hao looked at Lin Tong and waved his hands repeatedly. Since Qin Hao is here, you two can chat first. I'll be busy for a while and prepare lunch. Lin Tong immediately found an excuse to slip away. When he left, he patted Qin Hao on the shoulder and secretly gave him a gesture of encouragement. After Lin Tong left, Gao Xiao got to the point. She stuck her head out of the door and asked her attendants to bring in all the materials from the car. A few minutes later, Qin Hao saw box after box of materials being brought in. The words URU alloy are prominently printed on the box. Qin Hao held the armrests of the chair tightly and pretended to remain calm. These boxes are filled with pure silver. Qin Hao, if you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. After moving for an unknown amount of time, they finally stopped. Gao Xiao said to Qin Hao with a smile, is it true that whatever you need can be met? Qin Hao asked seriously. Of course, Gao Xiao assured, patting his chest, but then he was stunned for a moment, as if he felt something was wrong. The two chatted in this way for a long time. A voice came from outside the door. Is Mr. Qin here? Gao Xiao heard the sound and got up to open the door. Oh, Miss Gao, why are you here? What does this have to do with you where I am? Gao Xiao said unhappily. The man in a suit at the door waved his hands awkwardly. Ms. Gao, that's not what I meant. I'm from the Qinghai City Appraisal Center. I came here today to deliver the appraisal results to Mr. Qin. Hearing the words of the visitor, Qin Hao sat up and recognized that this person was the lobby manager of Qinghai City Appraisal Center a few days ago. Seeing Qin Hao, the man quickly handed a black and gold envelope and a box of medicine to Qin Hao. The original cardboard box was also replaced with a jade box. Mr. Qin, the rating of your medicine has come out. We have summoned the top experts in the field of pharmacy in China to come to Qinghai City for the evaluation of your medicine overnight. Finally gave it a whole new level, super advanced. This is my business card. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. My service is free. The man bent down and handed over his business card, thinking to himself that Qin Hao was indeed not a simple person. At such a young age, he actually had dealings with Gao Xiao. Qin Hao thanked the man and took his business card. Super high-end? Gao Xiao showed a surprised expression after closing the door. She had been holding back from asking just now because of her face. When she was in the Gao family, she had seen all kinds of potions, but she had never heard of super advanced potions. Qin Hao took out a bottle of azure blue magic potion from the box. Come on, let's try it, Qin Hao said. Hearing this, Lin Tong rushed out of the studio. Qin Hao, you can't. Then he saw Qin Hao handing a bottle of mana potion to Gao Xiao. But you can't just give people drinks. Lin Tong almost bit his tongue when he realized that he had misunderstood. This is the potion, Sister Lin Tong. Gao Xiao pulled out the cork and took a sip, then made a toast gesture to Lin Tong. Next second, Gao Xiao's whole body froze. The unprecedented sense of pleasure gave her goosebumps. Magic power surged in her blood, an effect that even high-level potions could not achieve. Gao Xiao casually raised her palm and rubbed out a fireball. Gao Xiao didn't even feel any loss of mana for the attack magic that originally consumed a huge amount of mana. She took the opportunity to open her attribute panel and found that not only had her mana not been consumed, but it had also exceeded the mana limit. Only then did Gao Xiao understand the meaning of the super advanced potion. How is it? Qin Hao asked Gao Xiao with her eyes wide open. Is this the medicine made by Sister Lin Tong? Gao Xiao finally came back to her senses under Qin Hao's gaze. I've never tried a mana potion with such a good effect. It's even much more effective than high-level mana potions. Gao Xiao put the potion back into the box, but her chest was still heaving. Qin Hao did not doubt Gao Xiao's words. After all, for a lady like her who comes from a prominent family, her conclusions on these expensive medicines may be more professional than many experts. Qin Hao put the certificate in the black and gold envelope into the counter drawer with satisfaction. Qin Hao, actually I have something else to talk to you about. Gao Xiao's eyes were wandering, and she seemed very embarrassed. Just tell me what's the matter, Qin Hao said as he moved the medicine box to the warehouse. Well, the big exam is the day after tomorrow, and I see you haven't found a team yet. How about you team up with me? Lin Tong, who was standing next to them, was surprised when he heard Gao Xiao wanted to invite Qin Hao to team up to take the exam. I don't understand why a noble kid like Gao Xiao would look for Qin Hao to team up with. Besides, Qin Hao is a mechanic. Logically speaking, with Gao Xiao's status, others would beg to team up with her. But what surprised Lin Tong even more was that Qin Hao actually refused. I'm sorry, compared to teaming up with others, I still want to take the exam alone. Forming a team is a common way of taking exams in major examinations. The advantage of numbers can make it easier for candidates to complete the exam. But at the same time, the points obtained will be divided equally among the candidates in the team. This is not a situation Qin Hao wants to encounter. Like this. Gao Xiao looked a little disappointed, but it was not surprising. After all, with Qin Hao's strength, it would be a burden to bring him along. Well, no matter what, I hope you can get good results in the exam. Gao Xiao quickly adjusted her mood and said to Qin Hao with a smile. You too, good luck on the exam. Qin Hao nodded and smiled back. Chapter 22 Homecoming. Today is the day to go back to school. All students who have confirmed their participation in the final exam will return to school today for final confirmation and registration of their team formation. After Qin Hao had the breakfast prepared by Lin Tong, he set off for school. Compared with the huge crowds returning to school on normal days, there are obviously fewer people in front of the school gate today. After Qin Hao went upstairs and entered Class 5 classroom, he instantly felt dozens of gazes converging towards him. A boy with a middle-parted hair who was filling out the registration confirmation form immediately started to speak sarcastically when he saw Qin Hao. What are you doing? Oh, are there really mechanics who don't accept their fate? Still want to take the exam? I've been teaming up in Crow Forest for 2.5 days, and now I've reached level 14. After saying this, the boy with the middle-parted hair raised his head, enjoying the admiring looks from the female classmates around him. With the middle-parted man taking the lead, some of the surrounding students followed suit. Qin Hao's classmates were all surprised that he would return to school today to confirm his exam application. Qin Hao, don't try to be stubborn. This year's exam is said to be much more difficult than in previous years. It's no joke, a delicate female classmate said in a soft voice, which was a kind reminder. At this moment, a familiar figure broke in, his eyes constantly searching. Brother Hao, I knew you would come today. If you don't come, no one else has to come. Zhu Yu rushed up to Qin Hao as soon as he saw him enter the room. Zhu Yu, is your pig brain broken today? Weren't you the one who led us in scolding the most fiercely a few days ago? The man with the middle-parted hair looked at Zhu Yu's abnormal behavior in confusion and asked seriously. Rol. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus said that one cannot step into the same river twice. Do you understand dialectics? The me a few days ago was not the me today. The boy with the middle-parted hair opened his mouth to refute dialectical materialism, but then he saw the head teacher walking into the classroom with a stack of folders, and he immediately calmed down. The head teacher stood on the podium, knocked on the table, and glanced around. There are only about a dozen students from Class 5 here today. It seems that the job transfer situation this year is indeed not ideal. Coupled with the increased difficulty of this year's exam, tomorrow is bound to be a bloody storm. But soon his eyes rested on Qin Hao. How excited Qin Hao was to see him at the job transfer square a few days ago, and how sad he is now. The hidden profession created by the job change phenomenon turned out to be a mechanic. These days, he has become the target of ridicule in the class teacher group. Qin Hao, today is the registration confirmation time for the final exam. What are you doing here? The head teacher asked directly in front of everyone without any hesitation. Teacher, you said that today is the confirmation time for the final exam registration, so what do you think I am here for? Qin Hao replied indifferently. You. These words made the head teacher on the podium blush, and he finally uttered a word after a long time. A few days ago, I almost thought you were finally going to succeed, but it turned out you were a mechanic. Mechanics have no combat capability. I hope you face yourself and abandon your fantasies, the head teacher added. This exam might even result in loss of life, and every year there are those who overestimate their abilities. There are even some people in the life profession who want to change their fate by taking the exam. These people are either scared away as soon as they enter the ladder tower, and a small number of them are directly killed by monsters in the ladder tower due to the huge gap in strength. The profession of mechanic is even weaker than other professions in the modern world. Just like a pharmacist can at least take a few bottles of potions to delay the pain of death when being beaten by monsters, while a mechanic just stands there waiting to die. This is also the reason why the head teacher does not believe in or is not optimistic about Qin Hao's participation in the final exam. This is simply a disguised way of giving himself up. However, what shocked them even more was much more than that. Qin Hao walked straight to the podium, picked up the registration confirmation form, and wrote his name on the page for his own reference. The head teacher was stunned. In her eyes, Qin Hao's behavior was tantamount to showing his desire to die. Upon learning that the difficulty of the exam questions had increased, all the candidates changed from the most common 2-person teams to 3 or even 4-person teams this year. Everyone was begging to find teammates, but some people were still taking the test on their own. At the same time, Zhu Yu was also depressed when he saw that Qin Hao did not choose to form a team. Without his elder brother to take him to the exam, his future became confusing. The man with the middle-parted hair laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Qin Hao, I advise you not to lose your life just because you want to show off your abilities. Although the other students did not mock Qin Hao as hard as the one with the middle-parted hair to show off, there was more or less shock and sympathy in their eyes when they looked at Qin Hao. Seeing that Qin Hao had already signed his name, the head teacher stopped talking and just sighed silently. After collecting the confirmation forms, the students gathered in the playground, and the principal Chen Weikai gave a pre-exam mobilization speech. Chen Weikai stood on the podium in the playground and looked at the sparse students below. He had no interest in speaking at all. It looked like number 3 middle school would be at the bottom of the big exam again this year. Thinking of the expression of Zhao Lijing, the principal of number 2 middle school, he felt uncomfortable all over. I remember that during its heyday, number 3 middle school was far superior to number 2 middle school and could even compete with number 1 middle school. Who would have thought that it would now fall to the bottom of the list every year? I finally got a hidden profession, but it's a mechanic. I'm really unlucky. Chen Weikai adjusted the microphone, cleared his throat, and took out his speech. Students, tomorrow is our annual entrance examination. The turning point of our lives will also come tomorrow. This year, Vice President Lu Weiguo of Imperial Capital University will come to Jinghai City to supervise the examination. Students, please cheer up and prepare well, get good grades, and show the style of number 3 middle school. When they heard that Lu Weiguo, the Vice President of Imperial Capital University, would personally supervise the exam, there was an uproar in the audience. Imperial Capital University is one of the 3 major universities in Dragon Country, along with Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Takeo University. It is the top goal of all candidates every year. In order to get into these three prestigious schools, many people even risk their lives by choosing test questions that are more difficult than their abilities. It has never happened before that administrators from the three prestigious universities would personally supervise an examination at a municipal examination center. The vice president of Imperial Capital University has come to our Qinghai city to recruit students. Haven't you heard? This year, Qinghai No. 1 Middle School produced a martial artist with great talent. Many colleges and universities have already extended olive branches to him, and many schools have even offered him the benefit of free admission. The students who were discussing the matter were dumbfounded when they heard this. Ahem, students, please do not make any guesses or spread rumors. The present, that is tomorrow's exam, is the most important thing. Chen Weikai read a few words of encouragement from the speech and then signaled the students to leave on their own. After all, he didn't have high hopes for No. 3 Middle School's performance this time. If Lu Weigua hadn't come, he wouldn't even want to go to the exam, as it would be embarrassing to go there. Chapter 23, the big exam begins. Xinguang Examination Hall, the only examination hall for the major examination in Qinghai City. The appearance is similar to that of a traditional playground, with circular viewing platforms standing around the examination room. The viewing platform is separated by an iron wall. The lower waiting area is for candidates to sit, and the upper viewing area is for the management of various universities and dignitaries who come to watch the exam. At this moment, Gao Hangwei was on the viewing platform, making intensive preparations. He had agreed to go with Gao Xiao to meet Qin Hao a few days ago, but the sudden visit of Lu Weigua, vice president of Imperial Capital University, disrupted his plans. Gao Hangwei had just taken office as the mayor of Qinghai City when he encountered the arrival of a person of this level, which made him run back and forth for several days to handle the reception matters. At the same time, students from various universities also arrived at the examination venues one after another. Chen Weikai, who was hiding at the back of the team from No. 3 Middle School, was finally pulled out by Zhao Lijing, the principal of No. 2 Middle School. Weikai, long time no see. Seeing Zhao Lijing approaching with a playful smile on his face, Chen Weikai knew that he was up to no good. How is your school preparing for this year's exam? Zhao Lijing said as he glanced at the team from No. 3 Middle School in a pretentious manner. The number of candidates from No. 3 Middle School this year seems pretty good, Zhao Lijing said. Then Chinwei looked at the team of students from No. 2 Middle School, which was more than twice as long as that of No. 3 Middle School. Did you know that Lu Weigua is also observing the exam today? If a school performs well this year, the principal might have a chance to be promoted, Zhao Lijing said as he patted Chen Weikai on the shoulder again. Weikai, we have to perform well this year. Chen Weikai's teeth were chattering. Ever since No. 2 Middle School surpassed No. 3 Middle School in the college entrance examination a few years ago, Zhao Lijing, who had always been suppressed by No. 3 Middle School, would take advantage of him whenever he got the chance. Principal Zhao, the big exam hasn't started yet. Besides, there are always a few accidents every year. Chen Weikai said this not because he was confident, but just to save his face temporarily. He would leave after the exam. The two of them sang in unison, and the teams from the two schools were left outside the examination room by them, until the arrival of Wu Shiwen, the principal of No. 1 Middle School. Hey, you two, the big exam is coming soon, so why don't you go into the examination room first? Wu Shiwen exudes the aura of a leader from head to toe. That's right, I just want to catch up with Brother Weikai. After saying that, Zhao Lijing gave Chen Weikai a look and led the No. 2 Middle School team into the examination room. Weikai, Lijing has always been like this, don't take it to heart. Although Wu Shiwen's words were comforting to Chen Weikai, they sounded like the kind of pretentious consolation that a self-proclaimed leader would give to his subordinates. After the three key middle schools and other universities have successively taken their seats, under the gaze of the crowd, a VIP reception car of the Qinghai municipal government drove into the examination room, and a man with half-haired hair got out of the car. It's Lu Weigua. I've only seen him on TV before, but I didn't expect to see him in person today. There was an uproar in the examination waiting area. The personal support of the vice president of Imperial Capital University ignited the enthusiasm of all the students. Gao Hangwei also hurried down to greet him and sent Lu Weigua to the observation platform. This year, I heard that Qinghai City has produced quite a few talents, including several hidden professions, Lu Weigua said with a smile on his face as he looked at Gao Hangwei. Yes, Principal Lu, in addition to Ding Junjie, the student from No. 1 Middle School who is the target of your trip, Gao Xiao, my daughter from No. 2 Middle School, has also switched to become a hidden profession, the Radiant Mage. Gao Hangwei could hardly hide his pride when he said this. Hey, I remember there is another key high school in Qinghai City called No. 3 Middle School. How is the job transfer situation at No. 3 Middle School this year? No. 3 Middle School, there is indeed a hidden profession this year, which is the mechanic. Although it is a mechanic, but Lu Weigua interrupted Gao Hangwei before he could finish his words. Mechanic, what a pity. Lu Weigua sighed slightly. In fact, when Gao Hangwei first learned that Lu Weigua came to Jinghai for a certain student, the first person he thought of was the young man mentioned by Gao Xiao, Qin Hao. But it did not surprise him that the real purpose of Lu Weigua's trip was Ding Junjie. After all, Ding Junjie is also a rare warrior with a hidden combat profession, which is equivalent to an enhanced version of a martial artist. Naturally, he will be favored by the Dragon Kingdom. Below the stage, all candidates are making final preparations before the exam. Gao Hangwei stood on the podium and prepared to give his final pre-exam speech. This year's exam is about to begin. I believe that all candidates have already learned about the precautions for the exam in detail before, so I will not repeat them here. This year's exam questions are the same as usual, divided into 5 levels of difficulty: normal, elite, difficult, nightmare, and abyss. Candidates are requested to make their own choices based on their own circumstances and not to aim too high. If you encounter a monster that you cannot defeat during the exam, please use the return bracelet to return to the exam room immediately. Finally, this year, the Vice President of Imperial University, Lu Weigua, will come to Jinghai City to observe the exam. I hope everyone will cheer up and show their best abilities. There was thunderous applause from the audience, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Following a command from Gao Navigation Mast, 5 circular hollow mechanical doors rose from the ground and hovered in the air. This mechanical door was obviously made by a previous mechanic, and it also highlights the glorious past of the mechanic profession. The ring-shaped mechanical door is manufactured using the principle of the creation of the secret realm. The energy storage module is used to release energy toward the center of the ring to distort the space, and then the stable values obtained through a series of calculations are substituted to make the entered space controllable, thus meeting the requirements of fixed test questions. Look, Zhang San and Zhao Si, students from number 3 middle school, chose difficult test questions. Chen Wei, who was still in a daze, jumped up immediately after hearing this. Seeing that the two of them were already standing in front of the mechanical door of the difficult test questions, he covered his eyes and sat down again silently. Chen Weikai doesn't ask anyone to shine now, just to avoid embarrassing himself. You two students at level 13 or 14 want to solve difficult test questions. Chen Weicai's many years of teaching experience tells him that this is a dream. Nightmare level. Someone has chosen the nightmare level. Compared to the students lining up in front of the ordinary and elite levels, the candidates in front of the nightmare level gate became particularly conspicuous. It's Gao Xiao from number 2 middle school and her friends Meng Yu and Lu Ying. Meng Yu and Lu Ying are Gao Xiao's best friends and also her classmates. Meng Yu changed his job to a swordsman. He has short hair and a cold and handsome face. Lu Ying is just the opposite. She has a bun on her head, is playful and cute, and is a priest by profession. Gao Hangwei on the observation platform was not surprised that Gao Xiao chose the nightmare level test questions. After all, Gao Xiao has reached level 19, her companion Meng Yu is a high-level candidate at level 18, and Lu Ying is also at level 17. They are a well-deserved strong team. With Gao Xiao's arrogance, she would definitely choose more challenging nightmare-level questions. Seeing this scene, Lu Weigua nodded slightly and said, "Your daughter is indeed impressive." "Thank you for the compliment, Principal Lu." Gao Hangwei nodded in response. "Is that Ding Junjie from number 1 middle school?" "It's him, no doubt about it. He has already walked through the nightmare level door." "Does he want abyss level test questions?" "Oh my god, no one in Jinghai City has dared to choose abyss level test questions for more than 10 years. The abyss level exam questions are jointly set by famous teachers from top universities across the country. The difficulty of killing monsters is so high that even 3rd level combat professionals dare not touch them casually. The mortality rate is also the highest. Every year, many so-called geniuses lose their lives here. The candidates in the waiting area exclaimed repeatedly as they looked at Ding Junjie, who was already standing in front of the abyss-level circular mechanical door. For ordinary candidates, difficult level questions are already their limit, and abyss-level questions are even more out of reach. Seeing Ding Junjie's choice, Lu Weigua's smile became even brighter. "Haha, Mayor Gao, my trip was not in vain." Ding Junjie has officially reached level 20 and has broken through 1 level. He is a well-deserved top candidate. Gao Hangwei couldn't help but sigh that there is always someone better than you. Ding Junjie stood in front of the abyss-level mechanical portal, but his eyes were always on Gao Xiao in front of the next door. "Little guy, I won't bully you." Ding Junjie was secretly pleased with himself. He was the candidate chosen by Lu Weigua and the only challenger of the abyss-level test questions. How could you, Gao Xiao, not be tempted? Just when Ding Junjie was still immersed in YY, one sentence broke his fantasy. "Classmate, if you don't want to go in, please let me take the test first." Chapter 24. Sacrifice Temple. Ding Junjie was startled by these sudden words. Who else could face this abyss-level test except Ding Junjie? He turned around suddenly and looked. Is it you? The expression on Ding Junjie's face changed from shock to amusement the moment he saw who was coming. You're a mechanic. Why don't you stay at home and come to take the exam? Qin Hao, don't lose your life here just because you want to pretend for a while. Ding Junjie straightened his back and deliberately raised his voice. Today it was finally his turn to show off in front of Gao Xiao. Qin Hao. Gao Xiao also discovered Qin Hao at this time and waved at Qin Hao while standing not far away. Good luck on the exam. Gao Xiao continued to shout. Qin Hao also waved. Meng Yu, who was standing by, was very curious when he saw Gao Xiao greeting Qin Hao. She had never seen Gao Xiao be so enthusiastic towards others. Do you know him? Although she was curious in her heart, Meng Yu's cold and elegant expression did not change at all. I haven't heard of this person among the strong candidates in this year's exam. Meng Yu looked at Qin Hao carefully again. I met this guy when I was leveling up in Crow Forest. He's very strong. Every time Gao Xiao called Meng Yu like this, others would feel that this cute nickname was incompatible with her style. Stronger than Uncle Zhua, Gao Xiao whispered in her ear. Hearing these words, a ripple appeared in Meng Yu's calm eyes. She often went to Gao Xiao's house and also knew Qin Hao. Qin Hao's strength is above the 3rd level. How could these students who have just changed jobs be stronger than Qin Hao? Meng Yu was skeptical about Gao Xiao's words. Please do not linger in front of the mechanical door. Enter as soon as possible and start the exam. I repeat, please do not linger in front of the mechanical door. Enter as soon as possible. The loudspeaker in the examination room rang. Ding Junjie, who had just witnessed the interaction between Gao Xiao and Qin Hao, was so angry that his face was distorted. I racked my brains, but couldn't understand why I was inferior to a mechanic. But then he thought that Qin Hao was going to die in there soon anyway, and his mood improved a lot. Qin Hao, I hope your body can be intact when you come out. Ding Junjie snorted unhappily and walked forward. The ring-shaped mechanical door sensed someone approaching, and the mechanical ring opened outward instantly. The energy surges in the portal more violently. Ding Junjie kicked into the vortex and disappeared into the portal. On the viewing platform, Lu Weiguo pointed at the abyss-level mechanical door and said, Mayor Gao, who is this candidate? Why haven't I heard of him? He's the mechanic from Jinghai No. 3 Middle School I just told you about. His name is Qin Hao. Oh, so that's it. Lu Weiguo paused and didn't seem too surprised, because every year there are some candidates who refuse to accept their fate. Is the first aid plan for this exam complete? Gao Hangwei heard the hidden meaning of Lu Weiguo's words and said, Principal Lu, the emergency personnel are on standby at the scene. But in this abyssal level test, apart from passing through, the chance of even passing through on your own is very slim. After listening to Gao Hangwei's words, Lu Weiguo did not say anything, but just silently adjusted his sitting position. Each mechanical door is equipped with a projection device. Real-time images of candidates taking the exam will be projected into the sky. Wang Wu team has selected elite level test questions. Team Zhang San has selected the difficult level test questions. Gao Xiao's team has chosen the nightmare level test question. As more and more teams enter the exam, Qin Hao also moved and stepped into the mechanical door in front of him. Qin Hao has selected the abyss level test question. An emotionless robotic female voice sounded, and the scene fell into silence. I don't know if it was because of shock or because he was praying for Qin Hao. Qin Hao, who entered the mechanical portal, has arrived at the examination room. The first thing that comes into view is a vast open space in the hall. The stone pillars around and the stone bricks on the ground are full of the gentle atmosphere of ancient times. If the portal behind him hadn't been still making a hissing sound, no one would have thought that this was an abyss-level test. Welcome, candidate. Qin Hao, identity confirmed. This year's abyssal level exam question 1. Sacrifice to the temple. Qualifying condition is to kill all monsters. Please note that you are not allowed to drink potions of any level or effect during the exam. If you are caught, the exam will be forced to end. The test begins. Please answer the questions. As soon as the robotic female voice landed on the ground, the bricks began to shake violently, and something was about to break out of the ground. Compared to Qin Hao's stability, the other side, Ding Junjie, who had been looking for monsters as soon as he entered the exam, was already standing in the center of the sacrificial temple. As soon as the prompt message was broadcast, the bricks under his feet were blown away. A skeleton holding a rusty iron sword crawled out from the ground. Skeleton soldiers. Level 23. Strength 198. Spirit 0. Stamina 60. Unlike dungeons or secret realms, in the exam candidates can intuitively obtain the basic attributes of monsters and display them on their own panels. These data will also be projected simultaneously. The reason for this setting is to allow candidates to have enough time to consider when facing monsters that are far beyond their own strength, and decide whether to leave early. The Abyss level exam attracted the attention of everyone present. The first monster was level 23 and had extremely high attack power. The candidates in the waiting area broke out in cold sweats just by watching this. But Ding Junjie is a level 20 warrior after all, and his reactions are extremely quick. He put on the silver level equipment Flame Fist gloves, turned around, and threw a punch. The fist, which was covered in flames, broke several bones of the skeleton soldier with one punch and blew him away. Then he exploded back to a relatively safe position. When Lu Weiguo saw this scene, a look of joy appeared on his face. The strength of the ultimate warrior did not disappoint him. On the other hand, let's look at Ding Junjie. The shaking of the floor tiles became more and more violent. Skeleton soldiers continued to crawl out from the ground. Ding Junjie flew forward and kicked, punched, and chopped in one go. However, the large number of skeleton soldiers made it extremely difficult for Ding Junjie, who was surrounded and had to constantly use martial arts moves to do so. If this continues, I will definitely be trapped here and die. Ding Junjie gathered his strength, and then suddenly exploded in all directions in an instant. All the skeleton soldiers that originally surrounded Ding Junjie were blown away. Faced with such a strong enemy, Ding Junjie did not dare to be careless and immediately pulled the ball back to a safe position. Adjust your breath and open your arms. Bing Shan Palm, Ding Junjie shouted. His arms, which were originally outstretched, were straightened and clasped together in front of him at an extremely fast speed. An invisible stream of air spurted out from between Ding Junjie's two palms. This airflow cut through all the skeleton soldiers wherever it went like an invisible blade. In an instant, the front row of skeleton soldiers were cut into two by the airflow. This strike drew cheers from the audience. But the principal of number 1 middle school, Wu Shiwen, was frowning at this moment, because he knew that Bing Shan Palm was one of the few AoE skills of Juwu's. It takes a huge amount of physical energy to release it. The fact that Ding Junjie used the Bing Shan Palm just as the exam began only showed that these monsters had caused him a lot of trouble. Chapter 25, Skeleton King. Wu Shiwen's worries were soon realized. Under the continuous attack of numerous skeleton soldiers, Ding Junjie was forced to use the mountain palm many times, and now it can be clearly felt that his movements have become slower. But fortunately, under Ding Junjie's continuous bombardment of martial arts moves, the skeleton soldiers were almost reduced. Ding Junjie's score has now reached 50,000 points. This score cannot be achieved even if a candidate clears the difficult level Secret Realm alone. The difficulty of each level of test questions increases exponentially. At the same time, Gao Xiao and others also performed extremely well in the nightmare level test questions. The people who easily broke through the first level were not afraid when facing the monster on the second level, the poisonous pig monster. Under the cover of Gao Xiao's fireball spell, Meng Yu slashed all the way with the silver level weapon, the ice sword. Occasionally, scratches from poisonous stings would be instantly healed by Lu Ying's healing spells. When encountering the second level boss, Three-Headed Fang Pig King, Gao Xiao chanted softly to release the confinement spell. A rune wall appeared out of thin air around the three-tusked Pig King with a buzzing sound, and no matter how hard he charged, he could not break through the confinement. Seeing this, Meng Yu flew forward with his sword. Hostom Swap Technique. Meng Yu raised the ice sword and swung it quickly. The sharp sword energy poured down on the tusked Pig King like raindrops, and the painful howls were deafening. Under the astonished gaze of the examinees in the examination room, the blood volume of the tusked Pig King dropped sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, under Gao Xiao's enchantment, Meng Yu dealt the boss the final blow. After killing the second level boss, Gao Xiao's team received a total of 120,000 points. On average, each person received 40,000 points. Zhao Lijing, the principal of number 2 middle school, who was sitting on the examination stand, couldn't stop smiling. With 40,000 points, and the battle not over yet, it can be basically confirmed that the candidate has one foot in the door of a key university. Jinghai City is really full of talented people this year. Lu Weiguo was also observing the battle situation of Gao Xiao's team and couldn't help but praise them again and again. The ranking seems to be clear, Lu Weiguo said as he turned his gaze to the scoreboard at the top of the examination room. Gao Xiao, 40,000 points. Meng Yu, 40,000 points. Lu Ying, 40,000 points. Ding Junjie, 50,000 points. Qin Hao. Lu Weiguo, who had seen countless storms, widened his eyes in disbelief when he saw Qin Hao's name. 60,000 points? Gao Hengwei, who was standing beside him, also read out the dazzling score behind Qin Hao's name in a trembling voice. This was the first time he truly witnessed the young man's abilities after hearing about Qin Hao from Gao Xiao. All of a sudden, people discovered that Qin Hao, whom they had not paid attention to, was actually ranked first on the standings, and they all turned their attention to Qin Hao's exam screen. 15 minutes ago, Qin Hao stood calmly in front of the first-level sacrificial temple. The 51A, one Ranger robots that were called out were densely packed all around. Faced with these skeleton soldiers, Qin Hao weighed the pros and cons and decided to use the upgraded one Ranger robot to deal with them. Keep your strength to deal with the subsequent levels. After all, the Abyss-level questions will definitely not be that easy. Qin Hao immediately issued a kill order to the Ranger robot. Qin Hao, who was carrying more than 50 Ranger robots, was like a meat grinder. Wherever he went, no grass grew. All you could see was the skeleton soldiers' bones being chopped off. And now, Qin Hao also took the lead in slaughtering all the skeleton soldiers before Ding Junjie and came to the boss battle. After seeing Qin Hao's test page clearly, Lu Weigua couldn't help but stand up. Is this the mechanics equipment? During Lu Weigua's nearly 30 years of teaching career at the Imperial Capital University, these records about the mechanics' lethal weapons only existed in history books. And now, Qin Hao was controlling these combat robots that he had never heard of to slaughter monsters in the examination room, which undoubtedly exceeded his cognition. It's incredible. A student who has just changed his job can actually walk on the first level of the abyss in an almost sweeping posture. There is not even a trace of fatigue on his face. Gao Hangwei now completely understood why Gao Xiao talked to him nonstop about Qin Hao as soon as she came back. Chen Weikai looked at Qin Hao, who ranked first in points, but he didn't react for a moment to what was going on. But the facts are there after all. Qin Hao from number 3 middle school is currently leading all the candidates in Jinghai City. How could Chen Weikai let go of such an opportunity? He turned around and asked Zhao Lijing, who was sitting next to him. Principal Zhao, how many points did Qin Hao from our number 3 middle school get? It's too far away for me to see clearly. Can you help me check it? Zhao Lijing's face was as black as charcoal. Weikai, the exam is not over yet. Don't be too happy too early. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Wu Shiwen quickly coughed twice to stop them. However, Wu Shiwen felt uncomfortable and restless when he saw Qin Hao, whose score was ahead of Ding Junjie. This is the first time in recent years that candidates from other universities have been able to surpass the seeded candidates from number 1 middle school in the major exam. The other side, the exam is still going on. After killing all the skeleton soldiers, the boss of the first floor appeared. Skeleton King. Level 30. Strength 380. Spirit 10. Stamina 100. Background introduction. Hundreds of years ago, an army of a kingdom was forced back here by foreign races and was completely wiped out. Eventually, the corpses of the army were sacrificed here by a mysterious person using witchcraft. Skeleton King? Lu Weigua took a breath of cold air. This boss was a monster on the second level of the Abyss level exam in their previous exam, but he actually appeared on the first level in this exam. Isn't this going to kill the candidates? The 5-meter-tall Skeleton King, wearing a crown and holding a huge sword, rushed towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao controlled the Ranger robots to line up in a row. Then they surrounded the Skeleton King. The Ranger robots that tightly surrounded the Skeleton King continued to stab out their alloy-sharp blades. As the Skeleton King chopped off a Ranger robot, another one would come up, making it impossible for the Skeleton King to move forward even a single step. Its lower body quickly disintegrated under the intensive attacks, and its body began to gradually collapse downwards until only a head was left. Qin Hao's fighting power is so amazing that he actually solved the Skeleton King so quickly, without even having to do anything himself. Gao Hangwei sighed as he compared the scene next to him, where Ding Junjie was struggling with the Skeleton King. I don't think so. If the Skeleton King could be defeated so easily, he wouldn't have become the boss of the second level of our Abyss level exam. The most terrifying thing about him is the crown on his head. Lu Weigua's face was solemn. The crown on his head gives him the ability to regenerate on the spot after being defeated, and his strength will not be weakened. Countless so-called genius candidates have stopped at him. In our year, there was a candidate who was considered to have the greatest chance of winning the top spot. After defeating him countless times, he was reborn countless times. In the end, his arrogance made him unwilling to turn back even when he was exhausted, and he died in the Abyss-level test questions. After Lu Weigua finished speaking, a look of regret appeared on his face, and his eyes continued to move towards the projection screen. Chapter 26, A Fatal Blow. Sure enough, Lu Weigua had just finished speaking. The crown on the Skeleton King's head lit up with a dazzling light. Its head began to rise slowly. The pile of broken bones began to reorganize its body, as if being absorbed by the skull. In just a dozen seconds, a complete body appeared in front of Qin Hao again. The skeleton lord swept his giant sword across, sweeping away the ranger robots surrounding him. He seized the opportunity and rushed towards Qin Hao. It's over, it's over. Chen Weikai chose to close his eyes after seeing this scene. Lu Weigua also frowned. Sure enough, relying on only this kind of weapon and equipment is not enough to achieve excellent results in the Abyss level exam. It's a pity for this young man. I hope he can use the return bracelet quickly to leave the exam. Lu Weigua's face showed a rare, nervous expression. He has seen too many geniuses fall and does not want to see the tragedy happen again. Looking at the Skeleton King getting closer and closer to him, Qin Hao took a few steps back. A thought. Small handheld electromagnetic cannon. A blue light flashed and appeared out of thin air in his hand. The electromagnetic gun is black and gold in color and is about 1.3 meters long. Qin Hao placed the rear end of the cannon barrel on his shoulder, adjusted his posture, and bent his legs slightly. Armor-piercing bullets have been automatically loaded. A prompt sounded from the system. Qin Hao pulled the trigger with 4 fingers. A spiral electric arc hissed around the electromagnetic gun barrel. After a short delay, bang! The armor-piercing bullet rushed out from the launch port in a straight line, carrying an arc of electricity. With the help of electromagnetic kinetic energy, the shells rushed forward at supersonic speed, tearing the air and making a harsh sound. Almost in an instant, he arrived in front of the charging Skeleton King. Boom! Next second, the armor-piercing bullet exploded violently, and dazzling flames spread out from the impact point and immediately engulfed the Skeleton King. What kind of attack method is this? Lu Weigua was completely unable to hold back, his eyes fixed on Qin Hao's light curtain. A mechanic not only possesses lethal weapons and equipment, but also has such exaggerated destructive power. Even the large-scale attack spells of a 4th-level wizard cannot achieve this kind of destructive power. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene after Qin Hao's attack, and everyone was shocked by the powerful destructive power. The principals of the 3 schools on the examination stand have been mouthing the same words ever since Qin Hao took out the small handheld electromagnetic cannon. This, Wu Shiwen, the principal of number 1 middle school who has been teaching for decades, was so shocked that he took a long time to utter only one word. After the fire, the figure of the Skeleton King did not appear again. All that was left were bones, almost crushed into powder, scattered all over the ground, and the crown broken into pieces. Just one hit. Lu Weigua couldn't help but recall how he looked when he faced the Skeleton King. As a swordsman, after facing the repeated resurrection of the Skeleton King, I soon discovered that his crown was the key to completely defeating him. But even though he was holding the golden weapon, the Thunder Sword, and used the strongest sword skill he had at the time, Thunderous Power, even with this full-strength attack, the Skeleton King's crown was still not damaged at all. He was constantly injured in the subsequent battles. Finally, due to exhaustion, he chose to activate the return bracelet and leave the exam. When I came out of the examination room covered in blood, I saw chaos on the scene. Only then did I realize that my biggest competitor this year had died at the hands of the Skeleton King. But now Qin Hao only launched one attack, and the attack was not aimed at the crown, but he killed the Skeleton King instantly and destroyed the crown. This made Lu Weigua feel that the people who were called geniuses in his time seemed not worth mentioning in front of Qin Hao. After the Skeleton King is defeated, the black mist curtain wall behind shattered, revealing the entrance to the 2nd level of the Abyss. Qin Hao walked slowly inside under everyone's gaze, because candidates will have a short rest time of a few minutes after passing each level. While Qin Hao was heading to the 2nd floor, the people at the scene slowly shifted their gaze back to Ding Junjia's projection screen. At this time, Ding Junjia was still fighting hard with the Skeleton King. He always thought that he was the focus of the audience and managed his facial expressions very well. Even though he was exhausted, he did not look embarrassed. If he knew that everyone on the field was looking at Qin Hao, he would probably faint in front of the Skeleton King in anger. After he had gone to great lengths to defeat the Skeleton King, and he was reborn again, Ding Junjia also discovered the dazzling crown. But his physical strength was no longer enough to support him to continue fighting. Although I will definitely not be surpassed by that loser Qin Hao, my goal is to be the city's top student, and I can't stop here, Ding Junjia thought fiercely. After saying this, he made up his mind, clasped his hands together, and gathered all the strength in his body into his heart. What? Stop now. Wu Shiwen stood up and yelled at the projection screen. This scene scared the 2 principals next to him. It was the first time they saw Wu Shiwen lose his composure like this. The reason why Wu Shiwen was so excited was that others might not know it, but he knew that the move Ding Junjia was using was a forbidden technique that he had repeatedly warned Ding Junjia not to use unless his life was in a desperate situation, muscle overload. A physical skill unique to absolute warriors. The caster concentrates all his strength into the heart, forcing the heart into an overloaded state. The blood pumped throughout the body will activate the tired muscles and greatly increase muscle strength. However, the reason why it should never be used unless it is a life-threatening situation is that once muscle overload is used, there is no turning back. Although your combat effectiveness will be improved to a breakthrough level or even a breakthrough class in a short period of time, your muscles will fall into an irreversible period of weakness after the physical training time is over. No matter how you train during this period, you cannot make up for it, and it may even cause irreversible damage to your body. In severe cases, the patient may die of heart failure directly after the exercise. Not only Wu Shiwen, but also Gao Hangwei and Lu Weiguo discovered something wrong. Ding Junjie's whole body was red at this moment, and he was in an extremely excited state, completely different from the slightly tired him before. Mountain Palm. If the previous Bingshan Palm was a sharp knife, then the Bingshan Palm used by Ding Junjie at this moment was a huge vertical wall of knives. The shock wave caused by the Bingshan Palm split the Skeleton King's body and the crown on his head into two, and the Skeleton King's huge body collapsed with a loud bang. The students in the test-taking area cheered. I knew Ding Junjie would be no worse than Qin Hao. Qin Hao is just a mechanic. No one has ever passed the Abyss Level 2 test since the big exam system was recorded. Ding Junjie definitely has a better chance than him. But on the contrary, everyone on the viewing platform had a solemn expression on their faces. This is physical muscle overload. Ding Junjie is playing with his life. Lu Wei was scolded. He didn't expect that the student who came to observe the exam in person would be so reckless. Even if he could become the top scholar with his physical skill, he would be half disabled for at least a long period of time in his future life. Chapter 27 Ding Junjie's Desperate Fight. While Ding Junjie was stopped by the Skeleton King, Gao Xiao's team also encountered difficulties. The monster on the third floor, Ironclad Turtle, is very troublesome for Meng Yu. Meng Yu's continuous attacks were unable to break through the iron-armored turtle's defense. At this moment, Meng Yu's sweat had soaked through the top of her armor, and she was breathing lightly. Lu Ying's mana is almost gone, and if anyone in the team is injured, it will be difficult for her to provide high-effect healing spells. In the desperate situation, all hope came to Gao Xiao. If a few people choose to withdraw now, they can still get the right to choose 3 key universities with a score of 40,000 points. But if she chooses to quit now, she will no longer be called Gao Xiao. After checking your remaining mana, Gao Xiao raised her hands and released a protective shield to cover the two of them. Xiao, what are you doing? Let me out. Meng Yu's hair was stuck to her cheeks by sweat, and a panicked look appeared on her usually calm face. Meng Yu knew Gao Xiao's strong character very well, so she was also worried that Gao Xiao would do something stupid. The surrounding armored turtles attacked Meng Yu and Lu Ying without success. They all rushed towards Gao Xiao. This scene made Gao Hangwei on the observation platform clench his fists, and cold sweat kept coming out of his palms. Gao Xiao closed her eyes and sang again. His feet were slightly off the ground, and the hem of his skirt fluttered gently as the magic surged around him. Then Gao Xiao opened her eyes, with an orange-red light flashing in them, like a blazing fire. Red flame purgatory. Roar! Gao Xiao's short dress instantly caught fire. A huge black vortex appeared out of nowhere on the dome. Countless fireballs fell from the vortex. Boom, boom, boom. The iron-shelled turtle was hit by the fireball and was blown away. The scorching flames melted their heavy armor. The fire burned their bodies. This purely offensive spell has high damage, but also consumes a huge amount of mana. The spell lasted less than 10 seconds before the black vortex began to vibrate violently and flicker continuously. Gao Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the air. At the same time, the protective shield that lost its maintenance by the caster shattered instantly. Meng Yu and Lu Ying rushed towards Gao Xiao at the same time and caught her. If I remember correctly, this should be a skill that only Radiant Mages of level 2 and above can use, right? Lu Weiguo looked at the exam screen of Gao Xiao's team and sighed that this year's Jinghai exam was really a fierce competition among many people. Yes, my daughter is only level 19 at the moment. Forcibly using Scarlet Flame Purgatory will inevitably require the caster to overdraw himself. Gao Hangwei answered while his eyes were fixed on Gao Xiao's projection screen. The boss of the third level of the Nightmare exam is about to appear. Please be prepared. Meng Yu, who received Gao Xiao's call, heard the prompt tone. I decisively pressed the button on the return bracelet and left the exam. In the end, Gao Xiao's team scored 180,000 points, and each person ended the exam with 60,000 points. The on-site medical staff were waiting in front of the nightmare-level machine door early. The 3 people who were teleported out of the mechanical door were taken away by medical staff for examination and treatment as soon as they landed. What is different is that there are no medical staff in front of the Abyss-level portal. After using muscle overload, Ding Junjie knew that he had to score more points within the time limit of the physical technique. He went straight into the second floor without any pause. Congratulations to the candidates for passing the first level of the Abyss exam. The second question for the Abyss level candidates is Fallen City. Break time ends. The exam has begun. Please answer. The second layer is a bustling city with flashing neon lights and a drizzle under the sky. Ding Junjie walked forward quickly, not giving him any time to waste. Soon I encountered the first monster. More like a person than a monster. The Wizard of Lemia. Level 31. Strength, 300. Spirit, 100. Stamina, 80. The Lemiat wizard in front of Ding Junjie was wearing a white wizard robe and a hat that covered his face. Unlike the usual large numbers of monsters, he was the only monster encountered this time. Ding Junjie rushed forward with his fist raised without saying a word. 100 ripping fists. Tons of punching force poured out. The wizard in front of him didn't move at all. The next second, Ding Junjie's fist passed through the wizard's body as if it did not hit anything. A punch hit the building behind. A huge tremor spread across the entire earth, and a half-meter-deep crack spread all the way up the building. Debris continued to fall from above. Ding Junjie retracted his fist in surprise. But he found that the figure of the Wizard of Lemiat had faded and disappeared. A white magic circle appeared under Ding Junjie's feet. Then a bolt of lightning struck vertically. Ding Junjie was unable to dodge and was hit by lightning and was blown away. This exam will be the most difficult one in history, said Wu Shiwen, who had been watching Ding Junjie taking the exam. Because the attack that the monster in the projection screen is releasing is the mage's unique skill, Virtual Lock, which is a skill from mages above level 4. In other words, this is equivalent to letting a candidate who has just changed his job fight head-on with a 4th level magician. It seems that the person who sets the questions has no intention of leaving any way out for the candidates who try to challenge the Abyss-level questions. Lu Weigua also frowned when he saw this scene. The white-robed wizard disappeared and reappeared behind Ding Junjie. Ding Junjie did not stop attacking. He pushed off the ground with his feet and rushed forward again. At the moment of defeating the phantom, he was locked by the spell again. A bolt of lightning hit him again. At this time, Ding Junjie had suffered multiple injuries. His skin burned by lightning was exposed, and raindrops kept falling on him. But there was still no sign of fatigue on his face. Instead, he was filled with unusual excitement. He kept attacking and kept getting injured. He is consuming his flesh and blood in exchange for the opponent's consumption of mana. Lu Weigua saw through Ding Junjie's life-threatening attacking method at a glance. If this goes on, it will cost him his life sooner or later. Lu Weigua, the student whom he had been extremely optimistic about before the big exam, was now full of disappointment. Even if this fighting method can get high scores, it cannot be applied in daily combat. Under Ding Junjie's continuous attacks, the white-robed wizard's movements became slow and laborious. On several occasions, he was even scratched by Ding Junjie's punches. The moment he injured the white-robed wizard, Ding Junjie saw his points panel rising. In other words, you can get points as long as you can deal damage in this level of the test. Ding Junjie couldn't help laughing wildly. This year's number 1 in Jinghai City must be me, Ding Junjie. After saying that, he turned around and punched the white-robed wizard who appeared behind him. The white-robed wizard cast a spell immediately, but his mana had run out, so he didn't use his skills right away. He was hit head-on by Ding Junjie and flew away. At this moment, Ding Junjie heard the sound of broken bones in his wrist. Suddenly, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground, blood oozing from all his orifices. The time limit for muscle overload had expired, and Ding Junjie didn't even have the strength to stand up again. But the white-robed wizard was not killed. He slowly raised his hands in the distance and chanted an attack spell. Ding Junjie used the last bit of his strength to press the return bracelet with a smile, and the scene of him standing on the top prize podium was already in his mind. The medical staff were stunned for a while when they saw a breathing person being teleported out of the Abyss-level portal. He's still alive? Someone's words woke up the medical staff standing there. They rushed forward and lifted Ding Junjie onto the stretcher. Chapter 28 Wonderful Answers. Ding Junjie's departure changed the standings. Currently, Ding Junjie ranks first with 150,000 points. The second place Qin Hao scored 120,000 points. Following closely behind were the 3 members of Gao Xiao's team, each with 60,000 points. Seeing Ding Junjie's name at the top of the list, Wu Shiwen felt a little more at ease. No one has ever passed the second level of the Abyss since the establishment of the major examination system, let alone the questions in the next 3 levels. The fact that Ding Junjie could get to where he is now, even though he used forbidden physical skills, was beyond Wu Shiwen's expectations. Compared with Ding Junjie's life or death at the moment, he was more worried about whether he could maintain his reputation as the principal of number 1 middle school. He then shifted his gaze to Qin Hao's projection screen. Unlike Ding Junjie, Qin Hao was not in a hurry to fight. After Ding Junjie was seriously injured and left the examination room, Qin Hao encountered the monster, the Wizard of Lemiat. Qin Hao decisively dispatched an A-1 Ranger robot and rushed straight towards the wizard. The Ranger robot ejected its alloy blade and slashed at its target. As expected, the point where the sharp blade passed turned into a shadow, and the Ranger robot was locked by the magic circle. Boom! Lightning rushed down through the clouds, and the Ranger robot in the center of the magic circle was blown away, with half of its body damaged. Although Qin Hao had anticipated the monster's power, he was still secretly surprised that it could destroy his Ranger robot with one blow. While Qin Hao was thinking, the white-robed wizard appeared again not far away, with his hands raised high and chanting spells. If you attack him, you will be locked in position and attacked. If you don't attack him, he will actively release attack spells to attack you. This is the most powerful aspect of this monster. Lu Weiguo turned and analyzed to Gao Hangwei. What Principal Lu said makes sense. This is why even a strong candidate like Ding Junjie can only choose an extreme style of play. Gao Hangwei nodded. He had no idea whether Qin Hao could defeat the monster in front of him. Although there had been rumors that the difficulty of this year's exam questions would increase, the difficulty of the actual exam still surprised everyone. The moment the white-robed wizard appeared again, Qin Hao also keenly captured his position. Qin Hao released Ranger robots in all directions around him at the same time and issued a kill order to the Ranger robots facing the white-robed wizard. After the attack failed, the entity disappeared and the Ranger robot was locked by the magic circle. At the same time, Qin Hao quickly read the vision of all Ranger robots. Appeared. The white-robed wizard appeared behind Qin Hao after his body disappeared. Qin Hao issued a kill order at the same time. The Ranger robot closest to the reappearing white-robed wizard drove on tracks and charged forward. The white-robed wizard was about to cast a spell again, but the Ranger robots that arrived and slashed at him interrupted his chanting and forced him to go into passive defense. Excellent answer. Lu Weiguo couldn't help but applaud as he looked at the projection screen. It's really rare to be able to see through the monster's attack method and determine the countermeasure in just one attack. Lu Weiguo's praise was heard clearly even by the principals of the three schools sitting below them. Chen Weikai sat up straighter and was about to say a few words when he caught sight of the solemn-looking principal of number 1 middle school, Wu Shiwen, and swallowed his words back. The white-robed wizard switched to defensive magic, and he formed seals with his hands and chanted almost instantly. A milky white silk halo like a girl's skirt fell from above his head. What is this? Zhao Lijing sat up straight after seeing the white-robed wizard's defensive magic. Gao Xiao is present in number 2 middle school, and she has always been their key training target. He himself had studied a lot of magic books for better teaching, and the defensive magic just used by the white-robed wizard was clearly the hem of the banshee's skirt. This defensive magic is not used by many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, but now it appears in the exam questions. The banshee's skirt is one of the most advanced defensive magics. It is immune to all indirect and long-range attacks, and can only withstand direct attacks from the main body. Looking at Gao Hangwei, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation, Lu Weiguo explained. That is to say, with Qin Hao's current attack method, it is absolutely impossible to break his defense, Lu Weiguo added. Looking at Qin Hao's current 140,000 points on the scoreboard, Lu Weiguo sighed softly. He was well aware of the power of the Banshee skirt. In his mind, Qin Hao's score might only be fixed at 140,000 points. Although it was a pity this was the big test. After discovering that the Ranger robots were blocked outside by the defensive magic released by the white-robed wizard and their attacks were ineffective, Qin Hao raised the handheld small electromagnetic cannon, loaded it with armor-piercing bullets, and fired it out. Bong! The earth shook and dust flew up. After the smoke and dust cleared, a huge pit 1 meter deep appeared at the impact point. But the white-robed wizard was standing intact in the center of the pit. Those who had previously witnessed the power of Qin Hao's electromagnetic cannon showed desperate expressions as if they were in the scene themselves when they saw that this attack, which was enough to kill the skeleton king instantly, was blocked by defensive magic. Just a little bit, Chen Weikai shouted to the sky. He was almost able to surpass number 2 middle school and defeat number 1 middle school to become the top school and complete a second-level jump in status. In Wu Shiwen's eyes, Qin Hao's fruitless attack also announced the end of the exam. If you are unable to cause damage to the monster for a long time, the examination system will judge you as incapable of continuing the examination. Then it will be forcibly transmitted. Wu Shiwen let out a long sigh, and his tense nerves relaxed. The armor-piercing bullets fired were unable to hurt the wizard in front of him. The first thing Qin Hao thought of was the particularity of defensive magic. According to common sense, The small electromagnetic cannon that is powerful enough to destroy the first-level BOS will definitely not cause any damage to the monster in front of him. Qin Hao quickly scanned the mechanical equipment in the system. His eyes were locked on the lightly powered arm. Then a blue light flashed, and a lightweight power arm appeared on Qin Hao's arm. Qin Hao started the engine and rushed forward. Is Qin Hao crazy? He, a mechanic, intends to kill a mage with a strength of more than level 4 with his physical body? There was a lot of discussion on the observation stand about Qin Hao's sudden rush towards the Wizard of Lemiat, and everyone had a look of shock on their face. In their eyes, his behavior was no less than a wizard throwing away his staff and fighting a martial artist without using spells. While everyone was still talking, Qin Hao had already arrived in front of the wizard. His arms stretched out like a drawn bow. The harsh sound of engines echoed among the empty city buildings. Then Qin Hao punched out with such speed that it created a sonic boom. The next second, Qin Hao's fist pierced through the banshee's skirt without any hindrance. The wizard who was approaching Lemia. Chapter 29. The Three-Headed Monster Kohlbergs. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Qin Hao's fist penetrated the banshee's skirt and hit the white-robed wizard who was unable to dodge. The body of the white-robed wizard exploded in an instant, and his white wizard robe flew in all directions. The body turned into black smoke and disappeared. The remaining force passed through the body of the white-robed wizard and overturned the car behind. Principal Lu, what is that? An arm guard? Gao Hangwei looked at Qin Hao's light power arm and turned his head to ask Lu Weigua beside him. However, Lu Weigua also shook his head in confusion. Arm guards are basically defensive equipment. It is impossible for them to have such great destructive power. Again, homemade equipment? Gao Hangwei took a breath of cold air when he heard it. How many of these weapons did Qin Hao have on him that even a figure like Lu Weigua had never seen before? Every weapon he has demonstrated so far has absolute dominance in this exam. Lu Weigua picked up the teacup and took a sip. The excitement of this Jinghai exam far exceeded his imagination. He watched the exam for so long that he didn't even have time to drink water. In fact, Lu Weigua and Gao Hangwei both knew very well what it meant for a mechanic that Qin Hao had so many lethal weapons, but they still refused to believe it. After all, the combat-type mechanic blueprints have been almost extinct for 800 years, and none of them had ever seen one with their own eyes. But now they appeared in the small Jinghai City exam. This is obviously beyond the scope of what Lu Weigua and others can judge. On Qin Hao's side, the exam is still going on. After killing the Wizard of Lemiat, Qin Hao's score has reached 180,000 points, officially surpassing Ding Junjie and securing the first place in the standings. Wu Shiwen's originally tense body collapsed at this moment, and he looked helplessly at Ding Junjie's falling ranking. Qin Hao continued to move forward in the test question, Fallen City. There were tall buildings and flashing neon lights everywhere along the way. In this extremely prosperous city, the only sounds that could be heard were Qin Hao's footsteps and the sound of the ranger robots driving their tracks. Soon Qin Hao came to a place that looked like the city's central square. The empty surroundings made Qin Hao alert. Suddenly, a roar came from above my head. A huge monster jumped down from the roof of a building more than 10 stories high and crashed into the center of the square. Suddenly, sirens of cars all around blared. Qin Hao saw the monster's appearance clearly. The monster is about 10 meters tall, and its body is like venom and marvel, made up of dark, sticky liquid. He has no head, but instead has the heads of 3 animals: a pig, a cow, and a sheep on his chest. The eyes on every head were now staring straight at Qin Hao. Kohlbergs. Level, 35. Strength, 500. Spirit, 70. Stamina, 150. Introduction. The monster that suddenly descended was named by the people in the city after the Hell Watchdog in ancient Greek mythology. However, the active show of goodwill did not bring hope of life to the people of this city. Pain and wailing filled this steel forest. The people who took up arms to resist later found that killing him was not that easy. The monster's information was projected onto the light screen. Now the examinations for all candidates have basically been completed. The students who had completed the exam, except those who were injured, returned to their seats one after another. Everyone's eyes were now focused on the huge projection screen above the abyss-level portal. 500 strength? Oh my god. Even if we form a team of 10, we can't defeat you. Those who take the abyss-level exam are indeed geniuses. There was a lot of discussion in the proxy exam area, and the candidates could feel the invisible pressure from death through the screen. The second-level boss battle of the abyss-level exam is about to begin. Please answer the questions. Logically speaking, after the boss battle, there must be a black foggy wall behind the boss. After killing the boss, the black fog will dissipate, revealing the entrance to the next level. It is not unreasonable for Lu Weigua to raise such a question. The city center square, where Qin Hao was located, was empty, with no trace of the dark curtain at all. This situation usually occurs in the last level of the test and will be directly transmitted by the test system after passing it. However, judging from the difficulty of this year's questions, Lu Weigua did not believe that the question setter would be so merciful as to set the abyss-level questions to 2 levels. There must be some mystery hidden in this. Faced with the appearance of Kahlbergs, Qin Hao chose to take the initiative. The ranger robot behind him drove on tracks to move in front of him. They lined up in a row and rushed towards the monster again to surround it. But the 3-headed monster in front of him was obviously not so easy to deal with. He kicked the ground with his legs and jumped 5 or 6 meters high, escaping from the encirclement of the ranger robots. Then he swung his fist to attack the ranger robot that was coming towards him. The monster's armor was extremely strong, and it did not suffer fatal damage under the intensive attack of the ranger robots. The monster seemed to have discovered that these robots were not the real candidates and was unwilling to dwell on them any longer. He turned the pig head on the right side again and looked towards Qin Hao's position. Then he jumped up furiously and smashed Qin Hao from the air with his fists. Qin Hao stretched out his hand and took out a small handheld electromagnetic cannon. After loading armor-piercing bullets, pull the trigger at the bull head in the center of the monster's chest. The electromagnetic force surged in the barrel, and a golden cannonball shot straight out. Boom! The heat wave from the exploding shells pushed Qin Hao on the ground back several meters. The 3-headed monster that was falling vertically was directly rushed back into the sky by this shot. Then it fell heavily from the sky to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Although they had already witnessed the power of the electromagnetic cannon in Qin Hao's hand, seeing its terrifying destructive power still made everyone on the scene shudder. When the monster stood up again, half of the bull's face had been smashed, with rotten flesh still stuck to it, and blood constantly flowing out. Qin Hao didn't give it a chance to breathe. Bang! 2 more armor-piercing shells were fired. The 3-headed monster, whose body was still restrained by severe pain, had no time to move and was hit by 2 more shots. The other pig heads and sheep heads were smashed to pieces by the powerful armor-piercing bullets added by the electromagnetic gun. Then Qin Hao took the opportunity to issue a kill order to the 3 monsters. The ranger robots adjusted their formation and surrounded the monster again. Kahlbergs, a 3-headed monster that had lost 2 heads, waved his fists blindly. Although it managed to repel 1 or 2 ranger robots occasionally, more ranger robots were slashing at it with their alloy blades like a rain of fire. Seeing that the 3-headed monster had no power to resist, Qin Hao recalls the ranger robot. He then jumped up and fired an armor-piercing bullet from the electromagnetic cannon at his chest. Flames shot up into the sky accompanied by violent explosions, and smoke and dust instantly engulfed the entire central square. Is it over? Everyone in the examination room stared at the screen. In the smoke and dust, a burly figure slowly stood up. Chapter 30, the second form of blood Shura. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Gao Hangwei stared at the human figure walking slowly out of the smoke and dust. Congratulations on defeating the first form of the Abyss Level 2 boss in the exam. The second form has appeared. Please answer the question. The humanoid monster in front of Qin Hao was about 7 or 8 meters tall, with its entire body covered with bright red lines. The monster had no facial features, only a head like a boiled egg. Second form blood Shura. Level 38. Strength 700. Spirit 80. Stamina 180. Introduction. In ancient times, a tribe of giants lived on the blue planet. They lived in the same era as the dinosaurs and had extraordinary physiques. In a witchcraft ceremony, the giants created a giant that was close to a new species, Blood Shura. 100 years later, Blood Shura completed his mission and exterminated the dinosaurs, but the giant tribe's catastrophe also began at this moment. After Qin Hao finished reading the monster introduction at the same time, everyone at the scene fell silent. The scene was as quiet as death. The monster's strength was like a nightmare in the eyes of the dozen or so candidates present. Many candidates who finished the exam and returned to the waiting area were frightened by the monsters in the light curtain and turned pale and trembled all over. They knew very well what the outcome would be if they were the ones taking the exam at this moment. Blood Shura just stood quietly in front of Qin Hao, like a huge statue. Qin Hao's figure seemed so small in front of him, and a strong sense of oppression suddenly came over him. It's really rare for a student who has just changed his job to remain so calm in the face of such great pressure. Lu Weigua showed an admiring expression on his face, and had completely forgotten that he came to watch the Jinghai exam for Ding Junjie. Gao Hang looked up at Qin Hao's 250,000 points and said, in fact, even if he withdraws from the exam now, he has already made history. This will be the highest score in the exam ever recorded. Out of selfish motives, Lu Weigua and Gao Hangwei both hoped that Qin Hao would cancel the exam. After all, his score had already secured the top spot. They all knew that every extra second spent on this abyss-level test would lead to huge, unpredictable changes. Although Qin Hao's strength is obvious to all, it is by no means easy to defeat a monster whose strength is constantly increasing. Inside the examination room, after a brief standoff between the two, the blood Shura disappeared with a move, leaving a deep pit where his feet stepped. The extremely fast movement speed that did not match his body size shocked the people outside the field. Qin Hao quickly read the vision of the ranger robots surrounding him. The next second, Blood Shura attached himself to the outer wall of the building next to Qin Hao like Spider-Man. Then he kicked his feet hard and shot out. The whole building tilted backwards with this kick. The Blood Shura flew towards Qin Hao like a missile. Gao Hangwei on the observation platform was so angry that his throat was raised. Even a 5th-level combat professional would not dare to take a head-on attack from a monster of this level. But its speed left Qin Hao present with no choice. Gao Hangwei stood up and placed his hand on the brake installed above his seat. Only the person with the highest status in the examination room has the right to pull this brake, which is connected to the 5 mechanical transmission doors in the examination room. Once pulled down, the operation of all mechanical portals will be physically blocked and the candidates will be forced to exit. At the same time, the 5 portals will be damaged and cannot be repaired. The purpose of this brake gate is to prevent large-scale accidents from happening. At this moment, Gao Hangwei has decided that if Qin Hao encounters a life-threatening attack, he will decisively pull the brakes. Other students affected can be arranged to take makeup exams, but saving a talented student is the foundation for improving the national strength of the Dragon Kingdom. However, due to the special nature of the brake, no one has ever used it in a major exam. Lu Weigua held the brake tightly. Generally speaking, the brake will never be pulled down for the safety of a student. Wu Shiwen said after a long silence. All candidates are adults with independent judgment, and all candidates are equipped with return wristbands. Before the test, each candidate will sign an independent responsibility letter to make it clear that the candidate is responsible for the entire process. Wu Shiwen saw Lu Weigua's hand on the brake above him and said, "Maybe the guy in the abyss-level exam is really a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years." Qin Hao looked at the blood cultivator, who was shooting towards him like a missile from a distance. Even if you dodge an attack of this magnitude by leaning sideways, you will definitely be affected by the powerful destructive force. Qin Hao chose to face the attack head-on. He stretched out his arms and put on power arms on both arms. Facing the blood Shura, Qin Hao used both fists, clenched his fists, and pushed the power arm to the limit. The next second, Qin Hao rushed out with both fists. Boom! The roar of a mechanical beast was followed by a violent collision. In the picture, Qin Hao and Shue Shura flew backwards at the same time. Qin Hao grabbed the ground with both hands and stopped after dozens of meters. The engine sound of the light power arm has become intermittent under this full-force attack, and the outer shell of the fist has also been damaged. But the blood Shura on the other side was in a much worse situation than Qin Hao. He was blown away by the attack and only stopped after passing through 3 or 4 tall buildings. His body was severely damaged by the huge collision, with wounds of varying depths all over his body. Due to multiple fractures, his arms were turned backwards and his neck was twisted nearly 180 degrees. The blood Shura embedded in the building was motionless at this moment. Qin Hao slowly stood up and checked his injuries. Apart from some damage to the light power arm, he himself was not injured. So, in full view of everyone, Qin Hao retracted the power arm into the system space, and then replaced it with 2 brand new lightweight power arms. The fact that blood Shura was knocked away by Qin Hao was shocking enough for Lu Weigua, and the sudden change of new equipment made him even more stunned. Although there is no limit on the amount of equipment you can bring to the exam, who can carry so much equipment? Just when everyone thought that the abyss-level exam was coming to an end, the questioner once again gave everyone a surprise. The blood Shura did not die, and the red lines on his body burst into an even more dazzling light. He began to stand up in an extremely strange posture, and his arms and neck that were turned outward were slowly put back into place. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Which scoundrel, who was pretty good at socializing, came up with these questions? Lu Weigua almost burst into swearing, which was a rare occurrence for him. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he quickly suppressed his emotions. This almost abnormal self-healing ability has never existed in any test questions Lu Weigua has ever seen. Perhaps the test setter never intended for the examinees to pass the abyss-level test. Gao Hangwei also expressed his opinion after seeing the blood Shura heal itself. The blood Shura's self-healing ability is far more terrifying than the resurrection ability of the first-level Skeleton King. The Skeleton King can be killed, and perhaps the candidate can take advantage of the gap between his resurrection and smash the crown to have a chance of survival. The self-healing ability demonstrated by blood Shura is that he cannot be killed even if he suffers huge damage. These two skills are not on the same level, which is why Gao Hangwei feels that the person who sets the question has no intention of letting people pass the abyss level. Chapter 31, the self-destruction program, is activated. Looking at the blood Shura, who stood up again, Qin Hao took out a small handheld electromagnetic cannon. An armor-piercing bullet whizzed out carrying an arc of electricity. As soon as Shura stood up, he was blasted away by the cannon. A bloody hole with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters was blown out in the chest. But he stood up again as if he didn't feel any pain. Dense blood threads began to spread around the blood hole and gathered towards the center of the hole. After a while, flesh and blood grew back into the wound. The skin also slowly grew out of the flesh and blood, although there are no facial features on Blood Shura's face. But Qin Hao could feel his gaze. Qin Hao was not sure he could kill him with such incredible self-healing ability. The worst plan was to inflict enough damage and then withdraw from the exam. Thinking of this, Qin Hao set up the electromagnetic cannon again and continued loading and firing. Blood Shura, who was about to launch another attack, ran head-on into a swarm of missiles. He raised his palms to try to block the incoming armor-piercing bullets. However, the powerful penetrating power of the armor-piercing bullet and the destructive power caused by the explosion still firmly restrained his progress. Boom, boom, boom. Under the rain-like firepower, Shura had no choice but to kneel on the ground with his hands on his chest and defend passively. The flames and flying flesh and blood impacted the senses of the audience. The output of one person is like that of a team. He can suppress the monster on the field so that it can't raise its head. Lu Weiguo looked at the blood Shura in the firelight. At this moment, what was terrifying in his eyes was no longer the monster, but the student in front of him who had just changed his job. As the last armor-piercing bullet hit blood Shura, the explosion stopped abruptly. After the smoke and dust cleared, what appeared in front of everyone was the lower body of Shura, still kneeling on the ground. At this moment, his upper body had been completely blown to pieces by the electromagnetic cannon. All that was left was blood and flesh. Is it finally solved? Qin Hao put away the handheld small electromagnetic cannon that had already become hot. There's no sudden sharp increase in points. It's still alive. Lu Weiguo's face was full of shock. The monster in the light screen was clearly only left with the lower half of its body. The three principals in the examination observation area had completely forgotten about their intrigues at this point. They just stared at the screen without saying a word. Not only had the students present never seen such a terrifying monster, but the three of them had never seen such a terrifying monster in all their years of teaching. Suddenly, under the gaze of everyone, the pool of blood on the ground began to flow upwards. The human figure slowly emerged. Then several vine-like blood streams extended from the spine of the lower body, connecting the upper and lower body. The upper and lower body are combined again. The unharmed blood Shura stood up again. The monster was not killed even with such a fierce attack. It's so scary. Can such a monster really be defeated? Even if we let our principal go up, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill it. The students in the examination waiting area had never seen a monster of this level, and this undoubtedly brought a huge shock to their young minds. Looking at the blood Shura standing in front of him again, Qin Hao began to re-examine whether he had the ability to kill him. Just then, a prompt sound came from the system. It is detected that the attacked creature continues to have signs of life after being attacked by the host multiple times. Should the mechanical self-destruction program be activated? Mechanical self-destruction? Qin Hao was shocked and clicked on the introduction page. Mechanical self-destruction program. All of the host's mechanical creations have the function of self-destruction. If an undefeatable enemy appears, you can choose to activate the mechanical self-destruction program. Once the program is activated, it cannot be reversed. The mechanical self-destruction can produce a destructive force 10 times its original strength. After the self-destruction, the machine will be completely destroyed and cannot be repaired. So that's how it is. Qin Hao looked at the 40 or so one Ranger robots he had left. If the Ranger robot activates self-destruction, its destructive power will be 10 times greater than the damage caused by the electromagnetic cannon. And because of his infinite forging skills, as long as there are enough materials, it will not be a problem to create as many A1 Ranger robots as possible. Qin Hao made the decision in just a few minutes. He controlled 20 of the A1 Ranger robots and rushed towards Blood Shura. Even his destructive long-range attack failed to kill this monster. How can these little robots do it? Gao Hangwei looked in surprise as Qin Hao controlled the Ranger robot to rush towards the Blood Shura, feeling like watching a moth flying into a flame. Generally, genius students like this are all arrogant. This is just their last-ditch effort to refuse to admit defeat before the battle is over, Lu Weiguo concluded, although he has seen countless so-called genius students fail in major exams. But this time he sincerely hoped that Qin Hao would give up and postpone the exam. After all, in Lu Weiguo's opinion, a student with his strength was rare in hundreds of years. when everyone thought that Qin Hao was making a last attempt out of self-esteem. Boom, boom, boom. The ranger robots that came into contact with the blood Shura exploded violently one after another. The dazzling flames made it impossible for the observers to see what was happening on the projection screen. The deafening explosion echoed in the examination room, and everyone present was stunned. What happened? Lu Weiguo widened his eyes. After the firelight faded, the scene inside the abyss-level test became clear again. There was no longer any trace of blood Shura on the field. All that was left was the burnt skin on the ground and the charred flesh and blood stuck to the nearby buildings. Only the unrecognizable red lines on the skin were left to prove the existence of blood Shura. Everyone held their breath, although I don't know how Qin Hao defeated this horrible monster. But they were all afraid that blood Shura would stand up again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. The light curtain was dead silent, and the flesh and blood that had been burned to charcoal never came back to life. Oh, there was a loud cheer at the scene. Even Lu Weiguo couldn't help but applaud. No student of this age has such fighting power in my coaching career. Everyone was concerned about Qin Hao's test, and the atmosphere on the field reached a climax when Qin Hao defeated Xue Shura. The scene seemed to have turned into a personal show for Qin Hao. Mayor Gao, let's go together to pick up this candidate. Lu Weiguo stood up and motioned Gao Hangwei to go with him. Principal Lu, I think the exam is not over yet. Gao Hangwei looked at the projection screen in front of him with fear. In the light curtain, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and strange phenomena occurred. A black giant with several bone spurs on his back and no flesh on his body, covered only by skin, walked out of the darkness. His eyes glowed a frightening red. Chapter 32 Final Form. Final Form Corpse King. Level 40. Strength, 1000. Spirit, 110. Stamina, 220. Introduction. Thousands of years ago, a plague swept the world. The infected people lost their humanity and bit their own kind wantonly. A doctor was entrusted by the top leaders to develop an antidote to the plague. After day of research, the doctor finally succeeded. He couldn't wait to drink the potion and inject the plague virus. The virus could not enter his brain under the barrier of the potion, but his body had undergone more drastic mutations. His body size quickly grew, his muscles atrophied rapidly, his sternum turned outward to his back, and his eyes turned red with burning heat. In this way, the doctor became a more terrifying monster. The top leaders who learned that the doctor had failed and turned into a monster sent troops to strangle him, but the weapons could not hurt the doctor at all. The disappointed doctor accepted the fact that he had become a monster. He waved his hand to overturn the army of the top leaders, turned around, and walked towards the city occupied by the infected. In this way, the Corpse King was born. Compared to the muscular body of Blood Shura, the Corpse King in front of him looked like skin and bones. Everyone who had just been immersed in the joy of Qin Hao's victory over Blood Shura immediately became panicked. Principal Lu, I think Qin Hao no longer has the ability to complete the next exam, Gao Hangwei said after reading the monster's attributes. Lu Weiguo also nodded. This level of monsters would be impossible to deal with for a candidate who had just changed his job, let alone a high-level combat job changer who had just graduated from university. In addition, Qin Hao had already consumed too much physical strength and energy in the previous exams, and he had no chance of winning against such a powerful monster again. Now Qin Hao is the only one left on the projection screen, and all the candidates have finished the exam. Lu Weiguo made a decision. If the monster attacked Qin Hao, he would decisively pull the brakes to end the test after making sure that Qin Hao could no longer resist. Compared to the worries and fears of everyone on the field, Qin Hao was excited instead. He found that after losing 20 Ranger robots, his mental strength was now enough to control Spider Queen Iris, Cyborg. Qin Hao waved his hand, and Spider Queen Iris appeared behind him out of thin air. Iris's appearance stunned the experienced principals of the 3 schools on the observation stand. What did Qin Hao summon? A monster? Zhao Lijing had never seen 2 monsters confronting each other in a major exam, and he was so frightened that he couldn't even hold on to the chair with his hands. Is it true that he will reproduce the glory of mechanics from hundreds of years ago? Wu Shiwen was also half lying on the chair, watching Qin Hao's exam, which was subverting his cognition every moment and overturning the theoretical system he had established during his decades of teaching career. Among the 3 university presidents, only Chen Weikai was the happiest, although he also didn't understand why Qin Hao had so many weapons and equipment and terrifying destructive power that they could not understand at all. But these are not the key points in Chen Weikai's view. The key point is that this year, it is finally the turn of number 3 middle school to make a comeback and win the title of top school. At this time, in addition to 20 or 30 Ranger robots, there was also a monster-like Spider Queen lying beside Qin Hao. This scene shocked Lu Weiguo in the stands. Is this the weapon and equipment that only mechanics have? Although Lu Weigu's worldview had been overturned when he watched Qin Hao's previous battles, his understanding of mechanics was refreshed. But now seeing this huge mechanical creation, he still couldn't believe that it was created by humans. Qin Hao moved his mind and controlled Iris to move forward. The mechanical appendages made a clattering sound as they collided with the concrete floor. Iris's cold face revealed a sinister, murderous aura. Due to the monster's powerful strength and Qin Hao's lack of knowledge of the monster's strength, Qin Hao ordered Iris to protect herself. After receiving the order, the murderous look on Iris' face became even more intense, and her body blocked Qin Hao. The Corpse King took the lead in attacking. Rushing over fiercely, the people outside the light curtain only saw a residual shadow flying past. He had already come to Iris. The Corpse King raised his arm, which was more like a long bone blade than an arm. Then he chopped down vertically. Iris uses the skill Absolute Defense to withstand attacks. Pong! The bone blade hit Iris's body made of URU alloy firmly and was bounced back directly. Just as the Corpse King staggered back because of the attack, Qin Hao issued an attack order. Iris roared, and spider silk shot out from her abdomen like arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The seemingly soft spider silk kept shooting towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King swung his arms to try to block Iris' attack, but a lot of spider silk still pierced his body. At the same time, the Ranger robots also rushed forward, and the Corpse King was defeated for a while. The Corpse King roared and blew away the Ranger robot under his feet. His eyes lit up red and thermal vision shot out. Violent explosions occurred wherever it went. Seeing that the hot site was about to sweep over Qin Hao, Iris paced forward quickly and spit out corrosive spider silk at the Corpse King. The next second, the spider silk hit the Corpse King's face. The Corpse King howled in pain and tore the spider silk off his face. The Corpse King moved quickly and kept dodging Iris's subsequent attacks. Although Iris's power is far inferior to that of the Corpse King, her diverse skills are enough to make up for the difference in power. It has been detected that Spider Queen Iris is in a high-intensity battle. Do you want to enable killing mode? A prompt sounded in Qin Hao's mind. Killing mode. This mode is only available to certain mechanical life forms. Once activated, it can maximize its own strength under existing conditions and enter a peak attack posture. PS. At the same time, it will accelerate the consumption of the energy core. Looking at Iris, who was gradually getting into a tough battle, Qin Hao clicked the start button. Iris' whole body trembled, and she was stunned for a moment. Her mechanical womb began to continuously produce small mechanical spiders. These spiders swarmed towards the Corpse King like a tide. Accompanied by Iris's crazy spider silk punishment, it emits spider silk like sword rain, which has extremely strong destructive power, and those hit will temporarily lose their combatability. The swarm of mechanical spiders soon covered the body of the Corpse King. The painful Corpse King's eyes kept scanning around, and his hot sight was like a stick sweeping across the water, stirring up countless mechanical spiders. But this was just a drop in the bucket compared to the swarm of mechanical spiders that were swarming towards him. Under Qin Hao's control, the Ranger robot followed the spider group and approached the Corpse King again. Lu Weigua was completely dumbfounded by the mighty mechanical creations. Qin Hao, who he thought had no chance of winning, was now controlling his mechanical army to crush these horrible monsters. Chapter 33, The Final Exam, is over. In the blink of an eye, mechanical spiders had crawled all over the Corpse King's body and were biting him wantonly. The Corpse King struggled to drive his body to move at high speed in the central square, but he was still unable to avoid the tide-like mechanical army. The increasingly serious injuries slowed down the Corpse King's movements. Under Iris's skill, Spider Sense, every move he made was under Qin Hao's control. Qin Hao seized the opportunity, raised his electromagnetic cannon, and fired an armor-piercing shell. The armor-piercing bullet penetrated the Corpse King's head. Boom! The blinding firelight obscured the light of the surrounding neon lights, and the Corpse King's head exploded like a watermelon. The blood dyed the mechanical spider, still crawling on in bright red. After the loud noise, there was deathly silence. The last boss of the Abyss level test had no strength to resist anymore, and his body slowly fell down. It crashed into the building next to it. At this moment, inside the Jinghai City Examination Square, be it the dignitaries on the viewing platform or the students in the waiting area, all had expressions of shock on their faces. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the image on the projection screen. Under the gaze of everyone, the final boss of the Abyss level was defeated by Qin Hao in a crushing manner. Lu Weigua and others all lost their composure. It's over? A top level 40 monster with a strength of 1,000 was easily defeated by a student taking the exam alone. Although Qin Hao's level is 20, such an exaggerated kill across levels has never been seen by anyone, not to mention others. Even Lu Weigua has never seen it. Moreover, The Corpse King accepted Qin Hao's attacks almost passively throughout the whole process and was killed without making any effective resistance. This is simply too outrageous. Even if Lu Weiguo, a swordsman who is nearly level 60, were to take the test, it would be impossible for him to remain unscathed and crush his opponents throughout the entire process. He really didn't expect that he, who originally came to observe the examination of a middle school student Ding Junjie, would unexpectedly meet Qin Hao. 700,000 points. Looking at the scoreboard, Wu Shiwen took a breath of cold air. This score difference makes Ding Junjie, who was in second place, seem to be on a completely different level from Qin Hao. But at this moment, Wu Shiwen no longer felt the same disappointment as before because number 1 middle school lost the top spot. Instead, he was more shocked and terrified by Qin Hao's strength. Inside the examination room, the scene of the fallen city quickly distorted and blurred after the Corpse King was killed and finally turned into chaos. A golden light appeared in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao followed the light and left the abyss level test. As soon as he walked out of the portal, the cheers from the scene filled Qin Hao's ears. The surging cheers filled the entire examination room, and all the candidates were cheering for Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked back at the scoreboard and saw his name ranking first. After walking out of the mechanical portal, the first person I bumped into was Chun Wei-Cai's happy face. "Oh, Qin Hao, I've been optimistic about you since the day you changed your job, and you didn't let me down." Chun Wei-Cai excitedly patted Qin Hao's shoulder and laughed. Ever since Qin Hao was fighting his way through the abyss level test, Chun Wei-Cai caught a glimpse of Zhao Lijing, who was sitting next to him and looked devastated. This year's results are already very obvious. Among the 3 key universities in Jinghai City, number 2 middle school must be at the bottom. Our number 3 middle school has a student like you, so I, Chun Wei-Cai, have not taught for nothing for so many years. In fact, any other principal would feel the same way as Chun Wei-Cai at this moment. The abyss level test has never been cleared since its establishment, not to mention that Qin Hao has accomplished the feat of clearing the abyss level test alone. This also means that Qin Hao will not only be the top scorer in Jinghai City, but will most likely become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longhua. This is an event worthy of being recorded in the history of Jinghai City. Gao Hangwei came down from the observation platform early and waited in front of the abyss-level teleportation gate. "I've heard a lot about your name, Qin Hao." Gao Hangwei pushed aside Chun Wei, who had been talking non-stop, and squeezed into the crowd. "I've been hearing about you since I was little, but today is the first time I've seen your strength. After the exam, my Gao family will prepare a generous reward for you on behalf of Jinghai City to commend your outstanding performance in this exam." Gao Hangwei then leaned over to Qin Hao's ear and whispered, "If you need anything in the future, just come to the Gao family and find me." "Thank you, Mayor Gao." Qin Hao nodded and thanked him. The Gao family's connections and resources are among the best in the entire southern province, so Qin Hao naturally would not refuse such a benefit. On the examination platform, Lu Weiguo was sweating profusely as he held his cell phone. "Oldly, listen to me first. There really is a candidate in Jinghai City who has passed the abyss level test." No, I'm really not kidding you. No, it's not that Ding Junjie." No matter how Lu Weiguo explained, Li Yong, the president of the Imperial Capital University, just didn't believe it. "Okay, Lao Li, whether you believe it now or not, ask the admissions office to send someone to Jinghai City immediately. Don't delay for a moment. I will explain this to you later." After saying that, Lu Weiguo hung up the phone. Lu Weiguo also understood why Li Yong didn't believe it. If he hadn't witnessed the exam with his own eyes, he would not believe that anyone could pass the abyss-level exam, even if he was beaten to death. There are still 2 or 3 days before the announcement of the results. He must grab Qin Hao before Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Takeo University. Otherwise, the chances of Takeo University winning in future college competitions will plummet. The noisy sound did not subside. More and more reporters gathered around. As the first student to pass the abyss-level test, what do you feel at this moment? Do you have any college of your choice before the exam? As a mechanic, how do you have such strong combat power? Questions came at Qin Hao one after another like cannonballs, giving Qin Hao a headache. He waved his hands repeatedly, avoiding reporters while weaving through the crowd, and finally returned to his seat in the substitute examination area. Several classmates who had been sitting next to him and chatting and laughing before the exam were now waiting with eyes wide open, having not yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced. "Students, this exam has been successfully concluded. The results will be officially announced in 7 days, and exam rewards will be distributed according to the rankings. No matter what your test scores are, please keep a calm mind. The test is not the end, but another important starting point in your life." With the end of Gao Hongwei's speech, the annual career change examination came to an end and the candidates left one after another. At this time, reporters were blocking the stairs below the examination area waiting for Qin Hao. After all, If he could get Qin Hao's first-hand interview materials, it would bring huge profits to his newspaper. Looking at the group of reporters who were blocking the stairs like zombies, and even the security guards couldn't pull them away, Qin Hao had never been so scared even when he was taking the Abyss-level exam. He quickly turned around and went around to the observation platform above, then left through a hidden back door. Chapter 30, For I have attained enlightenment. But are you considered a chicken or dog? On the way back to the pharmacy, Qin Hao clearly heard the live broadcast of the Beijing Haikou College entrance examination on every household's television. Several passers-by who walked past Qin Hao began to look back at him every few steps, as if they were confirming something. If I get recognized on the street, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back to the pharmacy today. Thinking of this, Qin Hao dodged to the side, went into the alley at the side, and took a shortcut home. When he arrived at the door of the pharmacy, Qin Hao was just about to yell, "Lin Tong, I'm back," as usual. Then he saw a crack in the door, and a hand reached out and quickly pulled Qin Hao in. After finishing, Lin Tong was still looking outside through the crack in the door nervously. "Qin Hao, have you gotten into trouble again?" Several people came to the door just now and asked if there is a person named Qin Hao living on this street. Lin Tong turned around and looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao glanced at the condensation purifier on the counter and guessed that Lin Tong had been busy all day and had no time to pay attention to the situation of the exam. So he turned on the old TV in the corner. Yes, Qin Hao is a student of our number 3 middle school. He has always been the focus of our training. I have always been optimistic about him. Haha. As soon as I turned on the TV, I heard the hearty laughter of Chen Weikai, who was being interviewed. Lin Tong stared at the TV screen in disbelief. "Qin Hao, you scored 700,000 points?" At this time, the camera on TV gave a close-up of the scoreboard. Although Lin Tong had never taken a major exam due to her career, she knew that since she could remember, the top scorer in Jinghai City reported on TV every year had only scored a little over 100,000 points. Qin Hao's final score of 700,000 points clearly exceeded her expectations. "Excuse me, does Qin Hao live here? I'm a reporter from Jinghai TV station." There was a knock on the door. No, you've come to the wrong place." Lin Tong quickly flashed to the door and replied while locking it. "If we receive this reporter, there will be a steady stream of people coming here in the next few days." Her small pharmacy couldn't afford such a huge impact. "Qin Hao, just stay in the pharmacy these days and don't go out. There are still a few days before the results are announced, so you can think about choosing a school." At this moment, Lin Tong's face showed a happy expression. Having a college student in a family is enough to bring honor to the whole family. Not to mention that Qin Hao's performance in this exam has already secured him the position of the top scholar in Jinghai City or even in Southern Province. After Lin Tong checked again whether the doors and windows were closed, he trotted into the kitchen and said that he would make a delicious meal to reward Qin Hao. While Lin Tong was cooking, Qin Hao quickly returned to his room upstairs. As soon as he opened the system space, he started infinite forging and began to replenish the combat machinery, such as a one Ranger robot and armor-piercing bullet that he lost in the exam. Only when he looked at the system space filled with mechanical armies did Qin Hao feel safe. Just like the battery in a mobile phone, you will feel uncomfortable if it is not fully charged. After forging was completed, Qin Hao sorted out the remaining materials. Although there was only a little URU alloy left that he had purchased, Qin Hao knew that the rewards for the major examinations in Jinghai City were very generous every year. Moreover, rewards will be distributed according to the candidates' occupations. In addition, Qin Hao also holds a gold card worth 20 million gold coins given by Gao Xiao. So, now he has no intention of worrying about materials. "Qin Hao, come down to eat." Lin Tong's voice pulled Qin Hao out of the system space. "It has been several years since I came to this world. Now, every time I hear Lin Tong's words, I will immediately feel an inexplicable hunger even if I am not hungry." Of course, this is also inseparable from Lin Tong's amazing cooking skills. "Coming." Qin Hao agreed and ran downstairs to the dining table. The table was filled with food, including pickled mustard ribs, braised beef brisket with radish, and pickled fish, which made Qin Hao's eyes light up. "Qin Hao, the live broadcast of the exam on TV was cut off in the middle of your reference." Lin Tong paused and said, "You said you were taking the Abyss exam questions by yourself, and the live broadcast was interrupted in the middle of the exam. How can I not worry?" While Qin Hao was wolfing down the food, Lin Tong seemed to be still immersed in a nervous mood from not long ago and was reluctant to pick up the chopsticks. Although she was working as a professional, she was naturally aware of the huge impact of something like the college entrance examination. Every year, let alone Jinghai, let alone whether they can pass the exam, there are only a handful of candidates in the country who have the courage to stand in front of the Abyss-level test questions. When the live broadcast camera gave a close-up of Qin Hao standing in front of the Abyss-level mechanical portal, Lin Tong thought for a moment that he had made a mistake. Then he began to think about whether Qin Hao had any abnormal behavior in the past few days that made him think about committing suicide. Then I remembered that Qin Hao first changed his job to a mechanic, and then he went to level up alone during this period. Then he met Gao Xiao, the eldest daughter of the first family in Jinghai, and brought back a machine that could purify the potion. Nothing is normal. The more Lin Tong thought about it, the more scared he became. He simply turned off the TV and started working. He kept telling himself that Qin Hao just went to school today as usual. She was still confused until people came to her house and asked if Qin Hao was there. But now Qin Hao was eating in front of him in perfect condition, and he also scored 700,000 points in the exam, which sounded unbelievable. Thinking of this, Lin Tong's mood gradually began to brighten up, and he grabbed the chopsticks and joined the dinner. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were still eating, there was another soft knock on the door. Lin Tong glanced at the clock. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Could it be that the group of reporters who were fooled away by me before have come back again? She walked to the door and gently opened it a crack. A hand slid in, then a lewd smile appeared. "Oh, Lin Tong, you look so beautiful again after such a long time." After saying this, the man turned and walked towards Qin Hao at the dining table. "Hey, Master Qin, the TV is full of reports about you now." Qin Hao recognized this person. The man's name was Yin Ergu, and he also lived on this street. He is a gardener by profession, and in this place where every household is not rich, his business is quite good. Among them, there were many wealthy families who came to him to buy flowers. But it wasn't these places that made Qin Hao remember him. Rather, this person would show off on this street because his flower shop would be patronized by some people who were somewhat famous in the city. He suppressed other shops, and if he saw that someone's business was improving, he would always use his connections to do something about it. Although his connections were nothing in Jinghai City, he was powerless against the vendors on the street who had no background at all. Among those who had been suppressed by him for a long time was Lin Tong's pharmacy. There was a period of time when the price of potions skyrocketed, and many hunters who could not afford high-quality potions came to Lin Tong to place orders. Seeing that Lin Tong's business had surpassed his own, Yin Ergu schemed to sabotage him and had the deliverman deliver the goods a few days late. As a result, all the goods that could have been shipped on time had to be delayed, which caused Lin Tong's reputation among the hunter community to plummet and the number of orders to drop sharply. So now Qin Hao was too lazy to even look up at him and was only focused on eating. "Master Qin, your sister's cooking skills are really good." Seeing that Qin Hao ignored him, Yin Ergu spoke again. In fact, Yin Ergu is also a smart man. He knows very well what kind of status he will have in the future if Qin Hao becomes the top scorer in the Jinghai City exam. If I could get close to Qin Hao now, I wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. But even so, Qin Hao continued to eat as if he didn't exist. "Master Qin, my son is also taking the exam this year. He is a support professional. Can you guide him in the future?" Perhaps realizing that Qin Hao was deliberately ignoring him, Yin Ergu added, "Look, there's a saying that goes, if one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit." After hearing this, Qin Hao finally took action. He gently put down his chopsticks and raised his eyes with disdain. "It's true that I have attained enlightenment, but can you be considered a chicken or dog?" Yin Ergu, who had a smiling face just now, blushed after hearing this sentence. He couldn't afford to offend Qin Hao in front of him, so he naturally didn't dare to say anything in rebuttal. I stood there for a long time, holding my breath, feeling as uncomfortable as if I had eaten shit and couldn't spit it out. "Why are you standing there? Why don't you leave? Can't you see my sister and I are still eating?" Hearing Qin Hao's order to leave, Yin Ergu used all his strength to squeeze out an awkward smile. Hey. After saying that, he quickly slipped out through the crack in the door that Lin Tong opened. Chapter 35 Gao Hongma arrives. The next morning, the front of Qin Hao's small pharmacy was filled with luxury cars. The man in the lead is none other than Gao Hangwei, the mayor of Jinghai City. With the arrival of such a big shot, the streets were deserted and people from every household went out to the streets to look around. The accompanying bodyguards had to stand in a circle around the door of Qin Hao's house to maintain order. Lin Tong, who had gotten up early and was busy, had never seen such a scene before, making tea and bringing chairs. Gao Hangwei waved his hands repeatedly because of his nervous look. "Miss Lin, you are welcome. I am here mainly to bring the reward I promised to Qin Hao yesterday." Qin Hao, who heard the noise downstairs, also put on his pajamas and walked downstairs. From a distance, he could see the tall mast smiling kindly at him. In Qin Hao's impression, the rewards for the major exams are divided into two parts every year. One part is the reward package directly distributed by the National Major Exams Group on the day of the announcement of the results based on the scores, and the other part is the reward given by the Jinghai Municipal Government. The awards given by Jinghai City every year require candidates to go to the Jinghai City government to collect them with their admission tickets. Qin Hao was surprised that this year the city chief Gao Hangwei would personally come to his house to deliver the rewards. "Student Qin, The scene was too chaotic after the exam yesterday, and I didn't have time to have a good conversation with you. Today, I finally have the chance to do so. Before Qin Hao stretched out his hand, Gao Hangwei took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Qin Hao. The joy of the tall ships is not without reason. Not long after he took office as the mayor, a talented candidate like Qin Hao emerged in the first major examination. This undoubtedly consolidated his position as the mayor to a great extent. Thinking back to the glaring 700,000 points on the scoreboard yesterday, it is still vivid in my mind. As Gao Hangwei spoke, he pulled out a black card with golden patterns all over it from the exquisite wooden box held by the follower behind him. This is the ultimate trading card black card. If the gold card is a symbol of wealth, then the black card is a symbol of status. Holders of a black card can enter many restricted places and even official secret places. The storage limit of the black card will not be less than 50 million gold coins, and the holders are all well-known figures. Those who have the right to give out black cards are naturally people of status and identity. In fact, according to the awards for top scorers in previous years, there is no such thing as a black card, and Gao Hangwei, with his status and position, does not have the authority to give out a black card. This matter was entirely decided by the Southern Provincial Government. After learning about Qin Hao's score yesterday, the senior officials of Southern Province immediately called Gao Hangwei and authorized the right to donate the black card. He said that he must keep Qin Hao at all costs and must not let him be poached by foreign universities. Gao Hangwei did not dare to delay and gathered people overnight to quickly make a black card using the authorization code from the Southern Province government. Seeing Qin Hao taking the black card, Gao Hangwei added, "In addition to the black card, we will also give you a garden villa in the city center." Of course, I know Miss Lin is in the pharmaceutical business. I will arrange for a professional agency to let you consign the products later. After saying that, Gao Hangwei slapped a property certificate into Lin Tong's hand. This generous gift-giving method, coupled with his sudden, overwhelming wealth, Lin Tong felt that the property certificate seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and his head was dizzy. "Oh, by the way, there is another piece of equipment for you." Without noticing Lin Tong, who almost lost his balance next to him, Gao Hangwei took out another piece of glowing equipment from behind him. Seeing this, Qin Hao took the opportunity to use the identification technique. The attributes of the equipment appear instantly before your eyes. Warlock's Ice Boots. Tier Silver. Attack 90. Occupation Combat Général. Equipment introduction. Hundreds of years ago, these boots were enchanted by warlocks in the far north to absorb cold air. While increasing the wearer's agility, they can actively release cold air in a small range to slow down the enemy's movement speed and inflict frostbite effect. Units affected by this effect will suffer increased damage during the duration of the effect. This equipment can be used in conjunction with the wearer's physical attacks. It turned out to be a silver-level universal equipment. Universal weapons break through professional restrictions and can be used by all combat professionals. They are often hard to come by in the market. This kind of equipment with control effects can often play a decisive role on the battlefield. It can be seen that the city took great pains to select the rewards this time. After Qin Hao thanked Gao Hangwei, he put the equipment into the system space. After distributing the rewards, Gao Hangwei and Qin Hao sat down. It was only then that Lin Tong came to his senses, put down the property certificate, and went to cut fruit for the two of them. "Student Qin, the live video of your exam yesterday is kept confidential and will not be made public." After hearing this, Qin Hao also understood the live broadcast interruption yesterday. It will only be a few days before the results are announced. You can think carefully about your future plans for further study during these few days. With your grades, it's up to you to decide which school to choose. The admissions officers of various universities will definitely offer various competitive conditions in order to compete for your admission quota. You can compare them and choose the school of your choice. Don't agree to them casually. Gao Hangwei knew very well that these teachers in the admissions office were as fierce as wolves and tigers and could deceive people even more than salesmen. You should wait until they offer the decisive conditions before you make a choice. Compare more often. Your results are far superior to theirs. Perhaps feeling that saying this was ungentlemanly, Gao Hangwei held back his words. He was also afraid that if Qin Hao was fooled into going to some second or third-rate school with such good grades, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. After all, the choice was in his own hands. Moreover, Gao Hangwei had originally planned to let Gao Xiao and Qin Hao study in the same school. First of all, the two of them already knew each other, and Gao Hangwei could feel a little relieved with the presence of a strong man like Qin Hao by Gao Xiao's side on this trip far away to study. "Okay, Mayor Gao, I will seriously consider this matter," Qin Hao replied. Gao Hangwei smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, there's nothing else to say. You can have a good rest these few days. If you want to move to the city center, I will arrange for someone to assist you. I have something else to do, so I won't keep you any longer." What Gao Hangwei was talking about was that he had invited several principals to go to the hospital to visit Ding Junjie, a candidate who was injured in the college entrance examination. Although Gao Hangwei did not agree with Ding Junjie's suicidal approach of using physical techniques to overload muscles during the exam, as the head of the city, Ding Junjie was a favorite to be the top scorer before the exam. The fact that he was injured and lost to Qin Hao also caused a lot of controversy in the media. Moreover, Gao Hangwei heard from the pastor in charge of his treatment that Ding Junjie is still unable to move his limbs and may even completely lose his ability to fight in the future, which also made him feel regretful. After saying goodbye to Qin Hao and Lin Tong again, Gao Hangwei walked through the crowd in front of the door and got on the car to the hospital. Chapter 36. To make matters worse for Ding Junjie, the exam results are announced. Maybe it was because there was no TV in the ward. Until now, Ding Junjie didn't know that Qin Hao would be able to pass the Abyss level test directly after him. So when Gao Hangwei brought the principals of 3 schools to visit him, he thought they were there to congratulate him on winning the top spot in Jinghai City. The difficulty of this year's exam questions was far beyond Ding Junjie's imagination. If he didn't use this muscle overload physical technique, he might not even be able to pass the first level. But fortunately, thanks to this physical skill, my final score was fixed at 150,000 points. According to the score line of previous years, this score has already firmly ranked first. Moreover, after being forced out, he used all his strength to look up at the standings, and his name was ranked first. As for Qin Hao, he didn't take him seriously at all. They just regarded him as someone who chose to die at the Abyss level just to show off. Oh, Mayor Gao. 3 principals, the results will be announced in a few days. Why are you in such a hurry to come and see me? Although Ding Junjie's limbs cannot move independently, he still appears extremely excited. Gao Hangwei and the other 3 looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. It was the principal of number 1 middle school, Wu Shiwen, who first broke the awkward silence. Ding Junjie, we have arranged for you the best pastor team in Jinghai City. You must take good care of your injuries and get better as soon as possible. Otherwise you will ruin your own future. Wu Shiwen sighed again. Ding Junjie knew that he was still blaming himself for using forbidden physical technique to overload muscles. Principal Wu, don't worry. I will heal my injuries as soon as possible. Besides, this forbidden physical technique is also valuable, right? The name of number 1 middle school will be on the list of top scorers in Jinghai City again. Ding Junjie's confident expression made people feel that if he could move his hands at this moment, he would pat his chest with pride. Ding Junjie, listen to me. Wu Shiwen was interrupted by Ding Junjie before he could finish his words. Okay, Principal Wu, there's no need to say more. I will always remember the care you all have shown me. After the official results are announced and my injuries have healed, I will definitely come to thank you in person. My success is inseparable from the cultivation of all the leaders. Ding Junjie's speech, which sounded like an acceptance speech, sounded awkward to the 4 people in front of the hospital bed with their toes digging the ground. Well, classmate Ding, you should take good care of your injuries first. Please keep these supplements and some consolation money we brought for you. Gao Hangwei placed the things on the cabinet next to the bed and told the 3rd principal to leave. Just at this moment, Zhao Lijing's cell phone rang. The visitor asked, Principal Zhao, what size do you want for the custom-made portrait of Qin Hao? Everyone around held their breath. In order to temporarily protect Ding Junjie's self-esteem, they deliberately avoided this matter. We can only pray that Zhao Lijing can understand the current situation. But Zhao Lijing doesn't care about you that much. After the final exam, whenever someone mentioned Qin Hao in front of him, his face would turn as red as a monkey's butt. He talked endlessly about how ignorant Qin Hao was when he first entered school and how he trained Qin Hao meticulously and made him turn over a new leaf. Do it according to the standards of a top scholar. Money is not a problem. Zhao Lijing yelled at the other end of the phone. Of the 35 words in this conversation, only 4 words filtered down to Ding Junjie's ears. Qin Hao, top scholar. What? Ding Junjie asked in surprise, twisting his neck, the only part of his body that could move freely. Seeing this, Wu Shiwen hurried forward to support Ding Junjie. Although Ding Junjie was not the top scorer this year, he was also one of the few top candidates in number 1 middle school. He was naturally afraid that Ding Junjie would make another mistake. Ding Junjie, it's true that Qin Hao's score is higher than yours this year, but it's only a little bit higher. Don't be discouraged, Wu Shiwen said quickly to comfort him when he saw that he could no longer hide the truth. That's right, 700,000 points. Print this score under Qin Hao's photo. Zhao Lijing's voice came from the other end again. Now there is another keyword in Ding Junjie's mind. 700,000 points. The combination of these 3 words, Qin Hao, number 1 scholar, and 700,000 points, was like a mountain pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could never have imagined that Qin Hao, whom he had never even looked at, would defeat him by a crushing margin in the exam, and that he had almost risked his life to get those 150,000 points. The more Ding Junjie thought about it, the emptier his mind became. In the end, only these three key words were left running around in his mind. He was immersed in the joy of being the top scorer a few minutes ago, but soon his eyes went dark and he passed out. Call the pastor! Call the pastor! The ward was suddenly in chaos. Only Zhao Lijing was still busy telling the master on the other end of the phone about Qin Hao's story. 7 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, media outlets across the country were scrambling to report on the results of this year's college entrance examination. Lin Tong also checked the academic affairs system at the first opportunity. First in Southern Province. First in Southern Province. Lin Tong cried with joy. It was not until he saw Qin Hao's name listed in the first place that he believed that everything that had happened before was not a dream. Having a provincial top scholar in the family is something that can be written into the family tree no matter where it is. Although Lin Tong received the garden villa donated by Gao Hangwei these days, he has not yet moved in and insisted on waiting until the results are announced. Qin Hao guessed that he might be afraid that his ranking was not that good and Mayor Gao would regret it. Anyway, it was difficult for him to guess what a woman was thinking, so he just made a brief guess and gave up. After the results are announced, all rewards will be concentrated at the distribution point set up in the Starlight Examination Center. In order to ensure fair distribution of the rewards, candidates need to go there to collect them in person. That afternoon, Qin Hao followed the crowd to the reward distribution point, and along the way he was met with admiring looks and exclamations. Qin Hao's name has spread throughout Jinghai City with the announcement of the exam results. In order to avoid being surrounded and unable to return home, Qin Hao quickened his pace and came to the reward distribution area. When Gao Hangwei saw Qin Hao, he hurriedly came up carrying a golden box. "You're finally here, Qin Hao. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Congratulations." Compared to the last time they met, Gao Hangwei was happier today because this year's top scholar in Southern Province came from Jinghai City, and he was praised by the provincial leaders. When Qin Hao took over the gold box symbolizing the top prize, he also saw the silver box placed aside, which proved that Ding Junjie, who ranked second, had not yet come to claim the reward. Without thinking too much, Qin Hao hurriedly thanked them and quickly squeezed out of the crowd and returned home. But strangely, Lin Tong was not at home. There was only a note left on the table. "Qin Hao, heat up the rice in the pot and eat it yourself. I'm going to the city to check the location of our new villa first." Qin Hao smiled. As expected, no one could refuse a garden villa. After thinking about it, he returned to his room. He had heard about the generous reward for the top prize, and he couldn't wait to open the box. Chapter 37 Mechanical Fusion Forging Technique. Qin Hao opened the box, and 5 items inside came into view. One of the items was a savings card. Qin Hao didn't pay much attention to it, and just put it aside. He would deposit the gold coins in it into the black card later. The other was a box of URU alloy. There is also a scroll and 2 silver-level mechanical drawings. Although they were only silver-level drawings, Qin Hao knew very well how difficult it was to get 2 silver-level drawings in this era when mechanical drawings were almost extinct. Qin Hao first opened one of the mechanical drawings to take a look. Single-barrel flintlock. Strength, 70. Introduction to the drawings. The single-barreled flintlock rifle is an improvement on the revolver musket. It abandons the spring steel wheel and clamps a piece of flint on the jaws of the hammer. When the trigger is pulled, the flint is hit on the edge of the flash port under the push of the spring, producing sparks that ignite the gunpowder and fire. This greatly improves shooting accuracy and reduces manufacturing costs. Qin Hao threw the blueprint into the system space without saying a word. Mechanical drawings detected. Automatically upgrading. Upgrade successful. M61 Mini Gatling Gun. Class Platinum. Strength 320. Drawing description. The M61 Mini Gatling Gun is a hydraulically driven 6-barrel Gatling-style rotary machine gun with a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. Each of the 6 barrels contains its own locking spiral assembly, firing once per rotation. This design can extend the life of the barrel by evenly distributing the load brought by shooting. This mechanical equipment can be integrated into other mechanical equipment as a component. Can it be integrated? This immediately reminded Qin Hao of his own. One Ranger robot. Do you think it's reasonable for such a big robot to only be able to wield a knife? After saying that, Qin Hao unfolded the equipment workbench and began to forge the M61 Mini Gatling machine gun. Activate skill, advanced mechanical improvement. Between lightning and flint. Intermediate hydraulic drive module has been embedded. Intermediate ammunition supply system module has been embedded. The shell has been cold forged. Forging successful. Looking at the M61 Mini Gatling gun floating in the system space, Qin Hao was glad that it was the right choice to sweep away by Jinhan's mechanical modules. Qin Hao called out in one Ranger robot and installed a Gatling machine gun on his right arm via a slide rail. At this time, the system prompted. It was detected that the A1 Ranger robot had completed modification and was strengthened successfully. Strength 550. Introduction. The modified A1 Ranger robot has both short-range and long-range output capabilities. Its powerful firepower will make it invincible. Qin Hao looked at his work with satisfaction and left the rest to infinite forging. Qin Hao activated infinite forging and began to copy and modify the latest A1 Ranger robot. Then Qin Hao picked up the second drawing. Steam-assisted boots. Strength 80. Drawing description. Power boots driven by steam power. The wearer needs to wear a small 3-cylinder single-flow steam engine on the waist to provide power for the power boots. Steam power devices are devices that use water vapor as a working fluid and use chemical energy, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, or solar energy to convert thermal energy into mechanical energy in a certain thermal cycle. Power boots can improve the wearer's agility to a certain extent and enhance the attack effect of some attack skills launched by the legs. Qin Hao was not very interested in shoes that required an additional small steam engine to power. Then he threw it back into the system space. Mechanical drawings detected. Drawings are being updated. Upgrade successful. Magnetic power drive boots. Rank, Platinum. Strength, 300. Drawing description. The exoskeleton mechanical boots driven by electromagnetic power can adapt to the wearer's walking habits and greatly improve the wearer's agility. The bottom of the mechanical boots can release a large amount of electric charge, forcibly changing the magnetic field of the object in contact with the sole of the foot in a very short time to create the same pulse, achieve a repulsive effect, and greatly reduce friction. At the same time, the powerful electromagnetic power also brings a good offensiveness. Qin Hao, who was worried about the lack of mechanical equipment for his legs, was overjoyed and immediately started forging on the assembly workbench. Intermediate voltage regulated power supply module has been embedded. Intermediate electromagnetic coil induction module has been embedded. Forging successful. The magnetic power-driven combat boots, emitting silver light, were placed in front of Qin Hao. From time to time, 1 or 2 blue-purple electric currents passed through the scaly outer shell of the boots, which looked very gorgeous. At this time, Qin Hao remembered the silver-level universal equipment, Warlock's ice boots, that Gao Hangwei had given him before. Both of these pieces of equipment are leg equipment, and this conflict made Qin Hao feel troubled. You can't be in the middle of playing and then suddenly say, "Pause for a moment, I'm going to change my shoes." Qin Hao couldn't find a solution for a while and didn't think about it anymore. Picked up the last scroll. This is an advanced adaptive skill scroll. It gains skills based on the owner's profession. Qin Hao opened the scroll and looked at it. Mechanical fusion forging. Skill introduction. A skill that can melt mechanical blueprints with other equipment. The characteristics of other equipment are reflected in the mechanical blueprint in the form of machinery, which often produces a more powerful effect. However, mechanical fusion forging can only be activated on general-level weapons and equipment, and cannot be activated on weapons and equipment with occupational restrictions. In addition, the two equipment involved in the fusion forging must have a high degree of compatibility, otherwise it will lead to fusion forging failure. Qin Hao was secretly delighted after reading the introduction. Isn't this the solution to the problem that he was struggling with? After quickly learning the mechanical forging technique, Qin Hao called up the blueprints of Warlock's ice boots and magnetic power-driven combat boots. Then activate the skill. I saw Warlock's ice boots react violently with the magnetic power-driven combat boots blueprint in a burst of colorful light. The mechanical blueprints seemed to have life and began to devour the shape of the Warlock's ice boots. After a dazzling light, a brand new blueprint appeared in front of Qin Hao. Extreme cold magnetic drive boots. Strength 400. Blueprint description. It is forged by the magnetic power drive boots and Warlock's ice boots. A refrigeration core is added to the magnetic power boots. The refrigeration core consists of a compressor, condenser, expansion valve, and other components, so that extreme cold magnetic power drive boots can actively release cold air covering a large area, imprisoning all enemies within the range, and applying the severe frostbite effect. Severe frostbite. The damage received by the person affected by this effect is doubled during the duration of the effect. At this time, the extreme cold magnetic power-driven combat boots were emitting cold air all over, and the refrigeration core was constantly rotating on the side of the mechanical boots. The cold air overflowed from the metal scales, and the constantly swaying metal scales made the whole pair of mechanical boots seem to be breathing, just like a ferocious beast ready to attack. The powerful mechanical performance has made Qin Hao eager to use it, but after looking around, he was afraid that the small shop where he and Lin Tong lived could not withstand the damage caused by these mechanical equipment. Just when Qin Hao was still wondering if there was any place where he could show his talents, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Qin Hao went downstairs and answered the phone. Gao Xiao's voice came from the other end. Qin Hao, the admissions teachers from Imperial Capital University, and Tsinghua University have all arrived in Jinghai City. My dad is gonna greet them. He told me to tell you that you can prepare to come and choose a school. Chapter 38. Many universities are competing for talents. While Qin Hao was still upstairs changing his clothes and getting ready to go out, the entrance was already surrounded by teachers from the admissions offices of the three universities who had arrived first. After the annual examinations, except for the three major universities of Imperial Capital University, Tokyo University, and Peking University, and Tsinghua University, the teachers in the admissions offices of all other universities try their best to compete for high-quality students. The most commonly used method is to find candidates before the three major universities, and then use all kinds of sweet words to exaggerate how generous the conditions offered by their own school are, and how they are comparable to the three major universities in various dimensions. This is to trick inexperienced candidates into signing admission contracts with them. The group of admissions teachers gathered at the door were no exception. They all leaned their heads out and looked inside through the windows. If they could recruit the top student from Southern Province, the bonus from the school would be enough for them to retire with honor after completing this task. Seeing Qin Hao getting ready to go out, everyone was eager to try, like wolves and tigers. Click. Qin Hao slowly pushed open the door of the shop. Student Qin, I'm a teacher in the admissions office of Yan'an University. Our school offers a scholarship of 1 million yuan a year, plus a 4-year canteen meal pass, plus a luxury single dormitory of your choice. Qin Hao wasn't interested in anything else, but this 3-year canteen unlimited eating card was a bit attractive. With these qualifications, you are worthy of recruiting the top scholar. We at Beihai University will offer you a scholarship of 2 million every year. Not only do we have everything he just mentioned, we will also give you 10 copies to choose from each year. After the teacher from Beihai University's admissions office finished speaking, everyone around was silent for 2 seconds. This so-called copy exists in every university, and the number and level of the copy varies according to the comprehensive strength of the university. Brushing Dungeons is an important channel for students of this school to improve their levels and abilities. However, if ordinary universities want to add new copies, they can only purchase authorization from the government, and the higher the level of the copy, the more expensive it is. Moreover, the school needs to pay an additional expensive fee every time students download a copy, and it is even more expensive for advanced copies. Therefore, unless it is some of the stronger private institutions, they cannot afford this expense. It can be seen that in order to get Qin Hao, the admissions teachers of each university were ordered to do whatever it takes. But the silence was soon broken. We at Nanshan University have all the conditions that Beihai University has, plus 13 copies to choose from. All the admissions teachers took a deep breath at the same time. Everyone knew that Nanshan University's performance in recent years had not been good. Is this year's move to gamble the entire financial resources of Nanshan University on Qin Hao? For a moment, everyone's face turned red, and they looked like they were going to die if you didn't. Just as everyone was talking about raising the reward with slight, but different conditions. Suddenly someone said, Our Louis University took 5 of the top 10 spots in last year's beauty pageant for higher education institutions. And the seniors said that as long as you are willing to come, they're all willing to line up and pay for you. Wow, this is even starting to get serious. The other admissions office teachers were all furious when they heard this. Okay, so you're doing these crooked things, right? After saying that, they rushed forward and pushed the admissions teacher to the ground. Our principal said that if you come, he will wash his hair upside down in front of all the teachers and students in the school. The admissions office teacher of Yan'an University made a shocking statement while everyone was beating up the teacher. Our principal promised that if you come, he will climb up the tree and shit in public. Soon someone was unwilling to be outdone. The scene was in chaos for a moment. Just then, a horn sounded not far away. Qin Hao recognized at a glance that this was the office car of the Jinghai municipal government. The man who got off the car was none other than Qin Hao, with whom he had had an encounter before. He squeezed through the crowd that was already scuffling together and pulled Qin Hao down from the steps in front of the door like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Student Qin, the admissions teachers from the 3 universities have been waiting for you at the government office for a long time, so they asked me to come pick you up. Otherwise, they would have come to your house in person. As he spoke, Qin Hao turned his head and looked at the college admissions teachers in front of Qin Hao's house. It would be extremely chaotic if the 3 major universities joined the battle. After Qin Hao sent Qin Hao to the downstairs of the government building, he left first. As soon as Qin Hao stepped into the government building, he saw several people pacing back and forth and Gao Hangwei who was looking at the door. Qin Hao, you're finally here. The 3 teachers were so worried. Gao Hangwei walked forward and led Qin Hao to the 3 teachers. Come on, please introduce yourselves first so that Qin Hao can have a general understanding. I won't go into detail about Qin Hao's strength. You should all be clear about it, so let's get started. Hello Qin. I am Ma Ji, a teacher in the admissions office of Peking University and Tsinghua University. The first person to speak was an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. It was obvious that he had been working in the admissions industry for decades. Hello, Qin. I am Chun Lixian, a teacher in the admissions office of Tokyo University. The second person who came forward to shake hands with Qin Hao was a man in his 30s. He looked tall and strong, with a sword on his waist. Hello, Qin. I am Su Yin, a teacher in the admissions office of Imperial Capital University. The last person was a graceful lady wearing light armor. Okay, now that everyone has introduced themselves, we can talk about the terms. After saying this, Gao Hangwei gave Qin Hao another meaningful look. Well, I'll go first. We at Tokyo University fully understand Qin's ability. As long as you can come to Tokyo University, we will definitely provide you with a scholarship of 10 million per year, the best educational resources, and 20 free dungeon downloads per year. If you have any other requirements, we will definitely meet them as long as we can. After hearing about the 20 chances to go to the dungeon, Qin Hao couldn't help but sigh that the gap in strength between the three major universities and other universities was indeed a chasm. But Qin Hao was not in a hurry to make a decision. After all, only if the three universities compete with each other can his interests be maximized. The conditions offered by your school are indeed generous. But the instruction I received this time is that I am willing to offer Qin a scholarship of 20 million yuan a year. All educational resources will be fully open to you, and you will have 30 free dungeon download opportunities a year. Ma Ji said calmly, looking confident of victory. Although Ma Ji's words appeared gentle on the surface, they were secretly directed at Tokyo University. Our Tokyo University adds an additional 5 million scholarship a year and 5 chances to go to dungeons on top of the scholarships offered by Peking University and Tsinghua University. Chun Lixian was not to be outdone. Ma Jiqiang suppressed his excitement and maintained a gentle demeanor. 30 million scholarship per year, 40 chances to go to dungeons. Although the conditions offered by Ma Ji exceeded the award granted to him by Peking University and Tsinghua University, he was determined to win Qin Hao today, even if it meant losing money, in order to keep his title of admissions god. Just when the conversation between Ma Ji and Chun Lixian was still undercurrent, a cold voice interrupted them. Okay, you two. On behalf of Imperial Capital University, I will offer a scholarship of 50 million per year, plus 50 free dungeon access per year. Of course, we can also promise to grant Qin Hao the right to challenge the Lingtian secret realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two admissions teachers who were still arguing over whether to offer higher conditions suddenly turned around and widened their eyes as if they had heard something extremely provocative. Chapter 39 is decided. Enrollment in Taito University. Su Yin felt uncomfortable being stared at by the two men with strange eyes and coughed twice to signal them. Su Yin, do you know what conditions you just offered? Ma Ji has been engaged in admissions for so many years and has never seen any university offer such conditions when recruiting new students. Yes, Su Yin, although Qin Hao is the top scholar in Southern Province, your school has no shortage of talented students. Isn't your decision too hasty? Although the 50 million annual scholarship offered by Su Yin, plus the 50 free dungeon downloads per year, had already put tremendous pressure on them. But what really surprised them was the challenge, right, of Lingtian's secret realm. Lingtian's secret realm is located in the extreme north of this world. It opens once every 2 to 3 years due to energy fluctuations. If you successfully pass this secret realm, you will get very rich rewards, and the lowest level of reward starts at the platinum level. But there is also a restriction that only 10 people are allowed to enter at the same time. Since the far north does not belong to the territory of any country, the right to challenge the Lingtian secret realm is also allocated by the Federal Congress. There is no doubt that the 10 countries ranked in the top 10 in terms of strength will get the right to challenge. All countries tend to use this opportunity to train and improve the most promising students in their higher education institutions. For college students, clearing the Lingtian secret realm once will increase their strength exponentially. In recent years, countries have also been secretly competing to cultivate new talents. And because of the outstanding performance of Imperial Capital University in recent years, Long State has allocated the right to challenge the Lingtian secret realm to Imperial Capital University. It was because of this that Su Yin had the opportunity to recruit Qin Hao by using this condition. Su Yin, I hope you can put yourself in the right place. You are just an admissions teacher, and you have no power to decide who will take the Lingtian secret realm challenge, Ma Ji added. Mr. Ma, you can rest assured. I am here to recruit Qin Hao with the right to challenge the secret realm on the orders of the principal of the Imperial Capital. Su Yin remembered that since the end of the final exam, Lu Weigua had been chattering about Qin Hao in front of Principal Li Yong. The sentence that impressed Su Yin the most was, "If you don't hire him, you fire me and let him take my place." When Li Yong heard this, he couldn't help but wonder how much money Lu Weigua had received from Qin Hao to say such a thing. It was not until he obtained some footage of Qin Hao's exam through inquiries from various sources that he believed Lu Weigua's words. The shock of having passed the abyss-level exam all the way made Li Yong unable to calm down for a long time. Su Yan was immediately asked to go to Qinghai to recruit, and if necessary, the right to challenge Ling Tian's secret realm could be offered as a condition. After hearing Su Yan's words, Ma Ji and Chun Lixin wilted like two deflated balloons. They knew very well how tempting it was for a student to have the right to challenge the Ling Tian secret realm. If other conditions can still compete with the Imperial Capital University, then the right to challenge the Ling Tian secret realm will be a sure win. What was killed was all the competitiveness of Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Taikyo University against Qin Hao. Seeing that Qin Hao was still confused, Su Yan told him the situation of Ling Tian's secret realm again. Qin Hao nodded repeatedly after listening to this. This kind of secret realm with high-level dropped items, combined with his own skills, Blueprint Forger. The drop rate of mechanical blueprints is greatly increased, and this rate is increased to 100% after defeating the dungeon boss. The drop mechanical blueprints will automatically upgrade in quality after entering the system storage space, will bring great improvement to him. Seeing Qin Hao's satisfied smile, the other two people except Su Yan also showed desperate expressions. However, who could have thought that Imperial Capital University would be so crazy as to offer such conditions this year? Su Yan, I advise you to think carefully. This Ling Tian trial is no joke. Participants from various countries are all the new generation of geniuses. It is undeniable that Qin Hao is indeed very good, but who can guarantee that there will be no other students who can surpass him in the next few years? Qin Hao, this is just talk. You have to carefully identify it. Chun Lixin turned and said to Qin Hao. Seeing this, Ma Cheng also echoed his words. After all, if this King Bomb was kicked out of the competition conditions of Imperial Capital University, he would still have the strength to fight. Su Yan saw this and said seriously. All the conditions we promised will be reflected in the admission contract signed with the candidates. And don't worry, our Imperial Capital University has cultivated countless geniuses over the years. Whether Qin Hao is worthy of such conditions, the Ministry of Education has already made a decision, so you don't have to worry about it. Seeing the anger in Su Yan's eyes, the two men gave up. After all, they still had to protect the reputation of the three universities. If they started a fight and overthrew the Qinghai municipal government, it would not have a good impact. So the three of them waited for Qin Hao to make the final decision, with complicated expressions like the mentor in the revolving chair waiting for the students to make their choice in a certain voice. Qin Hao compared the conditions of the three academies and found that Su Yan's offer was obviously more competitive, not to mention the tempting condition of the right to challenge the Ling Tian's secret realm. So after a brief thought, Qin Hao gave the answer. Thank you teachers for coming here today. I choose to join Imperial Capital University. As soon as Qin Hao finished speaking, Su Yan smiled as if relieved from a heavy burden. In contrast, Ma Ji and Chun Lixin were dejected. However, they happened to run into the gun that the Imperial Capital University had the right to challenge the Ling Tian secret realm. There was no solution, and they could only admit defeat. Su Yan took out the admission documents that she had prepared long ago and asked Qin Hao to go back and prepare them. Student Qin, congratulations on your admission. We are also happy that we have successfully admitted you. From now on, you will be a member of our Imperial Capital University. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. I will send you the admission letter by email after the principal signs it. 5 days later will be the first day for our new students. You can then bring your documents and report to our school. By the way, Teacher Su, I have another request I want to make to you. Qin Hao's words made Su Yan, who was still distributing documents, stop what she was doing. Whatever your request is, just mention it and we will do our best to meet it. Su Yan was afraid that Qin Hao would reject her recruitment request because she could not meet the conditions he set. She knew too well the pain of having the opportunity lost. That's right, can we add one more condition? A 4-year canteen dining card? Hearing this, Su Yan chuckled. She thought Qin Hao was going to make some big request and was ready to ask the principal for instructions at any time. The Imperial Capital University gathers together the delicacies of the entire Dragon Country. It is the top university cafeteria with a wide variety of dishes. The cost of 4 years of food is definitely not cheap, but it is a drop in the bucket for the condition of recruiting Qin Hao. Of course, no problem. I will also include this as an admission condition in the contract. Don't worry. Chapter 40, the other party didn't say anything and threw a robot at you. One morning a few days later, Qin Hao woke up early, opened the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and looked at the rushing water on the rockery outside the window. It feels like the president wakes up from his 100-square-meter bed in a novel. Just yesterday, Qin Hao and Lin Tong moved into the detached garden villa given by Gao Hangwei. Although the villa is located in the city, it is still quite quiet. If I had stayed in the pawn shop, I would have been disturbed every day by the tourists who came to visit and distant relatives. Qin Hao, come down and have breakfast first. We have already made an appointment with Xiao and the others today. You have to hurry up, otherwise it will be too late. Qin Hao sat on the handrail of the escalator and slid down. Lin Tong was right. Today was the first day for new students at Imperial Capital University. After learning that Qin Hao finally chose Imperial Capital University, Gao Hangwei communicated with Gao Xiao and filled in Imperial Capital University as her application choice. Meng Yu and Lu Ying naturally chose Gao Xiao. Ever since Gao Xiao risked her life to protect the two of them with a magic shield during the last exam, Lu Ying came out of the exam room and burst into tears when she saw the injured Gao Xiao. While crying, she said that she would follow Gao Xiao wherever she went in the future. With Meng Yu's personality, it was impossible for her to cry and hug Lu Ying, but she also stood aside with tears in her eyes. After finishing breakfast, Qin Hao listened to Lin Tong's instructions, said goodbye in a hurry, and left home. Before leaving, he said that he would bring Lin Tong to the imperial capital soon. Lin Tong also responded with encouragement, but she also knew that the housing prices in the imperial capital were not on the same level as those in Jinghai, and it was not easy to find a place to settle down in the imperial capital. But then he thought that Qin Hao, whom he had always been worried about, was now able to go to a bigger city to develop, and he couldn't help feeling relieved. Qin Hao turned around again, waved to Lin Tong, and disappeared around the corner. Qin Hao. When Qin Hao was still a few hundred meters away from the agreed location, he saw Gao Xiao waving her hands vigorously. Today, Gao Xiao is wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and a tight denim skirt, looking simple and clean. Meng Yu next to him was dressed casually in a t-shirt and trousers, but he still looked at Qin Hao with some vigilance. Qin Hao scored 700,000 points, even though he was a mechanic by profession. Meng Yu was skeptical about this matter from beginning to end. Lu Ying on the far right is still as cute as ever, with a butterfly hairpin on her head and a teddy bear sweatshirt. After Qin Hao greeted the three people separately, he got on the waiting vehicle. Of course, they were not heading directly to the capital of Dragon Kingdom. Instead, he went to Tianzhou City, which is adjacent to Jinghai City, because the nearest space portal is located in Tianzhou City. The so-called space portal was also created by the ancient mechanics. After the catastrophe, the world's map underwent earth-shaking changes. The world in this life is much larger than the world in Qin Hao's previous life, but many places are filled with monsters and ferocious beasts and are no longer suitable for human survival. For example, if you want to reach the imperial capital directly from Jinghai, whether by land or air, you will pass through many restricted areas that have not yet been cleared by humans. Having to take a detour all the time will take a very long time. Someone has calculated that it would take 7 days to drive in a straight line from Jinghai City to the imperial capital. If one wants to reach the destination while avoiding all restricted areas and without any battle gates, it will take a whole month. It is precisely because of this that space portals came into being. Space portals are not set up in every place because of their high manufacturing costs and the extremely strict coordinate location requirements. What's more, with the decline of mechanics today, there are only a handful of mechanics capable of maintaining the portal, and the maintenance cost can be described as astronomical. Nowadays, traveling through a space portal requires extremely expensive fees. Of course, this is not a problem Qin Hao needs to consider. He believes that Gao Hangwei has already paid the bill. Gao Xiao and the other two were happily chatting in the back seat. Mostly we were talking about college life. Every word he said expressed his longing for university. Qin Hao was sleeping soundly in the passenger seat. He had gotten up so early this morning, and now he needed to have a good sleep. About 4 or 5 hours later, the three of them arrived at the border of Jinghai City. After passing here, it is less than 4 kilometers away from Tianzhou City. However, this section of the road was full of hills and woods and could not be passed by car, so the 4 of them got off the car here and prepared to walk. In fact, the area at the junction of Jinghai City and Tianzhou City is also known as a no man's land. Due to the terrain, this area is also difficult to develop. This area is often home to many highway robbery gangs. Because most of the people who go from Jinghai to Tianzhou are wealthy people who want to travel through the space portal. Rich people value their lives the most, and their money is the easiest to steal. Although their strength is not strong, they have the advantage of numbers. Gao Hangwei, who arranged the trip for Gao Xiao and others, must have thought about the bandit gangs in this area. His original plan was to have Qin Hao bring a few bodyguards to accompany him. Then he thought of Qin Hao, who was also among the travelers, and immediately made a judgment. This would be the best opportunity to wipe out this gang of bandits. On the other side, Qin Hao and his group packed their luggage, said goodbye to the driver, and headed towards Tianzhou City. Along the way, the 3 girls kept chattering in the back. Qin Hao really envied their ability to find topics to talk about, and they could chat for 4 or 5 hours. During this time, Gao Xiao also tried to invite Qin Hao to join their discussion group, but was rejected by Qin Hao in a half-asleep state. The 3 of them chatted and laughed all the way and soon reached a place about 1 kilometer away from Tianzhou City. At this time, no one noticed that there were more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at the four people on the high circular mountain range nearby. Go! It happened in a flash. Following the order from the bandit leader, a dozen muscular men in black clothes jumped easily between several trees and quickly came to the crowd. Boss, we have found a treasure this time. This is the daughter of the newly appointed mayor of Jinghai City. One of the gangsters, perhaps recognizing Gao Xiao, said to the bald gangster in the lead. Okay, since we've met you guys, just hand over all your valuable equipment and gold coins. The bald bandit went straight to the point without wasting time. Mengyu had already placed her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, but the other side had a large number of people, and she knew that she must not act rashly. Gao Xiao glanced at the group of bandits. Each of them was tall and strong, and some were armed with combat weapons. There must be some job changers among them. She would definitely not have the upper hand in a fight. The bald bandit may have seen that Gao Xiao and the others were not convinced, so he actually laughed. I advise you not to waste your energy. Among the dozen of us, at least 6 of us are second-level combat type job changers. You look like students. What? Do you still want to fight? Although those who change their job in a combat type are rare, not all of them have the opportunity to go to college. Some of them choose other professions because their exam results are not ideal, or they feel that going to college is too tiring, or for other personal reasons. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Hao coughed a few times to ease the tense atmosphere. He deliberately appeared in front of the bandit in the hope that he would recognize who he was, thus saving him the trouble of killing people in this desolate mountain and wilderness. Kid, get out of the way. I'll deal with him first, and then I'll deal with you. Okay, there is no TV in this mountain? You don't even want to watch the live broadcast of the exam? Okay. Qin Hao sighed, opened the system space with his backhand, and threw a newly modified One Ranger robot towards the bandit group. Chapter 41 Vulnerable. When the bald bandit saw this thing that appeared out of nowhere among them, his first reaction was that the man in front of him was a summoner. After all, in their understanding, only professions such as summoners and beast masters have the ability to control living things outside of their bodies. But the One Ranger robot in front of him was reflecting silver light all over, with a few pitch-black tubes on its hands that kept spinning, and it looked harmless. Don't think you can fool me just by making something up, the bald bandit said as he jumped and slashed at the robot. The next moment, bang, 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 the sound of intensive shooting rang out. Then there was the sound of bullets piercing through flesh and blood. The bullets, which still had some power, whizzed through the sky over the crowd. In just a few seconds, the bald leader was pierced like a hornet's nest. Perhaps this description is not appropriate enough, because the huge destructive power of the M61 mini Gatling gun has destroyed half of his body, and flesh and blood are constantly flying out with skin. Then one of the 2 bald gangsters fell backwards like a puddle of mud. What appeared before the gangsters was a ranger robot with its metal shell covered in blood. A wave of fear that went straight to the top of their heads made the gangsters, who had been so arrogant just now, stand still as if their feet were filled with lead. But the ranger robot had no intention of stopping, because Qin Hao had issued an order to clear it not long ago. He will not stop unless all the targets in front of him are dead, or Qin Hao withdraws the order. Before shifting its target, the ranger robot aimed the barrel of the Gatling gun at the bald bandit's shiny head and fired a few more shots. Then the Gatling guns on both arms began to spin quickly to warm up. Countless bullets flew out of the gun barrel again, and the ranger robot swept from left to right and from right to left. Wherever the bullets hit, the bandits fell down like grass being cut, without even having time to utter a wail. A bearded man who was a little smarter might have realized that the ranger robot's attack was a long-range attack, so he stood at the back and decisively went around behind the ranger robot. With a flash, a dagger stabbed at the ranger robot's head. All I heard was a sharp clang. The bearded man's dagger was bounced away. This is a bronze-level weapon. How come it can't do any damage? The bearded man looked at the flying dagger and felt a headache. Because he just snatched it from a passerby yesterday. Of course, the pain went away immediately. The ranger robot sensed the attack, turned 360 degrees, and looked at the bearded man ambiguously, and the alloy blade in his hand shot out. It raised its knife and slashed, separating his head from his body. As the bearded man fell to the ground, all the gangsters were now lying on the ground in a mess. The dedicated ranger robot still went up one by one to finish off the enemy. Seeing that the problem had been resolved, Qin Hao took the ranger robot back into the system space. On the other hand, Gao Xiao and his group, perhaps Mengyu now has a deep understanding of the saying, seeing is believing. During the final exam, when she heard Gao Xiao describe Qin Hao as being even better than Qin Hao, she thought that Qin Hao's handsomeness had blinded her eyes and was half believing and half doubting. After the results were announced, she heard that Qin Hao had won the first place with 700,000 points. She thought that Qin Hao cheated. She sneered. At this moment, Qin Hao, who who was a mechanic with the weakest profession in the world, was using his incomprehensible attack method to kill the entire gangster group in less than 5 minutes. The speed was so fast that she didn't even have the chance to draw her sword and join the battle. On Lu Ying's side, the sight of the bald man's tragic death made her feel nauseous, and she had been vomiting for a while. As a native of Qinghai, she knew very well that this gang of bandits were not just a bunch of ragtag gangs, but veterans with rich combat experience. However, it seemed that combat experience was of no use in the face of absolute strength. The robot summoned by Qin Hao did not give them any hope of counterattack. Although this was not the first time Gao Xiao had seen Qin Hao fight. But this sweeping battle scene was something that would shock her to the point of numbness all over her body every time she watched it. Moreover, compared to the robot he had seen last time, Qin Hao's robot now had the ability to perform long-range attacks that was so powerful that it was outrageous. If you regard this robot as a pet of a beast master, it is impossible to achieve such a huge improvement in such a short time. What's more, she knew very well that Qin Hao had more than one robot like this. Okay, everyone, let's hurry up, otherwise we will miss it. Qin Hao smiled and spoke as if nothing had happened just now. The three who were so lively not long ago became as silent as three mutes on the rest of the journey. The shocking battle scene just now kept replaying in my mind, and it took me a while to recover. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, a 101-story building. Along the way, many passersby recognized Qin Hao and came up to say hello and said that it was so impressive that three beautiful girls came to see him off right after he entered college. Gao Xiao and others were so angry that they stomped their feet in the back. As the elevator slowly rose, it soon stopped at the 101st floor. After walking out of the elevator, what comes into view is a portal with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. The center of the portal was filled with light blue energy surging, and at the edge were suspended metal rings. As long as someone approaches the space portal, the large metal ring will expand into several rings of different sizes and retreat to the rear layer by layer. From a distance, it looks like a horizontal funnel. All passengers who want to take the space portal, please take your belongings with you and line up in front of the portal. Please keep a distance from the passengers in front of you, and don't go to the wrong destination. Please leave the 101st floor as soon as possible if you do not have a ticket. We will conduct regular checks on the people on the 101st floor. The transmission process may cause temporary dizziness and other discomfort symptoms. Passengers in need can go to the side and buy our special sickness medicine. The broadcast repeatedly broadcast a reminder before departure. Hearing this, Lu Ying, who had just vomited, quickly expressed that she really needed this thing. Passengers number 56, 57, 58, and 59, please go to the front of the portal and get ready. The clear and pleasant female voice sounded again. Lu Ying just happened to have returned with the dizziness medicine, and the four of them went to the portal together. Identity confirmation completed. Please keep your posture stable, do not shake your head, and do not put your arms around others' shoulders to reduce discomfort during the transfer. As the metal ring of the portal expanded backwards, a firm voice was heard. Destination, the Imperial Capital. Chapter 42, Destination, Imperial Capital. As the energy surges stronger and stronger, chaotic information flowed quickly through everyone's minds. Then there was a flash of blue light. The surrounding environment has completely changed. Passengers, we have successfully arrived at the capital of Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital. Wish you a pleasant journey. You are welcome to come and take the space portal again next time. Goodbye. As the arrival prompt is announced, the portal that was originally in front of the group now moved to the back. The scale of this space teleportation station is much larger than Qinghai City, and it took a while to find the exit. Gao Xiao, who had finally locked the location of the elevator, called Qin Hao and others over. Looking out from the sightseeing elevator, you can see the place that countless students, businessmen, and local officials are vying to visit. Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital. The high-rise buildings that stretch like mountains are the postcard of this city. The political, commercial, and cultural center of Dragon Country, with several higher education institutions located here. Countless national and even world-class top guild headquarters are also established here. This place is home to elites from all walks of life across the Dragon Kingdom. Wherever the Emperor can reach, there is a scene of prosperity. Qin Hao felt that the elevator was descending very quickly, but it still took 3 or 4 minutes to reach the ground. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the Imperial Capital Space Transmission Station building, Qin Hao saw a familiar figure. It was Su Yin, the admissions teacher of Imperial Capital University. Today, Su Yin is dressed as a teacher, and her behavior is full of mature charm. When Su Yin saw Qin Hao, she waved her hand to a stretched, pure black commercial vehicle parked on the side of the road to drive over here. Su Yin originally came here specifically to pick up Qin Hao. When she saw Gao Xiao and the others, she thought about it carefully and had some impression of them. When Su Yin was looking through this year's admission list a few days ago, she also noticed that several other people from Jinghai City were also admitted to Imperial Capital University. Teacher Su. When Qin Hao saw Su Yin walking towards him quickly in high heels, he took a few steps forward and shook hands politely. This is Su Yin, the admissions teacher at Imperial Capital University. Qin Hao turned and introduced Gao Xiao and the other two people behind him. Seeing this, the three girls hurriedly stepped forward and introduced themselves. I remember. Gao Xiao, Meng Yu, Lu Ying, welcome to the Imperial Capital University. Su Yin also smiled after hearing this. Come on, let's get in the car together. While everyone was talking, the special car for pickup had already arrived. After following Su Yin into the car, the group officially set out on the journey to Imperial Capital University. After 4 hours of driving, the car stopped. Su Yin introduced that in order to have a quieter teaching environment, the location of the Imperial Capital University is not located in the center of the Imperial Capital. Instead, it is located in a relatively quiet suburb, but the Imperial Capital University has all kinds of facilities, so Qin Hao and others don't have to worry. After getting off the car, a burst of noisy sounds immediately flooded into Qin Hao's ears. There were all kinds of shops outside the Imperial Capital University, and a few vendors, probably selling pirated medicines, turned and ran away when they saw Su Yin pushing her cart. This doesn't seem to be related to the tranquility that Su Yin just mentioned. Qin Hao couldn't help but think. But thinking back to my previous life, there was no university that didn't have a snack street nearby. A few steps forward is a flight of stairs leading upwards. Then climb up the stairs. Soon 4 eye-catching large characters came into view. The words Imperial Capital University were hanging over the heads of the 4 people at this moment. It still feels a bit like a dream when I finally step into this school, Gao Xiao said in a low voice. Yes, in the exams, countless people tried their best, even risking their lives to get high scores, and the ultimate goal is these top universities. Countless people took the exams one after another, and the ever-increasing score lines became a huge mountain weighing down the middle school students. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill horn sound came from behind. A luxury car kept honking its horn to drive away the crowd in front. After the car stopped, the driver hurriedly got out and ran to the side to open the door. A pair of slender, white legs stretched out from the car. The person who got off the car was a woman wearing sunglasses and a black dress, with a light pink scarf tied around her neck. The moment the woman looked up at the school gate, she also saw Qin Hao and his group standing in front of the gate. The arrogant expression on her face instantly turned into panic and anger. She quickened her pace and walked quickly upwards, seemingly not wanting to meet Qin Hao and the others. But it was this unusual behavior that attracted Su Yin's attention. Su Yin hurriedly reached out to stop the woman in sunglasses who was about to rush into the campus. Student, are you a new student? Could you please show me your admission letter? After being stopped, the woman in sunglasses reluctantly took out the notice from her bag and handed it to Su Yin. Li Sangmin, are you also a freshman at Imperial Capital University? Gao Xiao, with sharp eyes, immediately caught sight of the name on the admission letter. When the woman saw that she was recognized, she tried her best to control her panic and forced a smile. Oh, what a coincidence, Xiao. Seeing you here? Hearing the name Li Shangmin, Qin Hao searched his mind for a long time and finally found her. Is he the spellcaster who broke his throat with one shout? However, after the job fair, Qin Hao heard rumors that Li Sangmin had torn his vocal cords and would forever be unable to speak. Li Sangmin has not been seen since that day. Although Li Sangmin's voice now sounds different from before, it is obviously not as the rumors say. Just after Gao Xiao and Li Shangmin greeted each other, the atmosphere became awkward. But Su Yin had no idea about the complicated relationships between these people, so she just treated them as greetings between old friends. Teacher Su, we have been standing in front of the school gate for so long. Isn't it time for you to take us inside to do the check-in procedures? Qin Hao had no good feelings for Li Shangmin, so he thought it would be better to separate them quickly. In addition, what if she wanted to blackmail him for the last time she screamed her throat out? Yes, 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 classmates, follow me. We have already arranged accommodation. You can move in right away. As she said this, Su Yin led the group into the Imperial Capital University. After passing through the school gate, the view suddenly becomes extremely broad. Even the almost invisible building in the distance, according to Su Yin, belongs to the area of the Imperial Capital University. Map signs and on-campus shuttle buses can be found everywhere. If you look at the map carefully, you will find that the Imperial Capital University covers a very large area. In a place like the Imperial Capital where every inch of land is valuable, the fact that the university can own such a large piece of land shows the importance that Dragon Country attaches to the education of job changers and the strong educational capabilities of the Imperial Capital University. There is a large shopping district on campus. Su Yin led everyone towards the dormitory area while introducing the buildings in Imperial Capital University. This is Arena Number 1, this is Canteen Number 1. The dishes inside are very much in line with the tastes of students from Southern Province. Of course, if you want to eat something else, we have dozens of large restaurants on campus to choose from. This is the pharmacy sales office. Although I had heard about the scale of Imperial Capital University, I was still shocked when I actually walked in and was inside it. Just when Qin Hao and his group were still following Su Yin to tour the campus scenery. Li Shangmin had quietly left the team and walked in the opposite direction. Qin Hao, my chance for revenge is coming soon, Li Shangmin thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 43 Check-in to the Lakeview Villa. After getting on the shuttle bus to the dormitory area, about 20 minutes later everyone arrived at a beautiful place with birds singing and flowers blooming. This lake is a natural lake, not artificially filled, Su Yin said, pointing to a place not far away. Looking around, the entire dormitory area is built around the lake. Due to the large area of the lake, the houses on the other side of the lake are only vaguely visible. Close to Qin Hao and his group were rows of neatly arranged villas. Each villa is surrounded by a wall that appears to be 4 or 5 stories high. There's also a long distance between the villas. Is this for us to live in, Teacher Su? Lu Ying couldn't help but ask when she saw this luxurious Lakeview villa, although it was still some distance away from the student dormitory area on the map. Su Yin smiled awkwardly. Student Lu, this is the accommodation area for our Fengshan students. Seeing that Lu Ying still didn't understand, Su Yin added, Fengshan students are the top 30 students in each grade of our school. They will also be given the right to live in a single-family villa. We have 3 more villas like this. At this time, Lu Ying understood what Su Yin said, and the excitement in her eyes turned into disappointment. Su Yin also hurriedly comforted him. Don't be discouraged. School has just started. There will be many opportunities in the future. Teacher Su, since this is not our accommodation area, why did you bring us here? Mengyu asked while looking at the magnificent villas. Su Yin never expected that she would have to go through so many embarrassing questions in just a few minutes. This is the dormitory of our classmate Qin Hao, Su Yin said as she walked forward and opened the door of Villa Number 1. Come on everyone, come in and have a look. I'll introduce it to you so that you'll be more motivated in the future, Su Yin said as she invited everyone in. Our Imperial University adopts a point-based competition method. The detailed introduction of this point-based system will be specifically discussed at tomorrow's opening ceremony, so I will not go into details here. The accommodation allocation for freshmen at the beginning of the semester is determined by our tutor group after comprehensive evaluation. We have also taken into account the different difficulty coefficients of the provincial exams, so you don't have to worry about this. There are 5 or 6 rooms on each floor of the villa. The hotel is fully equipped with audio-visual rooms, gymnasiums, sauna rooms, exercise rooms, and other supporting facilities. Even Gao Xiao, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, was amazed at this moment. After visiting the villa, Gao Xiao and the other 2 cast envious glances at Qin Hao. They were not here to study, but to go on vacation. Okay, it's getting late, and we still have a long way to go to send you back to the dormitory. Let's go. Su Yin looked at the time. After settling the new students, she still had to rush back to take care of tomorrow's entrance ceremony. Gao Xiao and others reluctantly left the Lakeview Villa. Shortly after saying goodbye to everyone, Qin Hao tidied himself up and came to the cafeteria closest to the villa area. Classmate, swipe your meal card, the cafeteria Annie said as she shook the spoon carefully and rhythmically. Qin Hao once doubted whether all the cafeteria Annies could judge the portion of the dish that should be served from each shake of the spoon. Perhaps because she saw Qin Hao staring at her shaking the spoon, the aunt responded with a sharp look, as if to say, my spoon is the scale. Ding, for your cafeteria free dining card. A shrill sound came from the card machine. The noisy cafeteria suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked sideways, and someone's half-eaten chicken leg fell to the ground. When the cafeteria aunt saw the balance of 999999999 on the card machine, her hands shook even more violently. Annie, it's gone if you keep shaking. Qin Hao tried to protect the last piece of meat in the spoon. Early the next morning, after dinner yesterday, Qin Hao, who was tired from a day's journey, returned to the villa early to rest. Qin Hao got up early and followed the crowd to the auditorium next to the teaching building to attend the freshman admission ceremony. The seats in the auditorium are divided into 3 major areas according to colleges. They are the Battle Academy, Magic Academy, and Auxiliary Academy. The students in the Battle Academy all have combat professions, and their professions must be ones with strong active offensive capabilities. The School of Magic is for law students like Gao Xiao. The Auxiliary College recruits people like Lu Ying who do not have the ability to fight alone and whose main abilities are auxiliary. When you walk into the auditorium, you will see the dome that is almost invisible to the top and the magnificent decorations, which give it the beauty of a medieval classical church. There is no problem holding the entrance ceremony for thousands of freshmen here at the same time. After Qin Hao found a seat and sat down, The freshmen who came in later also expressed their admiration for the magnificent auditorium. Gao Xiao, Mengyu, and Lu Ying also arrived one after another, and as soon as they entered the venue, they caused a burst of discussion. Damn, why are there so many beauties this year? Yes, there are 3 of them, and they all look so iconic. This year's efforts have not been in vain. I came to see the beauties at Imperial University. The scrutinizing gaze from head to toe made Gao Xiao and the other 2 feel like ants were crawling on their bodies, so they quickly quickened their pace. Soon Gao Xiao saw Qin Hao, who had already sat down. Qin Hao. Because they were in different colleges, she just waved and greeted him from a distance. Qin Hao? Hearing this name, everyone turned their eyes to the direction where Gao Xiao greeted. Although it's a little hard to see his face clearly because he's too far away, you can tell from the blurry facial outline that he's incredibly handsome. Is this the person who won the Southern Province's top exam with a score of 700,000? Yes. What's even more outrageous is that I heard he's a mechanic. Mechanic? Are you kidding me? Qin Hao had no intention of paying any attention to the discussions. He leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. After the students entered the venue one after another, a man in armor slowly walked up to the podium. This person is Lu Weigua, vice president of Imperial Capital University. It was also the first time that Qin Hao saw these high-level job changers dressed so formally. Okay, everyone be quiet. As expected, even if the world changes, the opening ceremony still has the same unchanging opening remarks. First of all, we would like to congratulate you all for coming to study at the Imperial Capital University, the top university in Dragon Country. Secondly, we would also like to thank you all for believing in the Imperial Capital University and choosing it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Weigua, and I am the Vice President of Imperial Capital University. I believe you are all familiar with my name. My signature is on your admission letters. Before our entrance ceremony begins, let's watch a historical documentary of Imperial Capital University. Please watch it. After saying that, Lu Weigua stepped aside of the main podium and the documentary began to play on the big screen. Qin Hao had no interest in this kind of session, so he just started looking around. After a while, Qin Hao found 2 familiar figures among the crowd of freshmen. Chapter 44 Entrance Ceremony. Another mechanic? Qin Hao recognized a tall boy at a glance. This was Ding Junjie, who took the exam with him. He didn't expect that he also chose Imperial Capital University in the end. The other one was Li Shangmin, who he met at the school gate yesterday. At that time, she was having a pleasant conversation with a boy next to her, but Qin Hao had no impression of that boy. While Qin Hao was still thinking, the documentary had finished playing and Lu Weigua returned to the center of the podium. After watching this short film, I believe everyone has a certain understanding of the historical origins of our Imperial Capital University. Let's get straight to the point without further ado. After saying that, Lu Weigua took out a blue card. This will be your ID card at Imperial University from now on. The ID card is your pass to Imperial University. Except for a few places like the cafeteria where you need to use a separate card, you can use the ID card to pay for other things. Everyone's ID card has stored points. These points are the most valuable things in Imperial University. You can use the points stored in your ID card to buy potions, weapons and equipment, etc. More importantly, you can use the points to exchange for the opportunity to go to the next dungeon. Everyone will have an initial value for these points, which is distributed comprehensively based on your respective exam scores. If you don't know how many points you have on your card, you can go to the Academic Affairs office to check it yourself. Of course, there are many ways to earn points. One of them is through one-on-one battles or battles between teams of the same number of people. Both sides can use the same points as a bet to schedule a fight. We have set up multiple arenas on campus, so I hope that students will not fight any conflicts in school, but go to the arena. At this point, Lu Weigua recalled the tragic incident a few years ago when several senior students gathered in a fight and blew up 2 buildings. Of course, there is another way, which is the freshman assessment in a month. This will be your best chance to gain points. The specific assessment rules will be announced in a few days. Classmates, the ranking of the top 50 students in our grade will be announced to the public. These are our Fengshan students. Lu Weigua said this with a meaningful smile to the freshmen below. The intention of Lu Weigua's words was very clear, which was to allow and encourage students to actively challenge the top 50 Fengshan students. This kind of healthy competition has a huge promoting effect on students' development and is a common practice in colleges and universities. The student handbook clearly explains the privileges that Fengshan students can enjoy, including single-family villas and the number of special secret realm challenges. It also explains that as long as you, as a non-Fengshan student, successfully defeat a Fengshan student, you will receive additional large reward points from the school in addition to the betting points you agreed upon. Students who can come to the Imperial Capital University are no worse than others, and some warmongers are already rubbing their hands and eager to try. Have you heard about Qin Hao, who ranks first? Of course I know, he must have a lot of points. How can a mechanic be capable of fighting? This guy might have gotten in through some shady means. I'll challenge him later. If you can make it into the top 50, you can live in a villa. Have you seen the villa? It's so luxurious. Various discussions surrounding Qin Hao started again, and Lu Weiguo spoke several times to maintain order before the discussions died down. Among the new students we admitted this time, there are two students whose careers may not be favored by everyone, but they are very capable, and I would like to introduce them to you. As he spoke, Lu Weiguo turned his gaze towards Qin Hao, as if he already knew where Qin Hao was sitting. One is Qin Hao, a mechanic from Jinghai City, and the top-ranked freshman. Lu Weiguo then signaled Qin Hao to stand up and greet everyone. Qin Hao never expected this to happen. He stood up, nodded stiffly, and then shrank back into his seat. There is another one, also a mechanic. He is Gong Taiming, the 8th-ranked freshman this time. Mechanic? Qin Hao looked up suddenly. He did not expect that besides himself, there was another mechanic among the freshmen. And a mechanic? Haven't you heard of it? Look in the direction of Lu Weiguo's hand. A boy with an ordinary appearance, a buzz cut, and wearing short-sleeved shirt, and short stood up. Qin Hao recognized at a glance that this was the boy sitting next to Li Shangmin. As for why he was also able to be admitted to the Imperial Capital University, Qin Hao came up with the answer after a brief thought. His guess was that Li Shangmin gave the combat machinery drawings in her hand to the mechanic, giving him the possibility to level up and fight. After turning around and signaling to everyone, the man with the crew cut also sat down. After introducing the two people, Lu Weiguo added some precautions and announced the end of the entrance ceremony. From now on, in addition to normal class time, the freshmen can participate in activities such as dungeons to improve their strength. The freshmen who participated in the entrance ceremony left one after another, officially starting their college life. Just when Qin Hao was about to go back to the villa to find the manual and take a closer look at which copies were available, a roar interrupted his steps. Qin Hao even heard a variety of emotions in this roar, including anger, unwillingness, and pain. Qin Hao, don't go. I'm going to challenge you right now. The speaker was Ding Junjie. He specifically chose the moment when Gao Xiao passed by him and shouted this sentence. But Gao Xiao heard this sentence as Qin Hao, don't leave, I will die right now. Then he looked at Ding Junjie in shock. Ding Junjie thought that Gao Xiao was intimidated by his aura, and her chest rose a little more. The freshmen who were about to go back home stopped in their tracks when they heard this. As soon as the rules were announced, someone challenged for first place. This is going to be a good show. This person seems to be a martial artist, and his strength is not weak. Just wait and see. Qin Hao's first place must be fake. Let this brother go up and test the waters first. Soon, the crowd who came to watch the fun surrounded Qin Hao and Ding Junjie. Qin Hao was really not interested in this challenge, the primary reason being that Ding Junjie had too few points. But at this moment, Ding Junjie had already slammed his ID card on the ground. 5,000 points. I bet 5,000 points. Ding Junjie's face turned red, as if he had made some kind of decision. When Qin Hao heard this number, he would have laughed out loud if it wasn't impolite to laugh in front of so many people. Because he had checked the points in his ID card yesterday. It clearly says points, 1 million points. Chapter 45, Accepting the Challenge. How about this, 10,000 points? Qin Hao raised his index finger towards Ding Junjie. Because he really didn't want to travel all the way from here to the arena just for those 5,000 points. Ding Junjie didn't expect that Qin Hao would actually increase his bet again, and he stood there in a daze for a moment. After all, his initial score was only 50,000 points, and it seemed quite extravagant to him to throw out 1/10 of his points as a bet right after getting his ID card. After all, points are used everywhere in college. But Ding Junjie soon calmed down. He thought about it carefully. Although Qin Hao was the #1 in Jinghai City, he didn't believe there would be a big gap between them as they were both freshmen who had just changed jobs. He believed that as long as he handled the details well, it was entirely possible for him to defeat Qin Hao. Plus, he had never seen Qin Hao's exam video in the media, so no one knew whether he was as good as the rumors said. Moreover, if he succeeds in challenging Qin Hao, it would be equivalent to killing the #1 on the list at the beginning of the school year. Not only would he be able to obtain a huge amount of points, he might even become famous in one fell swoop and rank among the top 50. Thinking of this, Ding Junjie was determined to challenge Qin Hao. Okay, 10,000 points is 10,000 points. See you in arena number 3. Arena number 3 is the arena closest to the auditorium where the entrance ceremony is held, which shows that Ding Junjie had planned this matter early on. 10 minutes later, Qin Hao and Ding Junjie arrived at arena number 3. Also going there was a large group of freshmen who had just attended the entrance ceremony together. After all, it's not something that everyone can encounter when someone challenges you for the top spot right after school starts. The arena is surrounded by stands, and all competitions between students are open to the public. There are 20 small podium-style combat positions in the center of the arena, 10 for the red and blue sides, arranged on the left and right sides. This also proves that Arena number 3 supports a maximum of 10-player versus 10-player battles. Qin Hao and Ding Junjie were now standing on one of the red and blue teams' battle platforms respectively. There's a card slot on the table in front of you. Just put your ID card on it and enter the bet points to enter the battle. The battle is conducted by sending the two opponents into the arena in virtual form. The competitive system will follow up and monitor the entire battle process, detecting cheating behavior while also judging the attacks of both sides. This means that all attack, defense, and other attributes will be quantified in the arena. Once the attack of one party causes a fatal effect to the other party, the attack party will be teleported out of the arena, thus ending the battle. As Qin Hao and Ding Junjie's ID cards were inserted, their identity information was also projected onto the light curtain above. This Ding Junjie is actually a hidden professional warrior. This is the signature profession of Dragon Country. Yes, we all know the fighting power of martial artists. Qin Hao is a mechanic, and no one has ever seen him in combat except rumors. Yes, it is not impossible for the underdog to defeat the strong. But the difficulty of the South Province exam this year was so high that even Principal Liu thought it was outrageous. Qin Hao was able to score 700,000 points. Do you think he's weak? There was a constant stream of discussion in the stands, with everyone paying attention to the outcome of the competition. As the competition system completed deducting the betting points of both parties, Qin Hao and Ding Junjie were also teleported into the arena at the same time. As soon as he stood firm on his feet, Ding Junjie quickly leaned forward to gather strength. His idea was to kill Qin Hao with one move and not give him any chance to fight back. As the strength gathered in Ding Junjie's hands, the next second, his body rushed out like lightning. Gas 100 Breaking Fist. Gale 100 Ripping Fist is an enhanced version of the martial artist's 100 Ripping Fist, with faster speed and more deadly impact. The overflowing fist force allows the attacker to cause damage to nearby units even if his fist does not hit the target. Almost no one at the same level can avoid this attack. Everyone in the stands was stunned at the speed of the attack. But then, something even more shocking happened to them. Qin Hao disappeared. Yes, it could almost be described as disappeared. Qin Hao, who was standing in front of Ding Junjie just now, disappeared in the next second as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Just now, when Ding Junjie was accumulating strength, Qin Hao had already read his intention to take the initiative. Then he called out the extreme cold magnetic power-driven combat boots from the system space and put them on. The moment Ding Junjie sprinted towards this side, the power source of the magnetically driven combat boots was activated, and a repulsive magnetic field and powerful driving force instantly created on the soles of the feet allowed Qin Hao to move behind Ding Junjie almost in an instant. To everyone whose attention was on Ding Junjie at the beginning, it seemed as if Qin Hao had disappeared out of thin air. In the arena, Ding Junjie's brain was working rapidly when he found that his punch missed. Adhering to the principle of eliminating all impossibilities and believing that whatever remains is the truth, no matter how unbelievable it is, he came to the conclusion that Qin Hao had directly dodged the attack. Although this was completely beyond Ding Junjie's expectations, he was shocked for a moment. But the battle continues. Since Qin Hao has dodged this attack, he may attack himself from any place out of his sight. Ding Junjie's combat IQ is not low. He knows that if he chooses to look around to confirm Qin Hao's position now, there will be huge uncertainty. For example, if I turn my head to the right and Qin Hao is on my left, I would be at an absolute disadvantage. So he decisively chose to maintain his posture and launch his defensive technique, Tai Chi Formation. Tai Chi Formation requires the caster to release energy to the surrounding area of the body through the coordination of hands and feet. The Tai Chi Formation can consume a large amount of energy to achieve the effect of 100% blocking the first attack that approaches the caster. Although this will cause a great loss of one's own strength, defensive counterattack is the best solution in such a situation. Ding Junjie was seen using his hands and feet to perform a set of moves and begin to perform the Tai Chi Formation. But the next second he felt as if his legs were restrained by something and he couldn't move. When I looked down, I saw that the ground was covered with cold air and my legs were frozen in place. What is this? A spell? How did he achieve such a powerful AoE control effect? There were exclamations of surprise from the stands at the cold air covering the ground of the arena. This is a skill coverage and effect that many high-level mages cannot achieve, and now it actually appears on a mechanic. Ding Junjie, who was unable to move his legs, instantly lost the ability to launch the Tai Chi Formation. Extreme cold magnetic-driven combat boots, driven by Qin Hao, the refrigeration core was still operating rapidly, and cold air continued to pour out from the gaps between the metal scales. After trying several times and still unable to escape and feeling cold all over, Ding Junjie had no choice but to fight to the death. Ding Junjie roared and clashed his fists. A cyclone continued to expand in his fists and soon enveloped Ding Junjie. This is one of the most powerful defensive skills of a warrior, attack and defense in one. A skill that directly converts attack attributes into defense attributes in full to increase defense. I've seen other warriors use this skill in the exam. Two monsters with 100 attack power at the same time couldn't break their defense. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of exclamations from the stands. But in the arena, Qin Hao had no intention of wasting any more time with Ding Junjie. He turned up the power of extreme cold magnetic drive boots. Then a kick with a chill burst out. Chapter 46, I don't have time for mischief. A flash of lightning flashed across the projection screen. The air made a sharp, bursting sound, as if it was being torn apart. The magnetically powered combat boots, whose surface was covered with blue-purple electric light, shot towards Ding Junjie's head under the control of Qin Hao. Squeak! Just at the moment when Qin Hao's foot in combat boots touched Ding Junjie, his body immediately turned into a shadow and disappeared. It's over. A supreme warrior, especially one with defensive skills activated, was killed instantly with just one strike. He didn't even summon the army of robots he was rumored to have, relying on just a pair of shoes. This crushing battle result exceeded everyone's expectations. The kind of back-and-forth battle that everyone in the stands had expected did not happen. During the entire battle, Ding Junjie didn't even see Qin Hao's face before the match ended. Maybe it can be said that Ding Junjie is too weak, but a more accurate statement is that the gap between Ding Junjie and Qin Hao can no longer be made up by any fancy fighting techniques or skills. Ding Junjie, who was kicked out of the game, is now kneeling in front of the battle seat and retching. The fear of approaching death made him break out in cold sweat. If the fight just now had taken place in an actual combat, he would have surely been killed. The question is, how can a mechanic have such powerful physical skills and also release magical skills? Ding Junjie was totally unable to accept what had just happened. His legs were as soft as cotton, and he was unable to stand up. The battle is over. The winner is Qin Hao. Betting points are being transferred. As the competition system deducted Ding Junjie's 10,000 points from Qin Hao's ID card, the farce came to an end. Those freshmen who were originally eager to become famous by challenging Qin Hao gave up the idea after watching this game. Although they knew little about the profession of mechanic, they knew that most of Qin Hao's strength had not been revealed. Challenging him is no different than giving away points. After the competition, Qin Hao didn't want to waste any more time here. He had more important things to do in the afternoon after dinner. Now when Qin Hao goes to the cafeteria to swipe his 4-year cafeteria unlimited dining card, he will turn on the mute button of the card reader in advance. Otherwise, it would be unbearable to accept the gazes from head to toe from teachers and students in the cafeteria every time. In the afternoon, after taking a short rest, Qin Hao prepared to head to the copy hall. The freshman assessment is not far away now, so we must hurry up to level up and acquire new equipment. Before leaving, Qin Hao first opened the system panel. Occupation, Mechanic. Level, 24. Strength, 410. Spirit, 168. Stamina, 380. Possessing blueprints. Light-duty power arm. A one-ranger robot. Modified. Small handheld electromagnetic cannon. Condensation purifier. Spider Queen Elise. Semi-mechanized. M61 mini Gatling gun. Extremely cold magnetic-powered combat boots. Skills possessed. Seal of the Mechanic. Blueprint Forger. Infinite Forging. Advanced Mechanical Improvement. Mechanical Fusion Forging. Knowledge acquired. Basic Assembly. Basic Mechanical Engineering. Basic Weapons. Basic Materials. After upgrading the A1 Ranger robot and forging the extreme cold magnetic-driven combat boots last time, my level has reached level 24. At this time, most of the freshmen are still working hard to break through level 20. After taking another look at his panel, Qin Hao set off for the copy hall. The dungeon hall was packed in the afternoon. There is a large service desk at the door to receive all students who come to play the dungeon. All the dungeons located in the dungeon hall require points to obtain the qualification to enter. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the copy, the better the rewards and the more experience, but the corresponding cost is expensive points. The lower the level of the copy, the fewer rewards and the less experience, but the corresponding cost is low points. There are more than 50 copies of various types in the entire copy hall, and the Imperial Capital University is constantly introducing and improving copies to meet the practice needs of different students. Few universities are capable of doing this. When Qin Hao went to the service desk to inquire about the copy information, he also met Gao Xiao and others who also came to the copy hall to prepare for leveling up. What a coincidence, Qin Hao. Are you also here to check the copy information and prepare for the next copy? After seeing Qin Hao, Gao Xiao also stepped forward and greeted him. Qin Hao, you were so handsome this morning. You knocked Ding Junjie down with just one kick, Lu Ying said while making a flying kick gesture. Meng Yu on the side also nodded slightly to Qin Hao. Oh yes, I also want to take advantage of this time to quickly improve my strength. Qin Hao handed the ID card to the short-haired staff at the service desk. The staff looked very young, and the work badge on her chest proved that she was a senior student working part-time here. That's great. You're all freshmen, right? Let me explain the situation of our dungeon hall to you, the senior said as she read the card information. There are 56 regular dungeons in our dungeon hall. These dungeons are open to all students. This means that as long as you have enough points, you can come to the dungeon hall at any time. There are 5 more dungeons that are only open to the top 50 Fengshan students in each grade. These 5 dungeons are all nightmare level or above in difficulty, and the difficulty of the 5 dungeons gradually increases. You must complete the easier dungeons before you can continue with the subsequent challenges. And the senior who was reading the card information suddenly stopped. 110,000 points? The senior student was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She had never seen a student with so many points balance on his ID card. Then he moved his eyes to the name column and saw Qin Hao's name. Before entering the university, everyone in Imperial Capital University had heard of this name, and this part-time senior was no exception. Are you the mechanic who scored 700,000 points in the Southern Province entrance exam? The senior sister's face was filled with the excitement of finally meeting the real star she had been chasing for a long time. A mechanic who can fight and win a fight, what a rare thing it is. Well, senior sister, let's talk about business. Qin Hao reminded quickly when he saw that the situation was not right. The senior student then stood up from the table and continued. So, students, now you can choose the copy you want to download based on your authority and points. Gao Xiao and the others spent a long time choosing the dungeons and finally decided on a gold-level dungeon called Ta Cruz Camp that required 300 points to enter. This was a dungeon for 2 to 4 people, allowing for flexible team selection. After making the choice, Gao Xiao looked at Qin Hao again. If Qin Hao could join their team, then there would be no problem for them to pass this level of Secret Realm. But on second thought, why would someone as strong as Qin Hao choose a low-level copy? It would not bring any benefit to her, and her current strength would only be a burden to him. Thinking of this, Gao Xiao gave up the idea of inviting Qin Hao to join. As for Qin Hao, after Gao Xiao and the others confirmed their choice, he clicked on the first of the 5 copies, Night Parade of 100 Demons, without hesitation, which was only available to Fengshan students. Are you sure? The senior student stretched out her hand to stop Qin Hao from pressing the confirmation button. Although you are one of the best freshmen, no freshman would choose Fengshan 5 right from the start. These 5 copies require a lot of points, 50,000 points each time. In order to prevent students from repeatedly challenging these 5 copies without knowing their own strength, and to prevent energy fluctuations from affecting the stability of the copies, each student will have a 10-day cool-down period after challenging these 5 copies. Do you really want to choose Night Parade of 100 Demons? But where are your teammates? This is a 3 to 5 person instance. Qin Hao smiled and pushed away the senior sister's hand that was blocking the confirmation button. I don't have any teammates, but I am also sure to choose 100 Ghosts. Qin Hao never changed his mind from beginning to end. Only high-level copies can make his blueprint forger more powerful. Under the incredulous gaze of his senior sister, Qin Hao decisively pressed the confirmation button. However, seeing that Qin Hao had made up his mind, the senior student stopped trying to dissuade him. The senior student led Qin Hao all the way to the other side of the copy hall. A black stone gate 3 or 4 meters high stands before us. After the senior student swiped her pass card, the stone door slowly opened. 5 scarlet teleportation arrays stood proudly inside the stone gate. The Fengshan 5th dungeon is separated from other dungeon areas. Your identity information has been verified. Now you can start the challenge. Remember to use the return bracelet in time to leave the dungeon if you encounter a monster that you cannot defeat, the senior finally reminded. After putting on the return bracelet, Qin Hao stood in front of the teleportation array corresponding to the copy of 100 Demons Night Parade. The red color of the teleportation array became brighter and brighter, and a prompt sound came from my ears. Please make final preparations before departure. Waiting for teammates to join us. 5-4-3-2-1. Waiting time is up. The teleportation array is activated. Chapter 47, Crush. Sweep. With a flash of red light, Qin Hao was teleported into a new space. This space is called the preparation area, and students who come to challenge the copy can make final preparations for their strategic materials, etc. in this space. After crossing the foggy wall in front, you will officially enter the dungeon. To prevent unexpected events, such as being attacked by monsters as soon as you enter the dungeon, Qin Hao put on the light power arm and extreme cold magnetic power-driven combat boots in advance. After pulling up the power engine of the power arm, it passed through the fog wall in front. After entering the copy, it is a village that looks like it was in the Warring States period, and the time is set at night. It was pitch black all around, with only occasional sobs heard in the deathly silence. Then the copy panel appeared in front of Qin Hao. 100 Demons Night Parade. Difficulty, Nightmare. Recommended challenge level, level 40. Recommended number of challengers, 3 to 5 people. Copy background. According to the Uji Kiyoshi Monogatari, humans and monsters actually live in the same time and space. Humans are active during the day, while monsters appear at night. When night falls, people stay indoors, and monsters with hideous faces and various shapes walk into the streets in groups, like a procession at a temple fair, which is known as the Night Parade of 100 Demons. After reading the copy introduction, Qin Hao soon felt that there was something hiding in the darkness around him, eyeing him covetously. Soon, accompanied by a low growl, a tiger-like monster jumped out from behind Qin Hao and pounced towards him. Qin Hao quickly bent his legs slightly, used the propulsion provided by the magnetic boots to step back to create distance, and at the same time threw the identification spell at the monster. Water Tiger. Level, 30. Strength, 280. Mental Strength, 80. Stamina, 200. Monster Introduction. The Water Tiger is uglier than the Kappa. Legend has it that it was a mascot in the temple. It loved water by nature. After the temple was looted by a group of rebels, it also became a victim of the sword. The overall appearance of the water tiger is similar to that of a common tiger, but his hair is more luxuriant. He has 3 pairs of legs and 6 eyes, and 2 mouths on both sides of his face. The water tiger also has teeth in its stomach that can tear into pieces any prey it swallows. The skin on its back is as hard as armor, and its sharp water tiger claws are its winning weapons. What's even more powerful is that it has eyes that can see through the opponent's combat patterns and the ability to actively hide its body. Skills: Armor Defense, Stealth, Eye of Prediction, Claw Strike. After learning the information about the monster, Qin Hao clenched his fists, started the engine, and punched the water tiger that was rushing towards him. Under this huge impact force, Shueihu's entire body flew into the air. Boom! With a loud bang, Shueihu's head was smashed into the ground and he was unable to move for a while. But the offensive is far from over. More and more water tigers walked out of the darkness, with fangs exposed in both mouths. Qin Hao didn't waste any time. He opened the system space and called out the 1 Ranger Robot Legion. 60 or 70 Ranger robots circled around Qin Hao from the inside to the outside. Qin Hao immediately issued a clearing order, and the Ranger robots drove the tracks and assumed a combat stance. The barrel of the Gatling gun on the arm has begun to rotate and warm up. All of a sudden, dense gunfire rang out, tearing the tranquility of the village apart. A blinding flame flashed from the muzzle of the Ranger robot Gatling gun. For a moment, the originally dark night became as bright as day. Countless bullets poured out in all directions. Wasn't it agreed that the majority would defeat the minority? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? The water tigers all showed cute expressions, but they reacted immediately, activated their armor defenses, knelt on their front legs, exposed their backs in a crawling posture, and stood in place like a shield. But Gatling won't talk nonsense with you. Chi! The Gatling gun's bullets broke through the armored defense almost effortlessly and penetrated Shueihu's body. The water tigers around were blown away one after another by the powerful impact of the Gatling bullets. After several water tigers discovered that the armored defense was no match for the Ranger robot's attacks, they chose to use stealth techniques to try to find an opportunity to attack Qin Hao's body. But the Ranger robot's continuous firing didn't give them any chance. If you are poor, strike with precision. If you are rich, cover with firepower. Shueihu, who tried to activate the Eye of Precognition again, did not gain any useful information because the pattern of the Ranger robot's attack was random. Indiscriminate, full-range shooting. For a moment, the battlefield was covered with blood and flesh. Soon, it ended with the Ranger robot's finishing blow. All the water tigers were lying on their stomachs, motionless. Then all the experience crystals that floated out after Shueihu's death floated over and were absorbed by Qin Hao. After killing all the water tigers, Qin Hao did not stay for too long, driving the 1 Ranger robot army to continue moving forward. Next, Qin Hao encountered the 4-winged ghost Temple Qingshou, who had the ability to fly. Qin Hao stretched out his hand and summoned the handheld small electromagnetic cannon and coordinated with the firepower of the Ranger robot, and the bodies of Terra Kiyoshi fell like raindrops. The dropped experience gathered into a small river and flowed towards Qin Hao. On the other side, the senior sister at the service desk who was monitoring all the dungeon situations discovered that Qin Hao, who had just entered the nightmare-level dungeon night parade of 100 demons, was about to encounter the boss of the first stage. How is this possible? Only 5 minutes have passed. The senior student couldn't believe her eyes. The 4 freshmen who came here before Qin Hao to go through the procedures to challenge the silver-level copy are still fighting hard with the first batch of monsters they encountered. Maybe this is why Qin Hao was able to score 700,000 points in the Southern Province entrance examination. The senior student couldn't help but think. Qin Hao continued to move forward in the copy, and after passing through many houses, he finally saw the boss. Rain Girl. Level 38. Strength 350. Mental strength 120. Stamina 310. Monster introduction. Legend has it that on rainy nights, the Rain Girl will appear. She will stand in the rain and let the heavy rain wash over her body. If a man passing by smiles at him and indicates that he is willing to share an umbrella with her, then the Rain Girl will follow him forever. From then on, the man who is haunted by the Rain Girl will feel that he has been living in a dark and humid environment and is entangled by moisture. He will die soon after. When his body is found, it will be soaked as if he had just been caught in a heavy rain. Skill introduction. Spreading moisture, stacking surge, rain shield, water arrow. The Rain Girl was wearing a white dress, her face was pale, and her long wet hair hung in front of her chest. Coupled with the dark environment, anyone would be scared by such an appearance. At this moment, Qin Hao's face was filled with excitement, as he finally had new drawings. Chapter 48, Get New Blueprints. With the appearance of the Rain Girl, the original weather is also changing rapidly. The humidity in the entire space could be clearly felt to be rising rapidly. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. This is Rain Girl's home turf. She took the lead and waved her pale hands lightly. Wrong souls began to appear one after another in the rain. These souls are all men who were harmed by the Rain Girl during their lifetime and accumulated resentment after their death. But it shouldn't be that many, right? The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and those wronged souls seemed to walk out of thin air out of the rain. Soon, they surrounded Qin Hao densely. While Qin Hao secretly swore that he would never hold an umbrella for a strange woman again, he called up Spider Queen Iris, semi-mechanized from the system space. The Spider Queen Iris, who was about 5 or 6 meters tall, appeared in front of Qin Hao. If there were bystanders in this battle, he would definitely not be able to tell who the real copy boss was. Qin Hao called out Iris for 2 reasons. One was that the number of wrong souls was increasing and the speed at which the ranger robots could clear them had slowed down. One is that his vision has been completely blocked by the wrong souls and he cannot determine the location of the Rain Girl. By utilizing Iris's spider sense, he could locate her position the moment the Rain Girl intended to attack him. The Spider Queen Iris roared and began to attack in all directions. Under Qin Hao's control, new mechanical life began to pour out of Iris's mechanical womb. Mechanical spiders. A swarm of mechanical spiders swarmed forward like a tide. The wrong souls were swallowed up almost instantly. They climbed onto the body of the wrong soul and kept biting it. And for a while, painful wails were heard everywhere. Although new wrong souls continued to emerge, they were swallowed up by the mechanical spider swarms almost the moment they appeared. Under the attack of the mechanical spider swarm and the ranger robots, the large number of wrong souls were quickly suppressed. Realizing that her group of wrong souls posed no real threat to Qin Hao, Yu was surprised and used her water arrow skill. The Rain Girl gathered the raindrops around her into long prism shapes and shot them out like arrows. While the Rain Girl was still condensing her water arrows, Qin Hao had already sensed the Rain Girl's intentions by reading the consciousness of Iris, who had spider sense. Qin Hao used his magnetic power boots to quickly dodge sideways. Several water arrows flew past Qin Hao, and the houses behind him exploded and collapsed instantly after being hit by the water arrows. After confirming the location of Yu, Qin Hao turned the guns of all the ranger robots in the attack direction of the mechanical spider swarm. A swarm of mechanical spiders swarmed out in sync with dense bullets. The Rain Girl tried to summon the wrong souls more frequently to stop Qin Hao's attack, but it was all in vain. The wrong souls fell one after another like harvested wheat in a rice field. Soon the mechanical army had already rushed to the front of the Rain Girl. The Rain Girl once again gathered rain to launch a rain shield. A 2-meter-thick water wall was erected. For a moment, Gatling's bullets and the wave of mechanical spiders were temporarily blocked. But more and more bullets were hitting the water wall, and Yu knew that this was not a long-term solution. Instead, he chose to fight to the death and launch 2 attack skills at the same time. Humidity permeates and waves surge. The Rain Girl pushed down the water wall and reshaped the rain, which was gathered into waves that came one after another, overturned several ranger robots in front. At the same time, moisture was beginning to occupy the copy space, and Qin Hao's exposed skin was soaked by the air in just a dozen seconds. This moisture is constantly eroding other life within the copy space. But Qin Hao was not panicked at all. He had already found a solution. Qin Hao pressed down his heel hard, pushing the cooling core power of the extreme cold magnetic power-driven combat boots to the maximum. The cold air, like the breath of a wild beast, gushed out from the boots. Because the air around is full of water vapor, like a soaked sponge. Therefore, under the influence of the cold air, the water vapor in the surrounding air was instantly solidified, and flock-like ice patterns appeared. The ice pattern quickly spread towards the rain girl like a vine, and the waves that were attacking Qin Hao were also solidified into ice sculptures. After losing the obstacle, the ranger robots once again fired intensively at the rain girl, and the swarm of mechanical spiders also swarmed forward. By the time Qin Hao went forward to check, the rain girl had already turned into a pile of suspended experience crystals. And under the experience crystal, 3 glittering drawings suddenly appeared. Qin Hao, overjoyed, stepped forward and picked up the first drawing to check it out. Flame Fist. Tier Gold. Occupation: Combat General. Strength: 150. Introduction. Originally just ordinary boxing gloves worn by martial artists, they were accidentally contaminated with the flames of the magic cave during a battle with monsters, giving them fire attribute attack effects while breaking through the limitations of the profession. Another universal level equipment? Qin Hao couldn't help but be surprised at the drop rate of this nightmare level secret realm. After all, general level equipment has always been a rare item that is in short supply. Many people work hard for a long time to complete a dungeon or secret realm, but the equipment dropped is not suitable for their profession. Then Qin Hao picked up the second drawing. This is a mechanical blueprint brought by the blueprint forger. Hand-cranked alloy unfolding armor. Rank Gold. Defense: 180. Drawing description. The entire body of the hand-cranked alloy deployable armor is forged from thick metal sheets, and the connections are driven by gears. The wearing position is on the chest. After wearing it, you can drive the gear to rotate by shaking the joystick located on the side of the unfolded armor, so as to achieve the purpose of expanding the defense range of the armor. What the hell? Qin Hao threw it towards the system. Bye. Mechanical drawings detected. The quality of the drawings is automatically upgraded. Upgrade successful. Energy gathering metal extendable breastplate magnetic control. Tier Epic. Defense: 700. Drawing description. The entire breastplate is made of metal platinum and has excellent ductility. The surface of the breastplate is covered with a layer of energy-storing metallic sodium, which enables it to resist attacks while converting part of this capacity into internal energy to supply other mechanical equipment on the wearer. The electromagnetic core, located in the center of the chest armor, is its power source. That's more like it. After reading the introduction, Qin Hao put the energy-concentrating metal extended breastplate magnetic control into the system space. Then Qin Hao picked up the last remaining drawing on the ground. Preparation of movable tube artillery. Rank Gold. Attack: 280. Blueprint introduction. Based on the initial rifled artillery, it has been upgraded and modified to allow the elevation and depression angles of the gun barrel to be adjusted, giving it a certain strike capability at both far and near points. Bye. Mechanical drawings detected. The quality of the drawings is automatically upgraded. The system beeped again. Chapter 49. The final boss appears. Upgrade successful. Suspended air-to-ground laser turret. Tier Epic. Strength: 500. Description of the blueprint. Suspended air-to-ground laser turret. The overall shape is like a 3-dimensional rhombus, about 10 meters high and 4 meters wide. The 4 planes of the 4-sided pyramid below can be opened upwards, revealing the retractable and translatable laser barrel inside. Since the speed of laser weapons is the speed of light, there is often no need for advance time when activating it. The purpose of destroying the target is achieved by using a powerful directional laser beam. Another kind of mechanical equipment that can be mass-produced. Qin Hao was secretly delighted. With the skill of infinite forging, he didn't have to worry about producing too many mechanical equipment in a short period of time and not having enough physical strength. After collecting all the spoils, Qin Hao set out to move deeper into the dungeon. The further we go, the lighter the rain becomes, which also symbolizes the end of the first stage of the night parade of 100 Demons copy and the official entry into the next stage, which is the final stage. Qin Hao drove the ranger robot to clear the way, while the spider Queen Iris protected him in case of any accidents. The mechanical spiders were densely packed all around, ready to bite any monster that appeared. As we walked further, the night became darker and the houses around us, which had originally had recognizable shapes, were now reduced to ruins. Soon Qin Hao encountered the next monster. Yamoro Ghost. Level: 35. Strength: 300. Monster introduction. According to legend, this monster was created by a deceased man who had not been worshipped and was resentful. It has a human head, a bird body, an old man's face, eyes that glow like lamps, can speak human language, and emits blue flames when it opens its mouth. Skill introduction. Soul-burning fire, hurricane breaking. Before Qin Hao finished reading the skill introduction, he called on the ranger robot to rush up and shoot him. The ranger corps, having received the order, drove the tracks forward rapidly. The Yamoro ghost was still posing on a tree branch when he was hit by dense, Gatling bullets. The injured monster's ability to move was greatly reduced, and the mechanical spiders swarmed forward, causing blood to splatter and feathers to fly. Qin Hao saw that the Enmora ghost was trying to use the soul-burning fire to break through, but from the group of spiders biting him, only a small flame sprang up and then wilted like a withered flower. After absorbing the experience gained from defeating monsters again, Qin Hao realized that his experience bar was approaching level 25. The experience brought by this nightmare-level copy is indeed rich. If it were other low-level copies, I don't know how many times I would have to repeat them before I could get a level upgrade. At this time, the copy lobby service desk. Senior? Senior? We want to download this silver-level copy. Can you please help us process it? Several freshmen outside the service desk were urging. At this moment, the senior student was staring at the progress bar of the copy 100 Demons Night Parade, which was moving forward as fast as a train without blinking. How could this person come here to challenge a dungeon? They were clearly here to purchase goods. As for Qin Hao, the time in the copy exists independently from the outside world. As time passed, the night became darker. More and more ghosts are taking to the streets. Flying Headman, level 33 strength. 280, a legendary long-necked monster whose head flies off its body when it sleeps for fun and scaring people. Hashiheim, level 36, strength 310. Formed by the resentment of some infatuated women, they commit suicide by jumping from the bridge into the water because they are infatuated with others and cannot be with their loved ones. If someone crosses the bridge at night, they will be dragged into the river and drowned. Ghost Mouth, level 38, strength 350. There is a glowing bait like some deep-sea fish on its head and a beautiful woman's head on its tongue. It makes a painful expression as if it is about to be swallowed. If anyone comes forward to rescue it, it will be eaten. However, these ghosts did not survive long under Qin Hao's push. The head of the flying head barbarian had its neck bitten off by the mechanical spider before it even started to fly out. Hashiheim stretched out her hand from the river and cried out in pain. "Come down and accompany me." Then she looked closely and saw dozens of pairs of glowing eyes on the bridge staring at her. Whether to pull her out or not became a problem at this time. However, before she could think it through, Iris used spider web binding to knock her back to the bottom of the lake, and her resentment would last for at least a few hundred more years. Ghost Mouth was even more miserable. It opened its huge mouth, and the beautiful woman's head on its tongue shook its head. Then the next second 6 Gatling gun barrels were stuffed into its mouth. After a burst of fire, it was shot through from head to toe. The increase in these high-level monsters also indicates that the final boss of the night parade of 100 demons is approaching. After effortlessly clearing out the ghosts along the way, a stone staircase leading upwards came into view. The end of the stone stairs looks like a temple. Qin Hao walked up under the protection of the Ranger Corps and Iris. After stepping on the last step, I finally saw the temple clearly. The plaque outside the gate had already decayed and was half hanging in the air, swaying in the wind and making a creepy creaking sound. The inside of the temple was also in a dilapidated state, and the couplets posted on the 2 beams had long since become blurred. Looking further inside, there was actually a lit candle placed between the 2 innermost stone pagodas. The flames swayed in the cold wind, as if they would go out at any time. Then, a face slowly emerged from behind the candle. The face was red, with black pupils and a bloody mouth that was almost split to the temple. When it moved closer, it found that the owner of the face was very short, only about 1.3 meters tall, but had long hair that reached his knees. Qin Hao throws out the identification technique. Green Lantern, level 38, strength 890, mental strength 180, stamina 400. Monster introduction. According to legend, this kind of ghost has no specific appearance. The more you fear it, the uglier it will be. Aoandin is a little ghost in front of the hell. It often wanders at the gate of the underworld and will change into the appearance of our acquaintances at night to play a game called 100 Tales. 100 Tales. Light 100 white candles, and all participants in the game take turns to tell a horrible and weird thing they have experienced. After each story is told, a candle is blown out. When the last candle is blown out, all participants in the game will be taken to hell. Therefore, many elderly people will sit quietly and wait for dawn after blowing out the 99th candle when playing this game. Skill introduction. Hell's Gate, Green Hair Dungeon, Sacrifice of 100 Things. Note, Sacrifice of 100 Things. Light 100 candles around the caster. Every time a ghost belonging to Kingswand dies, a candle will be extinguished. The attack will only take effect on Kingswand after all candles are extinguished. However, when all candles are extinguished, Kingswand will transform into the gate of hell with its flesh and forcefully drag the attacker into hell. It seems like an unsolvable skill. Qin Hao fell into deep thought after reading the skill introduction. Chapter 50. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The first legendary blueprint. While Qin Hao was still thinking about countermeasures, the Green Lantern in the distance blew gently at the white candle in front of it. In an instant, starting with that candle, the other white candles that were originally placed in the darkness were lit one by one. Only then did Qin Hao realize that the moment he stepped into the temple, he was surrounded by 100 white candles. The lighting of the candles also announces the beginning of the Baiwu festival game. King Xuan opened his arms, and although there was only a light breeze around the temple, his long hair surged as if in a storm. The originally dark eyes burst into red light. A scarlet stone door with a head hanging on a beam rose from the ground. This is King Xuan's skill, Hell's Gate. The stone door slowly opened a crack, and several pairs of hands with torn flesh and bleeding stretched out at the same time to hold the crack in the door. Chilling screams of pain continued to come out from the crack. Then, with the sound of flesh being torn apart by a sharp object, several hands on the door slid down lifelessly. The gate of hell was pushed open from the inside, and the hell imps swarmed out from the gate of hell like a swarm of giant flies. The hell imp's body is dark blue, with a large head, long fangs like a vampire, and a pair of small wings on its baby-sized body. After releasing 100 hell ghosts, the gate of hell sank into the ground again from the magic circle summoned by King Xuan. Qin Hao, who had been watching all this, discovered that the attack power of these hellish ghosts had reached an astonishing 200. Logically speaking, monsters of this size in a dungeon shouldn't have such high attack power. Qin Hao took the lead in ordering the Ranger Corps to fire at the Green Lantern. Dense firepower rushed towards Kingsington like raindrops. But King Xuan's body had already entered a virtual state at this moment, and the bullet passed through his body at high speed. This also verifies that King Xuan has officially entered the invincible state described in the skill introduction. The hellish ghosts suspended in the air let out eerie laughter, and the eerie laughter rose and fell, echoing in the temple like a cold wind blowing through the dead leaves covering the ground. The harsh sound made Qin Hao very annoyed. As the Spider Queen Iris let out a sharp roar, the battle between robots and ghosts officially began. Iris used her huge body to protect Qin Hao behind her, and continuously launched Spider Silk Punishment and Spider Web Binding. The Ranger Corps, like dozens of surface-to-air artillery batteries, kept turning its heads, locking and firing. The little devils in hell were not to be outdone, and they kept spewing the hellish fire from their mouths toward the ground. The small temple is like a Shura field at this moment. The power of the Yama fire was beyond Qin Hao's imagination. Even the Ranger robot, whose entire body was made of the gold-grade material URU alloy, saw its metal surface melt under the continuous burning of the Yama fire. It is also accompanied by slower reactions and slower movements, which are often precursors to failure. After fighting for a while, Qin Hao noticed that most of the candles behind him had been extinguished, about 30 in total. This also means that there are still 70 hell demons in the sky that have not been eliminated. Although judging from the current casualty ratio between the two sides, they could definitely be wiped out by wasting time, but Qin Hao was not willing to pay a greater price. Qin Hao stretched out his hand and summoned the small handheld electromagnetic cannon and fired several shots into the air. The powerful force generated by the explosion instantly knocked down several hellish devils. Although they were not killed head-on, they were immediately torn into ashes by the mechanical spiders that swarmed over them when they fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, the other hell devils immediately used their high agility to lower their flying altitude to avoid the incoming armor-piercing bullets. This is exactly Qin Hao's purpose. After seeing that the hovering altitude of the hellish ghosts had decreased, Qin Hao turned the muzzle of the electromagnetic cannon and fired at the large water tank in the middle of the temple. A huge column of water shot up into the sky in an instant. At the same time, Qin Hao pulled up the cooling core of the extreme cold magnetic power-driven combat boots, and cold air surged out. The cold air that quickly spread to the bottom of the broken cylinder caused the water column from bottom to top to begin to solidify into ice. The shape is like a Buddha's hand extending from the bottom of the temple. After completing this step, Qin Hao mobilized all the mechanical spiders to climb up along the icicle. Before the hell demons could react, more and more mechanical spiders jumped onto them from the top of the icicles. The intense pain caused by the bite made them run around the temple like headless flies. Of course, the bite of mechanical spiders is far from enough to end them. Mechanical self-destruction program started. As Qin Hao issued the order, the mechanical spiders attached to the hell devils exploded one after another. Although the mechanical spider's own attack power is not very high even with a 10-fold bonus from the mechanical self-destruction program, its number is its biggest advantage. One had its wings blown off, and the other had its legs blown off. But even though the little devil from hell, who was born without any other emotions, was constantly being tormented by the explosions caused by the mechanical spider, he only let out an even more creepy laugh. The flames that shot up into the sky illuminated the darkness above the temple, and the sounds of explosions mixed with strange laughter echoed in the sky. At this moment, The candles surrounding Qin Hao were extinguished as quickly as the female guests on, if you were the one turned off their lights when they heard that the male guest was a delivery man. Soon there were less than 10 candles left. When the last candle was extinguished, Qin Hao withdrew the clearing order issued to the mechanical army. In the air, the little devil from hell corresponding to the last candle fell like falling leaves. The laughter in his mouth proved that he was still alive. Qin Hao stepped forward and grabbed his head. He paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and increased the kinetic energy of the extreme cold magnetic-driven combat boots to the maximum. Then it shot out towards the direction of the Green Lantern like an arrow shot from a bow. When he was still 2 arms distance away from Kingswand, Qin Hao threw the half-dead Hell Devil towards Kingswand. Then he clenched his fist, and the hinges at his fingers activated the power engine of the power arm. The engine roared, and then Qin Hao punched forward. The moment the fist touched the Hell Devil, the last candle was extinguished, and the body of Kingswand behind him also became solid and began to twist rapidly. However, the power arm that was rushing towards him did not give him the chance to continue to transform into the Gate of Hell. Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Shingding's body was smashed apart, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Before he died, he kept his eyes wide open as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Congratulations on defeating the final boss. Successfully cleared the copy of 100 Demons Night Parade. After defeating Kingswand, the system also sounded a prompt. The sky began to brighten, and the town finally welcomed the sunrise after completing the dungeon. Qin Hao stepped forward and began to sort out the rewards for completing the game. Purgatory Scorched Earth Long Sword. Rank, Platinum. Occupation, Swordsman. Attack, 280. This was not something Qin Hao could use, and its attack power was not even as good as the light power arm he forged at the beginning. Thinking of this, Qin Hao put it away and prepared to go to the pawn shop to sell it for some points. In addition to the high amount of experience, there are also some high-level physical strength potions and 2 or 3 gold-level weapons and equipment, but none of them are equipment that Qin Hao can use. Suddenly, the last object floating in the air, emitting golden light, caught Qin Hao's attention. This should be the mechanical blueprint brought by the blueprint forger. Qin Hao reached out and took it. Scrap Iron Pterosaur. Rank Gold. Strength, 370. Drawing description. The scrap iron pterosaur was born in the scrap iron recycling yard. According to legend, hundreds of years ago, a mechanic was forced back here by monsters while collecting materials outside the safe zone. When all his mechanical weapons had been consumed, he hid in the scrap iron recycling plant and used the scrap metal in the scrap iron recycling yard to create the scrap iron pterosaur, and finally escaped from here. The scrap iron pterosaur uses steam power, and 2 huge searchlights form its eyes, which have certain combat capabilities. Bite! Mechanical drawings detected. The quality of the drawings is being automatically upgraded. Nuclear mechanical 2-headed dragon. Tier, legendary. Strength, 2,500. Blueprint description. A mechanical weapon that only exists in legends. It is so huge that it can cover a small hill when it flies. It has 3 small nuclear reactors in its body to supply it with huge energy. The 2 heads of the nuclear mechanical 2-headed dragon have gas storage chambers and pressure regulating chambers. It can receive gas from the gas storage chamber, and then ignite the gas into a fierce flame after a series of operations such as filtering, pressure regulation, and flow conversion. Legendary level. Qin Hao widened his eyes in excitement. Thanks to Jinyu, who likes Yuhua, and Konoha Crow, who surprised Lu Yi for sending me love. Thank you. Chapter 51 Qianlong Pawn Shop. Time came to the next day. The news that Qin Hao challenged the Nightmare level copy, Night Parade of 100 Demons, alone and broke the shortest time record was widely spread. For a time, many self-important and top-ranked freshmen also set their sights on the Fengshan 5th dungeon. But even if they went as a team, no team could make it through in the end. Most of them were forced to use the return bracelet to leave in the first stage. As for Qin Hao, after a good night's rest, he began to sort out the gains from this dungeon trip in the afternoon. These include a gold-level universal weapon, Flame Fists, a platinum-level swordsman weapon, Infernal Scorched Earth Longsword, and 3 gold-level weapons, Invisible Dragon's Breath Bow, Titan Giant Shield, and Deep Sea Trident. As for the blueprints, 3 new blueprints were obtained this time, namely the Epic Blueprint, Floating Air-to-Ground Laser Turret, Energy Concentrated Metal Extended Breastplate, Magnetic Control, and the highest level blueprint currently owned, the Legendary Blueprint, Nuclear Mechanical 2-Headed Dragon. Qin Hao, who obtained the Nuclear Mechanical 2-Headed Dragon last night, couldn't wait to use the remaining URU alloy to build it. But Qin Hao soon discovered that even though he had a lot of URU alloy left, it was still far from enough to create a legendary mechanical equipment. The most important thing is that in the process of trying to forge it, I found that although the gold-grade material URU alloy can still be used normally many parts of the forge part have already broken due to insufficient metal toughness and strength. This prompted Qin Hao to give up the idea of continuing to use URU alloy. He had to find higher-level materials to make this legendary blueprint. After calculating that he still had 960,000 points left on his ID card, he had to make a decision on how to use the points. Generally speaking, before the big exam, freshmen's points can be used in two ways. One is to continuously consume points to brush dungeons, which can improve their own levels while also earning high-level equipment drops to improve their combat effectiveness. Another option is to spend most of the points directly on purchasing props and equipment, which is often a safer approach. In previous years, there have been miraculous cases where all points were used to buy life potions, and people managed to get high rankings in the freshman assessment while running and hiding from being beaten. Although there are not many equipments that can be selected with basic points, many freshmen are still unwilling to gamble with their precious points in the early stage. Their primary goal is to get a higher ranking in the freshman assessment. For mechanics, experience gained from building mechanical equipment is often faster than from clearing dungeons, so it is not suitable for mechanics to use clearing dungeons as the primary means of increasing levels like other professions. For Qin Hao, the copy is more of a way to obtain new mechanical blueprints. Now he already has 2 new blueprints that have not been made yet. It is not a wise choice to spend a lot of points to buy a copy. Even if I get new blueprints, I don't have better or more materials to build them, and I can't get the biggest improvement before the freshman assessment. Thinking of this, Qin Hao made a decisive decision. He would sell all those weapons and equipment in exchange for points, and then use the points to purchase the materials and modules needed to make mechanical equipment. A free trade market in a corner of the Imperial Capital University. Qin Hao, who was standing at the entrance, had already heard the noisy shouting. Stamina potion. Stamina potion. Do you want to replicate the miracle of the King of Medicine? Come and buy it. Buy at a high price. Buy at a high price. Buy weapons and equipment of all levels. I'm dropping out of school tomorrow. I'm selling at a loss. I have everything. I'll sell it for money. Qin Hao always felt that since you buy at a high price and sell at a low price, then what are you still shouting about? Why don't you just produce and sell by yourself? This free trade market allows students to set up stalls by themselves. So many students sell the weapons and props they obtain from the copies here, or buy the weapons and props from students who are in urgent need of points, and then sell them at a high price to make a profit from the difference. Qin Hao had no intention of staying here. His purpose was very clear. He went to a pawn shop on campus that had the most advantageous prices for recycling weapons and equipment, as he had read in the freshman handbook. When Qin Hao walked to a plaque that read Qianlong Pawn Shop, he walked in. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the senior girl in a white shirt at the counter exclaiming, "Gold level equipment, which is singing staff? Are you really freshmen?" The senior girl in white shirt asked in disbelief. Because gold level equipment has a chance of being produced only in epic level dungeons. P.S. The dungeon levels of Imperial University are divided into secret realms and major exam questions, and are ranked from easy to difficult. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, nightmare, hell, abyss. And the difficulty of clearing an epic level dungeon for a freshman is self-evident. I say, senior sister, you don't know who is standing in front of you, right? The yellow-haired guy standing aside, who looked like a younger brother, spoke first. The man with the middle-parted hair in the lead also puffed out his chest proudly, ready to perform well in front of the beautiful senior schoolmate. This is Shirley Qiang, who ranks 5th among freshmen in this class. Yesterday, the 5 of us worked together to clear the epic dungeon, Murloc Lair. Qin Hao also had some impression of the name Shirley Qiang, having seen it before in the freshman rankings. It is said that his first job change was unsuccessful, but after 2.5 years of settling down, he suddenly became a beast tamer and achieved excellent results in the final examination. Although the senior girl in white shirt had never heard of this name, the title of 5th freshman still made her admire him. A piece of gold-level equipment will generally be given a point value of 30,000 to 60,000 points, depending on the combat power and profession. If it is divided equally among a team of people, each person will earn a considerable amount of points. So at this moment, the 5 people in front of the counter were sitting there anxiously waiting for the senior girl in white shirt to give them the final price. Qin Hao, who was waiting in line at the back, became increasingly anxious when he saw that there was no movement in front. Because I just looked at the time, it's almost time for dinner, and my aunt won't wait for anyone. Thinking of this, he walked up to the second selling booth. He placed the 4 pieces of equipment, Infernal Scorched Earth Longsword, Traceless Dragon's Breath Bow, Titan Giant Shield, and Deep Sea Trident, on the counter with a clang. "Excuse me, can you take a look at mine first? I have something urgent to do." The senior girl in the white shirt turned her head and saw 4 pieces of glittering equipment on the second slot. The Witch's Staff of Chanting, in her hand, fell to the ground with a clang. Thanks to Brother Suiyue, Fengshen, the old man who likes pine nuts, Huan Yuan Vian, Kong Lianming who loves sesame meatballs, Zhang Daozhen who likes Analyzer for sending the love power, and Shue Shifenju for sending the flowers. Thank you. Chapter 52 Platinum Grade Materials. The senior sister in white shirt, who had been working part-time at Qin pawn shop for more than a year, recognized at a glance that the 4 pieces of equipment Qin Hao had just taken out were definitely of high quality. And it is very likely that they are all gold-level equipment. The senior girl in the white shirt swallowed her saliva and left Shi Liqiang and others, who had not yet reacted to what was happening, to come to Qin Hao's sales booth. She immediately caught a glimpse of the new nameplate on Qin Hao's chest. This freshman nameplate is a limited-time nameplate given to freshmen by the Imperial Capital University. Holding this nameplate can gain certain conveniences when going through dungeons or purchasing and selling equipment. This ensures that everyone can improve their abilities to the greatest extent possible before the freshman assessment. After the freshman assessment, the nameplates will be taken back by the school. Another freshman? The senior girl in the white shirt had her eyes as big as bells. If she could barely understand the fact that Shi Liqiang and others had just cleared the epic copy and obtained the golden equipment. The freshman in front of her immediately took out 4 high-level weapons. She couldn't believe it even if she had 10 heads. Then the senior girl in white shirt activated the identification technique to begin to determine the true grade of these weapons. This was also the first time in more than a year that she doubted her professional ability. Maybe I was mistaken and these pieces are just bronze artifacts, the senior student in the white shirt thought to herself. She was carefully reading the detailed information of the item that appeared when the identification spell was activated. Golden level weapon, Traceless Dragon Breath Bow. Golden level weapon, Titan Shield. Gold level weapon, Deep Sea Trident. Platinum grade? After identifying the 3 gold artifacts, the senior girl in the white shirt's chest was heaving due to nervousness. The level of the last weapon actually reached platinum level, which completely exceeded her knowledge in her part-time career. The Purgatory Scorched Earth longsword, picked up by the senior girl in the white shirt, was red all over, as if it had just been tempered. The sword was covered with long and thin grooves, and flames were constantly flowing in the grooves. Shi Liqiang's younger brother, who is a swordsman by profession, is drooling on the ground. Only as a swordsman could he sense the powerful charm emanating from this platinum-grade weapon. If he hadn't been afraid of Shi Liqiang's pressure, he would have even wanted to find another wise leader and join Qin Hao. Shi Liqiang saw his younger brother's envious look and shouted angrily, "Give me back your head." "What? You want to swallow the sword, right?" At this moment, Qin Hao was completely unaware of the brainstorming of the people around him. He just wanted to get the points quickly and go out to eat. "Senior, have you calculated it? How many points are it worth?" The senior student, who was standing there in a daze with the sword in her hand, came to her senses after hearing Qin Hao's words. Platinum-grade weapons can only be found in legendary-level dungeons and above on campus, and it is almost only theoretically possible for legendary-level dungeons to produce platinum weapons. This also proves that the new student in front of us can only have one identity. That is Qin Hao, the top-ranked freshman who cleared the nightmare-level copy alone. Thinking of this, the senior sister in the white shirt couldn't help but look up at Qin Hao's handsome face. After the senior in the white shirt ran upstairs to ask the manager, she finally gave the price for these 4 weapons. 370,000 points. Among them, the Purgatory Scorched Earth longsword was sold at a high price of 220,000. This price was slightly higher than the average price Qin Hao knew. So Qin Hao did not hesitate and immediately took out his ID card and asked the senior girl in white shirt to transfer the money. Shi Liqiang, who witnessed the whole process, was furious at the attentive look of the beautiful senior schoolmate. He blamed Qin Hao for the beautiful senior schoolmates falling in love with someone else. When he saw the senior schoolmate waving goodbye enthusiastically to Qin Hao, who had already received the points and turned to leave, he secretly thought that he must teach him a lesson in the freshman assessment. The gap between the top 5 freshmen in previous years was not that big, so it would not be surprising who defeated whom. Besides, he had already contracted a powerful pet beast and was full of confidence in the freshman assessment. Then Shi Liqiang snorted coldly, bent down, and picked up the witch's chanting staff on the ground. After dinner, Qin Hao went straight to the school's official exchange. "Classmate, what is your occupation? What do you need to buy?" The old man at the front desk asked Qin Hao as he walked in. Mechanic Qin Hao looked up and saw that this exchange was nearly 100 stories high and contained weapons and equipment, skill books, props, etc. for various professions. "You must be Qin Hao." "Oh." The old man walked out from the front desk with a smile on his face and was about to take Qin Hao to the floor corresponding to the mechanic profession. This floor just resumed operations this year. Qin Hao was still a little surprised that the old man recognized him at a glance. After all, there is another mechanic among the freshmen this year besides myself. Soon the old man's words dispelled Qin Hao's doubts. "A mechanic came this morning. I asked him if he was Qin Hao, and he looked unhappy." The old man took Qin Hao into the elevator while recalling what happened in the morning. Soon the two arrived at the mechanic career mall. What comes into view is a wide range of materials, knowledge and skill books, and mechanical modules. What a temptation this is for a mechanic. Qin Hao looked back at the old man at the front desk. At this moment, he really wanted to ask the author who was writing about him if he could clear out this floor by destroying this thing. The slightly murderous look in his eyes sent a chill down the spine of the old man, who had been smiling just now, and he thought he had been brought to the wrong floor. After being ruthlessly rejected by the author, Qin Hao had no choice but to choose from them. He soon found the module he needed. Qin Hao purchased Superconducting Module, Electromechanical Energy Conversion Module, Fiber Laser Module, Wavefront Sensor Module, Metal Extension Adapter Module, Electromagnetic Core Module, Micronuclear Reaction Module, etc. Then he bought 2 knowledge and skill books, Principles of Laser Technology and Basic Nuclear Physics. After some calculation, this part alone cost about 400,000 points. Mechanic is indeed a very expensive profession. Qin Hao sighed in his heart. Next, there is one most important thing that I haven't bought. Qin Hao walked into the materials area, and after some selection, his eyes finally lit up and he saw what he wanted. Platinum-grade material, Yunwu iron. Yunwudi is gray-black in color and gets its name because it looks like a dark cloud about to rain heavily from a distance. This is also the best metal material Qin Hao can currently find in the materials area. Qin Hao handed the ID card directly to the old man at the front desk. Except for the items I just purchased, all the remaining points will be used to purchase Yunwu iron. Oh! The old man holding the card machine asked in disbelief as he looked at the more than 900,000 points remaining in Qin Hao's card. Special thanks to Brother Siui. I just listen to novels and use love to generate electricity and flowers from Huanyuevuenuamban. Thank you. Chapter 53 Comprehensive Upgrade. Yes, all the remaining points will be used to purchase it. Qin Hao did not hesitate because of the old man's question. Not to mention that the production of the legendary blueprint Nuclear Mechanical Two-Headed Dragon requires a huge amount of materials. This metal material, which is higher in grade than URU alloy, can also improve one's other mechanical equipment. In short, before this freshman assessment, Qin Hao planned to forge all the newly acquired drawings and upgrade the previous mechanical equipment with platinum-grade materials. And this requires sufficient material to support it. That's why Qin Hao decided to use all his points to purchase materials. But in the understanding of the old man at the front desk, these more than 900,000 points might be credits that some students could not earn in 4 years of college. He was surprised by Qin Hao's lavish spending. But on second thought, Qin Hao was ranked first among the freshmen, and he probably couldn't understand such a top student. Thinking of this, the old man stopped asking questions and instead put Qin Hao's ID card into the card slot of the card reader and swiped it. Qin Hao, who returned from the exchange with a full load, quickly returned to his Lakeview villa. As soon as he sat down, Qin Hao called out a ranger robot to help him pour water from the kitchen. Then he couldn't wait to open the system space and start upgrading his equipment. First, Qin Hao took out the flame gloves he obtained after defeating the Rain Girl. This is a general-grade equipment, and it is also worn on the hands, which should have a strong fit with the lightweight power arm. Then he retrieved the blueprint of the light-powered arm from the system space and activated the skill, Mechanical Fusion Forging. With a flash of golden light, the flaming gloves were swallowed up by the blueprint of the light power arm. The mechanical parts on the drawing are changing and reorganizing rapidly. Fusion forging successful. Fire light power arm. Strength, 780. Drawing introduction. Fire a light power arm. Has an air compression core installed above the fist on the original basis. The inner layer is made of heat-insulating materials, and there are tiny grooves like blood vessels to carry the continuously flowing flammable liquid. The compression core compresses the external air to form high-temperature and high-pressure gas, which is then switched into the condenser through a four-way valve to release heat, so as to achieve the effect of instantly igniting the flammable liquid. Fire a light power arm. Also has 2 flame thrusters installed at the rear, which are started with the start of the power engine, greatly enhancing the attack performance of the power arm. While reading the introduction, Qin Hao had already imagined the extreme impact force brought by the flame thruster being ignited. After unfolding the assembly workbench and quickly forging a new fire a light power arm, left and fire a light power arm, right, Qin Hao picked up the next drawing. Metal Extension Adapter Module has been embedded. Electromagnetic Core Module has been embedded. Energy Concentrated Metal Extended Breastplate Magnetic Control, forged successfully. Energy Concentrated Metal Extended Breastplate, Magnetic Control. It was just a small breastplate when it was first taken out. However, after Qin Hao tried it on and activated the electromagnetic core, the breastplate began to extend according to his body's shape, and the defense range even covered his neck. After putting away the extended breastplate, Qin Hao began to forge the next piece of equipment, floating air-to-ground laser turret. Compared with mechanical equipment that enhances one's own capabilities, Qin Hao prefers this kind of lethal weapon that can be replicated in large quantities using infinite forging. Superconducting module has been embedded. The electromechanical energy conversion module has been embedded. Fiber laser module has been embedded. Wavefront sensor module has been embedded. The shell is cold forged. Suspended air-to-ground laser turret, forged successfully. After forging one with his own hands, Qin Hao immediately started infinite forging. His afterimage began to appear in the system space, and soon 50 identical, floating air-to-ground laser turret were neatly placed in front of him. An inexplicable sense of security suddenly came over me. During the forging, just now, Qin Hao had been calculating the use of materials. The remaining Yunwu iron should be just enough to meet the needs of forging the nuclear mechanical two-headed dragon and comprehensively upgrading other mechanical equipment. While thinking, Qin Hao took out the last new blueprint, nuclear mechanical two-headed dragon, took a deep breath, and started forging. Micro-nuclear reaction module has been embedded. The voltage regulation and current stabilization module has been embedded. Electromagnetic charging module has been embedded. This was the first time Qin Hao forged a legendary blueprint. The numerous mechanical modules and its huge metal body took up a lot of Qin Hao's energy. Even with the help of the mechanic profession and system space, it still took more than half an hour to complete it. Nuclear mechanical two-headed dragon forged successfully. Qin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the system prompt. Looking up, I saw a giant two-headed dragon with a jet-black body flapping its wings and floating in the sky. The orange-red light from its four eyes looked particularly dazzling against the backdrop of its jet-black body. The nostrils of the nuclear mechanical two-headed dragon continuously emitted hot breath, and even Qin Hao, its forger, felt a strong sense of oppression. Is this the legendary blueprint? Under Qin Hao's command, the giant dragon slowly descended and finally crawled in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao hurriedly reached out and touched this precious thing again and again. Qin Hao used the remaining time to rebuild all the mechanical equipment. After rebuilding them with platinum-level equipment Yunwu iron, the previous mechanical drawings all showed a power increase ranging from 100 to 200. At the same time, at the Imperial Capital University Arena No. 1. Do you think Gong Timing is crazy to challenge a sophomore senior? My friend, you got the wrong point, haven't you? The point is that he challenged the Dual Swords team, which is a team composed of two level 2 swordsmen. This double sword team has never lost a battle against challengers of the same level or lower level. I can't say for sure. Gong Timing challenged the 12 freshmen ranked ahead of him in one day and won 12 games in a row. Now no one dares to accept his points betting challenge. This Gong Timing and this year's top-ranked freshman Qin Hao are both mechanics. You guys should know Qin Hao, right? As he spoke, the people around him fell silent for a moment, recalling the horror story of Qin Hao clearing a nightmare-level dungeon by himself. In the arena, 3 people have been teleported into the competition space through the combat seats. The 2 people standing opposite Gong Timing were playing with long swords in their hands, and they seem to not take Gong Timing seriously at all. Junior, you have just entered university, so you have to pay tuition to the seniors. As they spoke, the swords in the hands of the 2 men lit up one after another. Chapter 54 Gong Timing's Strength. Du Xian and Ji Rong, both swordsmen who had already reached the 2nd level, originally did not want to pay any attention to Gong Timing's challenge invitation. However, Gong Timing has risen from 17th to 8th place in the points ranking because he won 12 consecutive betting challenges against high-ranking freshmen. He is already quite famous in the entire points betting challenge circle. If the 2 of them rejected his challenge, they would surely be questioned and ridiculed by everyone, and it would also be a good opportunity to dampen the enthusiasm of this class of freshmen. The camera returns to the Imperial Capital University Arena No. 1. Du Xian took the lead and rushed forward with a golden sword, Holy Judgment, in hand, slashing at Gong Timing. The dazzling golden light instantly filled the entire projection screen, causing exclamations from the audience. But when the light faded, the scene that everyone imagined of Gong Timing falling to the ground did not occur. At this moment, half of Du Xian's sword had been cut into the ground, and Gong Timing's figure appeared 3 body lengths away from Du Xian. Du Xian, who originally wanted to kill Gong Timing with one blow, was also shocked. I have already reached the 2nd level, and logically speaking, the multidimensional attributes should have an absolutely overwhelming advantage. Why can Gong Timing in front of me dodge my attacks so easily? But no matter how confused he was, he couldn't stay here any longer. Du Xian quickly drew out his sword and moved forward to activate his skill, Shadowless Swordsmanship. This sword technique involves using the strength of the forearm to swing the sword at an extremely fast speed, allowing the sword to strike at a speed that is imperceptible to the naked eye. But the next second he was stunned again. His Shadowless sword technique was forcibly interrupted, and Gong Timing was now grabbing his sword blade with one hand. What? Du Xian couldn't believe what he saw. But soon something happened that subverted his worldview even more. I saw the skin on Gong Timing's arm was turned outward, revealing a pitch-black tube. Du Xin immediately sensed the surging murderous aura. He quickly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and thrust the blade downward into the ground. Dawn's sword and shield. Du Xin shouted, and a shield-shaped light curtain appeared in front of him. Gong Timing simply raised his hand slightly, and a huge ball of light began to gather at the muzzle of the gun. Boom! A purple beam burst out, knocking Du Xin, who had already activated his defensive skill, away with his sword. Ji Rong on the side rushed forward to catch it, but was still pushed several meters away by the remaining force. After receiving this attack, Du Xion's health points in the competitive space have dropped to less than half. As long as it drops to 0, he will be forced to leave the competitive space. Is this how a mechanic fights? Isn't this clearly magic? How strong is Gong Timing to have defeated a rank 2 swordsman with just one strike? Hiss! The sound of people gasping for breath came one after another from the viewing stand. Don't waste time, both of you come at me together, Gong Timing said with a playful look on his face. The fighting spirit of Du Xian and Ji Rong was completely ignited at this moment. Ji Rong also picked up his golden level-long sword, Death Sentence, and rushed forward again with Du Xian. Gong Timing waved his hand slowly, and 2 tigers appeared beside him. However, half of the bodies of these 2 tigers, including half of their heads, have been mechanically modified. They were baring their teeth and staring at the 2 people rushing towards them, with saliva flowing from the mouths on the other half of their faces. Such a terrifying appearance made the 2 charging men feel timid. What kind of mechanic is this? This is clearly a mage and a beast tamer. How are we going to play with him? Ji Rong thought fiercely in his heart. In a short period of time, they chose the same combat method they had used against the Beastmaster before, which was to pretend to attack the pet beasts in the first wave of attack, but then immediately turn around and attack the Beastmaster himself. Just when the 2 were about to touch the mechanical tiger, they twisted their bodies like dribbling past opponents on the football field, and their figures drew an arc and rushed towards Gong Timing. Gong Timing was not at all panicked. 2 mechanical chain-like swords extended from his arms. 4 swords danced and collided rapidly on the projection screen, leaving afterimages. However, even under the superb swordsmanship of the 2 second-level swordsmen, Gong Timing was not at a disadvantage and still handled it with ease. After the 2's first surprise attack failed, Gong Timing immediately controlled the mechanical tiger to pounce on Du Xian and Ji Rong. The delicate balance on the field was instantly reversed due to the addition of the mechanical tiger. Du Xian and Ji Rong had to guard against the mechanical tiger's attack while resisting Gong Timing's deadly mechanical chainsword, so they were soon overwhelmed and at a disadvantage. Gong Timing did not give them a chance to breathe and once again dispatched 2 mechanical tigers to join the battle. This made the 2 men, who had already been continuously injured, completely lose the ability to fight back and turned it into a one-sided situation of being beaten. Don't waste time, Gong Timing said as he put away the mechanical chain sword and transformed his 2 forearms into cannon barrels again. He put his hands together, gathering a more powerful ball of energy, and then a purple beam rushed towards the 2 who were still fighting the 4 mechanical tigers. Du Xian and Ji Rong were no longer able to resist and could only use defensive skills on the spot. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. After the smoke slowly dissipated, the 2 men had collapsed to the ground, and both swords fell to the ground. Don't fight Du Xian, there's no point. He's simply a monster. Ji Rong, who had already determined that he had no chance of winning, said to Du Xian. No, we are both sophomores and second-level swordsmen, and we were beaten by a freshman without any chance to fight back. Do you think we will still be able to stay in Imperial University in the future? If we lose this battle, we will become the laughingstock of everyone in the future. There is another way to win, Du Xian said as he took out a prop. Binding scroll. The function of this item is that the user can use it as a medium to propose conditions and form a bond with the person or thing that accepts the conditions. For example, it wants to use the binding scroll on the condition that B will give him a bottle of stamina potion if B helps him get a meal in a cafeteria and B accepts the condition. Binding scroll can be activated smoothly. After B helps it get food from the cafeteria, the binding is achieved. A's stamina potion will be forcibly confiscated by the scroll and become B's. In addition, the binding scroll can also be used on things other than people. The greater the binding conditions, the greater the effect or benefit it brings. At this moment, Du Xian unfolded the binding scroll and stated his binding conditions. I will never swing a sword again in this life. Ji Rong, standing next to him, stood there in a daze. He understood the method of winning that Du Xian mentioned. He wanted to make it a condition for him to never swing the sword again in his life, to form a bond, and use a certain sword skill. This can achieve the effect of geometrically increasing the damage of sword skills. You are crazy, Du Xian. Stop! Ji Rong shouted after reacting. But the binding scroll was already slowly floating up, announcing the completion of the binding. Chapter 55. The Dual Swords team lost. The assessment is moved forward. Du Exan raised divine judgment and leaped up with an angry roar. Crescent Moon Slash. Crescent Moon Slash is a common attack skill for swordsmen, without any fancy techniques. All you need to do is jump up suddenly and swing the sword from top to bottom. Although the activation conditions are simple and the pre-swing is long, the attack caused by Cang Yuzhan can be a 100% critical hit. This is why it is widely used among swordsmen. And now with the bonus of Binding Scroll, Du Xian is confident that this attack will be able to knock Gong Timing out of the competitive space. Even if I never swing a sword again, I must never lose to a freshman. The powerful attack power bonus makes Holy Judgment burst out with golden light. From the perspective of the viewing platform, Du Xian looked like he was holding lightning. But even under such pressure, Gong Timing remained calm. He simply summoned the mechanical tiger on the field to his front. For mechanical tigers lined up in a row, he opened his bloody mouth and roared at the same time, looking at Du Xian who was swinging his sword above him. How ridiculous! Are you trying to stop my attack with this kind of intimidation? Du Xian chopped down even harder upon seeing this. When Du Xian's Crescent Moon Slash was still 4 or 5 meters away from Gong Timing, an invisible wall blocked his sword firmly outside. Squeak! Du Xian used all his strength to try to press the sword into the wall that appeared out of thin air. The huge air wave caused by it forced Ji Rong, who was far away, to raise his sword to block it. But it was all in vain. Even though Gong Timing was right next to him, Du Xian could not harm him no matter what. Boom! After trying to break through the air wall in vain, the huge reaction force directly pushed Du Xian flying backwards. It shot into the ground like a missile. Du Xian, whose health points in the arena were almost reduced to 0, stood up with difficulty. When he tried to pick up Divine Judgment to attack again, he found that the long sword that he could wield skillfully before was now motionless as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. It was obvious that the restraints had taken effect. The full-strength attack that he had risked his career as a swordsman ended before it even touched Gong Timing. Unable to accept the reality, Du Xian fell to his knees, covering his face and crying. Ji Rong, who was standing by, stepped forward to help Du Xian up and announced his surrender to Gong Timing. In fact, what just blocked Du Xian's Crescent Moon Slash was not an air wall, but an electrostatic repulsion field. The roar of the mechanical tiger is not a threat, but a release of electric charge from the electromagnetic core to achieve the effect of changing the physical environment in front of it. When the distance reaches a certain level, the molecular orbitals between molecules are misaligned and overlapped, and the interaction force between electrons exceeds the critical force allowed between molecules, resulting in uneven energy distribution between molecules and the formation of electrostatic repulsion. This has similarities to atomic repulsion. With Du Xian and Ji Rong's surrender, the two of them reappeared in front of the fighting seat in the arena. The people in the stands had not yet reacted to the battle that had just happened. They only remembered that a full-strength attack from a second-level swordsman was blocked without any injury. Is this the fighting power of a mechanic? Gong Timing is so strong. How terrifying is Qin Hao, who ranks first? I don't think so. No one has ever witnessed Qin Hao's battle, but Gong Timing has won 13 consecutive victories, including this victory. This is obvious to everyone. Yes, the freshman assessment will begin soon. With their strengths, they will definitely meet. It will be a back-and-forth duel. There was constant discussion on the viewing platform. Most of them revolve around the keywords mechanic, Gong Timing, and Qin Hao. Gong Timing, who came out of the competition space, went straight to the viewing platform and sat down next to a woman with a ribbon tied around her neck. This person was Li Sangmin. Li Sangmin seemed very satisfied with Gong Timing's performance, and a smile appeared on his face. It's worth it that our guild has invested so much resources in training you. Well done. The freshman assessment will start soon. Pin that Qin Hao to the ground and beat him up. Vice President, I have challenged many of the top-ranked freshmen, and they were all vulnerable. I believe Qin Hao is definitely not as strong as the rumors say. Seeing Gong Timing's confident look, Li Sangmin stood up and patted him on the shoulder to express his appreciation. The scene of himself kneeling on the ground, spitting blood, and being watched by people around him has always been like a nightmare in Li Sangmin's mind. Defeating Qin Hao and making Qin Hao lose so miserably has always been Li Sangmin's goal. Thinking of this, Li Sangmin snorted coldly, then took Gong Timing and followed the crowd to leave arena number 1. It was already late at night, but because this points betting game attracted so much attention, the school roads were still filled with students who had just finished watching the game. At this moment, notification speakers rang in every corner of the school. This sudden broadcast scared the couple in the bushes by the roadside and made them scream. Attention, all freshmen. Attention all freshmen. Due to special reasons, we need to speed up the course progress this year. So the freshman assessment originally scheduled for 1 month will be held 3 days later. Let me repeat again. The freshman assessment originally scheduled for a month will be moved forward to 3 days later. Tomorrow afternoon, all freshmen are requested to go to the auditorium for the entrance ceremony. The school will formally read out the specific rules of this freshman assessment. Please all freshmen tell each other to attend on time. The students on the road stood still and listened carefully to the school's broadcast announcement. 3 days later, I haven't even cleared the dungeon many times. Why do we have to take the freshman assessment? Don't think like that. There are still 3 days left, which is enough time to clear a few more dungeons and buy some equipment. Besides, everyone has 3 days, so everyone has equal time to level up. Yes, hurry back to the dormitory and get some rest. We will go to the dungeon hall early tomorrow morning. The dungeon hall will definitely be packed tomorrow. When these words were spoken, the freshmen nearby believed them and quickened their pace back to the dormitory. The next day in the auditorium, all the freshmen have arrived one after another. Qin Hao also heard the news that the freshman assessment would be advanced from the broadcast in the Lakeview Villa yesterday. However, this did not have much impact on him because all his mechanical equipment was already prepared. Even if the school said yesterday that they would conduct a freshman assessment today, he would be able to handle it easily. This freshman meeting was chaired by Su Yin. Su Yin was wearing light armor and a sword at her waist, the same as what she was wearing when Qin Hao first met her. Su Yin smiled as she looked at the freshmen who were discussing the examination rules enthusiastically. Students, this freshman assessment will be held in 3 days. I believe everyone knows this. Now I will announce the specific rules of this year's freshman assessment. Su Yin paused after saying this. But this year's assessment rules are different from previous years. Chapter 56 Rules for Freshman Assessment. Not only is the preparation time for the freshman assessment much shorter than before, but the rules are also different from before. What kind of hell is this? As soon as Su Yin said this, the freshmen below fell silent. There are several differences between this year's freshman assessment and previous years, Su Yin continued. First, the freshman assessment will be divided into 2 stages, preliminary round and semifinal round, aiming to improve the objectivity of the assessment and the ability to screen talents. In the preliminary round, we will adopt a promotion system. All freshmen can choose to form teams of 1 to 3 people based on their actual situation. The assessment system will randomly match teams of the same size. There will be 5 such random matches, which are also called the ranking matches. After the qualifying matches, all teams will receive initial points based on the number of wins. Then we will enter the main competition, which is the knockout stage. The assessment system will select the 2 teams with the closest points ranking from low to high to compete. This means that from the beginning of the main competition, teams of different sizes will compete on the same field. For example, the highest ranked player in a 1-person team will directly fight the lowest ranked player in a 2-person team. The preliminary round will end when the top 200 teams are decided, and these 200 teams will advance to the semifinals. Points will be awarded based on rankings, and the points from the preliminary round will be accumulated into the individual's points pool as the initial points for the semifinals. This competition system sparked heated discussions in the auditorium again. It is obvious that a team with more people will have an advantage in the preliminary round. For example, a team composed of the top 3 freshmen will have an absolute advantage in the preliminary round. Although the final preliminary round points rewards need to be divided equally among everyone. This does not affect the absolute competitiveness of multi-person teams in the fight for the semifinal qualification. In the semifinals, we will use the familiar assessment method, Battle Royale. All candidates who enter the semifinals will be transported to Taohua Island, the examination site established by our Imperial University. Everyone will enter Taohua Island with the points they earned in the preliminary rounds. There are all kinds of monsters on Peach Blossom Island. You can get points by killing monsters, and you can also get the accumulated points of other freshmen by defeating them. In the semifinals, there will be both danger and opportunity. All candidates will fight on their own in the semifinal stage. The above is a detailed introduction to the freshman assessment. If you still have any questions, you can come to the admissions office to find me after the meeting, Su Yin smiled. The reform of freshman assessment was also promoted after discussion among the school's top leaders. The purpose is also to screen out the elite among the elites to better allocate educational resources. After Su Yin announced that the assessment rules had been read out, the freshmen in the audience dispersed and rushed towards the copy hall. These 3 days will be the last chance for everyone to improve their strength, and everyone wants to use this last time to make another sprint. You can level up by clearing dungeons, or spend some money to buy some weapons and props. Qin Hao, of course he won't be idle either. After all, there are so many canteens in Imperial Capital University that he has not eaten at. 3 days passed in a flash. The examination square was crowded with students early on. In addition to the freshmen taking the exams, there were also many seniors who came to join in the fun. I heard that the competition system for this freshman assessment is more brutal than ours. That will be interesting. The senior students found their seats early. It's exactly the same as the seniors in Blue Star watching their younger classmates' military training. Soon, the freshmen arrived one after another. After counting the number of people, the teaching assistants began to lead everyone into the center of the assessment arena. There are thousands of teleportation arrays standing here. Those who have formed teams in advance will be given connecting array stones, which can be used to teleport to the same competitive space. All spectators present will be issued a viewing device, which allows them to watch the assessment live or choose the competition space they want to watch. Okay, this time I can finally see if Qin Hao is as strong as everyone says. It's not just Qin Hao. Did you hear that a freshman named Gong Timing defeated 2 sophomores by himself a few days ago? It seems that the overall level of this class of freshmen is very strong, and many of them have joined the Black Tiger Hall. Black Tiger Hall? Yes, don't you know? The Black Tiger Hall is a sect founded by the freshmen of this year. Most of the students in it are ranked in the top 30. Their strength should not be underestimated. So what you mean is that there will be many teams composed of Black Tiger Hall members in this freshman preliminary examination? Yes, that's what I mean. At this time, the seniors watching the game were even more nervous than the candidates on the field, as the freshmen disappeared one after another with a flash of white light. The seniors began to look for the games they wanted to watch on their viewing devices. Because the influence of Qin Hao's previous solo clearance of the Nightmare level dungeon was so great, the seniors who came here to watch the game were basically there for Qin Hao. Qin Hao has also successfully arrived at the competition space. The center of the competition space is divided by a fog wall similar to the dividing stage in the Secret Realm. The surrounding space is theoretically infinite, and there will be no situation where one cannot exert full strength due to spatial limitations. According to the assessment rules, Qin Hao is participating in the competition alone, so his opponent in the qualifying match must also be a one-person team. The fog wall in front of him began to slowly dissipate, and a figure appeared 100 meters away from Qin Hao. Although there was some distance between them, Qin Hao could still vaguely feel a breath of confidence. The seniors who had been paying attention to Qin Hao's competition space outside the field were already excited, because the viewing equipment can not only show real-time images, but also display information of both teams, including professional and freshman rankings. At this moment, Qin Hao's opponent is Li In, who is ranked 28th among the freshmen and is an archer. Before the freshman assessment, Li In announced loudly that he would not team up with anyone else. As a student of Fengshan Department, he wanted to prove himself. Because everyone knows that forming a team is more advantageous in the preliminary round, his high-profile approach still attracted a lot of attention to himself. After the fog wall dissipated, Li In the battle space could clearly see the appearance of his first-round opponent. Just one look, yes, he didn't even need to look at it anymore before he exploded. Qin Hao, the one who ranks first among freshmen? Li In's confidence just now disappeared in an instant. We are all here to participate in the preliminary round of the freshman assessment. But who wants to fight the boss right from the start? Chapter 57 Crush. Even in his heart, Li In had already cursed the assessment system from beginning to end. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. When fighting against an opponent whose strength is above yours and the gap in strength can be described as huge, most people try to win by launching their first attack with the strongest blow they can muster. Li In was no exception. He slowly pulled the bowstring, with mist lingering at the end of the bow. With the gathering of energy, the arrow changed from its original entity into a beam of light. Sun Chaser Archery? The more experienced seniors who were watching the game had already seen the skills that Li In was going to use. With this archery technique, the arrows shot out are as fast as lightning. If they are not predicted in advance, few people can dodge them. As soon as the voice on the viewing platform fell, an arrow shot towards Qin Hao like a white rainbow, piercing the sun, and a sharp sound echoed in the competition space. The audience's eyes couldn't even keep up with the speed of the arrow. All he saw was a dazzling white light bursting out in front of Qin Hao. Hit! The senior students on the viewing platform covered their mouths nervously. However, soon the white light began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only then did the scene in the competitive space become clear. The flying arrow was firmly caught in Qin Hao's hand and could not move forward any further. At the moment when Li In launched the sun-chasing archery, Qin Hao had already called out the fire light power arm from the system space and put it on. The powerful grip brought by the power engine clamped the incoming arrow tightly in Qin Hao's hand. Qin Hao immediately activated the air compression core heating, and in just a moment the arrow was burned into powder. Everyone in the viewing stand was stunned. They thought that Qin Hao might be able to dodge with his powerful strength. But Qin Hao didn't move at all and took the attack as easily as killing a mosquito, which made them unable to accept it for a moment. What was even more unacceptable was Li In, who was standing opposite Qin Hao. His mood went through 4 stages in just a few seconds. Hit. Huh. It's over. It can be said to be a roller coaster of ups and downs. After his full-strength attack failed, Lian had already foreseen his failure. Actively chose to surrender and withdraw. Qin Hao won the next 4 qualifying matches without any suspense and entered the main competition with a record of 5 wins. In the first game of the competition, Qin Hao encountered the first 2-person team. This 2-person team consists of a swordsman and a mage. This combination is also common in the assessment. The swordsman is responsible for close combat, and the mage is responsible for long-range output. The two complement each other and have a strong suppressive power. As soon as the fog wall dissipated, Qin Hao saw that the girl, who was a mage, immediately began to chant. The boy, who was a swordsman, drew his sword and rushed towards him. Qin Hao fired an electromagnetic cannon at him and blasted him away. Even though he activated his defensive skills the moment he was hit, the swordsman was still seriously injured. But there was a smile of achievement on his face. It turned out that under the chanting of another wizard, a magic circle had slowly unfolded above Qin Hao's head. The chanting was completed at this moment, and in an instant, surging magical energy rushed down from Qin Hao's head like a waterfall. Qin Hao waved his hand and summoned all the A1 Ranger robots in the system space to fire at the magic circle at the same time. Gatling bullets, reforged from platinum-grade materials, rained down into the sky. The situation was quickly reversed, and the magic beam was pushed back by the dense bullets. Even though the young wizard was still constantly exerting her magical power to try to maintain the magic circle. However, the fierce firepower quickly suppressed the magical energy, and the magic circle shattered because it could not withstand the attack. Although the damage received in the competition space would not be brought into reality, the excessive use of mana still caused the young mage to fall to the ground weakly. Just when the two were trying to make a last-ditch struggle, the floating air-to-ground laser turret had already appeared above them. The 4 planes below opened upwards, and mechanical components such as the wavefront sensor and fiber laser began to operate. A large ball of light began to condense from the pitch-black laser muzzle. Oh! The next second, a blue laser beam shot straight down. It devoured the two of them in just a moment. The terrifying force shocked everyone in the viewing platform. Is this the mechanics combat equipment? I've lived for so long and finally seen it. How is this different from magic that doesn't require chanting? Did you see that? The energy beam, just now, was basically instantaneous. I now doubt whether I can beat the robot next to him. Many people in the viewing platform were seeing the mechanics fighting style for the first time. The shock it brought to them was no less than that of a sow climbing a tree. Just when everyone thought that as the elimination round progressed, the weaker teams would be eliminated one after another, the opponent's Qin Hao face would become stronger and stronger, and the battle would become more intense. The actual situation is quite different from what they imagined. In the second round, the double team Qin Hao faced was a combination of 2 martial artists. As soon as the fog wall dissipated, they only saw flames rising into the sky and heard the sound of gunfire. Then their eyes went dark, and they were teleported out of the competition space and back to the teleportation array. The two were confused. They were already in position, and the fight hadn't even started yet. So how come it was over? The lucky ones in the third round were the 2 giant shield guards, whose victories in the previous rounds were all based on their outlasting the old man tactics. That is, it is a fighting method that maximizes the defense attribute, and then launches a strong attack until the opponent's physical strength or mana is exhausted, and then counterattacks. However, the laser beam fired by the floating air-to-enemy laser turret penetrated them from top to bottom, making their hearts flutter. Then the 2 of them were sent out of the competition space with confused looks on their faces. The faces of the students who were defeated in other competition spaces were filled with expressions of regret and unwillingness. However, all the students who were transmitted from the battle space where Qin Hao were staring with their eyes wide open, completely unaware of what was happening. Second kill, second kill. The next few games were also no surprises. Qin Hao's opponents were knocked out of the competitive space before they could even see his appearance. Soon, Qin Hao won points as a member of a single-player team and eventually surpassed all the 2-player teams. This also means that Qin Hao will face a battle with a team of 3 next. But this did not pose much threat to Qin Hao. For Qin Hao, the 3 people were just a matter of winning a few seconds faster or slower. Soon Qin Hao's points soared to the top in the ranking of the 3-person team. As the next game approached, Qin Hao was preparing to let the Ranger robots continue to fire, and the floating turrets continue to bombard, providing direct fire coverage. After the fog wall dissipated, 3 familiar figures appeared. Chapter 58, There is no time to mourn the defeat of Black Tiger Hall. Gao Xiao. Although the two were still some distance apart, Gao Xiao's beautiful appearance allowed Qin Hao to recognize her at a glance. Standing next to her were her old acquaintances Meng Yu and Lu Ying. If you think about it carefully, the combination of a mage, a swordsman, and a priest is actually the most common combination. Gao Xiao, who was far away, had her frown relaxed upon seeing Qin Hao and waved at him. The four of them came together and started chatting in the competition space. We talked about everything from which school cafeteria had the best food to which brand of shampoo to use. This abstract picture confused the seniors who had not yet recovered from the horrific scene of Qin Hao's massacre. But soon something even more outrageous happened. After chatting with Qin Hao for a while, Gao Xiao and others used the return bracelets to leave the competition space. Because Gao Xiao and others knew Qin Hao's true ability very well. They had all watched Qin Hao fight at close range. Didn't they know whether they could win? In addition, his team has already entered the top 200 and qualified for the semifinals. There is no point in fighting. So Meng Yu and Lu Ying also agreed with Gao Xiao's idea and decisively chose to surrender. Although you won't actually get hurt in the competition space, your five senses are still very clear. In addition, Gao Xiao and the other two had already consumed too much energy in the previous games, and no one wanted to play another meaningless game. Even if Qin Hao is handsome, he can't be like this, right? Is this going to end without even a fight? Triple X, give me back my money. Gao Xiao and the other two left the competitive space chatting and laughing and returned to the original teleportation array. Because they had successfully made it into the top 200, there were already teaching assistants waiting in front of the teleportation array, handing them admission tickets for the rematch. After saying goodbye to Gao Xiao and the other two, Qin Hao soon met his next group of opponents. As soon as this three-person team appeared on the viewing platform opposite Qin Hao, someone recognized them. These three are members of the Black Tiger Hall, right? Yeah, I met them in the dungeon hall before. The three of them teamed up to clear the legendary dungeon. Their strength should not be underestimated. Finally, we're going to have a game where we can go back and forth. Because the teams that played against Qin Hao in the previous games were eliminated too quickly, the game was over before the opponent's information was even displayed on the viewing equipment. Now a relatively famous team has arrived, and everyone in the viewing stands is looking forward to it. In the competitive space, Qin Hao also used identification techniques to quickly determine the professional composition of the team. The man in black holding a dagger should be an assassin, which is a less common combat profession. The other two standing further back are an archer and a priest. Are you Qin Hao? You actually rejected the invitation from the Black Tiger Hall? The leading man in black asked. Qin Hao thought carefully about when he had done this, and vaguely remembered that when he woke up one morning, he saw a card stuck on the handle of the villa's door. I just threw it away as a rubbish flyer. Maybe that time? Seeing Qin Hao's expression as if he had no idea about this matter, the man in black became even more angry. Reverse grip dagger activation skill flash backstab. The skill effect of blink backstab is that it allows the caster to move behind the enemy in the form of blinking rather than displacement, and the next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Long before the battle began, the man in black saw the huge robot army around Qin Hao and the laser turret floating above his head. According to the black-clothed man's combat experience, Qin Hao's ability is equivalent to that of a summoner or a beastmaster in his eyes. This type of profession is often at its most vulnerable when controlling summon creatures, which is why the assassin profession has the potential to deliver a fatal blow against this type of group. As long as he was hit by his own flash backstab with the help of his golden weapon, flowing light dagger, Qin Hao would be seriously disabled if not killed. With a flash of white light, the man in black disappeared. As Qin Hao's control over his mechanical creations becomes more mature, now even if Qin Hao does not call out the Spider Queen Iris, he can still possess some spider sense abilities. The moment the man in black disappeared, Qin Hao put on the energy-gathering metal stretching armor, magnetic control. The armor grew as if it had life, and soon covered Qin Hao's chest, back and neck. The man in black who flashed behind Qin Hao saw that Qin Hao had no reaction, and couldn't help but smile. But he will soon realize the folly of opening the champagne prematurely. Clang! A crisp sound gave the man in black goosebumps. Partly it was because the sound was too sharp, and more importantly, it was because he was shocked that his attack had no effect. The wave-like arc of electricity spread out from the place where the man in black stabbed. The damage caused by this attack was completely absorbed by the armor, and then transferred to the power arm by Qin Hao. Flames began to spurt out from the tail of the power arm's thruster. When the priest in the distance saw that the attack of the man in black was ineffective, he immediately increased the output power of the healing spell to the maximum and locked the target on the man in black. The black-clad man's flash backstab has a long afterswing, and she must minimize the damage suffered by the black-clad man during this period to ensure her condition for the next battle. But she was obviously worrying too much because the man in black no longer wanted to fight. Qin Hao pulled up the power engine, turned around, and punched the black-clothed man on the head under the powerful thrust of the flame thruster. The man in black didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a shadow and was transmitted out of the system space. The man in black stood on the teleportation array again, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Another instant kill. The people on the viewing platform were as stiff as if they were filled with lead. They could clearly see that the man in black was being treated with a high-output healing spell, and his entire body had been transformed into a ball of green light. Still, he was knocked into a shadow by Qin Hao's punch. The other two weren't much better. When the priests saw the man in black who had been driven out of the arena, they, having lost their strongest fighting force, decisively chose to deploy a healing circle on the spot, trying to let the archers output within the healing circle. But Qin Hao no longer had the patience to waste time with them, and in an instant, all of the 50 or so floating air-to-ground laser turrets on the field moved above the priest's magic circle. The strong light brought by the stored energy made it impossible for the two people below to open their eyes. Boom! 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 Dozens of laser beams rushed down in response. The high-level wizards on the viewing platform all gasped when they saw this scene. As mages, they knew very well how high-level a damage skill of this level would be if it were compared to a mage skill. Moreover, releasing powerful magic skills usually requires a long period of chanting, but when Qin Hao released the attack just now, it was as simple as waving his hand. In the competition space, the dense laser beams left the two people below with nowhere to hide. In just a moment, they were turned into shadows by the laser beams. Even a team of Black Tiger Gang members couldn't last more than 2 minutes in his hands. Qin Hao is not at the same level as the other candidates. Everyone was stunned in their seats by Qin Hao's effortless victory after victory. But soon a sharp-eyed senior student discovered the difference in Qin Hao's next opponent. For a moment, everyone turned their attention to the battle information on the viewing equipment. Soon they discovered that the opponent Qin Hao was going to face in the next game was also a one-man team. Chapter 59, the next person to appear is a Beastmaster who looks very powerful. Logically speaking, the preliminary round of the freshman assessment has entered the knockout stage until now. If there is still a single-player team on the field, then this person must have won consecutive games and has defeated varying numbers of 2-player and 3-player teams. His strength is definitely among the top among the freshmen. The panel of the viewing device also showed the winning streak of Qin Hao's new opponent, 14 consecutive wins. As of now, Qin Hao has also won 14 consecutive games. The freshman assessment is equivalent to a qualifying round, and there is no ranking system. Everyone will play a maximum of 15 games after the qualifying round. Initial points are accumulated through winning games. This also means that this match will be the last match for the two in the preliminary stage. The fog wall dissipated, and a man with a middle-parted hair suddenly appeared in front of Qin Hao. This person was none other than Shi Qiang. The Beastmaster Qin Hao met at Qianlong Auction House a few days ago. Shi Qiang was also shocked when he saw Qin Hao. He didn't expect that he would face a single-player team in the last game, but he quickly put away the expression of surprise that he had unconsciously revealed. After all, he had also won consecutive games and was not much worse than Qin Hao. There were also seniors in the viewing platform who immediately checked the replays of Shi Qiang's previous games and found that except for the last few games when the 3-person team caused him some trouble, Shi Qiang won all the games very easily. As a beast tamer, he seems to have contracted a lot of beast pets, allowing him to handle various combat situations with ease. Shi Qiang on the field thought that the beautiful senior student from Qianlong Auction House might also be paying attention to this game at this moment, and he immediately became more energetic. This is his best chance to restore his image and prove that he is stronger than Qin Hao. Then Shi Qiang took the lead and formed seals with his hands. Escape rabbit! Countless white rabbits poured out from the magic circle, attacking like a white ocean. At the same time, all the ranger robots on Qin Hao's side also opened fire forward. Under the suppression of the ranger robots and floating turrets, the rabbit group was completely eliminated in a short time. Although the 3 attributes of the rabbits are not high, for a Beastmaster to be able to control so many rabbits so delicately at the same time to fight proves that the strength of the controller, especially the mental strength, has reached a high level. But even so, the group of rabbits that Shi Qiang used to disrupt the vision and control the situation were easily eliminated by Qin Hao. Perhaps the feeling of victory brought by the recent 14 consecutive victories was too profound. In the very beginning of the match against Qin Hao, he fell into a complete disadvantage, which made Shi Qiang dazed and unbelievable for a while. But who is not a genius to be admitted to Daida University? Especially Shi Qiang, who is ranked 5th among freshmen. Shi Qiang immediately adjusted his mentality and came to his senses. J-Dog! Black Tortoise! Shi Qiang formed seals again and summoned 2 beast pets. The J-Dog has snow white fur all over its body, and there is a red plum blossom-shaped mark on its forehead. The Xuanwu is huge in size, and looks like a large turtle with a snake wrapped around its body. The seniors who were beast masters on the viewing platform were drooling when they saw Xuanwu. Because Xuanwu is one of the more difficult pet beasts to contract and has extremely high defensive attributes, many beast masters who have already reached the second level are still unable to contract it. Strong armor defense. Shirley Qiang shouted loudly and released Xuanwu's strongest defensive skill. Because he had already seen Qin Hao controlling the artillery, floating in the sky, and moving rapidly towards him. Shirley Qiang determined at a glance that he had no way of avoiding the attack of the floating turrets by dodging, because there were too many of them, and it was simply unrealistic to dodge by relying on agility. That's why Shirley Qiang chose to summon Xuanwu to defend himself from the attack, so that he could concentrate on controlling the Jade Dog to attack Qin Hao. As the hard armor defense was activated, a layer of mud-yellow halo appeared on the tortoise shell on Xuanwu's back. Shirley Qiang stood under his body and began to control the Jade Dog. Boom! The next second, Shirley Qiang's pupils constricted, and a piercing pain struck his soul. How? How could it be? There is a direct mental connection between a beast master and his or her beastly pet, which is the main reason why the beast master can control the beastly pet through mental power. But this also means that if the pet has strong emotions or feelings, this information will be sensed by the Beastmaster himself. The piercing pain that Shirley Qiang felt at this moment came from the pet Xuanwu above his head. The severe pain almost made Shirley Qiang faint. Under the impact of the laser beam from the floating air-to-ground laser turret, the armor's defense was useless, and several deep holes were burned on Xuanwu's back in just one hit. There was a sudden commotion in the viewing stand. The Xuanwu's armor defense is something that even a third-level expert cannot easily break through. It looks like there is no defensive skill activated. How strong is Qin Hao? Since Qin Hao always kills instantly in every game, everyone has no idea of the actual damage of his attacks. And now, it was as easy for Qin Hao to break through a powerful defensive skill as to break through a layer of thin paper. This made Qin Hao's attack power concretely manifest for the first time, and the seniors on the viewing platform were all buzzing with shock. Boom! 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 The second round of attack from the suspended air-to-ground laser turret came soon. This time, Xuanwu's body was directly pierced by the laser beam from top to bottom. The laser beam hit the ground and caused a violent explosion, directly blowing Shirley Qiang and the dying Xuanwu away. Shirley Qiang was blown into the air and endured the severe pain while retracting the Xuanwu and controlling the Jade Dog to attack Qin Hao. Upon receiving the order, the Jade Dog instantly turned into lightning and rushed forward, with clones constantly splitting out from his original body. But this kind of clone attack is like child's play in front of Qin Hao, who has the spider sense ability. Qin Hao stretched out his hand and obtained a handheld small electromagnetic cannon. Then Qin Hao aimed at the Jade Dog's body and fired a shot. The armor-piercing bullet driven by electromagnetic force tore the Jade Dog into pieces in an instant. The other clones also emerged and disappeared at the same time. Shirley Qiang, who had finally retreated out of the coverage of the floating turret, was already pale. The powerful beast pets he summoned were killed by Qin Hao like crushing an ant, and his physical and mental strength were almost exhausted. Shirley Qiang's eyes darkened, as if he was making a difficult decision. He has already understood that his pet can no longer pose any threat to Qin Hao. Although Shirley Qiang is reluctant to accept it, this is the fact. But in Shirley Qiang's opinion, he is not completely hopeless at this point. He still has a pet beast that has not yet been fully contracted. Although there is a risk of it losing control if released, there are only Qin Hao and him in this competition space. As long as the pet is attacked, it will definitely attack Qin Hao. Even if Qin Hao cannot control it at that time, he will definitely be killed by it. Shirley Qiang had already begun to imagine the beautiful scene of himself returning triumphantly and winning a smile from the senior student at the front desk of Qianlong Pawn Shop. His hands flew in the air, drawing a magic circle, and a huge head popped out from the magic circle. Seeking book reviews. Chapter 60 Battle of Two Dragons? The huge creature that emerged from the magic circle struggled violently, as if it did not want to show up. Shirley Qiang had a painful expression and cold sweat on his forehead. He was overdrawing his mental strength to control this giant beast whose contract had not yet been completed. Meow! Shirley Qiang shouted hysterically. At this time, half of the giant beast's body appeared from the magic circle. Dragon? It's a giant dragon! Someone shouted loudly on the viewing stand. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge creature that was flying out of the magic circle. Yes, it really is a dragon. At this moment, even several senior teachers on the field were stunned. As for this legendary creature that is extremely difficult to contract, very few people have ever seen it with their own eyes. During this year's freshman exam, all the teachers and students on the viewing platform witnessed a giant scarlet dragon flying out of the magic circle. The Crimson Dragon has a strong body with clearly visible muscles, a long and thick neck, and two pairs of curved horns on its head. It has four powerful legs for walking, a pair of huge wings like bat wings for flying, and its body is covered with hard scales. Looking at the giant dragon that had completely walked out of the magic circle, Shi Liqiang smiled. The dragon in front of him was his strongest pet that he had not yet completed the contract with, Scorching Dragon. As a legendary ancient creature, the dragon's abilities are different from all other beast pets. It is a unique king-level existence and the ultimate dream of all beast tamers. Although Shi Liqiang did not complete the final contract with the dragon, the fact that he was able to summon the dragon out of the onion formation has proven his strength. Blazing Dragon let out a huge dragon roar, and the sound waves instantly filled the entire arena. After releasing the flaming dragon's roar, Shi Liqiang's mental strength had been exhausted and he collapsed to the ground weakly. The flaming dragon officially became ownerless because it was no longer under the control of the Beastmaster. It flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, looking down at everything below with pride. At this time, Shi Liqiang quickly curled himself up into a ball to reduce the possibility of being discovered and attacked. Qin Hao looked at the flaming dragon hovering in the air and decisively raised the hovering altitude of all suspended air-to-ground laser turrets. Laser cannons rained down densely, and the dragon that was hit roared in pain, constantly changing its flying posture to try to avoid the attack of the floating turret. However, the dense laser rain still caused it to be hit continuously. The flaming dragon roared and resisted the damage of the laser rain, rushing straight towards Qin Hao from top to bottom. The high intelligence of the dragon clan allowed him to quickly determine who was controlling these lethal weapons. The blazing dragon spewed out blazing flames from its mouth and swept across the area. Most of the fierce fire from the Ranger Corps was blocked by the scales on his body. The flaming dragon quickly stopped in the air when it was still dozens of meters away from Qin Hao. It raised its head and condensed a huge fireball in its mouth. It's the blazing flame. Shi Liqiang, who had been curled up, dared to stand up only after seeing that the blazing dragon had locked onto Qin Hao. Blazing Flame is one of the blazing dragon's advanced skills. The huge fireball in its mouth can burn any target it hits. A distance of dozens of meters is equivalent to firing at full force right in the face. The flaming dragon shook its head violently, and a fireball shot out. Boom! The violent explosion made everyone in the viewing stand cover their ears. The flame spread as quickly as a tsunami, and the layers of heat waves made Shi Liqiang's skin all over the distance turn red. But the pain in his body could not hide the excitement in Shi Liqiang's heart at the moment. What, Qin Hao? He's nothing but that. Shi Liqiang laughed out loud. He firmly believed that Qin Hao had no chance of survival under such a powerful attack skill. It's over? Shi Liqiang won. It seems that Qin Hao is not as strong as the rumors say. He was defeated by the fifth freshman. Don't say that. I've always been optimistic about Shi Liqiang. They both won 14 games in a row. How could he be weaker than Qin Hao? Alright, let's get ready to disperse. Who can withstand the dragon's attack skills head-on? Stop joking. The audience in the stands was also in an uproar at this moment. Everyone thought that Qin Hao's defeat was a foregone conclusion after the flaming dragon's close-range attack. But the strange thing is that Qin Hao's figure has not appeared at the corresponding teleportation array. What is that? A senior student pointed her finger at the center of the fire with trembling hands. A huge black shadow was reflected in the firelight. The black shadow is more than twice as big as the flaming dragon. Shi Liqiang discovered something was wrong after waiting for more than 10 seconds and finding that he was not transmitted out of the system space because of winning the battle. The smile froze on his face, because the fact that he was not leaked out only proved that Qin Hao had not been defeated yet. He raised his head and looked towards the flaming dragon. The fireworks caused by the explosion have gradually faded. The huge figure in the firelight also revealed its face. Dragon. Shi Liqiang looked dazed, his mind going blank. He couldn't understand why Qin Hao also had a dragon. At this moment, a huge two-headed dragon was flapping its mechanical wings and looking down at the flaming dragon in front of it. With a body size twice that of the blazing dragon, the originally majestic blazing dragon now looks like a toy. At this moment, Qin Hao was standing on the nuclear mechanical two-headed dragon. Just at the moment of being attacked by burning flame, Qin Hao put away all other mechanical creations. One is to prevent them from receiving serious damage which would cause trouble for their subsequent repairs, and the other is to allow him to concentrate on controlling the legendary machine, nuclear mechanical two-headed dragon. The mechanical two-headed dragon was looking down at the flaming dragon expressionlessly at this moment, its two heads shaking as if it was examining the prey in front of it. Two-headed, black dragon. The oppressive feeling from the stacked buffs made the huge body of the blazing dragon start to tremble uncontrollably. The oppressive feeling coming from its blood made it stand still as if it was hit by a confinement spell and unable to move when being stared at by the two-headed dragon. All its previous kingly aura was gone. What's going on? Qin Hao has made a contract with a giant dragon. Look carefully. That is not a living thing. It is Qin Hao's mechanical creation. It's so scary. In front of this two-headed dragon, Shi Liqiang's flaming dragon is just like a little pet. Since no one was familiar with the profession of mechanic, during Qin Hao's 15 games, people in the spectator stands tried to compare mechanics to professions they were familiar with. For example, when Qin Hao defeated his opponent with Flame Light Power Arm, everyone thought that the mechanic was good at close combat like a martial artist. When seeing the destructive attack power of the floating air-to-ground laser turret, everyone compared the mechanic to a high-level mage who was good at long-range combat. And now, a lifelike two-headed dragon suddenly appeared in front of everyone on the viewing platform. Is it fair that there is such a strong profession in the world? The seniors who were watching the freshman assessment couldn't help but feel fortunate that they were not taking the assessment in the same session as Qin Hao. Otherwise, they would have been beaten to a pulp in some unknown match. In the competition space, the flaming dragon, which had lost its fighting spirit due to fear, had no intention of competing with Qin Hao's nuclear mechanical two-headed dragon. It knelt down on its front legs and lowered its thick and long neck to the ground, showing a gesture of submission. Seeing that the flaming dragon was no longer threatening, Qin Hao ignored it. He turned to look at Shi Liqiang, who was still standing in a daze in the distance. Chapter 61. End of Freshman Assessment. Shi Liqiang looked at the flaming dragon that had surrendered to the two-headed dragon and realized that he had lost all possibility of winning. But he just couldn't understand why he lost so helplessly. Because based on the level of freshmen in previous years, the strength gap between the top 5 freshmen will not be too big. This battle with Qin Hao made him feel suffocated, as if he had no chance of winning. In other words, if Qin Hao wanted to, perhaps he could end the game faster. Shi Liqiang looked up at Qin Hao, who was looking at him on the two-headed dragon, smiled bitterly, and chose to end the game by surrender. Is the match over before Qin Hao's giant mechanical dragon even launches an attack? Don't be so vain. If you were to do it, you would surrender much faster than Shi Liqiang. The boy who was retorted, thought about it and felt that it did make sense, so he held back the words of rebuttal. Finally, with the end of the match between Qin Hao and Shi Liqiang, Qin Hao also completed the preliminary round of the freshman assessment with a perfect record. Within a few days after the preliminary round, the Imperial Capital University Forum was in an uproar. The popularity of entries related to Qin Hao has soared and is often ranked first. The video of Qin Hao's battle also went viral in the forum, and everyone was discussing the mechanic's terrifying strength and diverse combat equipment. Someone also started a discussion thread titled, "Who can defeat Qin Hao?" It received over 10,000 views within an hour of being posted, but there was not a single comment. After this discussion thread was silent for almost a whole day, someone finally responded below. I think Gong Taiming can fight Qin Hao for the following reasons. They are all mechanics, and they are all students who were admitted to Imperial Capital University this year. Although Gong Taiming is currently ranked 14th among freshmen, he has maintained an undefeated record in the previous points challenge and freshman assessment preliminary rounds. As soon as this comment came out, the discussion thread immediately became lively, with everyone reposting and liking it, feeling that the battle between the two was absolutely exciting. I can't wait to see the clash between the two mechanical armies. Yeah, I watched Gong Taiming's match live. It was like a joke for him to beat 2 second-level swordsmen. Because this discussion post was widely forwarded, it was soon seen by Li Sangmin. Li Shangmin smiled and asked Gong Taiming beside him, "Do you have the confidence to defeat Qin Hao?" Gong Taiming, who was standing next to him, replied without hesitation, "Vice President, although Qin Hao is very strong, I have grown a lot with the help of the guild. I am fully capable and confident of defeating him in the semifinals." When Li Shangmin heard Gong Taiming's confident tone, the smile on his face finally bloomed completely. "Okay, in the freshman rematch, you must pin Qin Hao to the ground and beat him up. Although each player will fight on their own in the rematch, I will lend you a helping hand when necessary." After hearing what Li Shangmin said, Gong Taiming also hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. Qin Hao sighed. Because all students who have qualified for the rematch in the preliminary round of the freshman assessment must bring their rematch admission tickets to the Academic Affairs office for the final qualification verification. Qin Hao also set off early. As soon as I opened the door of the Academic Affairs office, I saw Lu Weiguo instructing several students on the course on the cultivation of a combat professional. When he saw Qin Hao coming, he signaled a few people to go out first, and at the same time he sent away a few students who were helping the Academic Affairs office to sort out documents. Isn't it just a rematch qualification certification? So mysterious. Qin Hao thought as he watched several students passing by him and leaving the Academic Affairs office. Qin Hao, oh my, you've been in the spotlight these days. Lu Weigua changed the stern look on his face when he was teaching just now, and led Qin Hao to his seat with a smile. Seeing that Qin Hao had been staring at the students who had just left, Lu Weigua thought that he was curious about their identities and explained, "These people are all freshmen. Some of them are students I teach, and the ones who helped to organize the materials have a long story to tell. The freshmen who helped me sort out the materials did not have enough points to support any activities on campus. I asked them to help me out of protection for the freshmen. After that, I will give them some points to maintain their basic expenses." Qin Hao finally reacted after listening to what Lu Weigua said. "Ever since the entrance ceremony ended, and I accepted Ding Junjia's challenge. The points betting competition has become the most popular competition among the freshman group. Whether students are ranked high or low, they all dream of becoming rich overnight through the points betting challenge. Everyone is a proud student who has been admitted to a top university. Everyone is a genius in their own right, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. It is not uncommon for the weak to defeat the strong. This has resulted in the rankings of all freshmen constantly changing from the entrance ceremony to the present. Even in the Fengshan department, except for the top 10 students, there were changes in the rankings of students in other places. Among these students who participated in the freshman betting challenge, there were some who directly defeated themselves, such as Ding Junjia, who failed in the challenge of a higher level. There were also those who won consecutive victories and directly squeezed into the Fengshan tribe, such as Gong Timing. In the past half-month, no one knew whether their ranking would change when they woke up tomorrow. Come, have a cup of tea." While Qin Hao was in a daze, Lu Weigua had already brewed a cup of tea and placed it in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked him. "By the way, Principal Lu, am I not here just to verify my qualification for the semifinals today? Why do we need to send all the others away?" Qin Hao asked his question directly. Lu Weigua picked up the teacup, gently poked it with the lid a few times, took a sip, and then said, "Of course, verifying the qualification for the semifinals is one thing, and I have another thing to talk to you about today. I was the one who discussed with the principal about recruiting you to the school with the Lingtian secret realm as a condition. I'm sure Su Yin also told you about it." Qin Hao nodded, because when he chose Imperial Capital University, this Lingtian secret realm was an indispensable condition. Lu Weigua paused and continued. "Yesterday, we also received a notice from the United Nations to Longhua. The notice clearly states that this year's Lingtian secret realm will open 5 months earlier." Qin Hao was also surprised when he heard this, because according to his understanding, the Lingtian secret realm was originally scheduled to open for nearly a year. So how could it suddenly open so much earlier? "Principal Lu, as far as I know, the opening time of Lingtian secret realm will be predicted by a professional team 1 to 2 years in advance, and the basic fluctuation range will not exceed 1 month. Why is it so early this time?" Lu Weigua stopped drinking tea, put down the teacup, and had a hint of anger on his face. "Today is Chinese New Year's Eve. Once again, I wish all my readers good luck and prosperity in the Year of the Dragon." Chapter 62. The Plan of the Universe. Of course, Lu Weigua was also aware that the actual opening time of Lingtian Secret Realm was not much different from the predicted time every year. But this year is indeed different from previous years. Logically speaking, it should be as you said. Lu Weigua's face became even angrier after he spoke. But even though Lingtian Secret Realm is located in the far north, the United Nations will still select a host country every year. The host country is responsible for all expenses, from inviting a team of experts to observe the changes in Lingtian Secret Realm, to organizing representatives from various countries to participate in the Lingtian Secret Realm Challenge event. Although it is called a selection, it is actually a rotation mechanism, and this year's host country is the Universe country. This cosmic country has always had a bad reputation on the Blue Planet because of its love for fabricating its own history, taking the history of the world for its own use, and its outstanding sportsmanship. This time, the hosting rights of Lingtian Secret Realm have fallen into their hands, and Universe Country will naturally not miss it. According to reliable information I have learned, the newcomer who participated in Lingtian Secret Realm in this Universe National Selection has recently approached the 3rd level, which means that he will be able to complete the 3rd level in the near future, Lu Weigua continued. A newcomer who has completed the 3rd level in this period of time can indeed be called a genius. But normally, if other countries participating in the Lingtian Secret Realm are given another year to prepare, I believe many newcomers will have the opportunity to achieve the 3rd level within this year. After hearing this, Qin Hao finally understood. "Principal Lu, you mean that the sudden advance of the Lingtian Secret Realm is not accidental?" Seeing that Qin Hao had already guessed it, Lu Weigua stopped beating around the bush and nodded, saying, "Yes, the abnormal early opening of the Lingtian Secret Realm this time is very likely caused by someone from the Universe Country. Although we don't know the specific method, human interference with the energy fluctuations of the Secret Realm has happened before. Universe Country wants to use the Lingtian Secret Realm to advance this event and kill the growth time of the newcomers from other countries. After all, if the players from their universe country succeed in the third transformation, they will have a huge gap with the other newcomers who have not yet achieved the third transformation, and will have an absolute advantage in the secret realm. Besides, the news that a talented newcomer like you appeared in Dragon Country this year, I believe it has already reached the ears of Universe Country. After listening to what Lu Weiguo said, Qin Hao was a little surprised, but it was also expected. After all, he had heard about the quality of the Universe Country. The main reason why I kept you here this time is because of this matter. After this document came down, the leadership of our Imperial University also held a meeting for several days to discuss this issue. The entrance ticket to the Lingtian secret realm is in your hands now. We would like to ask for your opinion. Do you choose to give it up? Qin Hao was stunned when Lu Weiguo said this. What? Such a big school is still going to go back on its word with me? Lu Weiguo saw the displeasure on Qin Hao's face and quickly explained. Mr. Qin, it's not what you think. I am not talking to you this time to take back the admission ticket to Lingtian's secret realm from you, but to give you the right to choose. Perhaps you don't know much about Lingtian's secret realm. Lingtian's secret realm gathers new masters from various countries every year. The secret realm is extremely dangerous. Because Dragon Country has won the first place in the previous Lingtian secret realm events and received the most and best rewards, we have combined the information we have obtained and speculated that it is very likely that several countries will unite and attack Dragon Country's players first in the Lingtian secret realm this year. Because no one knows what happens in the secret realm, contestants have died in the secret realm before. That is to say, even if a contestant is killed by others in Lingtian's secret realm, after the challenge is over, they can use the reason that the cause of death was being killed by a monster as an excuse. When Lu Weiguo said this, he was secretly surprised to see that Qin Hao didn't show any fear on his face. I understand what you mean, Principal Lu. To put it bluntly, you are just afraid that I will die in the Lingtian secret realm for no apparent reason, right? Qin Hao said in a relaxed tone. Lu Weiguo didn't expect Qin Hao to speak so bluntly. According to his plan, he wanted to take a few more detours. Seeing that Qin Hao had said this, Lu Weiguo said directly, Yes, Qin, if you continue to choose to participate in Lingtian's secret realm, you may face life-threatening challenges. There are still 5 months until the secret realm opens. You have not yet reached the second level, and the third level is even further away. If you participate in the trial as a second level, you will definitely be targeted by the Universe Nation and others. So the school still hopes that you will think carefully about it. If you have considered and decided to give up the entrance ticket to Lingtian's secret realm, the school will also rearrange outstanding senior students to participate. I believe this is also the most common method used by countries to deal with the early opening of Lingtian's secret realm. But if you choose to continue to hold the Lingtian secret realm admission ticket, first of all, we hope that you will realize the difference between this time and the past. If anything happens to you, not only will the principal not let me go, but the Dragon Nation will not let me go either. But we still respect your choice. After you fully realize the risks and continue to choose to participate, we will do our best to synchronize all high-quality educational resources for you to use, so that you can get the greatest improvement in these 5 months and continue to represent Dragon Country in the Lingtian secret realm. We have also considered that the interests involved are a bit complicated, so we can give you 3 days to consider and then reply to me. We will execute according to your final wishes. After saying so many words in one breath, Lu Weiguo coughed twice and picked up the teacup again, thinking that Li Yong was such a bastard who actually forced him to do such an embarrassing thing. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go back after completing the qualification certification, said Lu Weiguo. Principal Lu, I've thought about it, Qin Hao said firmly. Lu Weiguo looked at Qin Hao in surprise. He didn't expect the answer to come so quickly. I choose to continue holding the admission ticket to Lingtian's secret realm. I am confident in my abilities. Besides, there are still 5 months left, which is enough time for me. I believe that all the leaders have participated in the discussion on the decision to recruit me with the right to challenge the Lingtian secret realm. In this case, I hope that you will also believe that I have the absolute ability to represent the Dragon Country in a battle. After listening to Qin Hao's speech, Lu Weiguo's expression was surprised at first, and then slowly turned into a relieved smile. He believed that since Qin Hao was so confident of winning, he must have his own understanding. If the students were so confident, how could the school not believe in its own students? Lu Weiguo said no more and said, Okay, since you have made up your mind, I won't say much. The school will sort out the best educational resources for you as soon as possible. Also, the freshman assessment rematch is about to begin. I won't waste too much of your time. Go back and prepare well. Happy New Year! Chapter 63. Landing and Meeting the Boss. 5 days have passed quickly, and the much-anticipated freshman assessment rematch will kick off today. The freshman assessment rematch will be broadcast live, and all arenas within Imperial Capital University have the broadcasting rights for the freshman assessment rematch. This means that students can choose the arena closest to them to watch the game. Early this morning, 200 freshmen who had qualified for the rematch were waiting at the examination square. Lu Weiguo will personally deliver a pre-match speech. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to meet you here today. This unchanging opening line made Qin Hao feel sleepy immediately. Everyone standing here today represents the strongest force among this class of freshmen. I hope that everyone can do their best in this freshman assessment semifinal and strive to achieve the best results. I need to reiterate the rules of the freshman assessment semifinals here. The competition mechanism adopted in the semifinals is a points system, and the points of the preliminary rounds will be counted as initial points. This rematch will also be conducted in a battle royale format. When the match begins, not only will you be teleported to the competition venue, Peach Blossom Island, but also the actual monsters that exist in the real world will be teleported. These monsters have different levels and strengths, and the points for killing them will be accumulated in the total points of the killer. Similarly, contestants can fight each other. Since the venue of the semifinals is a real place, all monsters are real, and all attacks will cause real damage. In order to ensure the safety of each candidate, the return bracelets that will be distributed to you later will also contain a scroll of Timely Rescue. All the candidates present had heard of this Timely Rescue scroll, which was a very expensive high-level scroll. Its effect was that it could block a fatal blow for the holder and damage the scroll at the same time. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh that the school had spent a lot of money to organize this assessment, and some people even thought about withdrawing from the competition and taking the Timely Rescue scroll for themselves. Lu Weiguo on the stage continued, "The Timely Rescue scroll only exists as a last resort. Please do not rely on it. Always put your own safety first. After defeating other contestants, the points of that contestant will be inherited by the defeated contestant. The condition for defeating the contestant is that the attacked person uses the return bracelet while being attacked. The attack state refers to within 30 seconds after being attacked. The second condition is that the scroll, time is difficult, is triggered. The purpose of this rule is to encourage everyone to act within their ability. If you use the return bracelet to pass out without being hit, you'll get all the points accumulated in your personal points pool. On the contrary, if you were passed out because of defeat, you can only get the points you earned in the preliminary round. This freshman assessment rematch is not only a test of your combat strength, but also a test of your combat IQ. I hope that all students will go all out, and I wish you all achieve ideal results in the assessment." As Lu Weiguo finished his speech, the teaching assistant at the side hurried forward and began distributing return wristbands. After everything was ready, everyone stood on the teleportation array. At this moment, each arena was bustling with activity. Students who had already bought snacks had already taken their seats and were waiting for the assessment competition to begin. Several white lights flashed in the arena, and the freshman assessment rematch officially began. A real-time map appeared on the projection screen in each major arena. The map showed the real-time positions of 200 candidates and various monsters. The positions of the candidates were marked with blue dots, and the positions of the monsters were marked with red dots. The darker the red dot, the higher the level and stronger the monster, and vice versa. In addition, there are real-time third-person pictures of the 200 candidates below, so that all spectators can understand the specific situation of each candidate very intuitively. And now a red and black dot on the map is attracting the audience's attention. It's obvious that this is the strongest boss in this assessment. Yeah, whoever can defeat him and use the return bracelet to teleport away can also get a good ranking, right? That being said, if it's really that easy to defeat, this point wouldn't be so red. Now it all depends on which unlucky guy will run into the boss as soon as he lands. Everyone started eating melon seeds and prepared to watch the show. Soon the candidates were randomly teleported to Peach Blossom Island, and their real-time locations were also shared. A blue dot appeared right next to the black dot. Fuck, there really is an unlucky guy. Look, this is too miserable. Are we going to be eliminated right after landing? In previous Battle Royale assessments, no one would actively challenge this kind of top boss. Yeah, the cost effectiveness is too low. It's better to kill more low-level monsters to accumulate points. The scene turned to Qin Hao. As soon as he landed on Peach Blossom Island, Qin Hao put on power arms, extended armor, and magnetic power boots. At the same time, the Ranger Corps and the floating artillery group were dispatched. As he walked forward, some of the little monsters were blasted into ashes before Qin Hao even finished reading their names. They are basically dark, boom, Mejiki, da. After walking for about 5 minutes, a dark red and smelly lake caught Qin Hao's attention. Based on his years of experience playing online games in his previous life, there must be a boss here. Sure enough, Qin Haogong led the mechanical army to continue advancing forward. A huge humanoid creature rushed out of the lake. Night Weeping Blood Demon. Level 40. Strength, 910. Monster introduction. This monster usually appears at night. During the day, it needs to soak in the blood of living creatures to survive. It is extremely hungry for the blood of living creatures, especially humans. In order to avoid being harmed by it, many ordinary villagers who are unable to kill it will use cattle, sheep, and other livestock as tribute to it. It has 15 tentacles on its back, which are covered with its mouth parts. If the victim is scratched by its tentacles, its mouth parts will quickly absorb blood in a very short time, causing the victim to die from excessive blood loss. At the same time, it can control the blood in its body to spray out through its mouth parts. The pressurized blood is like a sharp sword, which can easily penetrate the human body and cause fatal damage. For hundreds of years, fighting with a night blood-crying demon was something that many high-level job changers were unwilling to encounter, because just a wound on your body, even a small scratch, could be the cause of your death. The Dark Knight Weeping Blood Demon let out a piercing roar that shook the entire Peach Blossom Island. But he soon discovered something was wrong. Logically, there should have been panic cries from humans at this time. It quickly wiped the blood off its face with its tentacles. Only then did it see the situation clearly. Directly in front of them were dozens of humanoid robots with glowing red eyes, and above their heads were dozens of suspended laser turrets that were already crackling. The Dark Knight Weeping Blood Demon Tiger's body trembled. What? Meet the boss as soon as I land. Chapter 64, Battle of the Mechanics. Boom! 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 Thump, thump, thump. Before the Nightblood Demon could recover from the shock, dense Gatling bullets and surging laser beams attacked it. It had barely withstood a round of fire from the Ranger robots, but was suppressed by the laser cannon of the floating turret and could not even stand up. After 1 or 2 rounds, all 15 tentacles of the Night Blood-Crying Demon were broken by Qin Hao's attacks during its defense, and it was finally hit directly in the head by a laser cannon, killing itself. Then the bracelet on Qin Hao's hand lit up and displayed the words plus 80,000 points. The red and black dot in the viewing interface gradually dimmed. The boss was cleared out so quickly that the spectators on the sidelines didn't even finish eating the first melon seed before it was over. What's going on? Am I red and blue colorblind? The one that disappeared was a red dot. Is there something wrong with the spectator system? How come this boss disappeared just after he appeared? All the audience couldn't believe their eyes. It's Qin Hao. The one who defeated this boss is Qin Hao. Some spectators in the audience noticed that Qin Hao's real-time interface was playing a replay of the death of the Night Bloodthirsty Demon. Everyone's eyes shifted to Qin Hao's real-time interface. I am familiar with this Dark Knight Weeping Blood Demon. It has appeared in our city's jurisdiction before. The team composed of 3 second-level combat professions sent to eliminate it were all wiped out and never returned. The speaker's eyes were empty, as if he still remembered the fear that the bad news brought to the people of the city. This level 40 boss was killed before he even used any skills. Qin Hao's strength is too terrifying. With his current ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight against a rank 3 expert alone, right? I thought it was ridiculous that he could solo a nightmare-level dungeon before, but now it seems that killing a boss of this level is as easy as eating for him. It doesn't require any effort at all. The audience was shocked to see that the strongest monster, the Night Blood-Crying Demon, who was teleported to Peach Blossom Island, was killed by Qin Hao at the very beginning of the assessment. Although most of them had heard of Qin Hao's abilities or had also witnessed Qin Hao's terrifying combat abilities in the preliminary rounds. However, the fact that he killed the strongest boss of the entire assessment in seconds as soon as he appeared today still made Qin Hao's true strength a mystery again. On Peach Blossom Island, Qin Hao's advancement continues. All living things within a 1-kilometer circle centered on Qin Hao will be killed in a short period of time. The blue light that keeps lighting up on Qin Hao's return bracelet also proves that points are constantly being credited. Those candidates who accidentally entered the attack range of Qin Hao's mechanical army were in a miserable state. Most of them were still secretly looking for low-level monsters to kill and gain some points. Then they were blasted out by the laser cannon that fell from the sky, and the timely rescue scroll was transmitted back to the examination square. Then they were carried away by the priest team, who had been waiting for a long time. On the spectator map, wherever Qin Hao's red dot moves to, all the blue and red dots near him will disappear. Along the way, Qin Hao also encountered candidates who tried to replicate a miracle, hoping to survive to the later stages by relying on life potions and win by ranking points. The moment he saw and recognized Qin Hao, the candidate ran away, drinking life potion as he ran, and then was shot out of Peach Blossom Island by a volley of bullets from the Ranger robot. Many seniors who watched Qin Hao's preliminary round of the assessment said that even the priest's most powerful healing spell could not survive Qin Hao's attack, and it was simply a dream to escape from Qin Hao by drinking a few bottles of life potions. Qin Hao continued to move forward, harvesting points like harvesting wheat fields. No candidates or monsters along the way could pose a substantial threat to him. Implementing the principle of if one shuttle is not enough, then fire 2 shuttles. If one shot is not enough, then fire 2 shots. Qin Hao made rapid progress. But Qin Hao is not the only one who is feeling at home on Peach Blossom Island at the moment. At this moment, Gong Taiming stretched out mechanical chain swords from his arms, followed by a dozen mechanical tigers. Along the way, he defeated several freshmen ranked in the top 30, as well as countless monsters. On the map, the blue dots representing the two people are getting closer and closer. If this trend continues, the two will meet soon. This was quickly noticed by the people watching the game in the arena. Gong Taiming is finally going to meet Qin Hao. I'm so excited. I've waited so long for this day to finally come. Are you talking about Gong Taiming, who won 13 consecutive victories in the points betting competition and 15 consecutive victories in the freshman assessment preliminary round? I always thought he was the one most likely to defeat Qin Hao. This is going to be interesting. The two mechanics are going to meet. Many people will never get to see two mechanics fighting. We're going to have a treat today. I've also been wanting to see the collision between the two mechanical armies for a long time. Hey, look, they're colliding. On Peach Blossom Island, Qin Hao sensed through Iris's spider sense that a familiar force was approaching him. Qin Hao put away the mechanical army to avoid exposing the target too early. Sure enough, soon a figure appeared in the woods ahead. This person is Gong Taiming. Gong Taiming, wearing a vest, stared at Qin Hao intently. He wants to defeat Qin Hao head-on today to prove his strength to Li Xiangmin. Qin Hao, we finally meet, and your undefeated streak will end here. After hearing this, Qin Hao laughed and said, "You are too confident. Also, tell the person behind you to stop hiding and come out directly." Li Xiangmin, who was hiding behind a tree, was startled, but he quickly adjusted his mood and came out. Because in the assessment semifinals, unless the other party agrees, they cannot maliciously form a team to attack one person. Otherwise, Li Xiangmin would have teamed up with Gong Taiming long ago. Li Xiangmin's face was full of excitement for the upcoming revenge. Qin Hao, Gong Taiming is different from those small fry you defeated before. Today he will knock you off the throne of number 1. President Li, you said that you just yelled and broke your throat. How can you blame me for that? Qin Hao shrugged. This extremely humiliating action made Li Xiangmin so angry that his face turned red. Okay, let your new bodyguard come up quickly and don't waste my time, Qin Hao said. Even though Qin Hao called him Li Xiangmin's bodyguard, Gong Taiming did not look unhappy, as if this was how he positioned himself in his mind. Gong Taiming swung out the mechanical chain sword with both arms and summoned a legion of mechanical tigers. Qin Hao recognized at a glance that Gong Taiming's mechanical creations were all modified based on biological flesh, which also confirmed that his profession was a branch of the mechanic profession, biochemical mechanic. Seeing that Qin Hao had not yet summoned his mechanical army, Gong Taiming asked, "Qin Hao, how long are you going to wait for you to summon your mechanical army?" Qin Hao smiled and said, "Who said that we need a mechanical army to fight you?" Chapter 65 Gap. What? This question was uttered simultaneously by the audience in the arena and Gong Taiming. Audiences who have watched the previous match between Gong Taiming and Qin Hao know that the mechanical legions in their hands are equivalent to their weapons, just like a wizard's staff and an archer's bow. Especially in Gong Taiming's game, there was a situation where his mechanical tiger eliminated the opponent before he even made a move. Qin Hao's decision to give up using the mechanical army is equivalent to giving up his most powerful fighting force. This was unbelievable to everyone. Qin Hao is too contemptuous. They are both mechanics. He can't possibly not know what it means to give up using the mechanical army. That's right. Although Qin Hao is strong, he is only strong in his mechanical army. This is not the same as destroying his own martial arts. Gong Taiming has also won consecutive games. Now that Qin Hao has abandoned the mechanical army, I think Gong Taiming has a better chance of winning than Qin Hao. How could Gong Taiming not know something that even the audience could see? This is a blatant insult to him. Gong Taiming's face turned pale and he clenched his fists. Li Xiangmin on the side also blushed and no longer looked like a beauty. Her original idea was to let Gong Taiming win the head-on battle with Qin Hao and beat him up severely. And now Qin Hao actually chose to give up using the mechanical army in the duel, which undoubtedly trampled on her self-esteem. Qin Hao, do you really think Gong Taiming is weak? You will pay the price for overestimating your own abilities. Li Xiangmin turned around and said to Gong Taiming, since he is seeking death, don't hold back and teach him a lesson in front of the whole school. Gong Taiming, who was already furious, spared no effort to mobilize all the more than 30 mechanical tigers he had after receiving Li Xiangmin's order. This was also the first time that Gong Taiming summoned all of his mechanical tigers. In previous competitions, only a few mechanical tigers were needed to resolve the battle. This shows how strong his desire to win was this time. Tear him into pieces. Gong Taiming roared, and the mechanical tiger army rushed down the hillside. In just a few seconds, the fastest mechanical tiger rushed in front of Qin Hao. The audience was stunned by the exponentially increased movement speed due to mechanical transformation. Bang! A loud bang was heard in the smoke and dust, and it was obvious that the first mechanical tiger had hit its target. When the smoke and dust cleared, Qin Hao was seen with his right hand wearing the fire light power arm, firmly grasping the head of the leading mechanical tiger. The whole body did not move back even a single step. Water fake? What is going on? Most of the spectators present have watched Gong Timing's games before, and they know very well how powerful this mechanical tiger is. They had all witnessed Gong Timing defeat his opponent in a points betting match with just a mechanical tiger, and had also witnessed the defeat of two second-level swordsmen. And now, Qin Hao held the mechanical tiger that was charging at full speed firmly in place with one hand. However, things are not over yet. Qin Hao raised his left arm, the power engine roared, and the flame thruster was also pulled up at the same time. Qin Hao aimed at the mechanical tiger's head and punched it. Boom! The violent impact smashed the mechanical tiger's head into the ground, and blood, flesh, and mechanical parts flew everywhere. The back half of the mechanical tiger was hanging in the air. A huge crack spread to both sides, and the splashed debris flew up into the sky as if it had lost gravity. The mechanical tigers following closely behind were all blown away, and their feet lost their grip on the ground. This scene shocked everyone in the arena so much that their expressions froze. What the hell? Is this the power of a punch? This kind of attack power cannot be exerted by epic boxing gloves or high-level martial artists. Although Gong Timing was also frightened by Qin Hao's sudden attack, this attack would cause his mechanical tiger army to temporarily lose its attack power. Gong Timing quickly adjusted his mentality. Tiger Roar! The mechanical tiger army, whose feet were lifted off the ground by the shock, opened their bloody mouths and let out shrill roars at Gong Timing's command. The tiger's roar is a sonic attack. Its principle is to generate high-frequency or ultrasonic waves to cause the target object or human body to resonate, vibrate, and other reactions, so as to achieve the effect of destroying the target. This type of attack is invisible and its range is difficult to determine, so it is very easy to be affected. The trees nearby were broken down like tidal waves by the tiger's roar, and the fallen leaves on the ground were shaken into the air and flew backwards. The destructive power was so great that even Li Sangmin, who thought he knew Gong Timing well, couldn't help but tremble at his fingertips. But Qin Hao was not in a hurry. He tore off the energy-concentrated metal extension armor magnetic control from his body, lifted it in front of him, and started the extension before the sound wave arrived. The extended armor unfolded along the vertical plane into the shape of a shield, and Qin Hao's 5 fingers of his right hand tightly clasped the electromagnetic core in the middle. Whoosh! The sonic attack arrived the moment the extended armor was erected. The plants on both sides, including some small monsters, were destroyed instantly, but Qin Hao, who was standing behind the extended armor, was unharmed. The energy-gathering metal absorbed the energy from the frontal attack of the sound waves, and arcs continued to appear on the surface of the metal. All of this energy is concentrated in the electromagnetic core and absorbed by Qin Hao's power arm. The flammable liquid flowing on the surface of the power arm was instantly ignited. Under the power of external energy and its own engine, the light power arm entered an overload state. After easily resisting Gong Timing's attack, Qin Hao activated his magnetic-powered combat boots and rushed forward, waving his fists with powered arms among the group of mechanical tigers. The extremely high temperature of the light power arm caused the mechanical tiger's body to explode the moment it touched it. If the half of the body that was hit was flesh and blood, that half would instantly be burned black. There was a pungent smell in the air. Qin Hao shuttled through the mechanical tiger army like a flash of lightning, and the number of mechanical tigers was rapidly decreasing. Gong Timing looked at Qin Hao, whose figure he could no longer detect, and quickly chose to recall all the remaining mechanical tiger legions. This was the first time he was at a disadvantage in so many competitions, and it was also the first time he felt powerless. Qin Hao clearly did not use the mechanical army to fight against him, but he still could not gain any advantage from him and was beaten back step by step. If Qin Hao dispatched the mechanical army, what would he do? Gong Timing shook his head, as if trying to get rid of these depressing thoughts. Now is not the time to think about these things. Gong Timing, have not lost yet. I want to defeat Qin Hao and prove myself to Li Shangmin. Gong Timing shouted angrily, and red light burst out from the eyes of the Mechanical Tiger Legion. Chapter 66, Total Annihilation. The Mechanical Tiger Army had ferocious faces, and their mechanical bodies made crackling sounds and sparks flew out from time to time. Qin Hao realized that Gong Timing must have applied a skill similar to mechanical overclocking to the Mechanical Tiger. Generally, this type of skill that forces a breakthrough in mechanical design limits will cause irreversible damage to mechanical creations. In an instant, the Mechanical Tiger Army regained its strength and pounced on Qin Hao again. At this moment, The half of Gong Timing's mechanical tiger's body, which could barely be recognized as a living creature before, was now constantly cracking and spewing blood. It is obvious that the creature's body can no longer withstand the power of this kind of skill. But they didn't stop. He roared like a ghost and shot toward Qin Hao. Qin Hao, let's see how you can block it. Hurry up and mobilize your mechanical army to fight me. Gong Timing thought fiercely. At this moment, he only hoped that Qin Hao could truly treat him as an opponent. But at the moment when the mechanical tiger army all jumped up and were about to bite Qin Hao activated his magnetic power boots and disappeared in a flash, leaving only an arc of electricity on the ground. Quick, too fast. The audience in the arena didn't even see what was happening before Qin Hao flashed to an open space 40 or 50 meters behind the mechanical tiger legion. After missing their attack, the mechanical tiger army fell to the ground one after another, with people and horses stumbling. Li Xiangmin saw Qin Hao avoiding the attack of the mechanical tiger army. She thought Qin Hao was afraid and laughed out loud. Qin Hao, so you can only hide? Gong Timing, kill him. The silk scarf tied around Li Xiangmin's neck was gone. She couldn't wait to see Qin Hao's miserable defeat, so she cast a curse in the second half of the sentence. The light in Gong Timing's eyes, who was under the curse, immediately disappeared and became dull. The madly controlled mechanical tiger army began to surround Qin Hao from all directions. Qin Hao, you lost in the end. Gong Timing laughed wildly. The next second, a biting chill instantly swept through the area where Gong Timing and others were. Even Li Sangmin, who had been staying away from the battlefield for fear of being judged as a member of a malicious team, wrapped his coat tightly. Gong Timing discovered that the mechanical boots on Qin Hao's feet were constantly spewing out cold air to the outside. He knew he couldn't wait any longer and had to end the battle immediately. The mechanical tiger army rose into the air from all directions of Qin Hao. But it was too late. The temperature nearby has dropped to freezing point. All the mechanical tigers were instantly frozen in mid-air by the cold air and suffered frostbite. Qin Hao pulled up the light power arm engine and used the magnetic power boots to quickly shuttle between the mechanical tiger legions, with electric light and fire flashing constantly. The frostbitten mechanical tiger was smashed into ashes by Qin Hao's punch. In just a dozen seconds, the mechanical tiger army that was besieging Qin Hao was completely wiped out. There was deathly silence in each arena. Qin Hao alone defeated Gong Timing's invincible mechanical tiger army in such a short time. This terrifying three-dimensional attribute refreshes everyone's cognition. Before Gong Timing and Qin Hao met, more than 80% of the students in the school forum believed that the battle between the two of them would be a back-and-forth match with no clear winner. But as it stands now, Qin Hao, who did not call upon the mechanical army, is still crushing Gong Timing with absolute advantage. There are also gaps between mechanics. Perhaps the pervasive coldness blinded Li Xiangmin's eyes. She was still shouting at Gong Timing. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get your mechanical tiger to tear him apart. At this moment, Gong Timing had collapsed to the ground. Vice President, my mechanical tiger army has been completely wiped out. After hearing Gong Timing's answer, Li Xiangmin's face became more gloomy, his eyes were cold, and he revealed an uncontrollable anger. You're useless. The guild spent so much resources training you, and this is how you repay me. Gong Timing did not refute when he heard Li Xiangmin's insults, but just lowered his head. Now that the mechanical army is gone, you come on, Li Xiangmin said viciously. But in fact, Gong Timing didn't want to continue fighting with Qin Hao. After his mechanical tiger army was killed by Qin Hao like ants, he had lost all his fighting spirit. Besides, now that I have escaped from here, I can still rely on my own strength to strive for higher scores in the rematch. Seeing Gong Timing without any reaction, Li Sangmin was so angry that he almost fainted. I tell you, Gong Timing, even if you die now, you are still a dog of our Zongheng society. You do whatever I tell you to do. You force me to do it. After cursing, Li Xiangmin was seen muttering something, with a purple smell lingering in his throat. This is the spellcaster's skill, Demonic Whisper. This skill can force the target to listen to the entire spell and erode its mind. It makes him completely under the control of the caster and brings the caster's strength to an extreme level at the cost of overdrawing his body. Gong Timing, who had collapsed to the ground, stood up again, his veins bulging all over his body and his pupils filled with purple mist. Okay, now kill him for me? Gong Timing rushed towards Qin Hao with a smile exactly the same as Li Xiangmin's on his face. Gong Timing flipped up the skin on his hands, revealing the gun barrels inside, which continuously fired laser cannons at Qin Hao. Qin Hao moved quickly and dodged it easily. Then he rushed to Gong Timing. Perhaps he was too shocked to see Qin Hao's handsome face right in front of him, or perhaps it was because Qin Hao's speed was so fast that he had no time to react. Jinju, who took control of Gong Timing's body, showed a surprised expression. He quickly raised his hands and began to charge the laser cannon. But something even more shocking happened to her. Qin Hao walked forward and covered the gun barrel with both hands, wearing light power arms. This action seems a little ambiguous. Qin Hao, you are looking for death. As Gong Timing said this, the gun barrels in his arms quickly accumulated energy and fired a shot. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up and debris flew everywhere. Gong Timing's laser cannon did not fire smoothly, but exploded directly. Gong Timing, whose arms had been blown off, flew backwards under the impact and crashed heavily into the mountains behind him. This huge damage caused Li Sangmin to lose control of Gong Timing in an instant. Gong Timing, who regained control of his body, raised his two blown-off hands and stood there in a daze. When Li Sangmin saw Gong Timing regain consciousness, he immediately cast a spell to make Gong Timing realize that his arms were destroyed because of Qin Hao. Then Li Sangmin turned to Qin Hao and said, Qin Hao, the competition system of the freshman rematch does not allow malicious team formation. Otherwise, do you think you can beat us? I tell you if... Okay, after talking for so long, don't you just want to go together? Okay, you two can go together. Qin Hao interrupted Li Sangmin. Welcome the god of wealth on the 5th day of the first lunar month. I wish all my readers great fortune in the year of the dragon. Chapter 67. You all come together. After hearing Qin Hao's words, Li Sangmin froze in place. She originally just wanted to find an excuse for Gong Timing's incompetence and save some face for herself. Unexpectedly, Qin Hao actually took the initiative to allow the two of them to go together. Now the ball has been kicked to her feet, and even if Li Sangmin is unwilling, she has to take it. In such a highly watched event, I don't even dare to fight back when being mocked like this. How am I going to survive in Imperial Capital University and Zongheng Club in the future? Although Gong Timing's defeat was a fact, Li Sangmin changed her mind and thought that if the two of them joined forces to fight Qin Hao, they would still have a great chance of winning if Qin Hao did not mobilize the mechanical army. The audiences in the various arenas were also talking about it. Because in this kind of assessment that is mandatory for single-player combat, no matter how strong you are, it is not a wise move to actively choose to face the challenge of two people. What's more, those who are taking the assessment now are the top 200 students after passing the preliminary screening. Okay, Qin Hao, since you want to lose so much, I will let you lose happily. Li Sangmin also made a decision after some thought. Gong Timing, who was standing by, suddenly lost all his fear of being beaten when he learned that his hands were blown off by Qin Hao. All that was left was the rage of revenge. Under Li Sangmin's order, Gong Timing took the lead and swung out the mechanical chain sword from his arm and rushed towards Qin Hao again. Gong Timing's speed was obviously much faster than before, and it was obvious that Li Sangmin's devilish whispers were at work again. Combined with Gong Timing's own subjective hatred towards Qin Hao, the three-dimensional attributes were broken through again. Gong Timing stabbed Qin Hao with a sword from a distance of about 5 meters. This distance is far from enough to stab Qin Hao. But Qin Hao was not careless, because Gong Timing definitely had his reasons for choosing to stab at this distance. Sure enough, the mechanical chain sword suddenly split when it reached the maximum distance, and the split was connected by a telescopic device. The mechanical chain sword stabbed towards Qin Hao like a ferocious poisonous snake, but Qin Hao, who had already reacted, tilted his head to avoid it. After Qin Hao dodged the mechanical chain sword stab, Gong Timing laughed out loud. Qin Hao, prepare to die. The mechanical chain sword suddenly turned around and stabbed towards Qin Hao from behind. Dang! There was a loud noise accompanied by sparks. The attack of the mechanical chain sword was steadily blocked by the extended armor. As early as the moment Qin Hao saw Gong Timing's mechanical chain swung out, he had anticipated the possibility of this counterattack. The extended armor was put on in an instant. Gong Timing's smile froze on his face, and Qin Hao turned around and grabbed the mechanical chain sword. Pull up the power arm, and the engine yanks. Gong Timing flew into the air, and Qin Hao took the opportunity to swing and hit him. Boom! Gong Timing was flipped 180 degrees in the air and slammed heavily into the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Gong Timing's mouth. Qin Hao did not intend to give him a chance to breathe. He quickly approached Gong Timing and decided to kill him with one punch. Just when Qin Hao was about 3 meters away from Gong Timing, a tiger roar stopped Qin Hao in his tracks. Gong Timing did have a backup plan. The electrostatic repulsion field unfolded with the tiger's roar, blocking Gong Timing. This is also the last mechanical tiger that Gong Timing left behind to save his life. As a mechanic, Qin Hao quickly discovered the reason that was blocking his progress. This is an electrostatic repulsion phenomenon caused by the misalignment and overlap of molecular orbitals between molecules, and the interaction force between electrons exceeds the critical force allowed between molecules, resulting in uneven energy distribution between molecules. After understanding the principle, it is easy to destroy the electrostatic repulsion field. Qin Hao activated the electromagnetic core of the electromagnetically driven combat boots. Because the bottom of the electromagnetically driven boots can release electric charges, its original function is to forcibly create an opposite magnetic field to generate repulsive force to reduce friction. Qin Hao is now going to use this characteristic to destroy Gong Timing's electrostatic repulsion field. Qin Hao kicked the air wall in front of him with a lightning-like kick, and the repulsive field after the electric charge was neutralized instantly destroyed the ball. Qin Hao kicked in and directly kicked the last mechanical tiger that was still roaring away. "It's your turn," Qin Hao said calmly to Gong Timing, who was standing there in a daze. "I tried my best. I really tried my best." A feeling of powerlessness penetrated Gong Timing's whole body. He couldn't understand why there was such a big gap between him, who had been winning all the time, and Qin Hao, who was also a mechanic. Qin Hao didn't even call out the mechanical legion, yet he beat himself into this miserable state. Gong Timing looked up and saw that Qin Hao had already gathered strength and was preparing to strike with his fist. Just then, Li Sangmin joined the battlefield. In fact, Li Sangmin had already formulated a strategy from the very beginning. Ever since she was hit back by a curse on Qin Hao last time, she decided that she could no longer use a curse against Qin Hao head-on with her current strength. And you have to choose a time when Qin Hao is distracted. Choose an opportunity when Qin Hao doesn't have you in his sight and doesn't think about you in his mind. And that time is now. Qin Hao is preparing to launch a fatal attack on Gong Timing. His attention must be all focused on Gong Timing at this moment. Li Xiangmin was waiting for this opportunity. Her spellcasting ability had improved greatly compared to a month ago, but she didn't dare to curse Qin Hao like go to hell. After all, once the backlash occurs, even with the protection of the timely rescue scroll, one will be worse off than dead. So this time, Li Xiangmin decided to say the spell back off when Qin Hao's attention was distracted. Let Qin Hao quickly leave Gong Timing, and during the time when Qin Hao is controlled by the curse, summon Gong Timing to attack Qin Hao together with himself. In this way, the chances of winning are considerable. In addition, to be on the safe side, Li Sangmin decided to use a ranged spell this time. This spell is not just cast on a single target, but on all creatures within a certain range. If the strongest combat force within this range, that is Qin Hao, is not affected by the curse, then the backlash effect of the curse will be borne by all creatures within the range, including Li Xiangmin and Gong Timing. This is also the last insurance that Li Sangmin takes out for himself. Everything was ready. Li Sangmin jumped down and yelled to the people below, "Back off!" The spell instantly covered the ground. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. However, the next moment, Li Xiangmin's eyes were bloodshot. Her delicate face was twisted in pain. "Call out!" Immediately afterwards, Li Sangmin flew backwards, as if he had been hit hard. It crashed directly into the mountain behind, and only stopped after penetrating half of the mountain range. Below, Gong Timing in front of Qin Hao was not much better than Li Xiangmin. He rolled over and flew backwards, constantly hitting the rocks and trees on the road. The other small monsters covered by Li Xiangmin's curse were directly reduced to ashes because they could not withstand the huge backlash. Gong Timing, who was already seriously injured, triggered timely rescue, while suffering the backlash and was transported away from Peach Blossom Island. Li Xiangmin, whose upper meridian had been penetrated, opened his eyes wide and exhaled briefly and convulsively. Compared to the physical pain, what was even more difficult for Li Sangmin to accept was that he had become stronger. The time he chose to cast the spell was right, and the backlash damage was also shared. In the end, he ended up losing his ability to fight. Is this the absolute gap in strength? If my vocal cords had not been treated, I would probably have suffered the same fate again. Li Xiangmin lowered her head, although she would not die immediately because she shared the backlash damage. But her meridians were all damaged, and she no longer had any fighting power. Yes, Li Sangmin had to admit that he lost again, and they were defeated completely. Just as Li Xiangmin was about to use the return bracelet to leave the examination room, Qin Hao flashed in front of her. "What, Vice President, you're lying down already? I haven't even started yet." Li Xiangmin wanted to speak again, but the pain made her speechless as soon as she opened her mouth. "Your bodyguard has already left, so stop wasting time and follow them. You two are such naive and pretentious people." "You!" Li Xiangmin finally managed to utter a word, but was slapped by Qin Hao and sent out of Peach Blossom Island. Qin Hao noticed that there was an arc of electricity around Li Xiangmin's neck. Before Qin Hao could think about it, suddenly, his return bracelet burst out with green light. What's going on? This is a phenomenon that only occurs when using the return bracelet to travel back. Qin Hao's heart sank. Chapter 68 Secret Realm Exploration Team. The much-talked-about Battle of Mechanics at Imperial Capital University ended with Qin Hao's unilateral crushing victory. Moreover, Even if Gong Taiming and Li Shangmin joined forces, they could not pose the slightest threat to Qin Hao. Everyone was shocked. This kind of absolute dominance had never been seen in the freshman assessments in previous years. But besides Gong Taiming, there are others who want to challenge Qin Hao in the rematch. That is the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, Fu Hu. Fu Hu's profession is a magic warrior, which can be simply understood as a melee mage. Fu Hu ranked third among the freshmen. With his extraordinary personal strength, he defeated many freshmen and founded the Black Tiger Hall, the largest force among the freshmen. But in the preliminary round of the freshman assessment, the team composed of the three top players of the Black Tiger Hall was defeated by Qin Hao alone. This caused serious damage to the reputation of the Black Tiger Hall on campus, and many people began to doubt their strength. Fu Hu naturally could not swallow this humiliation, and like Gong Taiming, he was waiting for the showdown with Qin Hao. The popularity of the duel between Fu Hu and Qin Hao has always been second only to the duel between Gong Taiming and Qin Hao. Now that Gong Taiming has suffered a miserable defeat, Fu Hu's popularity has climbed to the top of the forum's hot searches in a very short period of time. Everyone began to look forward to whether Qin Hao could beat Fu Hu as violently as he beat Gong Taiming. As soon as Fu Hu entered Peach Blossom Island, he looked everywhere for Qin Hao. When Qin Hao and Gong Taiming were fighting, he also rushed over here quickly. He didn't think Gong Taiming could defeat Qin Hao, but as long as Gong Taiming could help him weaken Qin Hao's strength, his chances of winning would be several percentage points higher. But when Fu Hu arrived at the battle scene, he saw nothing but an almost flattened open space, and did not find Gong Taiming and Qin Hao. It would be understandable if Gong Taiming was sent away by Qin Hao after being hit by timely rescue. But what about Qin Hao himself? At the same time, the people watching the battles in the major arenas also discovered that Qin Hao was missing, because after Qin Hao defeated Gong Taiming and Li Shangmin, the real-time picture corresponding to him dimmed. The screen was pitch black. This meant that either the candidate had been driven away from Peach Blossom Island, or the return bracelet had taken effect, and he was teleported back. It is unlikely that Qin Hao used the teleportation bracelet to teleport away by himself. Could it be that he was killed instantly by some hidden master? At this time, everyone focused their attention on the candidate who was closest to Qin Hao in the last minute, Fu Hu. Could it be him? He killed Qin Hao in 1 second? Inside the examination square. Qin Hao, come with me. Qin Hao had just been sent away from Peach Blossom Island with a confused look on his face when he saw Su Yin, who was in a hurry. No, Teacher Su, there's something wrong with my reversal bracelet. It started up by itself, and I'm still taking the exam. Why? Qin Hao was dragged forward by Su Yin while throwing out all his doubts. It's not your return bracelet that has a problem. I was the one who activated your return bracelet. Qin Hao was brought by Su Yin all the way to Lu Wei's office. Along the way, he carefully thought about whether he had done something bad that caused the Academic Affairs Office to terminate his assessment. Did I hit Gong Taiming and Li Shangmin too hard? Did I fail to protect the flowers and plants during the fight? Qin Hao couldn't figure it out. When Lu Wei saw Su Yin bringing Qin Hao over, he quickly motioned for them to sit down. What? Let me give up the freshman assessment rematch. Lu Wei went straight to the point. Did I cheat or something? You have to disqualify me from the semifinals. Qin Hao's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Because with his strength, it is not a problem for him to win the championship of the freshman assessment, and he can also get generous rewards from the school at the same time. Anyone would be unhappy if the exam was forced to be terminated now. Lu Wei saw Qin Hao's anger and said quickly, Student Qin, it is helpless to terminate your freshman assessment rematch this time. The principal and I both fully recognize your abilities, but there is something that you must make a decision for right now. As he spoke, Lu Wei picked up a document with Imperial Capital University's Secret Realm Exploration Team, printed on the cover from the table, and placed it in front of Qin Hao. As I told you a few days ago, in order to allow you to participate in the Lingtian Secret Realm event in the best condition, our Secret Realm Exploration Team started their work a month ago, and just sent back an urgent message that an entrance to a secret realm that is about to take shape has been discovered in the mountains 80 kilometers away from the Imperial capital. The level of this secret realm is initially estimated to be 58, nightmare level. After listening to Lu Wei's words, Qin Hao finally understood. The Secret Realm Exploration Team that Lu Wei mentioned is not available in all universities. A Secret Realm Exploration Team must consist of at least 10 professionals, from explorers to logistics personnel, and the operation will burn tens of millions of gold coins a day. Ordinary universities cannot afford such high expenses. The reason why top universities set up secret exploration teams also includes fighting against secret hunters. Secret Realm hunters can be understood as Secret Realm auctioneers. They will sell all Secret Realm information, including Secret Realm coordinates, at a high price. However, if one wants to buy a high-level Secret Realm from a Secret Realm hunter, it would cost hundreds of millions of gold coins, which is a headache for all universities. Now, Lu Wei said that the secret realm exploration team of the Imperial Capital University has successfully discovered a secret realm that is about to take shape. This is undoubtedly good news for improving the strength of freshmen. However, in order to monopolize the secret realm, each university will use a large device called a secret realm lock. It can lock the energy surge of the secret realm so that it will not overflow, making it impossible for other exploration teams to discover its location. The operating cost of the secret realm lock is extremely high, and once it is activated, the money is calculated by the second. That's why Lu Wei called Qin Hao so anxiously. As long as he gets Qin Hao's consent, he will immediately call the exploration team to activate the secret realm lock. The outdoor environment changes rapidly, and no one knows whether the secret place will be discovered by others. So Qin Hao needs to make a decision immediately. As for the bonus points for the freshman assessment, don't worry, we will distribute them to you according to the highest standards, Lu Wei added when he saw that Qin Hao still had concerns. After listening to Lu Wei's words, Qin Hao thought about it carefully. Since his reward points were not lost, he might as well not have the false title of freshman assessment ranking. After all, as long as he wanted, he could conquer the entire Fengshan department from end to end, and he didn't need to take the freshman assessment rematch to prove himself like other candidates. What's more, compared to the freshman assessment, this nightmare-level secret realm in front of us is obviously more tempting. As long as you can pass the level successfully, you will definitely get extremely generous rewards. Okay, I choose to give up the freshman assessment and participate in the challenge of this secret realm. After hearing Qin Hao's answer, the sad expression on Lu Wei's face still did not disappear. Because the level 58 secret realm is too terrifying for a freshman, even with Qin Hao's strength, he may not be able to escape unscathed. He knew clearly that this kind of high-level secret realm was hard to come by, and once cleared, it would be a huge improvement for the challenger. But at the same time, he was also worried about Qin Hao's safety. Principal Lu, there's no need to think about it. I have the confidence, said Qin Hao, who saw Lu Wei's worry. After all the battles he had experienced so far had not posed a threat to him, and Qin Hao also wanted to see what level his strength was in front of the nightmare-level secret realm. Looking at Qin Hao's determined and confident face, Lu Wei smiled and his brows relaxed. Okay, I'll arrange for them to activate the secret realm lock right now. By the way, Qin Hao, there's one more thing. As he spoke, Lu Wei opened the exploration team's document, pointing to one of the sentences. This secret realm requires 2 people to enter together. Chapter 69, Conditions of the Secret Realm. 2 people? Is this a mandatory requirement of the secret realm? Qin Hao asked. Yes, according to the report of the exploration team, there is a probability of more than 98% that the entry conditions of the secret realm are limited to the number of people, and it is 2 people. In addition, it can be basically confirmed that this secret realm is invaded by poison gas. Lu Wei said as he turned 2 pages of the report. These 2 pages contain the detailed analysis results of the secret realm by the secret realm exploration team of the Imperial Capital University. In fact, the school originally decided to let you and Fu who go together. After all, you 2 are the top 2 freshmen and have the strongest strength. To put it bluntly, Fu, who is actually the backup candidate for Ling Tian's secret realm, it is a good choice to let him obtain high-quality resources as well. Lu Wei put down the report in his hand, sighed, and continued. It's a pity that this secret realm not only has a limit on the number of people, but also a limit on professions. Among the 2 people entering the secret realm, one must have a hidden magic profession. Qin Hao nodded and understood what Lu Wei meant. This is just like the secret realm that I encountered in Crow Forest at the beginning. If you don't meet the mandatory conditions of the secret realm, you cannot enter the secret realm. Generally speaking, higher-level secret realms have more complex and demanding requirements. Now, this nightmare-level secret realm requires that the 2-person team entering must include a member of a hidden magic profession. Hidden professions are rare to find, and it is even rarer to be locked as magic professions. While Qin Hao was thinking, Lu Wei had already placed another document in front of Qin Hao. This is a list of all students in our school who have hidden professions in the law department. At the back are the entrance exam results and in-school assessment results of each student. You can choose your teammates from them. Although Lu Wei knew that the difficulty of the nightmare-level secret realm was not something that could be overcome by just anyone, the mandatory conditions of the secret realm were there, so he could only choose one student to enter with Qin Hao. Qin Hao took a look at the document that Lu Wei had just taken out. There were several thousand freshmen in each class at Imperial Capital University, but the number of those with hidden professions in the law system was no more than 30. Qin Hao glanced among the names of these people. Suddenly a familiar name came into view. Gao Xiao. Qin Hao thought about it and realized that Gao Xiao's profession was a radiant mage, which indeed met the requirements for a hidden magic profession. Then Qin Hao looked at the various performance indicators behind Gao Xiao's name. Although she was not ranked first among these students, she was also considered to be at the top level. Moreover, from the college entrance examination to the freshman assessment, Gao Xiao's performance indicators have been improving and now have reached level 23. This is considered a relatively high level among freshmen. As long as you clear this nightmare-level secret realm, you will definitely receive rich rewards. Rather than giving this reward to a stranger, it would be better to give it to Gao Xiao, who had helped him before. Another reason is that Lu Weigua just mentioned that this secret realm can basically be confirmed to be a poisonous secret realm. The debuff or direct damage caused by poison gas will be much more comfortable if there is a priest to purify it. In this way, the glorious mage who possesses the professional characteristics of both mage and priest will have an absolute advantage. Not only will you not be completely powerless and unable to protect yourself in the secret realm, but you can also provide yourself with help in the secret realm. So, Qin Hao pointed to Gao Xiao's name and expressed his thoughts to Lu Weigua. Well, since you have your reasons, I'll remind you. Gao Xiao is not ranked at the top of the list I gave her. Would it be better to choose a stronger teammate? How about this? I can also watch the live broadcast of the freshman assessment semifinals here. You can take a look at Gao Xiao's performance before making a decision. As he spoke, Lu Weigua turned on the large projection screen in front of his office and tuned it to Gao Xiao's real-time exam footage. In the picture, Gao Xiao is wearing a milky white corseted sleeveless long dress. The fabric at her shoulders and neckline is soaked with sweat, outlining the shape of her slender collarbone. Her chest was rising and falling slightly, and her face looked a little tired. Obviously, she was going through a tough battle. Lu Weigua recognized at a glance that Gao Xiao's opponent at the moment was Yang Xian, who was ranked 28th among freshmen. Yang Xian's profession is an assassin. In terms of professional characteristics, Gao Xiao is at a disadvantage. I say, beauty, you can't beat me. Why are you wasting your time here? Yang Xian said with contempt. The weapon used by Yang Xian is the golden weapon soul-stealing dart. Its surface contains a highly toxic substance. Although the poison is not fatal, the victim will feel stinging pain all over the body and lose the ability to fight. Yang Xian's quick flashes made Gao Xiao exhausted from dodging, and the several spell attacks that she had released during the gaps were also easily dodged by Yang Xian. The reason why Yang Xian was able to suppress Gao Xiao in this way has a lot to do with his skill Void Throw. This skill allows you to create a shadow of yourself at any place to throw the soul-stealing dart on your behalf. Beauty, stop fighting. You have no chance of winning. How about this? I'll let you go, and we can keep in touch privately after the exam. Yang Xian showed a lewd smile on his face. Gao Xiao sneered. You are not worthy of my eyes. Before the game started, you were praying that you wouldn't run into Qin Hao, right? Why did you jump up and down when Qin Hao withdrew from the competition? The information of the contestants leaving the venue will be synchronized to all candidates in real time. So Gao Xiao was the first to learn about this surprising news. Hearing Gao Xiao's words, Yang Xian gritted his teeth, obviously feeling that his pain point had been hit. I can't beat Qin Hao, but can I kill you? If you don't have the face you need, then say goodbye to the semi-finals. Yang Xian's figure disappeared, and he launched the Void Throw again. A phantom appeared in front of Gao Xiao, and the soul-stealing dart pierced through the air and shot towards him. The soul-stealing dart was less than 10 meters away from Gao Xiao. Yang Xian, who was standing behind Gao Xiao, was certain that Gao Xiao no longer had the energy to use skills to block or dodge, and laughed out loud. Why? Aren't you very good at dodging? Keep going, ha 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 ha. Phew, the next second, Yang Xian's laughter stopped abruptly. A staff pierced his chest. Yang Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of surprise. What he was greeted with was Gao Xiao's stern face. Who said I was going to hide? At this moment, the soul-stealing dart pierced Gao Xiao's back, and her white skirt was stained red with blood. It turned out that just when the soul-stealing dart was about to hit, Gao Xiao suddenly turned around and chose to take the soul-stealing dart head-on to get herself an excellent opportunity to attack. Gao Xiao did not choose to activate magic skills, as releasing magic skills requires chanting time. Yang Xian, who has high agility, can easily dodge his attack. So Gao Xiao chose to concentrate all the magical energy on the tip of the staff. At this moment, the staff was a sword. Gao Xiao pierced the chest of Yang Xian, who was behind him and had no time to react. Chapter 70 Lu Weigua's Appreciation. A large amount of blood was still gushing out of the wound on Yang Xian's chest. His eyes were full of disbelief. He could never have imagined that Gao Xiao would actually forcibly endure the damage from his soul-stealing dart, and even gave up using magic attacks and pierced his chest with his staff. This is equivalent to a martial artist choosing to throw his gloves as throwing weapons during a fight. You are really crazy. Yang Xian held the staff in front of his chest with one hand and staggered backwards. But do you think you can kill me like this? Of course not. Gao Xiao raised her head and wiped the blood off her face. Secret explosion. As Gao Xiao calmly recited the spell. Boom! The magical energy condensed at the tip of the staff exploded instantly. Yang Xian's body was instantly engulfed by flames, and a second before his body was torn into pieces, timely rescue was triggered, and Yang Xian was teleported away from Peach Blossom Island and left the assessment semifinals. Watching Yang Xian disappear from before her eyes, Gao Xiao finally calmed down from her nervous mood. But immediately, the pain caused by the poison of the soul-stealing dart was infinitely magnified, filling Gao Xiao's senses. Gao Xiao was leaning on her staff, her body trembling as she tried to stand up. Lu Weigua, who witnessed the entire battle in the office, now had an expression of admiration on his face. Student Qin, you have a really good eye. I think this girl will become a great person in the future. There are not many students who can be praised directly by Lu Weigua. Gao Xiao's freshman ranking was outside the top 100 among all freshmen, and her initial grades were not considered top-notch in Imperial Capital University. Facing Yang Xian, who ranked 28th among freshmen, the chances of winning are almost zero. However, the superhuman perseverance and extremely high combat IQ displayed by Gao Xiao in the battle just now gave her a glimmer of hope in this battle, with a huge disparity in strength. And she seized the opportunity and defeated the enemy in one move. Such qualities are rare among the many students Lu Weigua has met, not to mention that she is a girl. Control panel? Yes, I'm Lu Weigua. Send Gao Xiao out now and end her assessment. Lu Weigua immediately contacted the assessment control room and issued an order to end Gao Xiao's assessment. Because Gao Xiao, who was poisoned by the soul-stealing dart in the picture, was unable to stand up due to the pain and had obviously lost the ability to continue the test, it would be better to let her continue to suffer physical pain. It would be better to finish the exam now and leave Peach Blossom Island. Moreover, she would be going to the secret realm with Qin Hao soon, so she didn't want to hold Qin Hao back because of her serious injuries and she couldn't recover. As Gao Xiao's return bracelet was remotely activated, her figure disappeared from Peach Blossom Island. Waiting on the teleportation array was a team of 6 professional priests. They worked together to build a healing array beneath the teleportation array. Those who came down from this teleportation array were candidates who triggered the timely rescue, or candidates who were judged by the school officials as having lost their combat capability and were teleported away early. As soon as they come down, they will be healed by the maximum power of the healing array immediately. The function of this magic circle is not to heal the injured immediately, because the function of the timely rescue scroll is to block a fatal blow. In most cases, the student who triggers the scroll will be in a dying state. The healing array will heal these candidates from the near-death state to the seriously injured state, and then transport them to the school hospital for further treatment. Previously, Gong Taiming, Li Shangmin, and others were also transported away in the same way. After watching Gao Xiao being taken away by the medical team, Lu Wei would turn to Qin Hao and said, "Okay, just ignore my last point. Since you have made up your mind, Gao Xiao will be your teammate and go with you to the Secret Realm Challenge in 2 days. Our school hospital has extensive experience in treating the poison of the soul-stealing dart. With timely treatment, she will recover soon." Qin Hao nodded. He also saw the bravery and combat intelligence that Gao Xiao had shown in the battle just now. It is much better than many people who just rush and mindlessly or follow you and shout 666. I will inform you as soon as there is any news from the Secret Realm Exploration team. Go back and have a rest first. Lu Wei was circled Gao Xiao's name and handed it to the assistant, who came to get the information. The freshman assessment rematch was still in progress. Seeing that Lu Wei was still had to deal with matters related to the freshman assessment, Qin Hao did not bother him anymore and left first. The second day after the freshman assessment, the news of Qin Hao's withdrawal from the competition was widely spread, and everyone had their own opinions on the reasons why Qin Hao withdrew from the competition. The main reason was that Fu Hu, who ranked second among the freshmen, won first place in the semifinals with an inometer advantage of 20 points over Qin Hao, who withdrew from the competition midway. Because Qin Hao killed the strongest boss in the map as soon as he landed, and then killed Gong Taiming, Li Shangmin, and others in seconds, he had a solid points foundation. Gong Taiming started killing people immediately after learning that Qin Hao had withdrawn from the competition. Without Qin Hao's restraint, he basically rushed around recklessly, killing wherever he went, and even spared no small monsters with only 100 points. Only then did he defeat Qin Hao with a 20-point advantage in the end. It was the fact that Fu Hu won the first place that made Black Tiger Hall reverse its decline and gained great fame. Some people even posted posts on the school forum titled, "Qin Hao may have withdrawn from the freshman assessment semifinals because he was afraid of Fu Hu, and Fu Hu's semifinal points advantage over Qin Hao is too small." No, it's because there are too few monsters. For a while, The topic of why Qin Hao withdrew from the competition became a hot topic for everyone in school. Just when this topic was getting very popular, a reply directly caused a sensation in the entire forum. The person who replied was none other than the other person who was pushed to the forefront of the storm, Fu Hu. He replied to a long post titled, "Qin Hao withdrew from the competition because he was afraid of me." He also elaborated on his views from many aspects, his main reason being that when he took the initiative to find Qin Hao to fight against him, Qin Hao withdrew from the competition. How could it be such a coincidence? It was obvious that Qin Hao felt his murderous aura and was scared, so he withdrew from the competition. Such an argument actually received a lot of likes, basically all from the internet trolls in his Black Tiger Hall. In the constantly fermenting public opinion, the view that Qin Hao withdrew from the competition because he was afraid of Fu, who was recognized by many freshmen who did not know the reason. Fu, who also took advantage of the rising popularity of the Black Tiger Hall to recruit a group of new students. The famous Fu, who became a celebrity in the school overnight. Wherever he went, he would meet fans asking for his autograph, which made him very proud. Fu, who enjoyed this feeling immensely, became even more aggressive, encouraged by his younger brothers and uninformed audiences. Fu, who made a decision. He openly declared war on Qin Hao in the forum. Chapter 71, Dense Forest. In Imperial Capital University, it is common for the second best student in each class to challenge the first best student. After all, if you can win the first place, you will get the greatest amount of educational resources from the school. For example, if only one person can go to a high-level secret realm, then this person will most likely be the student ranked first. However, this is the first time I have seen someone declare war in such a high-profile manner on a forum like Fu Hu. Fu Hu, who had been showered with praise from alumni the entire day, now had reached his peak of confidence. Yes, Fu Hu, am also a top scholar in a region. Why should I be inferior to you, Qin Hao? This matter has caused such a big stir that Qin Hao naturally must know about it. Of course, this is not what Qin Hao saw himself. Qin Hao doesn't usually like to browse forums and doesn't care about the boring rumors in them. Qin Hao knew about this because someone rang the doorbell of his villa the day after the incident. Qin Hao, who was still asleep at the time, threw a ranger robot to open the door. After the ranger robot opened the door, it saw Gao Xiao standing at the door. At the same time, when Gao Xiao saw the ranger robot, the smile on her face froze. When they went to the Imperial capital to go to school together, she had watched the robot's battle scene up close, and her memory is still fresh in her mind. Can you move that thick tube away? Gao Xiao said, pointing at the Gatling gun barrel in the ranger robot's hand. Qin Hao, who heard the voice clearly, opened his eyes and read the field of vision of the ranger robot. Qin Hao thought that Gao Xiao should come to him to discuss going to the secret realm tomorrow, so he got up and washed. Come in. Qin Hao's voice was broadcast through the broadcasting equipment on the ranger robot. Immediately, the ranger robot led Gao Xiao into the first floor lobby. Qin Hao finished washing up in 2 minutes and soon appeared in front of Gao Xiao. What surprised him was that after more than a day of treatment, Gao Xiao now looked rosy and did not look at all like she had been seriously injured not long ago. It seems that Lu Weigua has put a lot of effort into ensuring that Gao Xiao can go to the secret realm with him smoothly. Qin Hao, Principal Lu just told me everything. Gao Xiao took out 2 stones from her small bag. This is the teleportation stone that Principal Lu gave to us. The teleportation stone can be used for short-distance teleportation and is the best choice for emergency missions. Gao Xiao's face seemed full of excitement, although she also knew how dangerous the level 58 Nightmare secret realm was. But because she was strictly disciplined by Gao Hangwei since she was a child, she is adventurous by nature. What's more, thinking that Qin Hao would be traveling with him on this trip, his sense of security was instantly increased. Then let's set off early tomorrow? I have never entered a nightmare-level secret realm, and it may take a long time to get through it, Qin Hao said after putting away a teleportation stone. Gao Xiao nodded repeatedly. The 2 hands on her legs were tightly grasping her skirt, and she looked restless. After holding it in for a long time, he finally spoke. Qin Hao, have you read the school forum? The news that I won first place in the Fu Hu assessment semifinals is very popular now. Besides, he has issued a challenge to you. He had heard that Fu Hu won the first place, but Qin Hao obviously didn't know about the challenge. He also didn't expect that Fu Hu could be so high on the social platform for so long. Is that so? I really didn't know he had challenged me. Hearing that Qin Hao didn't know about this, Gao Xiao quickly flashed in front of Qin Hao, who was sitting squatted down, and showed Qin Hao the comments under the post. This Fu Hu has been very arrogant these past few days. Look, all those soldiers below are from his Black Tiger Hall. Qin Hao took a look and saw mostly brainless comments like "Brother Fu Hu is the best," and "Beat Qin Hao." Qin Hao, do you want to take it? This matter has become such a big deal, Gao Xiao asked. In fact, The reason why Qin Hao did not participate in the points betting challenge before the freshman assessment was largely because there was a huge gap between his initial points and those of the freshmen behind him. 100, 200, or 1,000 or 2,000 points are not worth going to the arena to play a game. But now, Fu Hu volunteered to fight, and in Qin Hao's opinion, there was only the word points on his face. Yes, of course. Qin Hao immediately replied to Fu Hu under the letter of challenge using his student account. Qin Hao's condition was that the duel must be conducted in the form of a points betting match, and all of Fu Hu's existing points must be bet. If there were other people from the Black Tiger Hall who wanted to fight with him, they didn't have to waste time and could just bring their student cards and come along. If Fu Hu loses, he will have to give up his right to live in the villa. All conditions apply to both of them. After seeing Qin Hao's reply, Fu Hu did not hesitate and agreed immediately. Of course, Fu Hu's cool reply was just a show for his younger brothers to see. After all, if he lost all his points and the right to live in the villa, he might as well drop out of school. But after all, it was I who issued the challenge. If I backed down because Qin Hao's betting conditions were too high, I would be laughed at in the future. So Fu Hu and Qin Hao agreed to hold an open competition in arena number 1 5 days later. The next morning, Qin Hao met Gao Xiao at the agreed place. Gao Xiao was wearing a strapless chiffon miniskirt today, with a thin women's leather belt around her waist, and she was holding the staff tightly in her hand. As the two of them grasped the teleportation stone at the same time, they appeared in a dense forest after a dizzy feeling. The trees here are towering into the clouds, blocking out the sun. Looking up, I could only see a few rays of sunlight coming in. Generally speaking, once you arrive in the wild, you have to enter combat mode. Because as long as you leave the urban area, there is a possibility that ferocious beasts will appear in other places. What's more, this is a place that produces high-level secret realms. As soon as Qin Hao landed, he summoned 10 ranger robots, which scattered in all directions around him to act as sentinels. If you encounter any danger, you can predict it long in advance. Just as the two continued to move forward, a huge man wearing heavy armor appeared in front of them. Are you the student sent by our school to challenge the secret realm? The man looked at Qin Hao and Gao Xiao. They looked young and unfamiliar to him, so he felt like they were freshmen. Yes, uncle. We are freshmen of Imperial Capital University. Gao Xiao replied after seeing the words Imperial Capital University Secret Realm Exploration Team printed on the man's heavy armor. The man walked forward with an incredulous look on his face and checked the two people's teleportation stones. The location was indeed here. But why would Imperial University send 2 freshmen to challenge this nightmare-level secret realm? After the conversation and learning that Qin Hao and Gao Xiao were both in their 20s, the man in heavy armor became more determined. I think the school made a mistake. This is not the place for you. Go back. Chapter 72 Wind-Winged Demon Crow. What on earth did the school think to allow the two of you to come? Let alone a nightmare-level secret realm. Even if I leave the two of you in this secret realm without caring about you, you won't survive this night. The heavily armored man patted his armor as he spoke. Our secret exploration team will wear protective gear when working in the wild. The wild is full of various monsters. Most of the monsters in this dense forest are above level 40. Any one of them can kill you. All right, you guys go back first. I'll explain to the school. Are you kidding me for letting 2 of you guys in your 20s come here? As he spoke, the man in heavy armor handed a teleportation stone to Qin Hao and the other man respectively. This teleportation stone can be used to return to Imperial University. Go back and tell Principal Liu that it was me. Before the heavily armored man could finish his words, a sharp scream suddenly tore through the sky. A group of brown, 4-winged strange birds were flying towards this side from a distance. The strong wind blew the surrounding trees to and fro, and even broke them in half. The man in heavy armor felt nervous and took out a spear from his back. This 4-winged strange bird is called the Wind-Winged Demon Crow, a level 43 elite monster. It is 3 meters long and likes to live in groups, so they usually come out in groups to look for food. But generally speaking, wind-winged demon crows would not be seen in the wild so close to urban areas. This abnormal phenomenon seemed to make the man in heavy armor realize that something serious was happening. But he didn't have the mind to think about it any further, as the flock of wind-winged demon crows was right in front of him. Damn it, what kind of luck do I have? Follow me. We have to leave here before they get close. If they catch us, we will all die here. Although the heavily armored man was close to the 4th level, he was not stupid enough to confront a group of elite monsters in their 40s head-on. See, I told you that you won't survive the night if you stay here, run. The man in heavy armor looked at Qin Hao, who was still standing there with his hands in his pockets and looking up as if looking at the scenery, and shouted anxiously, "Mute! Mute! Mute!" Suddenly, there was a scream from the sky. The heavily armored man stopped and looked up. I saw several lines of fire in all directions connecting to the flock of wind-winged crows in the sky. The ranger robots that Qin Hao had deployed around the area in advance were now pouring bullets into the sky. Da-da-da-da. The corpses of the wind-winged demon crows fell like raindrops and were all blocked outside the warning circle set up by Qin Hao. The heavily armored man who was halfway through the run stopped where he was and adjusted his helmet. Magic. The man in heavy armor looked at Gao Xiao, who was holding a magic wand. At this moment, Gao Xiao was looking at the wind-winged demon crows that were being shot down in the sky with an admiring look. Her staff did not light up, and there was no chanting movement, which clearly was not done by Gao Xiao. So the one who shot down these level 40 elite monsters was this level 20 boy in front of him? The heavily armored man gasped. There was no one else in this dense forest except them, and the attack just now came from the boy in front of them. But how did he do it? He was only in his 20s, but he could easily stop a flock of black-winged crows. What kind of monster was this? The black-winged crows soon fled in all directions under the powerful firepower attack of the ranger robots. Qin Hao stepped forward and showed his ID card. The man in heavy armor, who had recovered from his shock, saw the name on it clearly. Qin Hao, which is the same name given to him by Imperial Capital University. This also proves that the person in front of him is the student who came to challenge this nightmare-level secret realm. Are you Gao Xiao? The heavily armored man looked at Qin Hao and asked. Gao Xiao nodded and stepped forward to hand over her ID card. After confirming the identities of the two people, the man in heavy armor just felt dizzy. The students sent by Imperial Capital University to challenge the nightmare-level secret realm are all above level 50. He still couldn't accept the reality. But just now Qin Hao truly demonstrated his incredible fighting power. The man in heavy armor felt a pain in his brain and shook his head without thinking anymore. Since his identity had been confirmed, he just had to complete his mission. The heavily armored man straightened his helmet and said, "Well, let's go. I'll take you to the entrance to the secret realm." After following the heavily armored man for 4 or 5 kilometers, they arrived in front of an almost vertical stone wall. "Uncle, have we taken the wrong path? There is no road ahead." Gao Xiao stood on tiptoe and looked forward. The heavily armored man smiled and said, "We are here." As he said that, he stepped towards the stone wall. The stone wall began to ripple like the surface of water, and soon the entire body of the heavily armored man disappeared into the stone wall. Qin Hao quickly realized that this was the effect of the secret realm lock. The entrance to the secret realm must be hidden behind the stone wall. "Let's follow them." Qin Hao turned around and said to Gao Xiao. Then he turned around and stepped into the stone wall. After passing through the stone wall, what came into view were several members of the secret exploration team who were dressed the same as the man in heavy armor. Behind them, a twisted blue-purple vortex of the secret realm was overflowing with surging secret realm energy. When the other members of the secret realm exploration team saw Qin Hao and Gao Xiao, they all stepped forward to ask the man in heavy armor who had just been in charge of the reception. "Yes, I have confirmed their identities. They are Gao Xiao and Qin Hao. Also, we encountered a group of wind-winged crows on the road just now." Everyone was surprised when they heard this, partly because of why the wind-winged demon crow appeared here, and partly because of why they were able to come back alive. It was Qin Hao. He fought off the flock of wind-winged demon crows. The heavily armored man still felt it was very unreal when he said this. The other members of the secret realm exploration team were also shocked when they heard this. They were just asking the heavily armored man whether he had made a mistake with the two men, because the two men in front of them looked too young and did not look like senior students. And now they heard that Qin Hao alone defeated the flock of wind-winged demon crows, which made their heads numb as if they were electrocuted. Most of the high-level job changers like them have combat experience in border bases and are well aware of the difficulty of dealing with the wind-winged demon crows. Because of the huge number, once they encounter them, even a level 3 team will have a hard time escaping death. And now, Qin Hao, who they had just suspected was a student sent by the Imperial Capital University, actually repelled the flock of wind-winged demon crows. Evildoer! It's so evil! After calming down, a long-haired woman led Qin Hao and the others to the entrance of the secret realm. "Before you set off, I still have to remind you that the nightmare-level secret realm is extremely dangerous. Once you enter, there is no way to leave unless you pass it. This means you are responsible for your own life and death." The long-haired woman gave her final reminder. Seeing that Qin Hao and Gao Xiao did not express any objection, she asked Gao Xiao to step forward. "We will maintain the stability of the secret realm's energy on the periphery until you come out." The long-haired woman continued. As Gao Xiao's identity was verified by the secret realm began to shake violently and the entrance to the secret realm was completely opened. Chapter 73 Pure Territory. After a flash of blue light, Gao Xiao and Qin Hao appeared in a dense jungle. Looking up, they saw endless mountains all around them. Information about the secret realm was also displayed on the panels of both people at the same time. Secret realm, Poison Mist Mountains. Difficulty, Nightmare. Number of participants required 2. Additional mandatory condition. There must be a hidden professional in the legal field among the participants. Recommended level, level 50. Conditions for clearing the secret realm. Reach the deepest part of the Poison Mist Mountains and kill all bosses. Kill progress, 0/3. Introduction to the background of the secret realm. Hundreds of years ago, the Poison Mist Mountains were a frequent leveling location for many new job changers. There were many low-level monsters here that attracted the job changers to come. However, one day, a job changer who had left the team accidentally discovered an ancient stone gate while searching for the way. Out of curiosity, he pressed the switch outside the stone door. This was the beginning of the disaster. There is no endless treasure inside the stone gate, but surging poisonous fog. Poisonous fog gushed out the moment the stone door was opened. The body of the job changer quickly dissolved the moment it touched the poisonous fog and turned into a pool of blood in just a few seconds. And those who changed their jobs while leveling up here did not escape the bad luck either. The poisonous fog came like a wave, covering the entire mountain range within 10 minutes. Screams echoed in the valley, and no one escaped from this disaster. From then on, the Poison Mist Mountains became a forbidden zone for life, and no one dared to set foot in it again. It's just rumored that someone once saw a huge figure standing at the end of the mountain. After reading the introduction, Gao Xiao folded her hands across her chest. Such a tragic story left her speechless for a moment. Qin Hao noticed that there were 3 bosses in this secret realm. The combat power of the bosses that could exist in a nightmare-level secret realm would definitely not be weak, so he had to be extra careful on this trip. So Qin Hao cautiously deployed the Ranger Robot Core and floating turrets as soon as possible. Put on all mechanical equipment and take the handheld small electromagnetic cannon. Gao Xiao, who was still immersed in the tragic background story, just came to her senses and looked up to see Qin Hao, who was ready to go, and entered combat status, and quickly raised her staff. Be careful, it's coming. Qin Hao looked ahead with his eyes drooping. Of course, Qin Hao was not talking about the monsters in the secret realm coming. It's poisonous fog. At this moment, poisonous fog was rushing towards Qin Hao and his group from all directions. Qin Hao was surprised to find that the Ranger robot that was submerged in the poisonous fog had also been affected in its direct connection with him. In other words, these poisonous mists can affect one's control over mechanical creations. This is not all good news. As the poisonous fog completely submerged the 2 of them, Qin Hao also activated the electromagnetic core of the magnetic power boots. He created an electrostatic repulsion field within 100 meters around him to isolate the poisonous fog. But this is not a long-term solution. After all, if you encounter monsters, you still have to remove the electrostatic repulsion field to fight. As soon as Qin Hao sensed that the exposed part of his body came into contact with the poisonous fog, his health value began to drop, and this downward trend continued even after he was isolated from the poisonous fog. So fighting in the poisonous fog is definitely not a good choice. Fortunately, Qin Hao had anticipated this before coming and had made preparations. Qin Hao turned to look at Gao Xiao. I remember your profession has the characteristics of a priest, right? This poisonous fog has a great impact on us. I need you to use pure field and keep it on throughout the process. Gao Xiao hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Pure field is indeed one of the priest's skills. It is generally used to purify the negative effects of all teammates within the range and block skills with negative effects. Theoretically speaking, casting pure field can indeed help resist the poisonous fog. But the problem is that my mana can't support this high mana consumption skill for long. But Gao Xiao thought that she must not hold Qin Hao back today, and she had to hold on even if she had to use the blood sacrifice method and treat her health points as mana. But just when Gao Xiao was about to chant with a fearless look on her face, Qin Hao took out 8 bottles of high-level mana potions from the system space and handed them to Gao Xiao. These are the items that Qin Hao dropped when he was clearing the school dungeon before. They are of no use to him, but they can come in handy at this moment. I didn't say I won't charge you any fees. It depends on your performance. Qin Hao smiled. Gao Xiao took the mana potion, bit her lower lip, and bowed to express her gratitude. Then Gao Xiao began to chant the spell in a low voice. As Pure Field was activated, Gao Xiao's toes slightly left the ground. The hem of her skirt swayed up and down as if in a strong wind. As Gao Xiao's pupils lit up with golden light, Pure Field was also fully deployed, and the poisonous fog within a radius of 200 retreated at a rapid speed, as if it had been hit hard. The area where Qin Hao and Gao Xiao were located formed a semicircular vacuum zone. Seeing this, Qin Hao stopped creating the electrostatic repulsion field. Because the poisonous fog blocked their vision, the two could only move forward in a straight line along the outline of the highest mountain in the distance. And the pure field was also under Gao Xiao's control and moved along with Qin Hao and Gao Xiao. Every time the pure field moves forward, the places where it loses its function are immediately filled up by poisonous fog. After the two walked for a while, a roar exploded above their heads. Qin Hao immediately mobilized the nearest floating turret to fire a laser beam. But the black shadow above his head jumped nimbly and moved to another tree. The numbers here are extremely high, and Qin Hao can't even see the figure of this monster clearly. Another shrill roar was heard. Then the monster jumped directly over the two people's heads. Qin Hao immediately retreated and threw out an identification spell. Magic Flame Orangutan, Elite Monster. Level 58. Monster Introduction. Before the disaster, it was just a low-level creature that could be killed even by students who had just changed their professions. However, under the erosion of the poisonous fog, its body underwent drastic changes, and its hair burned with flames that would never go out. Monster skills. Tarzan Falls, Demonic Flame Claws, Death Bite. Gao Xiao also read the monster introduction from the team's shared information panel. Fear took hold of her heart. This is the highest level monster she has encountered since her job change. If this monster were placed in a low-level dungeon or secret realm, it would already be a boss-level existence. And now I am facing monsters of this level in just the first round of encounters. I dare not imagine how powerful the monsters that come after that will be. Gao Xiao imagined that even if she, Meng Yu, and Lu Ying faced this monster, even if they could kill it, it would cost a huge price. Da-da-da! Gao Xiao came back to her senses from the sound of gunfire from the ranger robot. Qin Hao was seen half-squatting, with electric arcs lingering outside his magnetic-powered combat boots, his power arms roaring, and the flame thrusters at the tail had been ignited. The floating turret in the air also completed charging at the same time. Seeing this scene, Gao Xiao suddenly smiled. Yes, most people can't beat this monster. But Qin Hao is not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Gao Xiao closed his eyes and directly activated the pure field at maximum power. Chapter 70, for the first boss battle. The demonic flame orangutan was falling at full speed, smashing towards Qin Hao and the others like a meteorite. Qin Hao, who had already adjusted his position in advance, directly moved the 5 floating turrets above the demonic flame orangutan. Boom! A dazzling laser beam shot straight down. The body of the demon flame gorillas was instantly engulfed by the high-temperature laser. The laser beam hit the ground, causing a violent explosion. Wait until the floating turret's round of attack is over. The demonic flame orangutan had turned into a ball of black ash and fell from the air. Experience points began to float into Qin Hao and Gao Xiao's bodies. After the last copy, Qin Hao's level has reached level 27. Qin Hao believes that after passing the secret realm and obtaining new drawings, his level will be close to the second level, level 30. After absorbing the experience, Gao Xiao couldn't help but sigh that the experience value of this demon flame orangutan was already higher than many stage bosses he had encountered before. It can be seen that the benefits and improvements brought by the nightmare-level secret realm are incomparable to other ordinary secret realms or copies. Just as the two were counting the experience points, a roar came from behind Gao Xiao. There is more than one demonic flame orangutan. The demon flame gorilla that attacked from behind rushed forward directly, taking on the bullets from the ranger robot. In just a moment, he was at a distance where Gao Xiao could no longer escape. Gao Xiao was startled and turned around suddenly. Facing a boss of this level so close to her, she did not dare to be negligent at all and directly rotated her staff to use her killing move. Ultimate Flash! Gao Xiao shouted. In front of her, the staff was spinning at high speed, forming a magic circle, with magic beams shooting out from it. The damage caused by the dazzling white flash caused the demon flame orangutan to break suddenly, and 2 deep grooves were torn out on the muddy ground. But this was not enough to kill the demonic flame gorillas, and after a brief pause, the demonic flame gorillas continued to rush forward. Gao Xiao chanted the ultimate flash 3 times in a row before she was able to block the demonic flame orangutan 10 meters away from her. And at this moment, Qin Hao drove his magnetic power boots to the battlefield next to Gao Xiao. The demonic flame orangutan was startled by Qin Hao's sudden appearance. He immediately used his skill Devil Flame Claw to slap Qin Hao. The Demon Flame Claw is the demon flame orangutan's most powerful attack skill. Even gold-level armor cannot withstand this slap. Be careful, Gao Xiao shouted anxiously as she looked at Qin Hao rushing towards her. Although Qin Hao was very powerful, Gao Xiao was still frightened and broke out in a cold sweat when he came face to face with this high-level monster that was good at close combat. The next second, The fists of the demon flame orangutan and Qin Hao collided in the air. Bonk! A loud bang shook the valley. The gusts of wind created by the wind directly broke all the surrounding trees. Gao Xiao covered her ears tightly, but her bright eyes were still fixed on the front. The smoke and dust dissipated. What came into view was the demonic flame orangutan that had lost half of its body. Foul-smelling pus and blood continued to ooze out of the broken parts of the body, with a lot of flesh and blood stuck to them. The moment the demon flame orangutan's fist collided with Qin Hao's, who was wearing a power arm, the bones in his right arm collapsed and shattered within a second. The huge impact force extended from its arms to its body, so that half of its body was directly blown to pieces. The demonic flame orangutan was still alive with one hand on the ground. Qin Hao waved his hand to call over a few rangers to clean up the mess, and then called on Gao Xiao to continue moving forward. The nearby ranger robot drove its tracks to the side of the demon flame gorillas and directly attacked their faces with a series of roars. Looking at the demonic flame orangutan being killed instantly by one strike, Gao Xiao once again realized the absolute gap in strength. Even though he had used his most skilled and most damaging killing moves, he was still helpless against a monster of this level. On the other hand, Qin Hao, in a head-on confrontation with the demonic flame orangutan, still managed to kill the opponent in seconds with absolute advantage. The power of that punch just now made Gao Xiao's scalp numb. Let's go. We need to clear the customs as soon as possible. Qin Hao walked to the end of the pure field, and the next step was the poisonous fog. He then realized that Gao Xiao was still standing there without moving, so he turned back to remind her. Gao Xiao came to her senses and took out a bottle of mana potion and gulped it down, while maintaining the pure field and running towards Qin Hao. The two continued to move forward. In order to avoid the risks caused by low visibility, Qin Hao directly lined up the floating turrets in front of him, then moved forward and conducted a carpet sweep. The monsters in front, whose appearances had not even been clearly seen, were either blown to pieces on the spot or burned to ashes. Experience points continued to float towards Qin Hao and the others. As we went deeper into the poison mountains, the concentration of the poisonous fog became thicker and thicker. Gao Xiao has already taken out the second bottle of mana potion. Qin Hao also knew that he had to move forward as quickly as possible, so he quickened his pace again. A few minutes later, the two encountered their first real boss. Qin Hao threw out the identification technique. This monster is called the poisonous dragon scorpion. It is a super elite monster, and its level is 60. The giant poisonous dragon scorpion is 10 meters long and about 5 meters high. It is covered with dragon scale-like armor all over its body, and has a pair of dragon wings. The tail has a sharp stinger that will inject enough venom to kill a person if it is stung. It also has the following skills: giant dragon sweep, dragon scale armor, poisonous tail stab, etc. Qin Hao quickly realized that dragon sweep was a large-scale attack skill, and once hit, he would immediately be at a disadvantage. Sure enough, while Qin Hao was thinking, the thick tail of the poisonous dragon scorpion swept over, and the boulders along the way were shattered like goose eggs under the sweep of the dragon. For a moment, the dust covered the sky. Seeing this, Qin Hao immediately pulled up the refrigeration core, and cold air gushed out like the breath of a wild beast. The speed of the poisonous dragon scorpion's tail slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Qin Hao knew that this would not be able to trap it for too long and could only serve as a temporary restraint. The three-dimensional attributes of this monster are not low. In order to avoid any more trouble, we must strangle it as soon as possible. Gao Xiao, who was maintaining the area in the back, immediately jogged over when she heard Qin Hao's words. "Is there anything I could do for you?" Gao Xiao asked. At this moment, she also hoped that she could participate in this battle. "Provide a buff," Qin Hao said without turning his head, staring at the temporarily frozen tail of the poisonous dragon scorpion. "No problem, Yarikome." Hearing Qin Hao's need, Gao Xiao immediately waved her staff and summoned a fire-attributed enhancement magic circle under Qin Hao's feet. "No, I'm not asking you to give it to me, but to my robot," Qin Hao said, turning his head. Although Gao Xiao was a little surprised, she didn't think too much about it and chose to completely trust Qin Hao. Gao Xiao took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and slammed the staff into the ground. Buzz! 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 Several fire-attributed enhancement magic arrays quickly unfolded under the feet of the ranger robots in all directions. Chapter 75. Gatling Gun with Blue Flames. Qin Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the ranger robot that was enhanced by Gao Xiao's enhancement array. They were seen rapidly rotating the barrels of Gatling guns, with buff runes appearing and disappearing on the barrels. Duh! 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 The bullet tore through the air and flew out. Blue flames burst from the barrels of the ranger droid's guns. The fired bullets left long flame tails like a large group of blue meteors. With the bonus of Gao Xiao's fire magic, all the bullets fired by the ranger robot were wrapped in magical flames and poured onto the body of the poisonous dragon scorpion. It was at this time that the freezing effect brought by the cold air released by the magnetic power boots was also broken by the poisonous dragon scorpion. Under the attack of dense flaming bullets, the poisonous dragon scorpion was forced to use its dragon scale armor and retract its tail to swing in the air to reduce the bullets falling on its body. Sizzle. The powerful penetrating power of the Gatling bullet and the magic flame destroyed the shell of the poisonous dragon scorpion that activated the dragon scale armor. Seeing this, Qin Hao called upon the floating turret above his head and launched a massive bombardment at the poisonous dragon scorpion. The poisonous dragon scorpion was engulfed in the dazzling flames. Suddenly, a thick scorpion tail shot out from the fire and pointed directly at Qin Hao. The spider sense allowed Qin Hao to instantly drive his power boots to retreat violently, and he took out the extended armor he was wearing and unfolded it in front of him into a shield shape. Clang! The piercing, heart-pounding sound echoed in the valley. Qin Hao faced the frontal attack of the poisonous dragon scorpion and was knocked back several meters. The powerful attack force of this blow was completely absorbed by the extended armor, and the electric current on the surface of the armor crackled. Qin Hao didn't expect that the vitality of this poisonous dragon scorpion was so tenacious. A blow delivered in desperation could still have such terrible destructive power. Gao Xiao was also startled by the sudden attack of the poisonous dragon scorpion, and the pure field and enhancement magic circle she maintained also flickered because of Gao Xiao's distraction. Gao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Qin Hao successfully block the attack. But she also realized that this monster was not easy to deal with. If she didn't have a fatal move that could kill it with one blow, she would have to struggle for a while. Qin Hao also realized this. It is also obvious that the poisonous dragon scorpion has concentrated its defensive skills mainly on its upper body and sides to resist the attacks of floating turrets and ranger robots respectively. Qin Hao waved his hand and directly shut down the power engine of a floating turret. The floating turret, having lost power, fell rapidly. Boom! This floating turret is the one located right above the poisonous dragon scorpion. The huge impact force crushed the entire body of the poisonous dragon scorpion. Qin Hao wants to smash it to death. Gao Xiao looked puzzled, but soon Qin Hao made new moves. Qin Hao increased the speed of his magnetic combat boots to the maximum and rushed towards the poisonous dragon scorpion. His body moved as fast as lightning to avoid the scorpion's tail that kept attacking him. When he was about to reach the poisonous dragon scorpion, Qin Hao simultaneously increased the speed of the power arm engine. Seeing Qin Hao approaching, the poisonous dragon scorpion quickly moved part of the defense of its dragon scale armor to the front. However, Qin Hao did not intend to attack from the front. Qin Hao jumped up, grabbed the body of the poisonous dragon scorpion in midair, and used the force to jump again. At this time, Qin Hao had already arrived above the floating turret that smashed the poisonous dragon scorpion. Qin Hao took out the electromagnetic core of the extended armor and pressed it hard into the power device above the floating turret. I saw electric arcs constantly jumping and appearing on the floating turret. From a distance, the floating turret looks like a ball of lightning. Boom! Driven by Qin Hao, a powerful laser beam penetrated along the back of the poisonous dragon scorpion. The poisonous dragon scorpion, which was already injured and had its defense distracted, had its body pierced in an instant and exploded directly. The shattered pieces of flesh flew in all directions like raindrops. The huge air wave pushed the poisonous fog outside the pure field back 100 meters. Gao Xiao, who launched a defensive skill in time to resist the residual power, was also pushed back dozens of meters by the air wave before stopping. Gao Xiao adjusted the hem of her skirt that was blown up and walked towards Qin Hao. After the poisonous dragon scorpion was killed, a golden ball of light was left in its place, and Qin Hao was standing next to it. This must be the boss reward. Thinking of this, Qin Hao reached out to the ball of light. In an instant, all the rewards popped out of the ball of light and appeared in front of everyone. They are an intermediate skill scroll, a platinum-level weapon, star staff, a mechanical blueprint, and several bottles of mana and stamina potions, etc. The first thing Gao Xiao saw was the mechanical drawing, and she quickly covered her mouth and exclaimed, because in his memory, such things only existed in ancient times. Qin Hao, the mechanical drawings were actually dropped. It was not difficult to see Gao Xiao's surprise from his expression. Good luck, good luck. Qin Hao waved his hand and stepped forward to put the blueprint into the system space. Looking at the remaining intermediate skill scroll and star staff in front of him, Qin Hao weighed the pros and cons. He decided that the star staff could only be sold for money and would not be of much use. However, Gao Xiao's eyes widened when she saw this platinum-level mage weapon. She couldn't imagine how long it would take for her to get a platinum-level mage weapon if she hadn't followed Qin Hao to this secret realm. However, Gao Xiao did not show her excitement. After all the damage in the secret realm was inflicted by Qin Hao, and she also accepted Qin Hao's distribution. Qin Hao looked at the skill introduction of Star Staff. The casting range of all spells of the holder will be increased by 30%, and the holder's mana consumption will be reduced by 10%. In other words, with the Star Staff, Gao Xiao will be able to activate the Pure Field and the Enhancement Array on a larger scale, so that the space for the use of her mechanical creations will be greatly enhanced. Here, this is yours. Qin Hao casually threw this Starlight Wand to Gao Xiao. Gao Xiao was breathing rapidly. Her eyes were burning, and her chest was rising and falling rapidly. She tried her best to suppress her excitement, and her mind went blank. Gao Xiao took the Starlight Staff, trembling all over, and didn't say a word for a long time. Qin Hao on the side didn't notice Gao Xiao, who was about to cry. Instead, he opened the intermediate skill scroll. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Unjust Game. Qin Hao then checked the skill introduction, and the scroll read, Injustice Game allows the holder to swap positions with his weapon. Just a short sentence made Qin Hao's eyes light up. This skill might have limitations for other professions, but for Qin Hao, who has a large mechanical army, it is a magical skill. Qin was overjoyed. What good luck! The mechanical drawings must be good too. So Qin Hao couldn't wait to open the mechanical drawings brought by the drawing forger. But when Qin Hao saw the information on the drawing clearly, he was stunned for a moment. What? Attack power is 0. Chapter 76, Unjust Game. Qin Hao rubbed his eyes and looked at the drawings. Mechanical reassembly and splicing device. Rank Silver. Attack power 0. Drawing description. Mechanical reorganization and splicing device consists of a fixed base and 4 mechanical arms, which can meet the needs of simple mechanical splicing work. That is, 2 or more mechanical creations can be simply spliced together according to their functions or wearing positions to form a more comprehensive mechanical creation. However, at the same time, the gap between the classes of different mechanical creations and the differences in their functions will become factors that affect the specific functional properties of the spliced mechanical creation. After reading the introduction, Qin Hao discovered that this was not a combat machine, and the uncertainty it brought was not what Qin Hao wanted. After thinking about it, Qin Hao put the mechanical reconstruction and assembly device into the system space. Byte. Mechanical drawings detected. Quality is automatically upgraded. Upgrade successful. Drawing recast kettle. Tier epic. Attack power 0. Blueprint introduction. Blueprint recasting cauldron looks like a hexagonal pot, and each side has a blueprint slot that can recognize blueprints. Users can put the mechanical blueprints they already have into the blueprint slot. The recognition system will recast all the mechanical blueprints put into the blueprint slot according to the specific function and wearing position of the blueprint, and finally generate a new blueprint in the pot that combines all the characteristics of the recast blueprint. The equipment forged according to this new mechanical blueprint will have attributes far higher than any of the mechanical equipment that composes it. Qin Hao's eyes lit up when he saw the drawings after being upgraded by the system. He looked at the mechanical equipment he was wearing and had an idea. After sorting and distributing all the rewards, Qin Hao turned around and called Gao Xiao to continue moving forward. Now that Gao Xiao possesses the Starlight Staff, the pure field she chants has expanded a lot. This also allowed Qin Hao to boldly deploy the ranger robots and floating turrets to farther locations. Not long after they continued moving forward, the two encountered the next batch of monsters. There are 3 monsters in this batch, all of which are ape-like monsters named Abyss Speedrunners. They're all level 60, and their strength is not much weaker than the poisonous dragon scorpion just now. The limbs of the Abyss Speedrunners are extremely uncoordinated. Their lower limbs are strong and developed like thick tree trunks, but their upper bodies are skinny like rotten wood. The only thing they had in common was that their bodies were covered with pustules due to being corroded by the poisonous fog, making them look extremely disgusting. After understanding the attributes of the monster in front of him, Qin Hao didn't waste any words, and the laser beam of the floating turret rushed down to the ground. Suddenly, the surroundings were as bright as day. Boom! 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 After a series of violent explosions, the 3 Abyss Speedrunners disappeared. Based on his observations just now, Qin Hao immediately realized that this monster must have an extremely high movement speed, so it could avoid the attack of his floating turret. Now there is no trace of these monsters in his sight, but he does not rule out the possibility that they have hidden in the poisonous fog and are waiting for an opportunity to strike. Thinking of this, Qin Hao directly summoned the Spider Queen Iris and obtained the maximum spider sense ability through Iris. Pa 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 pa. The sound of hurried running came from the poisonous fog. 3 black shadows rushed towards Qin Hao at the same time. The speed was so fast that Gao Xiao, who was standing by, couldn't see the attacker's face clearly. She only saw 3 afterimages. The Abyss speedrunner had already dodged the attacks along the way and arrived in front of Qin Hao. But because of the spider sense, Qin Hao also sensed their attack intentions in advance and drove the magnetic power boots to flash back directly. After the first attack failed, Abyss speedrunner continued to rush towards Qin Hao without stopping for a second. Because the movement speed of the Abyss speedrunners is too terrifying, and there are 3 of them at the same time, they can attack Qin Hao from different directions. Qin Hao also quickly determined that he did not have an advantage in the chase, and if he launched an attack rashly and the attack failed, he would instantly fall into a disadvantage. Continue to enhance the magic circle for the robot. Qin Hao shouted to Gao Xiao while dodging. Gao Xiao could only see 4 afterimages flashing wildly. Her head was almost shaking, and she couldn't see Qin Hao's position clearly. Even the sound of each word of the sentence Qin Hao just said came from different directions. However, Gao Xiao reacted quickly and immediately released the enhancement magic circle. Bang, 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 bang. Under Qin Hao's control, the Ranger robot shot bullets with blue smoke tails in all directions. Qin Hao's move was not to kill the Abyss Walkers with random gunfire in this way, but just to limit their movement speed to a certain extent and create a chance for himself to kill them with one blow. At the same time, in order to prevent Gao Xiao from being accidentally injured by the Ranger robot, Qin Hao directly shared the effect of Seal of the Mechanic that made him immune to damage from his own mechanical creations with Gao Xiao. Sure enough, under the suppression of the Ranger's firepower, the Abyss runner's speed had dropped to a certain extent because he had to dodge the pouring bullets while chasing Qin Hao. This is exactly the result Qin Hao wanted. But this is not enough. There are 3 Abyss speedrunners in total. It is too risky to defeat them one by one. The best way is to kill them all at once. Qin Hao was still struggling with the 3 Abyss speedwalkers in Gao Xiao's pure domain. Gao Xiao stared at the battle in front of her in a daze. This level of warfare was not something she could participate in. Even a top assassin might not be able to dodge a monster with the speed of movement, but Qin Hao actually kept a distance while fighting with them. What kind of monster is he? On the other side, when Qin Hao sensed that the distances between the 3 Abyss walkers and him were uneven, he decisively chose to attack the one closest to him. Qin Hao suddenly braked, turned back, and punched out. The Abyss runner immediately dodged sideways, but was still hit in the shoulder because the distance was too close. Swish! A large piece of dry flesh was knocked off the shoulder of the Abyss runner, and the abscess burst. The venom in the abscess spurted out and splashed onto Qin Hao's power arm. The venom spread wildly on the power arm and rushed to Qin Hao's neck. Qin Hao immediately activated the extended armor and at the same time untied the power arm that was corroded by the venom. Qin Hao, who had discarded one power arm, retreated and put on another power arm from the system. The pustules on these monsters are all highly toxic. It seems that close combat is no longer the best option. Thinking of this, Qin Hao suddenly cut off the power source of the magnetic power boots. Stop immediately where you are. The 3 Abyss runners nearby arrived almost at the same time and pounced toward Qin Hao. Gao Xiao, who saw this scene, mistakenly believed that Qin Hao no longer had the physical strength to move at high speed, and hurriedly chanted to release a defensive magic circle for Qin Hao. The next second, Qin Hao had an idea. Unjust game, start. Chapter 77, Unrivaled Power. In an instant, Qin Hao's figure flashed and disappeared. A phantom replaced Qin Hao's original position. When the phantom solidified, it turned out to be a Ranger robot. The 3 Abyss runners that had already leaped into the air and were flying towards him were unable to stop because of their speed. At this moment, Qin Hao was in the group of Ranger robots, watching everything in front of him. After seeing that the distance was right, Qin Hao decisively initiated the mechanical self-destruction program. The temperature inside the Ranger robot rose rapidly. The 3 Abyss runners realized the danger at the same time and tried to turn around and dodge, but it was too late. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose up with a huge explosion. The Abyss speedrunner in the air was instantly engulfed and torn apart by flames. Gao Xiao, who was chanting a defensive formation, had her breathing pause for a moment as the explosion occurred. When she reacted again, the 3 monsters had been blown into pieces and disappeared. Gao Xiao stood there with her feet as heavy as lead and a dull look in her eyes. These 3 level 60 monsters were destroyed in a moment. As a mage, Gao Xiao clearly realized that the damage caused by the Ranger robot self-explosion just now was enough to rival the damage skills of a 4th-level mage chanting at full power. What's scary is that Qin Hao owns far more than one such robot. In other words, as long as Qin Hao is willing, theoretically, he can inflict multiple such horrific damages in an instant. Gao Xiao had no idea how strong the defense would be needed to withstand it. That is to say, if you want to fight Qin Hao, you must first defeat and completely destroy the large mechanical army that Qin Hao owns. And if you can gain an advantage in this process, you will also face the self-destruction caused by Qin Hao's mechanical creation. Mechanical self-destruction program. The damage that is 10 times the mechanical attack power of the main body will bring a devastating blow to the opponent. If he really has the strength to defeat Qin Hao's entire mechanical army, including the legendary machines, he will also face Qin Hao wearing an exoskeleton machine. Such harsh victory conditions make defeating Qin Hao almost an unsolvable proposition. While Gao Xiao was still in a daze, a ranger robot drove its tracks in front of Gao Xiao. Then a shadow fell down, and Qin Hao's figure appeared out of thin air. Gao Xiao was startled by the sudden appearance of Qin Hao and instantly became alert. Perhaps it was the first time she was so close to Qin Hao. Gao Xiao's cheeks flushed red, as if they were burned. Okay, now that the monsters are dealt with, let's move on. Oh, okay. Gao Xiao agreed intermittently, and took out a bottle of mana potion and drank it down to relieve the embarrassment. Qin Hao continued to let the ranger robots and the floating turrets clear the way forward, while Spider Queen Iris followed Qin Hao closely to protect the two. After walking for a distance, we soon encountered the next wave of monsters. This group of monsters consists of Abyss Rushers and Abyss Rippers. There are more than 10 monsters of the two types combined, accounting for half of the total. The Abyss Ripper's body shape is the exact opposite of the Abyss Rush. Its upper body is extremely developed, and its back is like a stone wall, but its lower body muscles are much less developed in comparison. But what is the same is that its body is also covered with dense pustules. Qin Hao judged that the newly appeared monster should be a power-type monster. And with the experience just now, Qin Hao also realized that he could not directly touch the pustules on the body of this monster. Otherwise, the venom would spread throughout the body at an extremely fast speed. With the experience just now, Qin Hao is ready for battle and is ready to end it quickly. But Qin Hao immediately discovered that the monsters were not attacking him. Qin Hao looked back and soon discovered that their target was Gao Xiao, who was maintaining a pure area behind him. What's going on? Qin Hao couldn't understand why this kind of monster had such a high IQ. Because their decision to take the initiative to attack Gao Xiao was a wise choice. First of all, in the two-person team composed of Qin Hao and Gao Xiao, Qin Hao's strength is obviously stronger. Starting from the weaker side and quickly reducing the combat effectiveness is the best option. Secondly, the pure field that can isolate the poisonous fog came from Gao Xiao's hand. Not to mention killing him. As long as Gao Xiao can be severely injured, Qin Hao's team will lose the protection of the pure field and fall into a certain degree of passivity. The third and most important point is that Gao Xiao belongs to the magic hidden profession, which is one of the necessary conditions to open the secret realm. This condition exists because of Gao Xiao's existence. If Gao Xiao dies, the secret realm will collapse instantly, and Qin Hao will be forced to be transmitted out. Qin Hao realized that there must be a more powerful manipulator behind this group of monsters, but his current goal was to save Gao Xiao, who had become the target of the monster's concentrated fire. Qin Hao drove his magnetic-powered combat boots and sprinted forward. After Iris injured several monsters, Qin Hao also came in front of Gao Xiao. Gao Xiao looked nervous and tightly grasped his staff when he saw the group of monsters rushing towards him. Qin Hao's sudden appearance made her heart tighten, and she immediately pointed her staff at Qin Hao. Golden light burst out in her pupils. After seeing Qin Hao's appearance clearly, the golden light in Gao Xiao's eyes gradually faded. "No, I'm sorry, Qin Hao. I didn't realize it was you." Gao Xiao's voice seemed to be lightly covered by a layer of feathers. "It's okay, listen carefully. The monster's target is you now. Your own combat power is limited, so you must cooperate with me in the battle now," Qin Hao said. If someone else had said that his fighting ability was limited, the competitive Gao Xiao would have gone up to challenge him. However, since it was Qin Hao who said this, it was very different. Gao Xiao nodded seriously and said okay. As he spoke, Qin Hao reached out his hand directly towards Gao Xiao's chest. Gao Xiao was shocked, and her mind was thinking rapidly in these few seconds. Why did Qin Hao reach out to my chest? No, he just asked me to cooperate with him in the fight. Could this be part of the fight? It's still not right. What kind of battle requires such coordination? No one has ever dared to do this to me since I was a child. Should I stop it? What if it's really related to the battle? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? What if it's unrelated? Then we'll be caught. Think about it quickly, Gao Xiao. Okay, I don't care. Come on. Qin Hao knew nothing about Gao Xiao's rich inner thoughts. Gao Xiao just closed her eyes and did not make any resistance. But soon Gao Xiao felt something unfolding in front of her chest. When he looked down, he found that a piece of armor had wrapped around his upper body. Only then did Qin Hao realize that his previous action seemed a bit presumptuous, and he quickly withdrew his hand that was on Gao Xiao's chest. Chapter 78, Lord of the Abyss. After discovering her misunderstanding, Gao Xiao's face turned red again. Before she could open her mouth to ask Qin Hao what his battle plan was, Qin Hao had already left her like lightning. Gao Xiao, are you trying to use yourself as a punching bag? At this moment, although the Spider Queen Iris who was standing in front was brave, under the attack of more than a dozen high-level monsters, some of them had slipped past Iris and rushed towards Gao Xiao. Looking at the monster that was already close at hand, Gao Xiao made up his mind and assumed a fighting stance. Since Qin Hao has his own plan, all he has to do is fight with all his strength. Just as Gao Xiao was thinking, the four Abyss runners in the front pounced towards him. Ultimate Flash. Before Gao Xiao finished her words, a tingling sensation instantly spread throughout her body. When she regained consciousness, all the monsters that were just before her eyes had disappeared. It was only then that Gao Xiao realized that she was no longer in the same position as before. She looked back suddenly and found that Qin Hao appeared at the same place where she was just now. And this is what Qin Hao just said about cooperation. Qin Hao asked Gao Xiao to wear the extended armor. At this time, as long as you launch the Injustice game against the extended armor wrapped around Gao Xiao's upper body, you can exchange positions with Gao Xiao. Next, as long as he switches positions with Gao Xiao the moment the monster approaches her, he can get a chance to deal close damage without any effort. The only problem left at this point is how to solve the problem of having the body corroded by the pus-filled venom when touching these monsters. Qin Hao also had a way to deal with the situation. There are more than 2 power arms, and there will be more than 1 electromagnetic extension armor. Qin Hao put on the extended armor and activated the electromagnetic core. The charge is then transferred to the surface of the power arm, creating a layer of electrostatic repulsion. In this way, when you use the power arm to smash monsters, the electrostatic repulsion will be like a layer of protective film attached to the power arm to isolate the damage caused by the pustules and venom. The scene returns to the battlefield. Qin Hao lights up the flame thrusters of his power arm and throws out 4 powerful punches at high speed. Bang, 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 bang. The Abyss Walkers that rushed towards him were all smashed to pieces by a single punch. Their entire bodies exploded and their body tissues flew in all directions. The group of monsters discovered that Gao Xiao was missing and launched an attack again after looking around to confirm Gao Xiao's location. Qin Hao had already placed ranger robots and floating turrets along the route they had to pass. For a moment, bullets were flying and laser beams were rushing down like waterfalls. Several slower-moving Abyss Rippers were directly hit by the laser beams of the floating turrets. A big hole was pierced in their chest, and then they were blown into the air by the subsequent explosion and then smashed back to the ground. They slid dozens of meters due to inertia, leaving a long black trail of blood. Most of the monsters heading towards Gao Xiao were killed by the intensive firepower. When the remaining few were about to rush to Gao Xiao was taken away by Qin Hao using an unfair game. What was waiting for them was the power arm that Qin Hao had already accumulated power for. Boom! The roar of the engine and the sound of flesh being torn mixed together. After going back and forth 2 or 3 times, all the monsters were wiped out. Gao Xiao fell in a deep thought as she looked at the monster corpses scattered all over the ground. His own ultimate move, Ultimate Flash, cannot cause fatal damage to the primary monster Demon Flame Orangutan in the Poison Mist Mountains. However, the monsters that Qin Hao just encountered, whose strength was far greater than that of the Demonic Flame Gorillas, could not even last more than 5 minutes in his hands. Take Qin Hao's floating air-to-ground laser turret, for example. Even if I reach 10 levels, the attack power of the attack spells I cast using all my mana will not be as great as the laser beam it fires. Gao Xiao witnessed with her own eyes that a monster that was just over level 60 lost its ability to move after just 1 blow. How terrifying was this for a student who hadn't even completed the 2nd level? What made Gao Xiao admire him even more was that even though Qin Hao already possessed such strong hard power, his combat ideas were still very clear. There was absolutely no chance for the monster to win. This means that your opponent is much stronger than you, and he is also aware of the possibility that you may win, even if it is close to 0, and he will destroy it completely. This feeling of suffocation made Gao Xiao feel uneasy just thinking about it. You can wear this extended armor first. The monsters in the future will be more ferocious. When I can't take care of you, you can rely on it to protect yourself. Qin Hao had already walked up at this time, and the ranger robot was cleaning the battlefield behind him and finishing off the enemies. Gao Xiao looked down at the extended armor on her chest and nodded, and at the same time secretly vowed to become stronger as soon as possible. After Qin Hao and the other man made some quick adjustments, they continued on their way into the secret realm. Soon we encountered the boss of the 2nd stage, the Lord of the Abyss. Qin Hao learned through identification techniques that the Abyss Lord is the brain of all the Abyss monsters in the secret realm, which also confirms Qin Hao's previous thoughts. Moreover, The Lord of the Abyss is as tall as 7 or 8 stories and holds a giant sword made from the body of a job changer. This information was also synchronized to Gao Xiao's brain. Gao Xiao was surprised to find that the monster's attack power had reached more than 1,300, and its defense power had reached an astonishing 1,800. Gao Xiao had never dealt with such a terrifying boss before, and she stood there in a daze. With a defense of 1,800, even if he stood there and let you hit him, even if you drank all your mana potions, there's no way you could break a layer of his skin, let alone a head-on battle. Although the Abyss Lord is tall, he does not have a head in the traditional sense. His brain is inside his body, and the 4 eyes are all on the chest, which looks very creepy. Qin Hao, how should we fight? Gao Xiao asked with a little concern. Because the 3-dimensional attributes of the monster in front of him are several levels higher than those encountered before. It may cost a greater price to defeat it. After determining the monster's attributes, Qin Hao sighed. Gao Xiao's heart tightened when she sighed. Could it be that someone as strong as Qin Hao would also have trouble seeing a monster with such numbers? If Qin Hao felt that he could not win, he would also lose the motivation to continue moving forward in the secret realm. At this moment, Gao Xiao even made the decision that if necessary, she could use her own death to disintegrate the secret space. After all, Qin Hao has been helping me all the way, and I have received a lot of rewards. I can't become a burden in the end. Qin Hao paused and continued. Then let's not waste so much time talking, just kill it in seconds. After that, a huge black shadow appeared above, and a hoarse and powerful dragon roar came from above. Chapter 79. Who said the mechanic was weak? The reason why Qin Hao chose to call upon the nuclear mechanical 2-headed dragon at this time was that his current mental strength was not enough for him to perfectly control the mechanical army, including the legendary machinery. If you control a large number of other mechanical creatures while controlling the nuclear mechanical 2-headed dragon, the accuracy of your control will be reduced to a certain extent. This question will also become an important factor in Qin Hao's decision to change his career. In the secret realm, with the appearance of the nuclear mechanical 2-headed dragon, a huge pressure suddenly enveloped the area below. Gao Xiao, who was standing by, was the first to sense this power that surpassed that of the Lord of the Abyss, and cold sweat broke out on the palm holding the staff. Another boss? Gao Xiao couldn't help but think. Because apart from the super high-level boss, Gao Xiao couldn't think of anything else in this secret realm that could possess such powerful power. I saw a 2-headed mechanical black dragon swooping down, and its body was like a huge blade that split a crack in the poisonous fog. Then, in Gao Xiao's astonished gaze, it folded its metal wings and stopped steadily next to Qin Hao. It was only then that Gao Xiao discovered that the skin of this flying dragon, which was completely black, had a metallic luster. Mechanical création. Although Gao Xiao didn't dare to believe it, the huge creature in front of her without any breath of life still made her confirm her thoughts. After experiencing several battles with Qin Hao, Gao Xiao also clearly realized that Qin Hao's control over his mechanical creations was different from that of a beast master or summoner. Pets or summoned creatures are affected by the degree of the contract, and they also have their own thoughts to a certain extent. In actual combat, there is no guarantee that they will fight 100% according to the wishes of the original owner.